Chapter E. Mistakenly bring in home at prop diagnosis. Lu Ji, you take the script thumb to read it slowly. In heading back no, so drive carefully on throughway. Shen Lang stepped it off the car, flashing the bright smiley at woman inside. Face off the glow of Tiffany's illuminated on my profile, casting devil around him that left woman ninth away hick momentarily entranced. Having partnered with Shen Lang for nearly a year, she barely ever she had grown immunity his charm, yet time she held this face, she was inevitably captivated. Thought is ruled though as in faith many lines, I believe they will excel in it, taking our team top on the revelry to an get on. Lu Ji afterward gaze, offering agent will remember before driving away. Shen Lang watched at her leave before turning to enter the upscale villa community before him. 10 minutes later, he entered a 3-story villa, smoothly inputting the password. As soon as she stepped inside, however, hasn't said that's the thing was amiss. Apparel Fred Eye heels. Su Miaohan is back. Shen Lang is widened in surprise. Having been in a contractual marriage for nearly 3 years, these women often spent a significant amount of time away from home, and when she did return, it was usually well past midnight. For her to come back thither today had the soon truly risen enthused. Had just changed into his slippers when a striking figure-clad nasal nightgown appeared in the upstairs hallway. Her long oaks were as flawless and delicate as white-jawed, and face soft, flowing nightwear clung loosely to her alluring form. Above that, a face defined by ethereal beauty and austere elegance agreed home. Perhaps it was due to just stepping good off how her fair cheek showed a subtle blush, and their hair was gathered into a ribbon, her cool and distant gaze surveying him with an air of superiority. Where have you been? Shen Lang sat up briefly before lowering his gaze again, responding obediently. Lu Ji needed to discuss something with him. Have you eaten? I can cook for you. Su Miaohan merely murmured an acknowledgement, gracefully descending the stairs, her legs crossed intelligently with the X-step. Upon reaching the sofa, her eyes fell upon a folder that Shen Lang had just placed on the coffee table. This should have been private to him, and she had initially nodded a reply, yet words diagnosis got her eye through a transparent folder. Diagnosis. Su Miaohan furrowed her brow instinctively. Hot half a meal? After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist the urge to open the folder, glancing at the contents. Advanced lung cancer. Su Miaohan's pupils dilated in shock, nearly gasping aloud. Had cancer, and it was at such a late stage. In that instant, turmoil ensued in her heart. Despite their lack of emotional connection, Shen Lang merely being gazing as she had whimsically recruited from a bar 3 years ago and her family praise. For 3 years, Shen Lang had remained exceptionally accommodating, managing the household with remarkable diligence while also possessing impressive culinary skills thought consistently catered to her needs. It seemed that she had grown accustomed to his presence in her life. Now, that presence was suddenly threatened by terminal illness, leaving her feeling inexplicably unsettled. In fact, with Bio Guang returning to the country, she had returned early today with the intention of discussing divorce with Shen Lang, but under the current circumstances, how could she broach the subject? Su Miaohan placed the diagnosis back into the folder, sitting in a daze. After a while, Shen Lang's deep, resonant voice called from the kitchen, Su Zong, you can wash your hands, dinner is ready. Returning to her senses, her gaze fell on him, imbued with complex emotions. His allure remained unchanged, warm and genuine. For the past 3 years, no trace of negative emotion could be seen upon him. He was forever a comforting presence, akin to a small sun illuminating the shadow Sandex house chain that lay deep within her. Fed into velocity 3 dishes and soap, a lot of Su Miaohan's favorites. Yet tonight, she had no appetite. After a few bites, Lu Keji patted Shen Lang, asking, how much longer? Shen Lang briefly paused, only later realizing she must bear for into the 3-year contract. Harry turned at her gaze with a considerate smile. There is still a little over 12 months left. He had long since prepared himself mentally for Tuesday. After all, during fire wedding, Su Miaohan's secretary, Chen Meng, had warned them sternly. Su Miaohan shows don't marry him was not merely driven by familial pressure right choice also because his appearance every striking resemblance to her ideal, Chu Gong's, whom she had studied abroad with 3 years prior. In essence, he was just as used to the for the man who had departed. With Chu Gong's easy imminent return, Su Miaohan's inquiry about the contract likely indicate her desire to clear the space for her long-lost love. After his words fell, I caught a glimpse of Su Miaohan's lightly furrowed brow, leading Shen Lang to sign wordly, head, please don't worry, Su Zong. You will leave voluntarily when the time comes. I won't cause you any trouble. He understood her feelings after all. It was natural for her not to know feminine involved he and she had cherished for 3 years. Over the years, Su Miaohan had treated him decently. Perhaps it was fair to put her in such a predicament. With this in mind, he had already made a decision, thinking, how about this, Su Zong? You will promptly find a place to move out, build accommodations in Shanghai are difficult to secure. If I could give me 3 days, you sure I will move often. Do I truly wish to live so soon? Fetal now their words struck a nerve, and Su Miaohan browed tightly, her beautiful face showed invisible annoyance. Shen Lang was taken aback, confused by the meaning of her words. Su Miaohan rose abruptly, her voice firm as he declared, "I'm not asking you to leave, I will remain here peacefully, and finish eating." With that, she strode straight to her study. Shen Lang stood in stunned silence, trying to comprehend the unfolding situation. Su Miaohan typically didn't initiate a conversation with him when she spoke. It was usually a matter of importance. Her inquiry regarding the contract a clear lie suggested she wanted a swift resolution. Yet he had offered to leave, which under normal circumstances would please her so it stood an irritation. After deep consideration, Shen Lang began to piece it together. As the formidable CEO of Shuas, Su Miaohan was certainly steadfast in her commitments. Perhaps she felt a need to honor what was agreed upon and complete the remaining 12 months of work. Indeed, she had always been like this, though her demeanor had been cool towards him. Her word had never faltered. He, meanwhile, could not be oblivious to subtlety. Perhaps it was best to secure a new place quickly and vacate. After hastily finishing Isabel and tidying up, he took the folder back to his bedroom. The folder contained the script for a new play that Lucia had revised. Filming was set to begin in 3 days, and he needed to familiarize himself thoroughly with the material. As she opened the folder, a moment of confusion washed over him. How had the diagnosis lay patterned alongside the script? The diagnosis was merely a prop for his character, likely an oversight on Lucia's part when she had read the script.
Chapter 2. Do you have any wishes? The room was bright and spacious, adorned with a minimalist style that exuded a warm ambience. Shen Lang sat earnestly at his desk, meticulously studying the script, jotting down notes, and soon, the pages were dense with character sketches. Shen Lang had always been a diligent individual, pouring his heart and soul into any task he undertook. Although the role Lu Jia had secured for him was merely that of a minor supporting character in a low-budget web series, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to understanding the nuances of the character's personality. Before long, the clock struck 9. Shen Lang glanced at his watch and proceeded to the kitchen. Su Miaohan was a workaholic, especially in recent years since she took over the family business, often so busy that she neglected to eat, which eventually led to severe stomach ailments. Upon learning of her condition, Shen Lang went to great lengths to consult numerous renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and amassed a wealth of medical texts to concoct a medicinal porridge. Remarkably, after consuming the porridge, Su Miaohan's symptoms significantly improved. Thus, without fail, Shen Lang prepared a bowl of porridge for her every evening, undeterred by her frequent absences as she spent long stretches at the office. He did this for 3 consecutive years. In terms of employee self-discipline, Shen Lang believed he had proven himself quite capable. The fragrant medicinal porridge was soon ready. He ladled a generous serving into a bowl and, with a smile, made his way to the study door. Just as he arrived, he faintly heard Su Miaohan's voice within, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. Her voice was exceptionally gentle, a stark contrast to the image of the aloof Su Miaohan, revealing a tender side. "Are you coming back early? All right, I will pick you up from the airport. I've told you before, my marriage with him is purely contractual. For the past 3 years, he hasn't laid a finger on me. The contract ends in 2 months, and I will make things clear with him then." After waiting a moment until she appeared to have concluded her call, Shen Lang knocked on the door. Su Miaohan opened it, her brow momentarily furrowed, but it relaxed upon seeing the bowl of porridge in his hands. "Ms.Su, I've just made some medicinal porridge, please enjoy it while it's hot. I won't disturb you further." Shen Lang set the porridge down and prepared to leave. "Do you have any wishes?" Su Miaohan suddenly inquired. Shen Lang paused, then responded with a warm smile. He was well aware of Su Miaohan's kind-hearted nature. Since taking over the Su Group, she had donated numerous school buildings to impoverished children, becoming a renowned philanthropist in Shanghai. Perhaps sensing the impending conclusion of their contract, she wished to offer some form of compensation. "Thank you, Ms.Su." Shen Lang gently shook his head. 3 years ago, you generously compensated me with 5 million. Over the years, you have gifted me abundantly. That is more than enough. I don't have any wishes at the moment, but I still want to express my gratitude to you." Su Miaohan fell silent thereafter. Just as Shen Lang was about to leave, she spoke again. "I know a reputable internist, renowned both domestically and internationally, especially skilled in treating pulmonary diseases. I've already contacted him. I'll send you his information shortly, and you can consult him." Shen Lang felt a warmth in his heart at her words. 3 years prior, a fire had suddenly engulfed the orphanage where he resided. The director, Grandpa Li, had risked his life multiple times to save the children, suffering severe burns and subsequently developing a serious lung condition from inhaling smoke. The reason he accepted this contract was to raise funds for Grandpa Li's medical treatment and to rebuild the orphanage. He had never mentioned this to Su Miaohan, assuming she would not be concerned about such matters. It seemed he had misjudged her. She had quietly researched the situation behind the scenes. "Thank you, Ms. Su." Shen Lang expressed his gratitude. The following morning, Shen Lang rose early to prepare a lavish breakfast. While waiting for Su Miaohan to wake, he practiced his lines in the living room. At 8:20, Su Miaohan emerged from her room, impeccably dressed in a pastel purple short cape jacket that accentuated her exquisite figure, paired with a knee-length, pale yellow velvet skirt. Her raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, her bright, clear eyes sparkling, and her elegantly arched brows framed long, gently fluttering eyelashes. Her flawless, pale skin glowed with a hint of rosy hue, and her lips, reminiscent of delicate rose petals, appeared soft and inviting. One could not help but admire the breathtaking beauty of this woman. Any outfit she donned radiated a unique charm. Awake now, breakfast is on the table, and I've warmed the milk in the microwave. There are several options for breakfast, choose whichever you prefer. Shen Lang said, revealing a warm smile. Su Miaohan nodded slightly and took her seat at the dining table, elegantly savoring her breakfast in small bites. True to her upbringing as a wealthy heiress, her every movement was imbued with intellectual grace, creating a pleasing sight. Su Miaohan cherished tranquility, and Shen Lang deemed it inappropriate to practice his lines in her presence. Just as he was about to retreat to his room, Su Miaohan called out to him. I've scheduled an appointment for you with Dr. Zhang. He will be at Nanya Hospital today for a seminar. You can call him directly when you arrive. Shen Lang nodded, thank you, ms.su. Su Miaohan lowered her gaze and resumed her breakfast in silence. Returning to his room, Shen Lang quickly tidied his appearance. Before long, he heard the sound of a door closing. It must have been Su Miaohan leaving for work. After washing the dishes, he prepared to take a taxi to the hospital. Just as he retrieved his phone, a vibrant crimson Porsche 718 rolled to a stop before him, the window lowered to reveal Su Miaohan's exquisitely delicate face. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Shen Lang was taken aback. He understood the significance of this car to Su Miaohan. Among her collection of luxury vehicles, this one was the least ostentatious, yet it was a birthday gift from Chu Gongza. Su Miaohan held this car in high regard, indifferent to the multi-million-dollar sports cars, but she lavished care on this one, reluctant to let it suffer even the slightest harm. She had never allowed any man, including Shen Lang, to ride in it. What had prompted this change today? It's not a bother, Ms. Su, I can take a taxi. Shen Lang hastily declined, fearing he might scratch or dirty the vehicle, something he could not afford. Su Miaohan's brow furrowed immediately. Get in. Shen Lang hesitated, his mouth opening slightly, but under her increasingly cold gaze, he ultimately expressed his gratitude and obediently climbed into the car. During the morning rush hour, the streets were densely packed, and the car moved in fits and starts, enveloped in an odd silence. When was it diagnosed? Su Miaohan suddenly broke the silence. Believing she was referring to Grandpa Li, Shen Lang replied, over 2 years ago. Su Miaohan paused, her brows knitting slightly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Shen Lang was perplexed by her sudden inquisitiveness. She had never spoken so much in a single day, let alone in a year. However, considering her good intentions, he responded, Ms. Su, you are quite busy, I didn't want to burden you with such matters. Su Miaohan's voice carried a hint of irritation. Even if it is a contractual marriage, legally, we are still husband and wife. You should not conceal such matters from me. I understand. Upon seeing the melancholy on his face reflected in the central rearview mirror, Su Miaohan's initial ire dissipated, and she sighed, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of Nanya Hospital. I have an early meeting shortly, so I want to accompany you inside, Su Miaohan said as she looked at him. Make sure to cooperate well with the doctor. If you need funds, call me. Alright, thank you for your concern, ms.su. Shen Lang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Miaohan cast one last glance at him before pressing the accelerator and driving away from the hospital. Chapter 3. You are my soul friend. Xiaoshen has arrived. Xiaoshen, have you come to see your grandfather again? What a good child. The little beast in my family is practically non-existent. I've been hospitalized for half a month, and he has only visited once. What a misfortune. As soon as he entered the ward, several uncles and aunts greeted Shen Lang warmly. Aunt Jiang, Uncle Lu, Grandpa Wang, I hope you are all feeling better? Shen Lang inquired with a smile. Much better, much better. Xiaoshen, you must keep me company for a couple of rounds later. My hands have been itching since you didn't come yesterday. Grandpa Wang chuckled heartily. Shen Lang distributed the fruits he had brought, smiling in response, before walking over to the third bed. Lying there was an elderly man in his 60s, his face disfigured by severe burns. Despite undergoing numerous reconstructive surgeries, he still appeared quite grotesque. However, the old man seemed to be in good spirits and broke into a grin upon seeing Shen Lang. Ah Lang, didn't I tell you that work is important? You don't have to come every day to keep this old man company. Grandpa, I found a lung specialist for you. He happens to be visiting Nanya Hospital for an exchange today. I'll fetch him to take a look at you shortly. As Shen Lang sat by the bed, peeling an apple, a group of doctors burst in, led by a tall female physician. Although she wore a mask, her striking beauty was evident in her expressive eyes. Gu Wanxia, the brilliant young doctor from Nanya Hospital, was also Grandpa Li's attending physician. Shen Lang, you're here so early today. The moment Gu Wanxia saw Shen Lang, her eyes curved into a delightful smile. Sister Wanxia. Shen Lang quickly stood to greet her. He was immensely grateful for her care over the past 3 years. After completing her rounds, Gu Wanxia called Shen Lang aside. Shen Lang, have you been short on funds lately? Shen Lang paused momentarily. The treatment fees for Grandpa Li have been exhausted. If you're in need of money, Shen Lang understood her implication. He had indeed been struggling financially of late. The 5 million provided by Su Miaohan had long been spent, and over the past 2 years, he had earned some money, all of which had been funneled into treatment costs and the bottomless pit of the orphanage. He had considered asking Su Miaohan for a loan, but she owed him nothing. On the contrary, she had shown him considerable care over the years, making it difficult for him to voice such a request.
Thank you, Sister Wanxia.
I will find a way to manage the treatment costs. Shen Lang declined her kind offer, feeling he had already received enough help from her over the years. Gu Wanxia sighed softly, well aware of Shen Lang's character after 3 years of acquaintance. Though he appeared gentle and obedient, he was, in reality, more stubborn than anyone else. Very well, but if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, unless you no longer consider me a friend. Shen Lang flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth.
Of course, you are my only friend. If anything arises, you will be the first I turn to. My only friend?
Gu Wanxia's cheeks, hidden beneath her mask, flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she gazed at Shen Lang's handsome visage, her heart racing uncontrollably.
Hey, the others have already moved on.
If you continue to stare, your eyes might fall out. A fair hand landed on her shoulder. Gu Wanxia turned in surprise to see her close friend, Zhou Yanting, sporting a mischievous grin.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Gu Wanxia shot her a glare. You can't expect pearls of wisdom from a dog's mouth.
Oomph, as if I don't know you.
Every time you look at him, your eyes nearly sparkle. You're just playing hard to get.
Zhou Yanting mercilessly exposed her. Gu Wanxia's radiant face turned even redder.
Can you please be quiet? My interactions with him are merely those of a doctor with a patient's family.
There's nothing outrageous about it. Do you believe that yourself? Zhou Yanting laughed heartily.
In these 3 years, you've cared for Li Zhongchuan as if he were your own grandfather. I've never seen a doctor attend to a patient to such an extent.
Or are you imagining yourself in the role of his granddaughter-in-law? Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Gu Wanxia chased after her, blushing. Ah, someone has been exposed and is throwing a fit. The two playfully bantered in the corridor.
Honestly, Wanxia, if you really like him, just pursue him.
In this day and age, why must the man always chase the woman? This little brother is truly remarkable. He is extraordinarily handsome and exceptionally caring. With so many people at that orphanage, others merely visit briefly with gifts, but he has devoted himself tirelessly for 3 years.
Zhou Yanting remarked earnestly, in today's society, such conscientious individuals are rare. Although he lacks wealth, your family has more than enough.
A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Wanxia's eyes. She vividly remembered that day 3 years ago when Shen Lang knelt before her, his gaze pleading and anxious, imploring her to ensure Li Zhongchuan's recovery. At that time, many had come to the orphanage, preoccupied with whether their belongings had perished in the blaze or concerned for Li Zhongchuan's safety, but only Shen Lang was wholly consumed with worry for the patient's well-being. From then on, she saw him steadfastly by Li Zhongchuan's bedside each day, patiently feeding him, assisting with personal care, and facilitating his postoperative rehabilitation day after day. It is often said that no filial child remains beside a sickbed for long, yet Gu Wanxia had never witnessed a hint of impatience on his face. Perhaps it was this earnestness that moved her, prompting Gu Wanxia to devote even more energy to caring for Li Zhongchuan, leading to a gradual familiarity with Shen Lang. The real turning point in their relationship had occurred a year ago during a medical dispute. A group of 7 or 8 relatives of a patient, who had been brought to the hospital in dire straits yet could not be saved, unjustly laid the blame on the hospital and the attending physician, accusing them of negligence and demanding exorbitant compensation. When negotiations failed, these individuals viciously cornered the attending physician, Gu Wanxia, in the parking lot, some even brandishing knives with the intent to harm. In a critical moment, Shen Lang shielded her from a lethal blow, enduring a month in the hospital for his recovery. Gu Wanxia emerged from her reverie with a wry smile. You mustn't speak of such things carelessly, he is already married.
What, he is married? Zhou Yanting exclaimed in astonishment.
But all these years, how come I've never seen his wife visit? His wife is quite busy with work.
Such a pity.
A charming young man like him is truly a rarity. I wonder which fortunate woman has the privilege of his care. She must be incredibly happy.
Zhou Yanting lamented, her heart filled with regret.
She had resolved to pursue him herself if Gu Wanxia showed no interest, only to discover that he was already wed. Gu Wanxia felt a pang of bitterness as she observed Shen Lang's animated face, sharing laughter with Li Zhongchuan through the glass of the ward door, lost in thought. Chapter 4 The Toad Can Never Feast on Swan Meat. A day slipped away quietly thanks to Su Miaohan's prior notice. The appointment with Dr. Jiang proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After the examination, Dr. Jiang clearly informed him that Grandpa Li's illness could be completely cured, though it required a hefty surgical fee. Upon hearing this good news, Shen Lang felt buoyant throughout the day. Upon returning home, Su Miaohan had not yet arrived. This was a familiar routine. Nearly half of the 365 days in a year, Su Miaohan was absent from home, often spending most of her time at the company due to her demanding job. Shen Lang understood that she was deliberately avoiding contact with him. She was hopelessly devoted to her white moonlight, preserving her chastity for him, and for 3 years, apart from business formalities, she had never allowed herself to become too close to any man, not even to Shen Lang, her nominal husband. Around 9 in the evening, Shen Lang prepared a medicinal porridge and took a taxi to Su Miaohan's company, Su Corporation building. This magnificent structure, soaring 68 stories high, was nestled in a prime location where every inch of land was precious. At night, the building shimmered with neon lights, exuding an air of opulence. Entering the lobby, which was resplendent and regal, one could not help but marvel at the formidable financial prowess of the Su Corporation. Especially since Su Miaohan had taken the reins, the company had thrived and flourished over the years. Standing there, Shen Lang felt like a mere grain of sand, small and insignificant, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of inferiority.
In the comfort of their home, he had not sensed this disparity, yet, in her domain, he truly grasped the vast gulf between them. "Hand me the thermos box," said Shen Lang, stepping out of the elevator in her high heels, her cool, bright eyes landing on Shen Lang's handsome face as she extended a delicate, fair hand.
"Thank you," Shen Lang replied, handing over the thermos. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Meng suddenly remarked, "Chu Gongza's return has been moved up, he might be back by tomorrow afternoon."
Shen Lang hesitated for a moment. "To avoid misunderstandings, you should move out from Su's place sooner rather than later." Nodding, Shen Lang replied, "I am already looking for a new place."
Chen Meng paused slightly at this, taking a few more glances at him. Although she was aware that Shen Lang and Su Miaohan were in a contractual marriage, she did not realize that his intentions were to raise funds for Grandpa Li's surgery and to rebuild the orphanage. She merely viewed him as a man living off a woman's fortune, which led to her disdain for him. Having never treated him with kindness, she had anticipated that Shen Lang might plead his case, but to her surprise, he was perceptive enough to take the initiative to find a new home without her prompting. This was commendable, as it spared her from having to elaborate further. "It is best if you think that way," Chen Meng said coldly. "You know that Su always loved Chu Gongza, that feeling has never waned over the years, but rather intensified. Though my words may sound harsh, I feel compelled to remind you. Do not harbor unrealistic hopes. A toad can never feast on swan meat. I trust you are self-aware. After you leave, I hope you won't disturb Su anymore, as it would only complicate her life. You know she has always been a kind person, and some things she cannot voice, so I speak on her behalf." Shen Lang clenched his fists tightly, feeling a pang of frustration, but after a long moment, he gradually relaxed and nodded. What right did he have to be angry? This was merely a transaction. "Please convey to Su that I am fully aware of my position and have never entertained any inappropriate thoughts. I will move out promptly." With that, he quickened his pace to leave, his retreating figure appearing somewhat flustered and disheveled. Chen Meng watched him depart, feeling a twinge of guilt, realizing that perhaps her earlier words had been a bit too harsh. She had been a college classmate of both Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza, and had witnessed their sweet romance firsthand, which intensified her disdain for Shen Lang, the man she perceived as the unwelcome third party. Her previous remarks had been a unilateral decision to dissuade him, but now it seemed he was perceptive enough to take the hint. This was for the best, not only for him but also for Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza. Chen Meng's words prompted Shen Lang to realize he needed to hasten his departure. Su Miaohan, as the CEO, would not lower herself to such a degree, and through Chen Meng, she had indirectly conveyed her wishes. Since it had been stated so plainly, to cling on would be an act of ingratitude. She had treated him with kindness, why should he burden her further? Shen Lang had always been someone who disliked troubling others, and this situation left him feeling quite uneasy. Thus, the following morning, he purchased a large suitcase and began packing his belongings. By midday, he had everything arranged. However, he did not rush to leave. After all, it was only polite to inform Su Miaohan before his departure. Slipping away quietly would be quite rude. He waited until after 6 in the evening, but there was still no sign of her return, leaving him uncertain if she would come home that night. After some contemplation, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. "Are you coming back tonight?" After a considerable wait, he finally received a 2-word reply. "Something came up?" "Yes, I have packed everything and can move out tonight. I would like to say goodbye in person. If you are occupied, I can convey my farewell via WeChat." Upon sending the message, Shen Lang waited for a response, but after a long silence, he reasoned that she was likely busy. Given the enormity of Su Corporation, there were countless matters demanding her attention, and it was understandable that she could not focus on this minor issue. After further thought, he sent another message. "I left the keys on the dining table. If you're concerned, feel free to replace the lock. I am free these next few days, just let me know when you want to finalize the divorce paperwork. I am at your disposal. Additionally, I left the recipe for the medicinal porridge on the dining table. Remember to drink a bowl each night for your stomach. I will no longer deliver it." He did not expect a response, and after tidying up the house one last time, Shen Lang dragged his suitcase downstairs. Glancing back at the upscale villa community, he felt a sense of melancholy. After all, he had lived there for nearly 3 years, and it held some sentimental value. This departure would likely mark the last time he would set foot there. Once on the main road outside the villa community, Shen Lang resolved to find a hotel to settle in temporarily. He had already contacted an agent the previous day to discuss his rental requirements, but finding a suitable place in Shanghai was no easy task, and it could take some time. As he lifted his gaze, he suddenly halted. Chapter 5. Round and round, it's still you. Before him loomed a face darkened by an unsettling gloom. Shen Lang found his voice caught in his throat, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, this was the first instance he had witnessed Su Miaohan wear such a dismal expression. She had always embodied elegance, aloofness, and intellect, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Regardless of her anger, she had never displayed such a mortifying countenance. This left Shen Lang feeling somewhat at a loss. Had he erred in some way? He ruminated carefully, and it seemed he had adhered to her wishes at every turn. She desired him to move out, and he had promptly done so overnight. Yet, why was she still upset? Was it due to his abrupt departure without a proper farewell, which might have seemed disrespectful? Perhaps there was some truth to that. After all, she was the employer, and for an employee to resign without notice could indeed be viewed as inappropriate. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Shen Lang's handsome face as he stammered, "I apologize, Ms. Su. I should have informed you in person before leaving, and for that, I sincerely apologize." He was oblivious to the reason behind Su Miaohan's sudden return. Perhaps she was concerned that he might abscond with something valuable from the villa. After all, it housed numerous precious items, especially gifts from Chu Gongzi, which Shen Lang had noticed she cherished deeply. For instance, a Cartier watch worth tens of thousands was encased in an exquisite gift box worth several hundred thousand, prominently displayed in her study as if to evoke memories of the giver. The rest of her collection included watches, calligraphy, and antiques worth millions, none of which had been guarded from him. It was only natural for her to worry, now that he was departing. Thus, he hastily added, "Miss Su, I assure you, all I have taken are my clothes and personal belongings. I can open my suitcase for you to inspect, or we can return to your place so you can check your valuables before I leave."
"Is that how you perceive me?" Su Miaohan's voice was frigid.
Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, silently cursing his own thoughtlessness. Even if such notions crossed his mind, voicing them was utterly inappropriate. Such a statement would paint her as petty and overly meticulous. He quickly sought to amend his words, "Miss Su, that was not my intention. I meant to say, go back." Without allowing him to finish, Su Miaohan snapped coldly. Shen Lang stood frozen, watching her stride ahead with an air of indignation. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. Su Miaohan typically walked with an unparalleled grace, each step imbued with an ethereal elegance that was a delight to behold, yet, today, her strides were somewhat tempestuous, as if propelled by frustration. As Shen Lang followed, dragging his suitcase behind him, he pondered her intentions. Perhaps she wanted him to return and verify her belongings, maintaining her dignity in this public setting. Upon entering the house, Shen Lang proactively opened his suitcase. 2 years ago, when he first arrived at this residence, he possessed nothing more than a few inexpensive articles of clothing. Now, the contents of his suitcase reflected a more substantial investment, as he had acquired these garments subsequently. It was not a matter of extravagance. As Su Miaohan's nominal husband, he understood that a shoddy appearance would tarnish her image. Moreover, as an actor, he needed to present himself well. In the entertainment industry, appearance often precedes substance. Aside from clothing, the suitcase contained a few acting-related books, a laptop, and 2 watches gifted to him by Su Miaohan. Each of these timepieces was of considerable value, the least expensive being worth over 100,000, bestowed upon him for his birthdays over the past 2 years. The items were few and easily discernible. Su Miaohan did not glance at the suitcase, her keen gaze remained fixed on him, simmering with unspoken ire. Shen Lang felt increasingly uncomfortable, a wave of heat washing over him as he was scrutinized by such an imposing and formidable figure. Would she suspect that he had furtively hidden away her luxurious possessions? It was understandable for her to entertain such thoughts, given his modest background in contrast to the allure of her opulence.
"Ms. Su, would you like to check your items first?" "Shen Lang, do you find this amusing?"
Su Miaohan's tone carried an icy chill, as if the very essence of winter resided within her words.
"What?" Shen Lang met her fiery gaze. "Take your belongings back to your room."
With that, Su Miaohan strode towards her study, forcefully slamming the door behind her. The loud bang startled Shen Lang, sending a jolt through his entire being. What was the meaning of this? He found himself perplexed. Was she intending to have him bring his luggage back to his room only to subsequently check her valuables? Su Miaohan was a titan in the business realm, renowned as a brilliant female entrepreneur, yet, in her personal life, she often exhibited a certain carelessness, frequently misplacing her possessions. With so many luxury items, she likely had forgotten a number of them. To conduct an inventory would presumably require a considerable amount of time. Shen Lang hesitated, torn between leaving and staying. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, lowering his head to return his luggage to his room. So be it, he would wait for her to finish her inventory. After all, should she truly misplace something and attribute it to him, he might find himself in dire straits. That evening, Shen Lang neither cooked nor inquired whether Su Miaohan had dined. His mood was restless. The following afternoon, Chu Gongzi would return, and it was likely that Su Miaohan would invite him over. Although Shen Lang dared not harbor inappropriate thoughts towards Su Miaohan, witnessing them together could provoke discomfort, especially if they engaged in overt displays of affection. Was he destined to endure this torment? Yet, having accepted her financial support, what was the burden of a little suffering? Lying in bed, tossing and turning, Shen Lang was uncertain when he finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he awoke late, the clock reading past 9. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Su Miaohan was no longer home. She must have already gone to work. Shen Lang sat on the sofa, lost in thought, uncertain of his next steps. He wondered if Su Miaohan had completed her inventory the night before. Several times he picked up his phone to inquire but lacked the courage to do so. He recalled her fury from the previous night. She was likely preoccupied now, and he did not wish to add to her stress. At worst, when Su Miaohan returned with Chu Gongzi, he could find an excuse to stay in a hotel and grant them their privacy. As the day unfolded, Shen Lang remained at home, engrossed in his script, rehearsing in front of the mirror repeatedly. Before long, it was nearing 5 in the evening, his mind began to wander. By this time, Chu Gongzi should have returned. Su Miaohan had yearned for him for so many years. She must be elated now. What were they doing at this very moment? As these thoughts consumed him, he found himself drifting off into a reverie. At times, he felt a pang of insecurity, particularly when compared to exceptional men like Chu Gongzi. He was not only from a prominent background, but also handsome and a star, reputedly possessing a delightful disposition. In every conceivable aspect, he overshadowed Shen Lang. It was no wonder that a breathtaking beauty like Su Miaohan would become infatuated with him, while Shen Lang could not claim to have feelings for Su Miaohan. At this moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards Chu Gongzi. Suddenly, Shen Lang picked up his phone and noticed a post from Chen Meng. The accompanying image showcased Chu Gongzi and Su Miaohan dining together at a Western restaurant. It was undeniable, Chu Gongzi was strikingly handsome. Even from a male perspective, Shen Lang found him to be a flawless specimen. Seated together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings. The caption read around and round, "It's still you. This couple, I ship for 100 years. Chapter 6 The arrival of the white moonlight. Shen Lang endeavored to restrain himself from gazing too long, yet he found himself unable to resist looking at the photograph repeatedly. In the image, Su Miaohan beamed with joy, a warmth that Shen Lang had never before witnessed. It turned out she was capable of smiling. However, her smiles were reserved solely for those she cherished. As for him, he was merely her employee, never worthy of receiving her smiles. With a sense of melancholy, he set his phone aside, feeling disheartened and lacking the motivation to cook. He uncharacteristically opted for takeout. It was quite probable that Su Miaohan would not return tonight. After all, she was a person who valued her image greatly. Upon reflection, with him being an unwelcome presence at home, it was unlikely that she would bring anyone back. Even if they desired to rekindle old flames, they would likely choose to do so in a hotel room. As he indulged in his meal, a knock at the door interrupted him. Shen Lang felt a twinge of confusion. The takeout had already arrived, so who could be knocking at this hour? Perhaps it was the property management. With greasy hands, he approached the door, opened it, and was instantly taken aback. Su Miaohan, how could she have returned? Shouldn't she be at a hotel with Chu Gongzi, sharing heartfelt conversations? A glance over her shoulder revealed that she was alone. Chu Gongzi was nowhere in sight.
What were you looking at? Su Miaohan inquired, her brow furrowed. Oh, nothing at all. What brings you back? Shen Lang instinctively asked with irritation. Su Miaohan retorted, this is my home, shouldn't I return?
Was that truly what he meant? Your white moonlight has returned to the country today. Surely, there are countless words to share and memories to relive. Shouldn't you be at a hotel, savoring the joy of reunion, experiencing the bliss of a long-awaited encounter? These words remained unspoken, and with an awkward smile, he ushered her inside. He pondered her nature. Su Miaohan was a proud woman, steeped in traditional values. Her pride would never allow her to fully surrender herself upon their initial reunion. Shen Lang had always been aware that despite the world knowing she was married, there remained a plethora of quality suitors pursuing her over the years. Yet, Su Miaohan had never shown any favoritism, never mingling too closely with any man, nor had any scandal emerged. After 2 years apart, they might feel somewhat estranged. Perhaps, in due time, as familiarity grew, Su Miaohan would eventually open her heart completely.
You didn't cook and chose to eat this instead?
Upon entering, Su Miaohan noticed the takeout containers on the dining table, her expression tightening.
I lack the mood to cook today, so I ordered takeout.
Have you eaten? If not, I could whip something up for you, Shen Lang replied, knowing she had dined with Chu Gongzi earlier and would likely decline his offer.
Why were you in such a mood?
Su Miaohan asked, her gaze fixed upon him. Suddenly, her attention shifted to Shen Lang's phone on the table. Earlier, while eating, he had unwittingly opened that very photograph again and even enlarged it. Su Miaohan's eyes immediately fell upon the image, and her expression shifted. Following her gaze, Shen Lang's face flushed crimson. He nearly dashed forward to snatch the phone and hide it behind him. Stammering, he said, I opened it by accident.
He felt utterly mortified, wishing he could disappear into the floor.
How embarrassing, he had completely forgotten to lock his phone. He felt as if he might as well have ceased to exist. Su Miaohan cast a knowing glance at his blushing face, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, he failed to notice the fleeting beauty that graced her features.
Eating too much takeout is detrimental to your health, Su Miaohan remarked, sparing him further embarrassment before walking towards the study.
Shen Lang exhaled heavily, relieved. It seemed she had not given it much thought. After all, her heart belonged to Chu Gongzi. What he felt would likely not concern her. Cursing himself for his own foolishness, he quickly finished his meal, tidied the takeout containers, and took them downstairs to the trash bin. Just as he was about to return, he spotted a man of noble demeanor approaching from afar. Chu Gongzi, what was he doing here? Shen Lang frowned. So that was it. Just moments ago, he had wondered why Su Miaohan had returned so early, not accompanied by her white moonlight. It turned out they had planned to meet at home. How foolish of him to think Su Miaohan would refrain from bringing him home due to her modesty. Clearly, he had overthought it. After all, he was the man she deeply loved. After longing for so long, how could she bear even a moment of separation? Shen Lang felt an overwhelming awkwardness, contemplating whether he should retreat or return to greet Su Miaohan before leaving. As Chu Gongzi drew nearer, Shen Lang couldn't help but admire him. The man was indeed handsome. There was a resemblance between him and Shen Lang. Perhaps people might even mistake them for brothers on the street. No wonder Su Miaohan was willing to pay such a price to enter into a contractual marriage with him. Bearing such a similar visage, Shen Lang felt both fortunate and sorrowful. Fortunate that this face had drawn Su Miaohan's attention, enabling him to gather funds for Grandpa Li's treatment. Sorrowful that this same face had rendered him a mere substitute for 3 years, a tool for unrequited longing. You must be Shen Lang, Chu Gongzi stated, stopping before him, his gaze appraising Shen Lang from head to toe, a blend of mockery and derision evident in his eyes. Shen Lang raised his head, locking eyes with him. He could sense the disdain in Chu Gongzi's gaze, yet it was difficult to feel anger. After all, he was merely a stand-in for this man. He was entitled to ridicule him. Accepting the payment had long since prepared Shen Lang for the possibility of humiliation. Mr. Chu, I presume, you are here to see MS.Su, correct? Allow me to escort you upstairs. Shen Lang quickly donned a smile. Chu Gongzi appeared momentarily taken aback by Shen Lang's tactfulness. After a pause, he replied with a playful grin, I appreciate your assistance. Of course. Leading Chu Gongzi upstairs, Shen Lang retrieved his keys, opened the door, and courteously invited him in. Mr. Chu, please bear with me for a moment. Miss Su may be working in her study. I will go fetch her, Shen Lang said. Chu Gongzi nodded, his gaze wandering around the room. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang approached the study and knocked on the door. What is it?
Su Miaohan's cool voice floated from within.
Ms. Su, your boyfriend is here to see you, Shen Lang announced. Silence ensued.
and after a moment, Su Miaohan opened the door, first glancing at him before frowning and stepping into the living room, where her gaze immediately landed on Chu Gongza seated on the sofa. Chapter 7, Taking Wealth and Bringing Joy. How did you come here? Su Miaohan smiled gently as she walked over and sat beside him. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Was this not their agreed arrangement? Miaohan, I heard from Chen Meng that you moved into a new house these past few years, so I specifically came to see it. The decor is quite impressive, Chu Gongza remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He pointed to the windowsill in the living room. Isn't that pot of clivia the one I gifted you? I never imagined you would keep it all these years and tend to it so well. Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan instinctively glanced at Shen Lang, who was in the kitchen slicing fruit. Given her busy work schedule, she hardly had time to concern herself with such trivial matters. The plants in the house were primarily cared for by Shen Lang. Since this is your first visit, let me show you around, she offered. Sure, they both replied in unison, rising to explore the space. Upon reaching the door of Shen Lang's room, Chu Gongza exclaimed in delight, this is my favorite natural minimalist style. Miaohan, was this room originally prepared for me? And this grand Kirin Besenhof piano? I remember mentioning that I liked it, but I never expected you would actually buy it. Miaohan, you are truly wonderful. Just then, Shen Lang returned from the kitchen with the sliced fruit, his expression momentarily frozen. So, the room's decor was tailored to Chu Gongza's preferences. In truth, he rather liked it, simple, understated, and beautiful, especially the piano. Shen Lang was not of this world. In his previous life, he was also an orphan, raised by a grandfather who scavenged for a living. Through sheer effort, he gained admission to a prestigious music academy, hence, music held a special place in his heart. Upon arriving in this new realm, he was irresistibly drawn to the piano at first sight, and every day, when Su Miaohan was away, he would indulge in playing it for a while. It was no wonder it was $1 million instrument. Its dynamic stability and tonal uniformity across the full range far exceeded any piano he had played before. Unfortunately, one afternoon, when Su Miaohan returned early to collect a document, she happened upon him playing the piano. Shen Lang vividly recalled the stormy expression on her face, as if it were about to pour, and her voice, sharp with reprimand, who allowed you to touch this piano? From now on, without my permission, you are not to play it again. At that moment, Shen Lang thought she was merely concerned about the expensive instrument, and in a fluster, he apologized profusely, promising never to touch it again. Only now did he realize that the piano was a gift meant solely for her beloved, a cherished possession. After a moment of introspection on the sofa, Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza returned. Shen Lang, feeling as if struck by lightning, stood up abruptly. Mr. Chu, please enjoy the fruit. President Su, I might have some matters to attend to tonight. You two carry on. I will take my leave. With that, he hurried back to his room to grab a jacket, preparing to exit. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed likely that Chu Gongza would stay the night, and it was best for him to make a swift exit to avoid being an eyesore. Where do you think you are going? Su Miaohan's gaze was sharp as she fixed her eyes on him. I have something to attend to. What could possibly be so urgent? Shen Lang felt a swell of frustration. He thought to himself that he had already relinquished the space for them. What more did she want? Did she expect him to remain as a mere observer while they indulged in their romantic display? He found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure a suitable excuse. Su Miaohan's voice turned colder. You will sit here. Shen Lang felt frozen in place. Miaohan, since Mr. Shen has matters to attend to, perhaps we should let him leave, Chu Gongza interjected with a smile, providing a timely reprieve. Shen Lang exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance toward him. In all honesty, while he was a diligent employee and adhered to all reasonable requests from his employer, he had no inclination to witness the couple's affectionate exchanges, much less eavesdrop on their intimate moments. As Shen Lang turned to leave, Su Miaohan's voice rang out once more, stop right there. His foot, just about to step out, froze midair. Chu Gongza's brow furrowed as he glanced back at Su Miaohan, whose expression was cold and resolute, and then turned his scrutinizing gaze toward Shen Lang, as if searching for answers. It's getting late. Perhaps you should head home and rest, Su Miaohan said, adopting a gentle demeanor, her voice soft and soothing. Chu Gongza hesitated, momentarily taken aback. He had come with intentions of a more intimate evening, even bringing a special surprise with him. However, he never anticipated that barely half an hour into their reunion, Su Miaohan would issue an eviction order. Miaohan, I have an early meeting tomorrow morning, and I need to spend tonight preparing some materials, she replied delicately. Hearing her words, Chu Gongza had little choice but to acquiesce, rising to nod in understanding. Very well, work is indeed important. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to a movie. Let us arrange it for another day. I might be quite busy with several meetings, she responded, and Chu Gongza, after a lengthy pause, finally revealed his trademark smile. That is fine, I won't be leaving the country anytime soon, so we will have plenty of opportunities to meet. As Chu Gongza departed, he cast a lingering glance at Shen Lang, his eyes cold enough to send a shiver down Shen Lang's spine. Did this fellow harbor animosity towards him? Shen Lang could hardly fathom why Su Miaohan's rejection of him would have any bearing on his own situation. He had been eager to vacate the space for their comfort. It became increasingly clear that he needed to distance himself from the two of them, lest he find himself entangled in more complications. With this thought in mind, he cautiously inquired, President Su, have you accounted for everything? Su Miaohan's mood, previously pleasant, soured instantly at his question. Accounted for what? Your belongings, Shen Lang continued, oblivious to the growing chill in her demeanor. Though I may be poor, I assure you I am not that sort of person. You can verify for yourself, nothing should be missing. Before he could complete his sentence, a wave of icy disdain swept over him, and he looked up to meet Su Miaohan's murderous gaze. Do you find yourself amusing? I did not mean to. Shen Lang shrank back, puzzled by her reaction. He believed he was being considerate, thinking that if she confirmed her belongings were intact, he could leave, and they would part on good terms. Why then did she wear such a displeased expression? Su Miaohan continued to glare at him for what felt like an eternity, until Shen Lang began to feel a creeping dread, and without uttering a word, she stormed into her study, slamming the door behind her. Still reeling from the encounter, the door swung open again. As Su Miaohan emerged, her demeanor as frigid as ever, her voice reaching a chilling pitch. Shen Lang, our contract has not yet concluded. I have compensated you. Dare you leave this house before the contract ends, and see what happens. With a resounding slam, the door was shut once more. Shen Lang stood there, dumbfounded. After a lengthy pause, he sank into a despondent slump. He had not anticipated that this ethereal CEO harbored a penchant for parading her affection with her boyfriend before an audience. She insisted on keeping him here. Was it merely to bear witness to the depth of her romance? Well, so be it, taking wealth and bringing joy. If this was her peculiar enjoyment, he would indulge her. With merely 2 months left, he resolved to endure it until the end. Chapter 8. The unexpected strike swiftly. Early the next morning, Shen Lang was en route to the film studio in Lu Jia's Porsche. You look rather unwell. Did your housekeeper not allow you to rest last night? Lu Jia remarked, glancing at his dark circles with a teasing smile. Shen Lang felt a flush of embarrassment, replying, Sister Lu, please refrain from such jokes. Lu Jia chuckled heartily, relishing Shen Lang's bashful demeanor. Indeed, if I had such a well-behaved pup at home, I wouldn't let him rest the entire night either. Shen Lang's face turned awkward, unsure of how to respond. Lu Jia, beaming with enthusiasm, redirected the conversation. How is your script preparation going? It's going well enough. I've memorized all the lines. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your role is merely that of the fifth male lead, with limited scenes and low expectations. Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement. The filming was set in the Shanghai Film City, approximately an hour and a half's drive from the villa area. By the time they arrived, it was just past 8 o'clock, and the crew was still busy with preparations. Lu Jia led Shen Lang directly to the director, Zheng Yifeng. This production was a low-budget web series aimed at a female audience, and Shen Lang's role had minimal screen time. Consequently, after viewing Shen Lang's photograph and considering Lu Jia's endorsement, the director had readily approved him. It was Shen Lang's first encounter with the director. Hello, director, Shen Lang greeted politely. Zheng Yifeng, a man in his 50s, was once a prominent figure in the industry, having directed several successful television dramas. However, in recent years, he faced a string of failures, leading him to shift his focus to web series. Nonetheless, his extensive network from years in the industry remained intact. His eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, scrutinized Shen Lang, exuding an air of authority without malice. Not bad. You're quite the promising talent, even more handsome than in your photos. Director, you flatter me. I am merely a newcomer and humbly request your guidance and critique, Shen Lang replied, eager to appear modest. No need for such formality. Lu Jia and I have been friends for years. Anyone she brings forth is bound to be exceptional. Young man, perform well, and opportunities will abound in the future, Zheng Yifeng encouraged, giving his shoulder an approving pat. As the three conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Oh my goodness, it's Chu Gongzi. I can't believe it's really him, so handsome. What brings Chu Gongzi to our set? Is he actually joining this production? Wasn't Zhao Wei already confirmed for the lead role? It's astonishing that such a big star would take part in a low-budget web series. The director must be quite remarkable. Upon hearing the name Chu Gongzi, Shen Lang froze momentarily, only to soon see a tall young man, clad in sunglasses and flanked by several assistants and bodyguards, entering the set. Who else could it be but Chu Gongzi, dressed in a tailored suit that accentuated his stature? He exuded an air of nobility, his meticulously styled hair and expensive sunglasses embodying the essence of a superstar. Wow, it's really Chu Gongzi. Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enamored by the star. Director Zhang, I thought the cast was already confirmed. What is this about Chu Gongzi? Zheng Yifeng laughed heartily. I'm as bewildered as you are. Last night, I received a call from Chu Gongzi's agent. He specifically requested to join this production, and he even asked for a surprisingly low salary. Even now, he felt as though he were dreaming. Securing a top-tier star for such a modestly funded project was almost unimaginable. The fact that Chu Gongzi was willing to lower his price to participate out of goodwill left Zheng Yifeng unable to sleep the previous night from sheer excitement. Shen Lang, your luck has arrived, Lu Jia exclaimed eagerly. With Chu Gongzi, a leading celebrity, on board, the exposure and buzz for this series will skyrocket. If you perform well in your role, you might just ride the coattails of Chu Gongzi's fame. Shen Lang managed a strained smile. While others may not grasp the reasons behind Chu Gongzi's willingness to accept a low-profile role, he was acutely aware. It was likely due to him. As he gazed at the star being surrounded by admiration, their eyes inadvertently met Chu Gongzi, hidden behind his sunglasses, averted his gaze, showing no intention of greeting Shen Lang, who likewise refrained from making the first move. However, Lu Jia was eager to seize the opportunity. Such a prominent figure was not someone one could encounter easily, and she was determined to elevate Shen Lang's presence. Despite Shen Lang's desire to decline, he found himself unceremoniously dragged in front of Chu Gongzi by Lu Jia. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Lu Jia, the agent from Pancher Entertainment. This is the actor I brought, Shen Lang, who plays the role of Ji Liangchuan, the fifth male lead in this series. She quickly shot Shen Lang a meaningful glance. Shen Lang, feeling the pressure, awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Mr. Chu." Chu Gongza, with a hint of mockery in his eyes concealed by sunglasses, merely responded, Mr. Chu, Shen is a newcomer and would greatly appreciate your guidance and support in the future, Lu Jia ventured, noticing Shen Lang's lack of assertiveness. Young man, don't always seek shortcuts. Honing your craft and enhancing your skills is far more valuable, Chu Gongza replied coolly, his words lacking any semblance of kindness. The atmosphere immediately shifted, and a palpable silence fell over the set, as everyone turned to look at Shen Lang in disbelief. In the entertainment industry, it is customary to maintain a facade of harmony, and direct criticism like Chu Gongza's was a rare occurrence. What had Shen Lang done to incur the ire of such a prominent figure? In an instant, the crowd distanced themselves from Shen Lang, wary of provoking the ire of the star. Lu Jia's expression turned to one of shock. She hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Once Chu Gongza had moved on, she anxiously turned to Shen Lang. Have you offended him in some way? He's a big star, how could I possibly offend him? Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, unwilling to reveal the details of his previous encounter with Su Miaohan. After all, Chu Gongza was a major celebrity, and any scandal could attract undue attention. I never expected him to be like this. I used to quite admire him, Lu Jia remarked, displeased. In the conflict between her idol and her own artist, she unhesitatingly sided with Shen Lang, deeming him far more agreeable than the arrogant Chu Gongza. It's alright, your scenes are limited, and you won't have any direct interactions with Chu Gongza. Just keep your distance when you see him in the future, Lu Jia reassured him. Shen Lang shared her sentiment. His character existed solely in the heroine's memories, with no scenes alongside Chu Gongza. He figured that keeping a respectful distance would suffice, yet, as often happens, the unexpected arrives unannounced. Chapter 9 Chat messages. Ji Lianchuan, am I your one and only? Tell me quickly, is Xiaoyu your only love? On the playground, a pair of youthful boys and girls were exuberantly chasing each other on the rubber track. The girl, clad in her school uniform with her skirt fluttering, lifted her delicate face and shouted loudly at the handsome boy in front of her as she retreated. Yes, Xiaoyu, you will always be my one and only. Crack. Zhang Yifeng suddenly let out an angry roar. Shen Lang, what are you doing? If you can't act, then get lost. Do you realize you are wasting everyone's time? This outburst left everyone stunned, including the female protagonist Jiang Man, who wore an expression of astonishment. Just moments ago, Shen Lang had performed brilliantly, with rich emotions and sincere feelings, his lines delivered with perfect cadence. No one could understand the source of the director's fury. I'm sorry, director, it's my fault, Shen Lang sincerely apologized. Zhang Yifeng, with an air of intimidation, demanded, do it again. Shen Lang, regaining his composure, poured all his passion into the character once more. However, no matter how he acted next, Zhang Yifeng remained unsatisfied, his insults growing increasingly harsh. It became clear to everyone that the issue did not lie with Shen Lang's acting, but rather that the director was deliberately targeting him. Lu Jia, what are you doing? What kind of actor did you recommend to me? Zhang Yifeng summoned Lu Jia, launching into a tirade. I don't want this actor, take him away immediately. I'll transfer the penalty fees to you later. Lu Jia's face darkened. Director Zhang, I need an explanation. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? He can't act, and now he blames me. You know very well whether his acting is good or not. Zhang Yifeng waved his hand irritably. Don't cause trouble here, just get him out. Lu Jia, it's alright. Seeing Lu Jia was still intent on arguing, Shen Lang gently pulled her back and shook his head. He bore no grudge against Zhang Yifeng. The only explanation for such targeted treatment could be that Chu Gongza was pulling strings behind the scenes. This is too much. Lu Jia's eyes reddened with anger, looking at Shen Lang with sympathy. Shen Lang, don't worry, if this web drama falls through, I'll help you land a better role. Yes, I trust you, Lu Jia, Shen Lang replied with a bright smile. Upon exiting the film studio, Lu Jia said, let me take you home. No need, Lu Jia, I have some matters to attend to here, you head back first and drive safely. He had previously searched for a place to stay online, but had yet to receive any news. He thought that even if this drama fell through, he would likely have to accept future roles in this area, so it would be wiser to find a place nearby. Is there anything you need help with? No, it's just a minor issue. Alright then, I'll go to the company and help you secure a role. After watching Lu Jia leave, just as Shen Lang was about to depart, a middle-aged woman strutted over, her gaze dismissively appraising Shen Lang. You must be Shen Lang, follow me, mister. Shu wants to see you. Is there something I can help with? Shen Lang asked politely. Why are you asking so many questions, just come along, the middle-aged woman replied impatiently. Shen Lang ignored her. Until today, he had harbored no ill feelings towards Chu Gongza. Even though he was the cherished figure in Su Miaohan's heart, they were strangers, mere passers-by. However, Chu Gongza's actions today had thoroughly disgusted him. Though Shen Lang was typically easygoing, it did not mean he lacked temperament. Are you deaf? A mere extra dares to act all high and mighty. Hurry up and come with me, the middle-aged woman shouted. Good dogs don't block the way, Shen Lang retorted as he attempted to bypass her to hail. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman turned green with anger, grabbing his arm. Who are you calling a dog? Let go. Shen Lang's expression turned cold. What if I don't let go? It's a stroke of fortune for you that Mr. Chu has invited you. A small extra like you, if not for Mr. Chu's kindness, would never have the chance to meet him, yet you dare to show me attitude. Wang Jia. Chu Gongza approached. Mr. Chu, this brat is too ungrateful, he actually refused. The middle-aged woman spat resentfully. Chu Gongza, half hidden behind his sunglasses, wore a smirk of derision. Shen Lang, don't you want to discuss Su Miaohan with me? Shen Lang was taken aback. This isn't the place for a conversation. What do you wish to discuss? In a coffee shop, Shen Lang looked directly at Chu Gongza. You witnessed today's events. I merely mentioned to Zhang Yifeng that I dislike you, and he promptly had you dismissed, Chu Gongza mocked. Do you think you and I, along with Su Miaohan, inhabit the same world? Shen Lang frowned. You brought me here just to flaunt your superiority? Chu Gongza shook his finger. You aren't worthy of that. I summoned you merely to convey one message. There are no fairy tales in this world. A princess will never fall in love with a frog, and a frog can never transform into a prince. Su Miaohan's request for a contractual marriage with you is simply a means of substituting for me. I believe you are aware of this. Now that I have returned, do you think it is appropriate for you to continue clinging to her? Shen Lang raised his gaze. You think too much. I have always understood my position and never intended to entangle myself with her, nor did I dare harbor any unrealistic thoughts. That is best. I hope you can move out of her home immediately. I dislike any male figure being too close to her. I am already searching for a place. Chu Gongza smirked slightly, illuminating his phone and pushing it toward Shen Lang. Here are the messages exchanged between Su Miaohan and me today. Take a look. Shen Lang was unsure of his intent but leaned down to view the screen, revealing their WeChat chat interface.mh, that was Su Miaohan's WeChat name, with the initials of her name capitalized, and her profile picture depicted her with arms outstretched against the sea, her skirt billowing in the breeze. Chu Gongza's WeChat name was his real name, with a picture showcasing him passionately engaged at a concert. Chu Gongza, are you waiting for the contract to end before letting him leave your home? He is not well. Chu Gongza, you know I dislike this, but let us wait a bit longer. Chu Gongza, you wouldn't be developing feelings for him, would you? After all, he is quite handsome. No, we are just in a contractual relationship. Chu Gongza, I'm not a cruel person. He has taken care of you for 3 years. If you truly refuse to let him go, I can understand, but it will leave me feeling quite uncomfortable. I will find a time to clarify things with him. Don't overthink it. He is merely a long-time roommate to me, nothing more. After reading through the entire message thread, Shen Lang had no interest in scrolling further, pushing the phone back, a tumult of unspoken emotion swirling within him. Roommate, it truly was so. Over the past 3 years, the two had lived under the same roof, exchanging only a few words, with Shen Lang unilaterally caring for her. Aside from gifting her 2 watches on her birthday, she had never reciprocated or shown concern. Perhaps, a roommate who had genuinely cohabited for 3 years wouldn't reach a point of having no concern whatsoever for each other. Between the lines, Shen Lang could sense Su Miaohan's dilemma. She wished for him to leave, yet her underlying sense of morality prevented her from voicing it. Shen Lang pondered why, even when he had attempted to leave multiple times, she had not permitted him to go. What was she truly thinking, or was her resolve insufficient? Perhaps he should simply depart without a word, notifying her only after he had moved out. Perhaps that was the very conclusion she desired. Chapter 10. The events of that year. In the office of the president on the 24th floor of the Su Group, Su Miaohan was engaged in a phone conversation. Dr. Jiang, how is the situation? President Su, it's not looking good. The patient's lung condition is quite severe, and unfortunately, too much time has elapsed. I told him it could be cured, but in reality, he may not have much time left. The sound of a sigh escaped from the other end of the line. Su Miaohan's expression faltered. How much longer? Dr. Jiang paused for a moment. The situation is rather grave. I estimate he has about 2 months left. Is there no other way? Money is not an issue. Su Miaohan was silent for a long while before speaking. You know that this illness currently has no cure, both domestically and internationally. If the funds are available, it might only delay the inevitable, but the patient will suffer greatly. Dr. Jiang, you are the expert in this field. I implore you, do not worry about the finances. Provide him with the best medication available. Understood. I know what to do. After hanging up, Su Miaohan languidly reclined in her chair, her bright eyes clouded with despair for reasons she could not fathom. At that moment, she was overtaken by a profound sense of palpitations, a dull ache resonating deep within her heart. She could not help but recall the day when Chu Gongza resolutely proposed their separation to pursue studies abroad. Following that, she accompanied her close friend Zhao Yiding to Langchao Bar to drown her sorrows. Despite her aversion to alcohol, especially the sensation of inebriation, on that day, she consumed one drink after another, as if only in this way could she forget the anguish within her. It was during this time that she laid eyes upon Shen Lang, who was performing passionately upon the stage. His voice was gentle and healing, and as he strummed his guitar, his profile bore a striking resemblance to that of Chu Gongza, momentarily merging with the shadow in her heart. Suddenly, it seemed that all her internal wounds began to heal gradually alongside his melodic voice. In the time that followed, she, who had never frequented bars before, made a habit of appearing at that very spot each day, awaiting Shen Lang's performances. Each day, gazing upon his face and listening to his voice, only in those moments could her battered heart find a semblance of peace and solace. Eventually, she inquired about him from the manager and learned that his name was Shen Lang, a dropout from university, working multiple jobs due to financial necessity, modeling during the day, auditioning for acting roles, and singing at the bar by night. Coincidentally, during that period, her family was pressuring her to marry. After one of Shen Lang's performances, as he was preparing to leave, she summoned him to a private room and presented him with a contract. To this day, she vividly remembers the astonishment and delight on Shen Lang's face, as he solemnly assured her he would fulfill the role of her contractual husband. In truth, over the years, he had indeed fulfilled his duties impeccably, attending to every aspect of her life meticulously. After a moment of reverie, Su Miaohan picked up her phone and dialed a number.
Miaohan, what prompted you to call me today?
Zun, I need your assistance, you have connections in the United States. Could you help me find a lung specialist? Experts from other countries would suffice as well, money is not an issue.
Miaohan, what's wrong?
It's not me, it's a friend of mine who has been diagnosed with lung cancer.
Alright, I will do my best to help you find someone and will call you once I have any leads.
Shen Lang had searched the vicinity of the film city for a suitable place to live but found none. He decided to register with 2 real estate agencies to have his information on file. After calling Ann Tang, the caregiver for Grandpa Li, to inquire about his well-being, he felt relieved to learn all was well, and he returned home peacefully. This time, he was resolute about leaving this place. After packing his belongings, he found an inexpensive hotel nearby to stay at that evening. While he was having a bowl of instant noodles in his hotel room, a call from Su Miaohan came through.
Shen Lang hesitated for a long time before reluctantly pressing the answer button. Where have you been?
Su Miaohan's voice was cold, laced with a hint of irritation.
President Su, I'm temporarily staying at a hotel, Shen Lang replied honestly. Come back.
What?
What did you say? Shen Lang was taken aback. I told you to come back.
Shen Lang fell silent, unable to comprehend. He had already stood in her shoes and done everything he could for her. If she was too embarrassed to ask him to leave, then he would take the initiative to go. If her conscience compelled her to retain him as he was about to depart, then he would leave quietly. Having come this far, what more did she desire? Furrowing his brow, Shen Lang responded, President Su, there is really no need for me to return.
What do you mean by that?
Shen Lang sighed, President Su, there is just over a month left on the contract, and now that Chu Gongza has returned, I believe staying here would only cause discomfort for both him and you. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. After a pause, he continued, I've calculated that at 5 million over 3 years, that is nearly 140,000 per month, and with 2 months remaining, that totals 280,000. I will find a way to repay you this amount. However, I am currently facing some difficulties and may need more time to return it to you. Silence fell on the other end of the line, yet Shen Lang could hear the rapidity of her breath, as if she were suppressing her anger. Shen Lang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. She had already told Chu Gongza that she would find a way to let him go. There was no need for this charade now. President Su, rest assured, I am not one to gossip. I will not speak of this matter to anyone, nor will I tarnish your reputation. For the time being, he could only surmise that she feared he might speak out about this and damage her standing. After all, the Su Group was a publicly listed company, and any negative news about Su Miaohan could potentially affect the company's stock price. The silence persisted. Shen Lang thought his words had satisfied her, and he sighed in relief, quietly ending the call. After quickly finishing his instant noodles, Shen Lang stood before the bathroom mirror, practicing his micro-expressions. With nothing else to his name, the only thing he could rely on was his acting skills. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he had spent nearly every spare moment practicing in front of the mirror, which had honed his skills and command of dialogue. Particularly with Grandpa Li requiring costly medical care and the debt of 280,000 owed to Su Miaohan weighing heavily on him, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Shen Lang had finished his nightly routine and was preparing for bed when a sudden series of knocks sounded at the door. Puzzled, he wondered who could possibly be knocking at this hour. Slipping on his slippers, he got out of bed and approached the peephole. Shen Lang froze in astonishment. Su Miaohan, how did she end up here? How did she find this place? What could her intentions be at this hour? His mind was a whirl of confusion, and he felt an unsettling tumult within. It was no surprise for Su Miaohan to locate him here. The Su family's extensive connections made it all too easy to track someone down at a hotel, yet Shen Lang could not fathom why she would come seeking him in the dead of night after their previous conversation had been so clear. Chapter 11 On the importance of conscience. Shen Lang found himself at a loss when faced with her. However, as she stood at the door, refusing to let her in would seem rather impolite. After mentally preparing himself, he turned the doorknob and opened the door. As the door swung open, Su Miaohan's starry eyes fixated on his face, her expression devoid of any emotion.
Pack your things and come back with me.
Shen Lang remained motionless, observing Su Miaohan. She appeared to have rushed over, her hair slightly disheveled, still clad in her tailored work attire. Su Miaohan was a woman of refined taste. She had no fondness for spirits, but she often savored red wine at home. After work, she would never don her professional attire again, opting instead for casual wear. Shen Lang speculated that she must have discovered his absence from home after work, promptly used her connections to locate the hotel he was staying at, and then hurried over. Yet, he could not fathom what she was truly up to. If she so desperately wished to leave that home, whom was she putting on this act for?
Ms.Su, I have no intention of returning, Shen Lang replied, shaking his head. I have already made my position clear over the phone. Are you throwing a tantrum? Is it because you were upset when Chu Gongza visited our home the other day?
Su Miaohan's brows furrowed in concern. Shen Lang was taken aback by her assumption. Did she truly believe he was envious? Realizing this, his handsome face flushed red, and he hastily assured her, rest assured, Ms.Su, I harbor no such thoughts. You and Mr. Chu are a couple, while I am merely in a contractual marriage with you. I understood this on the day I signed the agreement and would never entertain unrealistic notions. Please do not misunderstand.
Su Miaohan appeared momentarily stunned by his words, her expression tinged with irritation.
Regardless, the contract has not yet concluded. I will not allow you to leave, return with me at once.
Shen Lang continued to shake his head, having already moved out, he had no intention of going back. He had no inclination to witness their affectionate exchanges.
I will ask you once more. Will you return? Su Miaohan's tone grew firmer. Ms.Su, I am quite content residing here.
Su Miaohan regarded him intently before turning to leave. Shen Lang silently watched her departure. It was beyond his expectations for a woman of her pride to come and plead for his return. Given how resolute he had been, surely her proud nature would lead her to accept defeat. A sigh of relief escaped him. He felt grateful to Su Miaohan. Without her initial support of 5 million, Grandpa Li might have already passed away, and the orphanage would never have been rebuilt. However, that was beside the point. He had no desire to return to that home, to witness their flirtatious banter, nor to see Chu Gongza's face. Had it not been for today's confrontation with Chu Gongza, perhaps he would not be so resolute. Yet now, he felt a visceral aversion towards the man. Dingling. Late at night, just past 11, a phone call jolted Shen Lang from his slumber.
Who is this? Shen Lang, how can you call yourself a husband?
A lively female voice erupted from the other end.
You need to hurry to Langchao Bar. Miaohan is drunk.
Instantly, the remnants of sleep vanished as Shen Lang sat up in bed. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Miaohan's close friend, Zhao Yiting.
I'll be right there.
He hastily dressed, neglecting his disheveled hair, and took a taxi to Langchao Bar. Upon entering the private room, Shen Lang's eyes immediately fell upon Su Miaohan, sprawled on the sofa in a drunken stupor, her cheeks flushed, her lips mumbling incoherently. Zhao Yiting, having indulged herself, leaned against the sofa, rubbing her face. She possessed a petite and charming figure, though not as striking as Su Miaohan, she was still a rare beauty.
Shen Lang.
Upon seeing him, Zhao Yiting placed her hands on her hips.
What on earth did you do to Sister Su to make her so angry? She hardly ever drinks, and just look at her now.
Shen Lang felt a twinge of helplessness. Miss Xiao, I don't think this is my doing. Perhaps she had a disagreement with Mr.
Chu.
He certainly did not believe that his refusal to let her return home had upset her. For the past 3 years, Su Miaohan had never directed any emotions towards him, including anger. Her joys and sorrows were exclusively reserved for Chu Gongza. Zhao Yiting pondered for a moment, realizing the logic in his words. You should take her home, she urged. Just then, a thought struck her, and she raised an eyebrow.
I warn you, Mr. Chu is back, so do not take advantage of Sister Su while she is intoxicated.
In response, Shen Lang suggested, perhaps you should call Mr. Chu and ask him to come pick her up.
I did, but he has an event tonight and cannot leave. With no other options, Shen Lang decided he could not abandon Su Miaohan in her current state. Miss Xiao, if you are concerned, you are welcome to accompany us.
There are plenty of rooms at my place for you to stay the night.
After some contemplation, Zhao Yiting nodded in agreement.
All right, I do feel uneasy about leaving her with you. Shen Lang offered a wry smile before picking Su Miaohan up in a princess carry. Though she was tall, she was surprisingly light, likely weighing around 100 pounds. With Shen Lang's aspirations in the entertainment industry and his daily workouts in the gym on the 3rd floor, he maintained a fit physique, complete with 6-pack abs, exuding strength. Once they located Su Miaohan's Porsche 718 in the parking lot, Shen Lang expertly drove towards the villa area.
Shen Lang, your contract with Sister Su is nearing its end, isn't it?
Zhao Yiting asked from the backseat, massaging her throbbing head.
Yes, in 2 months. Now that Chu Gongza is back, what are your thoughts? Shen Lang understood her implication. I have already moved out. You moved out?
Zhao Yiting exclaimed in disbelief, staring at him. Yes, I'm temporarily staying at a hotel until I find a new place.
Zhao Yiting was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you content with that?
Shen Lang looked puzzled. Sister Su has a fortune worth billions. Although your marriage is contractual, you did obtain a marriage certificate. Are you truly willing to leave her without anything? Zhao Yiting scrutinized his handsome profile, seemingly searching for answers in his expression.
Shen Lang chuckled lightly.
What is there to be discontent about? Those things were never mine to begin with. On the contrary, Ms.Su has treated me exceptionally well. Had it not been for her financial support back then, I can't even imagine where I would be now. One must uphold a sense of conscience. She has been so kind to me, and I could never allow her to be put in a difficult position. Zhao Yiting gazed at him, as if he were an enigma. After a lengthy silence, she finally managed to say, it's best if you can think this way, overthinking will only lead to your own suffering. Chapter 12. Let him go back to the villa. As they returned to the villa, Shen Lang gently laid Su Miaohan down in the bedroom and skillfully fetched a towel from the bathroom to wipe her face. Without a moment's pause, he hurried to the kitchen to prepare a hangover soup, patiently feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Zhao Yiting stood nearby, her expression one of astonishment. Her interactions with Shen Lang had been limited, and Su Miaohan rarely spoke of him. In her subconscious, much like Chen Meng, she regarded Shen Lang as merely a good-for-nothing, opportunistic man. Yet, the tenderness and patience he exhibited at that moment made her take notice.
Do you often take care of Sister Su like this? Zhao Yiting inquired.
Shen Lang smiled, replying, she is my employer, having graciously provided me with 5 million, I am left with no other means to repay her but to assist in whatever small ways I can, ensuring she worries as little as possible when she returns home.
Zhao Yiting was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Su Miaohan's complexion suddenly changed, and she leaned over the edge of the bed to vomit. Shen Lang had no time to evade, and the contents splattered all over him. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, the aftermath of such an occurrence is far from pleasant, and the room was soon filled with an unpleasant odor. Zhao Yiding, having been splattered with some of the mess, gasped and quickly stepped back. When she turned to look at Shen Lang, she was astonished to see that his expression remained unchanged. He was gently wiping the remnants from Su Miaohan's mouth. Zhao Yiding was left dumbfounded. Did he not find this repulsive at all? She stood there, staring in awe as Shen Lang diligently cleaned up, and only when he walked into the bathroom did she gradually regain her composure. It was undeniable that this man possessed a remarkable gentleness and patience. While she had always found him handsome, his attentive care radiated a warmth that enveloped her heart. In that moment, she too yearned for a contract husband who was both charming and tender. The following morning, Shen Lang had just finished preparing breakfast when Su Miaohan and Zhao Yiding emerged from their room, freshened up. "You're awake, come and have breakfast," Shen Lang called out, bringing the meal from the kitchen, his face brightening with a sunny smile upon seeing them approach. "Wow, what a beautifully presented breakfast. Shen Lang, did you make all of this?" Zhao Yiding exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she took in the spread on the table. A stack of osmanthus cake shaped like hearts, adorned with fresh flowers, sat beside a platter of durian pastries sculpted into various animal forms. There was also a bowl of fragrant lean meat porridge, its aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing her taste buds. She truly had not anticipated that Shen Lang possessed such exceptional culinary skills. "Miss Xiao, you flatter me." "It's merely some humble fare," Shen Lang replied modestly. Su Miaohan gazed at the exquisite breakfast spread, her expression complex. Over the years, Shen Lang had often prepared a variety of breakfasts for her, and while she had taken it for granted before, she now realized that even a five-star chef might not offer such delightful cuisine every day. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Shen Lang, did you train as a chef before?" Zhao Yiding asked as she sat down, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake and taking a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up with delight. Shen Lang chuckled. "No, I grew up in an orphanage and often cooked for the children there. After coming to work for Miss Su 3 years ago, I found I had more time and dedicated some of it to honing my skills." Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "You were an orphan?" This was news to her. Over the years, Shen Lang had occasionally disappeared for days, claiming he was going home, and she had assumed he had family. To learn he was, in fact, an orphan left her feeling unsettled, realizing how little she knew about her contract husband. "Yes, Grandpa Li from the orphanage took me in from a rubbish heap. I was adopted by a family when I was 5, but when they had a biological child at 10, they returned me to the orphanage," Shen Lang recounted nonchalantly as he continued to eat, as if narrating an unrelated tale. "I'm so sorry, Shen Lang. I had no idea your background was so tragic," Zhao Yiding said, her eyes filled with sympathy and regret. "It's fine, I've come to terms with it long ago," he replied, dabbing his mouth with a napkin before rising. "Miss Su, Miss Xiao, please take your time eating. I must be on my way." Su Miaohan parted her lips, wishing to say something, but in front of Zhao Yiding, her cool and aloof nature rendered her unable to utter a single word of retention, and she could only watch as Shen Lang walked away. "Sister Su, are you really going to terminate the contract with Shen Lang?" Zhao Yiding inquired, blinking her eyes curiously. Su Miaohan frowned. "Why do you ask that?" "Sister Su, if you truly intend to end things with him, why not let him come to me?" "Let him come to you?" Su Miaohan stared at her in shock. Zhao Yiding nodded. "You know my father wants to marry me off to Yishang. That guy is nothing but a playboy, switching girlfriends every 3 days. He's utterly detestable. I want to learn from you, to find a shield, and secretly obtain a marriage certificate. I think Shen Lang would be quite suitable." Su Miaohan felt her heart skip a beat, her throat suddenly dry. "Please, Sister Su, you wouldn't be reluctant, would you?" Seeing her silence, Zhao Yiding continued, "You already have Chu Gongzi, after all." "But INAs," Su Miaohan began to explain, but reconsidered that it was unnecessary. "Yiding, you and he are not suited for each other." "Why not?" "It's just a contractual marriage. I don't genuinely have feelings for him, it's merely a shield. What's inappropriate about that?" Zhao Yiding questioned, puzzled. Su Miaohan paused for a moment. "He is ill, terminal lung cancer, and may not survive beyond 2 months. "Ah!" Zhao Yiding gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How could this be? Thus, you truly are not suited for each other. Besides, your father has met him. Even if he weren't ill, he wouldn't believe you if you brought him home," Su Miaohan explained as Zhao Yiding was momentarily stunned, her mind involuntarily conjuring Shen Lang's gentle, sunny smile. It seemed that from the moment she met him, he had always exuded a refreshing warmth. Previously, she had looked down upon Shen Lang, rarely offering him a kind word, even dismissing him with disdain. Yet, regardless of her attitude, he always greeted her with a respectful smile, addressing her as Miss Xiao. Whether it was out of pity or something else, she felt a tightness in her chest at that moment, and even the delicacies on the table lost their appeal. Chapter 13. A fortuitous encounter at the hospital. In a modest ward of Nanya Hospital, Shen Lang was diligently massaging Grandpa Li's body. Prolonged bed rest had severely diminished his physical capabilities, necessitating regular massages every few days. The hired caregiver lacked sufficient strength, hence Shen Lang would typically visit every couple of days to assist. After an extensive massage, Grandpa Li succumbed to a deep slumber, greatly relieved. Shen Lang grasped a water kettle and made his way to the hot water room when, just around the corner, he encountered 2 familiar figures approaching. "Miaohan, thank you for taking the time to accompany me to the hospital." "Not at all, I trust you are feeling better after the injection?"
Much improved. By the way, it's already noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal you simply cannot refuse again, or I shall feel quite embarrassed for having taken up your entire morning. Shen Lang's pace faltered. At that moment, the two lifted their gazes and their eyes met halfway. Su Miaohan appeared somewhat startled upon recognizing Shen Lang, while Chu Gong's lips curled into a playful smirk. Shen Lang, however, did not greet them. He merely nodded gently to Su Miaohan before resuming his walk toward the hot water room.
Shen Lang.
Su Miaohan contemplated briefly before hastening after him.
Ms. Su, is there something you need? Shen Lang inquired gently. Are you feeling better?
Thank you for your concern, Ms. Su. I am indeed feeling a bit better.
Su Miaohan nodded. If you find yourself in need of financial assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Thank you. Consider moving back. Pardon? Shen Lang was taken aback. Come back to live with me.
The conditions outside cannot possibly compare to those of my villa. I am not lacking in those tens of thousands, and there is no need for you to be obstinate with me. Shen Lang fell into silence for a moment, perplexed as to why she would assume he was being obstinate. To be frank, he found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts swirling in this woman's mind. Clearly, her boyfriend had returned, yet she still insisted on having him reside in her villa. What was the meaning of this? After a brief silence of several seconds, Shen Lang finally replied, Ms. Su, there is truly no need to move back. After all, it would only bring unnecessary trouble and distress to you and your boyfriend. I appreciate your good intentions, but I must maintain some sense of propriety. I remain grateful for your kindness.
He is not my Miaohan. What are you two discussing?
Chu Gongza approached with a smile. Su Miaohan swallowed the words she had intended to speak. Mr. Shen, Miaohan and I are about to head out for a meal, so I shall not keep you any longer. Chu Gongza maintained a light smile. Indeed, Miaohan has cancelled a heavy workload to accompany me for a morning of infusions at the hospital.
I feel I must show my appreciation. Hee, Mr. Shen, would you care to join us?
I wouldn't want to intrude. I have matters to attend to.
Shen Lang sidestepped them and continued on his way.
Su Miaohan gazed at his retreating figure, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions.
Come, Miaohan, I know a delightful place with exquisite cuisine. Let us go and try it.
Apologies, Ace, but there is an urgent matter at the company.
Perhaps another time.
Su Miaohan replied apologetically. I see, then you take care, there will be more opportunities in the future.
Chu Gongza shrugged nonchalantly. I'll treat you next time. Without further ado, Su Miaohan turned and exited the hospital.
At the moment she turned away, Chu Gongza's sunny demeanor darkened, casting a cold glance in Shen Lang's direction as he departed.
Dr. Jiang, greetings. In the hospital office, Shen Lang encountered Dr. Jiang once more.
Young man, please have a seat. Dr. Jiang, with his head crowned in wisps of white hair, exuded warmth.
Dr. Jiang, has something happened to my grandfather? Shen Lang inquired anxiously.
Shen Lang, please do not rush.
Allow Dr. Jiang to explain.
Gu Wanxia, seated beside him, offered reassurance. Young man, I refrained from disclosing the full truth earlier as you seemed quite distressed. Upon reflection, I believe that family members of patients have the right to be informed. Such matters should not be kept from you. Dr. Jiang stated, placing a diagnosis report before Shen Lang. Your grandfather's condition is rather grave. He has been a long-time smoker, and his pulmonary health is far from optimistic. The fire 3 years ago caused him to inhale a significant amount of smoke, leading to further deterioration of his lungs. His condition has now progressed to late-stage lung cancer. Conservatively, he may have only 2 months left. Shen Lang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This cannot be true, Dr. Jiang. During Grandpa Li's previous hospitalization, we conducted a comprehensive physical examination and found no signs of cancer.
Gu Wanxia's complexion turned pale. Previously, your primary focus was on the burn injuries, correct?
Dr. Jiang inquired. Gu Wanxia nodded. Being a burn specialist, her expertise did not extend to internal medicine. That explains it. The elderly gentleman has been hospitalized for an extended period, and you may have only performed a full-body examination upon his admission, neglecting other aspects during the rest of his stay. Dr. Jiang continued, the lesions in the lungs were initially too small for the instruments to detect. This illness has developed over the past 3 years due to a lack of preventive measures.
Gu Wanxia's face turned ashen.
As Li Zhongquan's attending physician, she bore a heavy burden of responsibility for allowing such a serious condition to manifest, leaving her at a loss as to how to face Shen Lang.
Wanxia. Shen Lang, despite his profound distress, sensed Gu Wanxia's turmoil. This is not your fault. You are a burn specialist. Your duties pertain solely to burn injuries. It was I who overlooked Grandpa Li's persistent cough during his time at the orphanage, mistaking it for a minor ailment. I have caused him harm. Shen Lang. Gu Wanxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
Even at this moment, she understood the depth of Shen Lang's sorrow, yet he still tended to her emotions. Dr. Jiang observed this with a hint of admiration. Initially, he had intended to keep the truth from Shen Lang. After all, Su Miaohan was a major stakeholder in the hospital, and he was merely an employee under her oversight. He had hoped to convene a panel of lung disease specialists to explore possible treatments. If successful, he might earn a promotion to deputy director. Unfortunately, 3 days of discussions yielded no viable solutions. Thus, he had come today to convey the truth to Shen Lang, allowing him to prepare mentally. It was evident that this young man was genuinely admirable, handsome, polite, filial, and humble. No wonder someone as exceptional as Su Miaohan would take an interest in him. Young man, while this illness cannot be cured, it is indeed possible to prolong life for a period. It ultimately depends on your choices. Shen Lang immediately inquired, Dr. Jiang, if there is a way to extend his life, that would be ideal. Dr. Jiang nodded, however, it will require a considerable sum. A new targeted medication from Europe was recently released, but it is rather expensive, approximately 200,000 per dose. For your grandfather's condition, he would need at least 2 to 3 doses each month. Should resistance develop, this frequency is likely to increase. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang affirmed, I will find a way to secure the funds. Chapter 14 The acidic and bitter foster mother. As dusk settled around 6 o'clock, Shen Lang stumbled out of the hospital, his mind engulfed in a haze of memories shared with Grandpa Li over the years. It was he who had salvaged Shen Lang from the refuse of life. Later, Grandma Zhao from the orphanage recounted that he had been in a pitiable state, riddled with infections and burning with fever. Had it not been for Grandpa Li, he might have perished amidst the trash, carted away like mere refuse to be incinerated. In his childhood, nothing delighted him more than nestling in Grandpa Li's embrace, listening to his tales and learning the virtues of existence. He would evade the other children to secretly receive a handful of pocket money, remember his birthday, and present him with the most coveted gifts. He would also sternly chastise him when his academic performance failed. This man was his only surviving relative in the world, the singular pillar of his spirit. In a previous life, Shen Lang had also been raised by a grandfather. Now, as the two souls merged, he acutely felt the impending sorrow of losing a loved one. As he walked, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Shen Lang glanced at the caller ID and a weary sigh escaped his lips. Hello? Hello? Have you lost the ability to even call your mother? After all these years, it seems I wasted my time raising you. A sharp and scathing voice echoed through the receiver. It was his former foster mother, Chen Fong, who had taken him in from the age of 5 until he turned 10. In the initial years, the couple treated him decently, nurturing him as their own son. However, at the age of 8, against all odds, Chen Fong, previously diagnosed as infertile, unexpectedly became pregnant and, 10 months later, gave birth to a healthy baby boy. This joyous occasion marked the onset of Shen Lang's nightmares. With the arrival of their biological son, they began to find fault with Shen Lang at every turn. By the time he was not yet 9, he bore the brunt of all household chores, and any dissatisfaction was met with beatings and scorn. A year later, they unceremoniously sent him back to the orphanage. This chapter of his life could have concluded there, but 3 years prior, they inexplicably learned that Shen Lang had married a wealthy businesswoman. They began to harass him incessantly, accusing him of being an ungrateful wolf, claiming he had forgotten his roots after attaining wealth. Unable to locate him, they resorted to causing disturbances at the orphanage, creating turmoil. Overwhelmed by their incessant demands, Shen Lang, recalling that they had cared for him during his formative years, initially acquiesced and handed them 200,000 yuan. This sum temporarily silenced them, but within 6 months, they resumed their relentless pursuit, insisting that the support he provided was woefully inadequate. Upon discovering that Shen Lang was acting in films, they threatened to expose him to the media, fearing damage to Su Miaohan's reputation. Shen Lang capitulated time and again over the past 3 years. Yet, the couple's demands only escalated. He knew that Chen Fong's call meant yet another plea for money. Rubbing his temples in frustration, fatigue washed over him. Are you deaf? Your brother is about to take his college entrance exams, and he's certain to gain admission to a prestigious university. We have no money at home, send over 200,000 immediately for your brother's tuition. Chen Fong commanded with an authoritarian tone. With a heavy heart, Shen Lang sighed, Aunt Chen, I genuinely have no money left. How dare you? Don't think I don't know. Your wife, the female CEO, has a fortune exceeding 100 billion. You refuse to part with 20,000? Are you even human? If it weren't for me taking you in, you would have starved long ago, you ingrate. Chen Fong lashed out. I have told you repeatedly, my marriage is merely contractual. I am just an employee under her. Do you truly believe someone of her stature would be interested in a mere orphan like me? Shen Lang replied wearily. Moreover, our contract is about to expire, and I am genuinely broke. Grandpa Li is gravely ill and requires substantial funds for treatment. Aunt Chen, even if I were to plead with you, I have given you over 1 million over the years. You built a villa, bought luxury cars, can you not leave me in peace? At this, Chen Fong erupted, her voice piercing, you wretched creature, don't think you can deceive me. I know that wealthy women in the city adore young men. That lady must have taken you under her wing simply because of your looks. Claiming poverty, I wouldn't trust you. If you wish for me to cease my harassment, then give me 1 million in one lump sum, and I promise I will never trouble you again. 1 million? Shen Lang was taken aback, astonished by her audacity. That female CEO is worth 100 billion. What is 1 million to her? I warn you, without that sum, you will never be free of us. I will cling to you relentlessly. If you do not allow us to live well, neither shall you. Chen Fong sneered. Do as you please, Shen Lang retorted, abruptly terminating the call. Despite the incessant barrage of calls from Chen Fong thereafter, he chose to ignore them. But he understood that someone like Chen Fong would stop at nothing. Previously, he had compromised repeatedly out of concern for Su Miaohan's reputation. However, with Grandpa Li's life hanging in the balance and his contract with Su Miaohan concluded, he no longer wished to yield. His sole focus was on earning money swiftly to prolong Grandpa Li's life. Driver, to Langchao Bar, please. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver of his destination. Today's relentless setbacks had left him in a state of discontent. He longed to drink away his troubles. Langchao Bar was a large, upscale lounge with a steady stream of patrons. During his previous tenure as a resident singer, it had always been packed, a testament to the owner's adept management.
Shen Lang, what brings you here?
Upon entering, a striking woman in her 30s brightened at the sight of him and approached.
Sister Yu, Shen Lang smiled warmly.
This woman was Yu Rong, the bar's manager, who had always looked after him during his employment there. I came here to unwind, he replied. I thought you were here just to visit your sister.
What a pleasant surprise.
Yu Rong teased, rolling her eyes. Shen Lang awkwardly scratched his head.
You heartless wretch, now that you've attached yourself to a wealthy woman, you've abandoned us poor friends, haven to you?
It has been 3 years since you last visited. Yu Rong lamented with a hint of longing, unsure how to respond. Shen Lang quickly changed the subject. Sister Yu, is Xiao Lei still performing here?
How can you even mention Xiao Lei? She was so fond of you, yet you vanished without a word for that wealthy lady. Do you have any idea how heartbroken Xiao Lei was?
Yu Rong sighed. She left less than a month after you did, but we've kept in touch over the years.
2 years ago, she participated in a talent show and made it to the top 10. Now she has signed with an agency, though not a superstar. She is managing to get some gigs, which is far better than singing at a bar.
Really? That is wonderful news. I know being a singer has always been her dream, Shen Lang expressed, genuinely pleased for his friend. Why Yu Rong paused before asking, how are you doing now? Is your relationship with that wealthy woman still going strong? Shen Lang preferred to keep things vague. It's just as it is, Sister Yu. There are many customers. I want to take up your time. I'll find a spot over there. He pointed to a corner and made his way. Once seated, he ordered 2 bottles of brandy and began to drink alone. During this time, Yu Rong came over to share a drink with him, and several women approached, attempting to strike up conversations and ask for his contact information, all of which he politely declined.
Shen Lang, what are you doing here?
Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise interrupted his thoughts.
Chapter 15. Am I useless? Sister Wansha?
Shen Lang's expression was one of astonishment. He gazed at Gu Wansha, who, accustomed to her usual demeanor in a white lab coat poised and serious, was now adorned in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring figure to perfection, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Shen Lang noticed the fervent attention of several men around them, their gazes fixated on Gu Wansha. I was feeling down, so I came to have a drink. I didn't expect to run into you here, Gu Wansha said as she seated herself before him, summoning a bottle of red wine from the waiter. Shen Lang understood the reason for her melancholy and offered comfort. Sister Wansha, you mustn't feel guilty about Grandpa's situation. It truly has nothing to do with you, and I would feel quite uneasy if you did.
And you? Are you here to drink because you're upset over Grandpa Li?
Gu Wansha looked up at his handsome face. She recalled Shen Lang once mentioning his distaste for alcohol, particularly the sensation of inebriation. When he had worked as a resident singer here, he often had to accompany generous patrons in drinking, frequently becoming intoxicated, a state he utterly detested. And now, seeing him alone in a place where he engaged in his most loathed activity, it was evident that his spirits had plummeted to an all-time low. Shen Lang had already consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, his mind in a haze, his handsome face flushed, and his usually sparkling eyes now clouded with a hint of fogginess. Hearing her words, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sister Wansha, I merely feel that I have failed miserably as a person. Gu Wansha was momentarily taken aback. Shen Lang tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, his intoxicated eyes glassy as he recounted, I told you before, I was picked out of a garbage dump by Grandpa.
Without him, there would be no Shen Lang.
In my childhood, I was quite mischievous. My academic performance was nothing remarkable. Children like me, especially those in orphanages, are generally abandoned.
Yet Grandpa never gave up on me.
Upon discovering my musical talent, he supported my pursuit of music. You know, studying the arts is not something typical families can afford, let alone a child from an orphanage. However, Grandpa Li steadfastly supported my dreams. To gather tuition fees, he worked construction at his age, and once, he even fell from a building. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. But I am powerless. I watch him endure such suffering. I see his life nearing its end, and I cannot help him. Gu Wansha was deeply moved, her heart aching at the sight of Shen Lang's tear-streaked face.
Shen Lang, Grandpa Li would not blame you. Please do not be so hard on yourself. You have done exceedingly well. Moreover, did you not say that I am your only friend? As your friend, I will certainly assist you. Thank you, Sister Wansha, Shen Lang replied sincerely, you have helped me tremendously over these past 3 years. I am at a loss for how to repay you.
Gu Wansha smiled gently, fool, the other day you saved my life by taking a knife for me, is that not enough repayment? Besides, caring for patients is my duty as a doctor. Shen Lang's tolerance for alcohol was poor. After finishing a bottle, he felt as though his mind had exploded, slumping over the table, unable to rise. Gu Wansha struggled to help him into the car and called for a designated driver to take him back to Mingwei community. She was unaware that Shen Lang had moved out of the villa area but remembered this place from when she had previously brought him back a few times. Lacking Su Miaohan's phone number, she resorted to calling Su Miaohan using Shen Lang's phone. Hello? A cold voice came through the receiver. Is this Miss Su? Shen Lang is drunk. Could you please come to the community entrance to pick him up? Who are you? Su Miaohan questioned, surprised to hear a woman's voice on the other end.
I am his friend. After a brief silence, Su Miaohan replied, wait.
A little over 10 minutes later, Su Miaohan arrived at the entrance in casual attire, and upon seeing Gu Wansha standing by the car door, she was taken aback. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling her in appearance, and exuded an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady from the Jiangnan region. When did Shen Lang acquire such a stunning female friend? A twinge of discomfort stirred within her as she stepped forward. Why did you take him out for drinks? Are you not aware of his health condition? Gu Wansha was momentarily stunned. Su Miaohan's domineering tone made her quite uncomfortable. Did she also adopt such a condescending attitude towards Shen Lang? With this thought, her gaze towards Su Miaohan turned slightly indignant. Shen Lang was such a wonderful and gentle person. What right did she have to treat him this way? Miss Su, I understand your family is wealthy, but I neither know you nor owe you anything. I would appreciate it if you could soften your tone. Gu Wansha retorted. Su Miaohan was taken aback, realizing her earlier tone had been somewhat inappropriate. This was not her usual demeanor. Today, her concern for Shen Lang's health had caused her to react this way. After all, he had only a couple of months left to live, and here was this woman taking him out drinking, leading him to get utterly intoxicated, which had incensed her. Hand him over. I will take him home. Gu Wansha raised an eyebrow. Miss Su, as Shen Lang's friend, I believe I have the right to speak up. Yes, he lacks wealth and status, far overshadowed by your family. But he is a genuinely good person who deserves to. I hope you can treat him better. If you fail to appreciate him, there are many out there who would. She was unsure how Shen Lang and Su Miaohan usually interacted, but it was easy to deduce that this woman was not kind to him. After all, how could a wealthy woman like her be so anxious about a trivial medical fee that her husband resorted to drinking in a bar? My relationship with him does not require interference from outsiders, but I still thank you for bringing him back. Su Miaohan cast a deep glance at her, then helped the dazed Shen Lang out of the car, leading him into the villa. Luckily, she often exercised and had studied taekwondo since childhood, otherwise, she would have struggled to support a robust young man like Shen Lang, who stood at 183 meters tall. Upon returning home, she laid Shen Lang down on the bed, breathing heavily for a while before gradually calming herself. She simply stared at him. Previously, her gaze had never lingered on Shen Lang's face for more than 3 seconds. Now, with him inebriated, she had the opportunity to carefully observe this man she had lived with for 3 years die in his drunken state. Shen Lang was remarkably quiet, neither making a fuss nor slurring incoherently, as if he had slipped into a profound slumber. His eyelashes were long, resembling 2 delicate fans, his nose was high and straight, and his facial features were clean and sharp. His lips, perfectly proportioned, were attractive, rosy and glistening. With each breath, a strong masculine aura emanated from him. In terms of appearance, this man was truly exceptional. Among the many handsome men Su Miaohan had encountered, Shen Lang would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Chapter 16 Soulmate. Su Miaohan quietly observed for a moment, her gaze shifting with a complex expression as she turned away. She went to the bathroom to fetch a towel, gently wiping his face before covering him with a blanket. Entering the study, Su Miaohan dialed Dr. Zhang's number. President Su, is there something you need? What is Shen Lang's condition? The outlook is not optimistic, Dr. Zhang replied. I visited him today, and the situation is worsening. Over the past few days, I've consulted several colleagues, and the best course of action now is to procure targeted therapy from Europe. Dr. Zhang continued, the cost is 200,000 per dose, and he will require about 3 doses a month. This sum was negligible for Su Miaohan. She was unconcerned about the expenditure and inquired, if he receives this medication, how long can he survive? This medication is quite effective, but resistance develops rapidly. Its efficacy peaks in the first 2 months, after which the dosage must be gradually increased until it becomes ineffective, Dr. Zhang explained. Based on my estimates, with this treatment, he can last at most 6 more months. Su Miaohan paused for a moment and replied, money is not an issue. If it allows him to hold on longer, I will remember this favor. Rest assured, President Su, I will do my utmost. After hanging up, Su Miaohan rubbed her temples wearily and found herself unable to resist returning to Shen Lang's room, gazing at him for a while. A few minutes later, she made another call, go to Yunjiang Hotel, room 306, pack his belongings, and bring them to my villa. Within an hour, Chen Meng returned with Shen Lang's items from the hotel. She looked puzzled and asked, President Su, since he left voluntarily, wouldn't that be the best outcome for you and Chu Gongza? Why are you? Su Miaohan had not disclosed Shen Lang's illness to anyone and did not wish for it to become common knowledge. I gave him 5 million. He cannot go anywhere until the contract is concluded. Chen Meng, even more bewildered, responded, 5 million, you usually spend that much on a single shopping trip. She scrutinized Su Miaohan with a curious gaze. President Su, you can't possibly be enough, just return for now. Before Chen Meng could finish her thought, Su Miaohan interrupted her. Chen Meng hesitated, then said, Miaohan, you and Chu Gongza have finally achieved a happy resolution after waiting for so many years, and now that he is back, if you continue to involve yourself with Shen Lang, it may upset Chu Gongza. Su Miaohan shot her a glare. You seem to have a lot to say. Do I really need your guidance on my decisions? I'm only looking out for you. I know your heart has always belonged to Chu Gongza. You've kept Shen Lang at bay all these years. Why are you wavering now? Chen Meng rambled on, you know how Chu Gongza is, he tends to be jealous. Remember how he ignored you for a week after you spoke to the student council president during university? If you keep entangling with Shen Lang, be cautious. He might leave again, and you won't have time to regret it. Su Miaohan felt a surge of annoyance. My relationship with Shen Lang is not what you think. That's for the best, then.
As a mutual friend of you and Xu Gongzi, I sincerely hope to see you both walk down the aisle one day. Moreover, you two are a match made in heaven, unlike someone like Shen Lang. You're too clever not to see that. Fearing Su Miaohan might entertain other notions, Chen Meng added, I heard from Xu Gongzi that since his return, you seem to be avoiding him. Chen Meng, I've noticed your tongue has grown increasingly sharp. Have you become his spy, constantly defending him? Su Miaohan frowned. What, I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Chen Meng chuckled, I know what kind of person you are, didn't you always say you wanted a love that resonates with your soul? You dated Xu Gongzi for over a year without even holding hands, do you know that when Xu Gongzi left in a fit of anger, it was partly because Yu Wen Ti let him get close? After all these years, haven't you sensed any soul connection? If you keep pushing him away, someone else might snatch up such a wonderful man, Xu Gongzi is a dreamboat for many girls nowadays. Su Miaohan felt increasingly troubled and pushed her out the door. Enough. I'm already stressed, and your incessant chatter is unbearable. After Chen Meng left, Su Miaohan stood in the living room in a daze. She had a penchant for Western literature and envied the During university, Xu Gongzi had pursued her fervently. He was the campus idol, handsome, wealthy, and talented, adored by many. Su Miaohan harbored some affection for him, and unable to resist his persistent pursuit, she agreed to be with him, albeit with the stipulation of no physical contact, limiting their connection to the soul. She promised that if she ever deemed them compatible, she would surrender everything to him. Initially, Xu Gongzi agreed, but after graduating, he could no longer tolerate a relationship that was merely platonic. He declared it was either a hotel stay or a breakup. After he left for further studies abroad, Su Miaohan reflected on her actions, questioning whether she had been too extreme. In today's society, how could one maintain a year-long relationship without allowing any physical affection? The more she pondered, the more she felt indebted to Xu Gongzi. She intended to give him everything upon his return, provided their feelings remained intact. However, when the day finally arrived and she saw him at the airport, though he appeared even more handsome and charismatic than before, the joy she had anticipated was conspicuously absent. Su Miaohan's demeanor was reserved. During their year-long relationship, they had spent little time together, with Xu Gongzi often preoccupied with filming. Thus, she was somewhat oblivious to her own feelings towards him, uncertain whether she still held genuine affection or if it was merely an enduring obsession fueled by guilt. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a noise emanating from Shen Lang's room. Momentarily taken aback, she entered to find Shen Lang groggily sitting up in bed. You're awake? President Su, what are you doing here? Shen Lang mumbled, confused. Su Miaohan replied, this is my villa, where else would I be? Ah, how did I end up here? I'm sorry, President Su, I'll leave immediately. Shen Lang swayed slightly as he attempted to stand. Sit down. Su Miaohan frowned. It's the middle of the night. Where do you think you're going? I've had your belongings moved back, and the room has been vacated. You will be staying here from now on. Chapter 17, I don't want to eat dog food. Did you move my luggage back? Shen Lang stared at her in a daze. I told you, our contract is not over yet. You cannot go anywhere, at least for these 2 months. You must stay here obediently, Su Miaohan asserted with a firm tone. If you dare to move out without a word, just try it. Shen Lang felt a swirl of confusion in his mind as he gazed at the extraordinarily beautiful woman before him, and anger fueled by the remnants of alcohol igniting within him. On what grounds do you do this? Su Miaohan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the usually docile Shen Lang would dare to confront her. On the grounds that I spent 5 million on you. Is that not enough? Su Miaohan, do not push your luck. I have my dignity. How can you humiliate me like this? What gives you the right? Shen Lang shouted, I've already said I would return you 280,000. What more do you want? Do you insist I stay here to satisfy your peculiar whims? Su Miaohan looked bewildered. What peculiar whims? I want to leave, yet you won't let me. You want me to stay here to witness you and Xu Gongzi being lovey-dovey and flaunting your relationship, don't you? Yes, I took your 5 million, but that does not give you the right to humiliate me like this. I do not have such a perverse desire to spy on others. Why must you insist on torturing me here? Please, just let me go. I don't want to eat dog food. At this point, a wave of dizziness surged over him, and Shen Lang stumbled back onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber while mumbling, I don't want to eat dog food. Su Miaohan stood frozen for a while, watching him in his dazed state, and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle, filling the room with warmth. The next morning, Shen Lang rubbed his throbbing head as he sat up in bed, glancing around the familiar yet strange environment. For a moment, he realized he might have said some things he shouldn't have last night. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead. Shen Lang, I warned you against drinking, yet you insisted in now. How do I face the consequences? He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, pondering how to confront her after saying such things. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Shen Lang washed up and walked into the living room. Upon entering the living room, he was taken aback. In the kitchen, Su Miaohan was busy in a silk nightgown that clung to her exquisite figure, the soft fabric accentuating. As she moved, her shapely hips swayed gracefully, captivating his gaze. From this vantage point, her fair and beautiful profile, along with her perfect S-curve, set his heart racing. Rubbing his eyes, Shen Lang wondered if he was still under the influence of alcohol, seeing things that weren't there. Having spent over 2 years with Su Miaohan, he had never seen her in the kitchen, nor did he expect to. After all, she was a wealthy heiress, a billion-dollar CEO, unaccustomed to manual labor. The thought of her stepping into the kitchen felt almost criminal. Thus, he had always taken care of such matters, never allowing her to dirty her hands, and now, seeing her cooking, seemingly preparing soup, left him utterly astonished.
For a brief moment, he questioned whether she had been cursed, yet, to be fair, the focused Su Miaohan was not her usual aloof self, her features softened, a hint of a smile playing at her lips, radiating an aura of gentle grace. Indeed, a woman who is serious about her work is the most beautiful. It seemed Su Miaohan heard the noise from outside and turned to see Shen Lang standing there like a bewildered goose, his eyes wide with surprise. After a moment of astonishment, a slight smile graced her lips. "You're awake?" "Yes, awake," Shen Lang replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Are you making soup?" "It will be ready soon, just a moment." Shen Lang instinctively nodded, yet his feet felt glued to the ground, unsure whether to stay or leave. Finally, scratching his head, he asked, "Do you need help?" "No, it's almost done." "Alright, then I'll prepare the bowls and chopsticks." Before long, Shen Lang sat at the dining table, sipping the bird's nest soup that Su Miaohan had personally served him, momentarily lost in thought. The soup's flavor was rather mediocre, which was to be expected. Su Miaohan appeared to be a novice. This pot of bird's nest soup was likely made following an online tutorial, hence the lack of finesse. Nevertheless, Shen Lang savored it with delight. After all, the soup made by a billion-dollar beauty CEO was not something everyone could enjoy. The prestige of her status seemed to elevate the taste of the soup considerably. As he drank, he couldn't help but steal glances at Su Miaohan, who was radiant as she absorbed herself in the financial news on her phone. He thought to himself, since they had already aired their grievances last night, it might be best to lay everything bare. "Ms. Su, I will be moving out after breakfast." Su Miaohan did not lift her head, having taken only a sip of the soup before setting it aside, probably finding it unpalatable. She was now engrossed in her phone. Noting her silence, Shen Lang continued, "I have already pre-rented a place near the film studio, and I should hear back in the next couple of days." At this, Su Miaohan suddenly looked up, her gaze icy. "Have I ever treated you poorly in these 3 years?" Shen Lang quickly replied, "Ms. Su, I am grateful for your care. You not only provided me with 5 million but also allowed me to enjoy a lavish lifestyle without ever asking for a dime in living expenses. You even gifted me something for my birthday. I remember all of this. Then why do you insist on leaving?" Su Miaohan's eyes grew colder. Shen Lang opened his mouth, astonished by her inquiry. Surely, she must know why he was eager to depart. It was to avoid being an obstacle in her relationship with her white moonlight. Without the influence of alcohol, he certainly wouldn't dare to voice such thoughts. "Is it because of Chu Gongza?" Su Miaohan asked, her voice cutting through the air. Shen Lang was left speechless. Did she really need to ask? "Ms.Su, I have thought it through," he said earnestly, meeting her gaze with sincerity. "Your secretary Chen Meng mentioned that the contract was signed to provoke your boyfriend. Now that he has returned, I believe this contract is no longer necessary. If I stay here, it may only lead to misunderstandings with your boyfriend. Therefore, my leaving now is for the best for everyone involved. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, I won't take advantage of you. I will return the remaining 280,000 as soon as possible." Su Miaohan furrowed her brow tightly, remaining silent for a long while. Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, she had understood, and it seemed they could resolve this matter smoothly today. With a sense of discretion, he stood to wash the dishes in the kitchen. As he prepared to leave the room, his steps light and carefree, Su Miaohan's cold voice echoed from behind him. "You dare to leave? Just try." Shen Lang froze in place. "I am a businessman. Since I have given you money, you must fulfill your obligations. Until the contract is up, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Do not mention the 280,000 again. I am not short on money. You must remain here until the contract ends. If you dare to leave, you can test me." Staring at her as she grabbed her bag and slammed the door behind her, Shen Lang felt a bitter pang in his heart. He longed to say to her, "Perhaps you should consult a doctor. Such an obsession can also be considered a condition." Was she determined to keep him here for some thrill? Shen Lang felt as though all his strength had been drained away, and he slumped onto the sofa, taking a long moment to sigh in resignation. Well, it was only 2 months in total. He would just have to grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 18, the provocation of Chu Gongza. Having resolved to remain, Shen Lang no longer lingered over the matter of relocating. The immediate priority was to devise a means of earning money. Grandpa Li required 3 doses of targeted medication each month, amounting to a staggering 600,000 yuan. This sum was astronomical for him. "I wonder how things are going with Lu Jia," Shen Lang mused, preparing to dial Lu Jia for an update. To his surprise, before he could make the call, a phone call from Lu Jia came through. "Shen Lang, hurry to Shangyuan building, there is a significant opportunity." "Alright, I'll be there shortly." Energized, Shen Lang quickly styled himself and donned a business-appropriate outfit, hailing a taxi to rush towards Shangyuan building. Lu Jia. As soon as he alighted, he spotted Lu Jia, impeccably dressed, awaiting him at the entrance, and he hurried over. "I'll be brief. You are aware of the drama The Harem or the Fragrant Concubine, right?" Shen Lang nodded. This production was a grand endeavor, with investments exceeding 200 million yuan. The cast was exceedingly luxurious, featuring the most captivating lead, Li Shangling, alongside numerous seasoned actors. CCTV had secured the broadcast rights for this drama well in advance, and recently, it had been reported that casting was in full swing. As a mere small-time karaoke performer, Shen Lang had never dared to dream of such a grand production. In a well-executed drama, even a minor supporting role could shine and garner attention. All major agencies were vying to place their talents within the cast. However, Shen Lang had not signed with any agency and was merely affiliated with Lu Jia's studio, leaving him with scant resources and no confidence to compete. Initially, the role of the third male lead was offered to Wang Dongsheng from Panchur Entertainment, but he unfortunately suffered from acute appendicitis a couple of days ago and is currently hospitalized. Lu Jia smiled brightly. I managed to secure this role from Panchur Entertainment after much persuasion, but you'll only have the chance to audition. Whether you get the role depends on your own abilities. Shen Lang was overjoyed to learn he had the chance to audition for the third male lead given his background. He normally wouldn't even be considered for an audition, so Lu Jia had already done him a tremendous favor.
Lu Jia, I will give it my all.
Lu Jia gazed at his handsome face and smiled gently. Of course, I believe in you. However, time is of the essence. The audition is soon. You should take a moment to review the script. The audition was scheduled for 2:30 p.m., leaving Shen Lang with just over 5 hours. He dared not waste a moment and dove into the script with fervor. Why are you here? Just as Shen Lang immersed himself in the character, a voice filled with surprise pierced his concentration. He looked up to find Chu Gong's eyes, a mix of astonishment and fury, locking onto him. A sudden wave of disdain washed over Shen Lang, prompting him to avert his gaze and focus on the script.
Are you here for the audition?
Noticing the script in Shen Lang's hands, Chu Gong's brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled about how such a minor character could qualify for an audition.
Mr. Chu, what I do here is of no concern to you, is it?
Shen Lang replied coolly, feeling discomforted by Chu Gong's condescending tone. With a scoff, Chu Gong's retorted, You are a master of duplicity, a true troublemaker.
Remember what you said in the CAF? You promised to move out, yet here you are, clinging on like a stubborn piece of gum. Don't you have any shame?
Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt not anger but a growing irritation. It was evident that Chu Gongza had learned of his return to the villa from Su Miaohan. He couldn't fathom what her intentions were, demanding he stay while simultaneously stirring trouble with Bai Yueguang. What was her game? For the first time, resentment towards Su Miaohan bubbled within him. Even as an employee receiving her remuneration, it was unacceptable for her to trample on his dignity so brazenly.
Mr. Chu, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Shen Lang stated calmly, Do you truly believe I could have returned without Su Miaohan's consent?
Observing the stunned expression on Chu Gongza's face, he continued, Instead of causing trouble for me here, you'd be better off discussing this with Su Miaohan.
If she agrees, I will leave immediately. Chu Gongza's expression darkened.
You would do well to recognize your own worth, a piece of rubbish from an orphanage, aspiring to entangle yourself with a wealthy lady.
Don't you find that absurdly childish and laughable? Su Miaohan's willingness to take you in stems from pity, sympathy. You cannot seriously believe she harbors any genuine affection for you, can you? I warn you, keep your distance. If you dare to continue pursuing Miaohan, I will ensure you cannot survive in Shanghai. At this juncture, a mocking smile crossed his face. So, you wish to audition for this drama, do you? Do you know who funded it?
Shen Lang lifted his gaze. Miaohan is the primary investor in this production, and it was because I expressed interest in playing the lead that she decided to fund it. I do not care how you managed to secure this audition, but rest assured, should I call Miaohan, even if you perform brilliantly, it will be for naught.
Do you believe me?
With that, he departed, exuding an air of superiority as he left. Shen Lang sat in stunned silence for a long while, his thoughts a chaotic jumble.
Who is Shen Lang? Please come in for the audition.
At that moment, a female assistant entered the waiting room. Shen Lang snapped back to reality. Although he understood the truth of Chu Gong's words, that with a mere phone call, Su Miaohan would likely expel him from the production, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. What if, he was in urgent need of money, and this role was crucial for him, even if he had only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he was determined to try. Following the assistant into the audition room, he felt his heart race as he faced the 3 audition judges seated before him. The middle figure, a bearded man named Hu Chunjiang, was a renowned director in the television industry, celebrated for his numerous hits, and he was also the director of the harem.
The fragrant concubine.
To his left sat a woman in her late 20s, elegantly attired in a fitting qipao, exuding grace and beauty. She was the famous first-tier actress Li Xiangling. To his right was the esteemed veteran actor Tang Xingdong, known for his iconic performances and revered as a titan of the entertainment industry. Greetings, Director Hu, Teacher Tang, Teacher Li, Shen Lang said with a slight bow of respect.
You're Shen Lang, correct?
Please take a seat, Tang Xingdong said kindly.
I would like to hear your analysis of this character.
Chapter 19 is securing the role. Shen Lang nodded, sitting up straight with a composed demeanor. I believe the character of Yongquan is indeed quite intricate. His personality is not static but evolves through 3 distinct phases. He spoke eloquently for over 10 minutes before concluding, Esteemed teachers, this is my humble interpretation of this character. Li Xiangling's eyes sparkled with admiration, her gaze unreservedly revealing her appreciation. It seems you have conducted a profound study of this character. The male supporting role had considerable scenes with her, thus she placed significant importance on this character and had come specifically to participate in the audition. Before Shen Lang, more than a dozen individuals had auditioned, including several well-known male stars from the entertainment industry, yet none had grasped the essence of Yongquan as deeply as he did.
Thank you for your affirmation, Teacher Li. Shen Lang felt a twinge of insecurity.
He merely possessed a good memory and had cultivated a keen understanding of characters over time, enabling him to swiftly capture the nuances of personality from a complex narrative.
Shen Lang, what truly matters for an actor is the performance.
Although your understanding of this character is commendable, it ultimately hinges on your acting skills, Li Xiangling remarked with a smile.
Next, I will personally act alongside you. You should recall the scene from the Eastern Palace's abduction, right? Let us try that segment. Shen Lang eagerly replied, of course. This particular scene was highly representative of the character he was auditioning for. Yongquan was a general who fell hopelessly in love with the female lead, a time-traveling palace maid. He defied imperial orders to rescue her, leading the imperial guard to storm the residence of the current duke, mercilessly beating the young scion of the duke's household. There were numerous similar plotlines. In essence, he was the quintessential devoted suitor, willing to sacrifice everything for the female lead. However, given that it was a tale about fragrant concubine, no amount of devotion could alter the overarching narrative. Ultimately, the female lead chose the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. The scene from the Eastern Palace's abduction marked the culmination of Yongquan's long-standing pursuit of the female lead, serving as a powerful emotional climax, rich in dramatic potential yet challenging to portray effectively. In the room, Shen Lang and Li Shangling faced each other. Huanxiang, tell me, is it the crown prince who is forcing you? You love me. How could you marry him? Shen Lang exclaimed. Wow! Hu Chuanxiang and Tang Xingdong instinctively straightened in their seats. This young man possesses talent. His emotions flowed naturally, precisely calibrated, with little indication of performance. His lines were delivered with fullness, clarity, and a hint of magnetism, making them exceptionally captivating. Li Shangling momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. I'm sorry, brother Yongquan, I'm not sure what I did to cause this misunderstanding. In truth, I have always regarded you as a brother. Brother? No, I refuse to be just your brother. Shen Lang responded, his expression flustered and somewhat lost, impulsively grasping Li Shangling's hand. Huanxiang, I love you. For you, I would sacrifice everything. I know the crown prince must have threatened you. Let me take you away, to a place where no one knows me. At this, his eyes filled with a glimmer of pleading, his body trembling lightly. Brother Yongquan, you're hurting me. The crown prince did not threaten me. Marrying him is my choice. I'm grateful for your affection, but I truly only see you as a brother. My heart belongs solely to the crown prince. I realize this may cause you great pain, but I do not wish for you to continue down this misguided path. Brother, so all this time, I have merely been a brother in your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang appeared almost deranged, tears streaming down his face, his eyes clouded with a deep crimson hue. Hu Chuanxiang and Tang Xingdong held their breath, momentarily swept up in his emotional tide. Applause soon filled the room. Well done, splendid performance. Li Shangling discreetly wiped her tears, casting a smile at Shen Lang. You were truly remarkable. I nearly lost my composure. Have you really never taken on a substantial role before? Mostly, I've only played minor roles in web dramas, Shen Lang replied candidly. Hu Chuanxiang affirmed, Xiao Shen, you possess a remarkable talent for acting. The emotional transitions in that scene were seamless, unforced, and not exaggerated. Your emotions were particularly rich, especially during the tearful segment. It was truly outstanding. Tang Xingdong added with a grin, young man, continue striving. Today's young actors are often too superficial, focused solely on making money while neglecting to hone their craft. Relying solely on good looks will only grant you fleeting success. I see great potential in you. If you persist in refining your skills, there will undoubtedly be a place for you in this industry. Shen Lang, taken aback by their praise, expressed, thank you for your encouragement, esteemed teachers. Xiao Shun, return and prepare yourself. Unless something unforeseen occurs, this role is yours, Hu Chuanxiang declared. He rarely made such decisions during auditions, as the intricacies of relationships involved in a role were often too complex. With his exceptional looks, outstanding acting skills, and solid command of dialogue, this gifted young actor merely needed a push from behind to ascend. He didn't mind being that unseen supporter. Given Shen Lang's modest nature, he knew that if he achieved success, he would remember this kindness. Thank you, Director Hu, and thank you, teachers Tang and Li. Shen Lang expressed his gratitude with heartfelt emotion. Once outside the room, he could no longer contain his joy and made a triumphant fist. Securing this role meant a salary of 3 million. If he could leverage this role to gain a modicum of fame, he would no longer have to worry about securing acting opportunities in the future. Thus, this role was crucial, not only for earning money to help grandfather Li but for his entire acting career. Shen Lang. Just as he was about to share this good news with Lu Jia, a familiar voice called from behind. Ah, Teacher Li. Turning around to see Li Shangling, he paused momentarily. Li Shangling smiled, let us add each other on WeChat. There is still some time before filming begins, so we can communicate and discuss how to further enrich the character. Shen Lang felt momentarily dazed. A leading figure like Li Shangling was proactively requesting his contact information, leaving him utterly astonished. He hastily took out his phone to add her on WeChat. Teacher Li, I look forward to your guidance. Li Shangling regarded his handsome visage, no need to call me Teacher Li. I am not that much older than you. It feels as if I'm ancient, just call me Sister Shangling from now on. I have some matters to attend to, so let us chat on WeChat later. Take care, Teacher Li. Still calling me Teacher Li? Shen Lang's face flushed slightly. Sister Shangling. That's more like it. Li Shangling chuckled, gracefully striding away. Chapter 20 An unexpected encounter with Su Miaohan at the Western restaurant. Director who has made the decision and said he wants to give you the role? Lu Jia exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and delight evident in her voice. Yes, Director who did mention that, came the reply. That's fantastic. Shen Lang, I knew you would succeed. Lu Jia exclaimed, excitedly embracing him. If you secure this role, you are bound to achieve fame, and then I can ride on your coattails.
Lu Jia, you, Shen Lang's face flushed crimson, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Lu Jia, realizing her exuberance was perhaps a tad excessive, quickly released him, observing his flushed cheeks, she chuckled, you're already married, yet still so bashful. Come on, let us celebrate your success with a meal. It's on me. Lu Jia decided on a high-end Western restaurant located in the city center. After placing their orders, she remarked, filming for this project begins at the start of next month, and you have half a month to prepare. With your acting skills, there will be no issue, but one must not be complacent. It would be wise to refine your craft during this time. Indeed, I have made arrangements with Sister Xiangling to discuss acting techniques. What? Sister Xiangling, Oli Xiangling? Lu Jia's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. You referred to her as Sister Xiangling, and you've agreed to discuss acting with her? That was none other than Li Xiangling. Despite her seemingly amiable exterior, she was notoriously difficult to approach. Over the years, countless rumors about her had circulated in the industry. It was said that she came from a well-to-do family, possessed a fiery temper, and had publicly slapped several directors and investors who attempted to exploit her. In the realm of drama, she was the leading lady, and in reality, she was equally a queen. The prospect of such a formidable woman engaging in discussions with a novice like Shen Lang was astonishing. Is there a problem? Shen Lang inquired, confused as he looked up. Ah, no. Lu Jia's expression turned complex as she regarded Shen Lang's face, contemplating, Li Xiangling, you appear disinterested in all men, yet perhaps you are merely a commoner at heart. As they dined, two individuals entered the restaurant. The moment the couple stepped inside, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The woman donned a pristine white blazer, her hair elegantly pinned back, exposing her flawless forehead. Her exquisite face bore a serene expression, radiating an unmistakable aura of power. The man, obscured by sunglasses and a mask, concealed his true identity, but his tall and well-proportioned figure exuded charm, revealing him to be quite the handsome gentleman. Miaohan, let us sit by the window over there, Chu Gongzi suggested with a smile, glancing at Su Miaohan. During this period of their reunion, he had invited her to dine with him numerous times, yet she had consistently declined, citing various commitments. However, he understood her nature, she was somewhat slow to warm up. After years apart, there was a lingering sense of unfamiliarity between them. He believed that with persistence, akin to his fervent pursuit in college, he would eventually win over this aloof beauty, so he remained patient. In the days that followed, he had sent her bouquets of flowers daily, arranged for her breakfast at regular intervals, and had not ceased to inquire about her well-being via WeChat. This afternoon, when he tentatively invited her to dinner, he was pleasantly surprised by her acceptance, and his heart swelled with excitement, sensing a glimmer of hope for success in his pursuit. The table he chose was conveniently positioned directly opposite Shen Lang and Lu Jia. As they settled in, Su Miaohan faced away from Shen Lang, while Chu Gongzi found himself directly across from him. Their eyes met momentarily, both taken aback. Subsequently, Chu Gongzi exhibited a sly smile. Miaohan, thank you so much for your assistance with that film. You are aware that I am merely an illegitimate son of the Chu family, lacking any standing within my household. The resources of the Chu family will never favor me. Were it not for your investment in this film, my prospects for landing the leading role would have been exceedingly slim. It's no trouble. Helping you is one aspect. Our market analysis has shown that this production holds considerable investment value. Miaohan, do you recall our university days? You once mentioned that you would help me become a top-tier superstar. Chu Gongzi's gaze was filled with affection. Had you not utilized your family's resources to support me back then, I would not have achieved my current success. 3 years ago, in a moment of impulsiveness, I abandoned you. I heard from Chen Meng that you were deeply affected by it, and truthfully, I have thought of you often during these years, regretting my hasty decision. I never imagined you would still be willing to assist me. Miaohan, you have been extraordinarily kind to me. Su Miaohan paused for a few seconds. Do not belittle yourself, your accomplishments are equally a result of your own hard work. Shen Lang, unwilling, he mused, Su Miaohan is capable of such gentleness in her speech, yet this tenderness seems to be reserved solely for Chu Gongzi. In his presence, Su Miaohan had always maintained an air of superiority, exuding an aloofness. Perhaps this encapsulates the distinction between an employee and a lover. Listening to their harmonious banter, Shen Lang's expression grew vacant, the aroma of the delectable steak before him lost its allure. By the way, Miaohan, how is that matter I entrusted to you? Chu Gongzi inquired. He is merely a newcomer. I do not believe he possesses the capability to shoulder the responsibilities of the third male lead. This project was initiated for my sake, and I cannot allow such aimless droppings to ruin it. I have already spoken to Director Hu about it, Su Miaohan replied in a frosty tone. Shen Lang's gaze became dazed, his body trembling slightly. Shen Lang, what is the matter with you? Lu Jia noticed his unusual demeanor. Panic-stricken, Shen Lang rose to his feet. Lu Jia, I am feeling a bit unwell, let us leave this place. All right, we shall depart immediately, Lu Jia responded, startled by his ashen face and dazed expression, quickly preparing to escort him away. Ah, Shen Lang, you are dining here as well? Chu Gongzi feigned surprise upon noticing Shen Lang's appearance, calling out to him. As soon as he spoke, Su Miaohan turned her head, catching sight of Shen Lang and Lu Jia standing and preparing to leave. Her gaze lingered on Shen Lang's face for a few moments before shifting to Lu Jia. Although Lu Jia had surpassed her 30s, her inherent beauty, combined with her adeptness in makeup, rendered her strikingly graceful and captivating, capable of drawing the attention of most men.
In the year they had collaborated, despite Lu Jia frequently dropping Shen Lang off at his apartment, she had never encountered Su Miaohan. Shen Lang had never mentioned Su Miaohan in her presence, so she was unaware of her identity. At this moment, she felt a twinge of curiosity, vaguely sensing that the woman's gaze bore a hint of hostility towards her. Chapter 21. The whimsical game. Shen Lang averted his gaze from Su Miaohan's scrutinizing look and offered no response, turning to leave as if escaping a perilous arena. He had always believed he understood Su Miaohan, considering her a kind-hearted woman, yet, at this moment, she appeared strikingly unfamiliar, a stranger so daunting it instilled fear within him. This role represented his chance for redemption, a means to secure targeted medication for Grandpa, yet with a single utterance, she had stripped him of it. The sole purpose was to placate her beloved Moonlight. Shen Lang had never harbored malicious thoughts towards anyone, not even towards his adoptive mother, Chen Fang. Despite her mistreatment, he always focused on her better qualities. However, in his moment of utmost need, the woman he had once held in deep gratitude had mercilessly severed his hopes.
Shen Lang, stop. Su Miao. He paused. Turn around.
Shen Lang hesitated, then slowly pivoted to face her, revealing his bloodshot eyes, his nails dug into his flesh, striving to conceal his turmoil, yet, internally, he pondered his right to blame her. The play was hers, and it was her prerogative to cast whomever she wished. She owed him nothing. Zhu Gongzi was her legitimate boyfriend, and it was only natural for her to remove his role to please him. As Su Miaohan met his tear-streaked gaze, a fleeting moment of distraction washed over her. After knowing him for so long, her memories of Shen Lang were imbued with warmth and tenderness, his smile capable of dispelling her worries. Although she sometimes hesitated to admit it, she cherished their moments alone. While she toiled in her study, he would be busy in the kitchen or tidying up the house, humming enchanting melodies. The mere presence of him in her home brought her an unparalleled sense of tranquility. In their 3 years together, she had never witnessed such a nearly hopeless expression in Shen Lang's eyes, one that shattered her heart. A tremor coursed through her, and her tone softened. Shen Lang, I have some work-related matters to discuss with Zhu Gongzi. Why don't you come sit with us? The reason she agreed to dine with Zhu Gongzi today was primarily due to the incessant flowers and breakfasts he had sent her, which had become a source of great annoyance. Many in the company were aware of her marriage, and his persistent pursuit had sparked numerous unfavorable rumors. She hoped to address this with him, never anticipating she would encounter Shen Lang here. Previously, her proud and aloof nature would have dismissed any need for explanation, but seeing Shen Lang in such a state of despair compelled her to offer an uncharacteristic clarification.
No need, President Su. We've already eaten. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
With that, Shen Lang nearly fled the scene. Upon exiting the restaurant, he gasped for air like a fish deprived of oxygen, his eyes brimming with uncontainable sorrow.
Shen Lang, what on earth happened? Do you know that woman?
Lu Jia pursued him, concern etched across her face.
Sorry, Lu Jia.
Shen Lang felt a pang of guilt that he was acutely aware of Lu Jia's unwavering support over the years, the countless worries she had endured for his career. There had been several promising opportunities that required out-of-province filming, yet he had prioritized his contract with Su Miaohan, ensuring he remained worthy of the 5 million investment while also caring for Grandpa Li, ultimately sacrificing those chances. Lu Jia had always respected his decisions without complaint. When he secured the role of Yongquan, his first instinct was to share the news with Lu Jia, as it promised to elevate his career and, in turn, hers. Yet, he had ultimately let her down. Guilt surged within him.
Why are you apologizing when everything was going so well?
Lu Jia questioned, perplexed.
That role, it may be gone.
Lu Jia's eyes widened in shock.
Why?
Reluctantly, he revealed, the woman you just saw is my wife.
She is quite wealthy and one of the investors' infragrant concubine. She is your wife?
Lu Jia was taken aback. Shen Lang chuckled bitterly. Do you think I deserve her? Our marriage is merely a facade. We signed a contract that concludes in 2 months.
Ah?
Lu Jia was stunned, unable to fathom the situation.
The man with her, you must recognize him, it's Zhu Gongzi, her boyfriend.
Now you understand why he looks at me with disdain. Shen Lang sighed. She primarily invested in this play to secure his role as the lead, so how could he possibly allow me to play the third male lead? You heard them, they've decided to remove my role. The weight of this revelation left Lu Jia reeling, followed by an overwhelming surge of anger.
How dare they treat you this way?
Let it go, Shen Lang sighed, it is her production. She has the right to choose her cast. But you were her husband for 3 years, even if it was a sham, she shouldn't be so heartless. That woman may look beautiful, but her heart is wicked.
Lu Jia's indignation grew, and she contemplated confronting Su Miaohan, only to be restrained by Shen Lang.
Lu Jia, please don't act impulsively.
How can I not?
Lu Jia exclaimed, her emotions running high. You fought so hard for this opportunity, and they dismiss all your efforts with a single word. Why should they have that power?
Shen Lang's gaze turned distant as he gently shook his head. Regardless, she did help me once.
Without Su Miaohan's 5 million, Grandpa Li would not have survived, and the orphanage might have been shuttered 3 years ago. This immense kindness remained etched in his heart. Lu Jia looked into his bewildered eyes, her heart aching for him.
You are too kind, always considering others.
Perhaps the opportunity is lost, but I will find another. I refuse to believe they can dominate everything. With your talent and skill, someone will surely recognize your worth. As they departed the restaurant, Su Miaohan and Zhu Gongzi emerged, having lost her appetite even before the meal was served. Su Miaohan hurried downstairs, only to catch a glimpse of Shen Lang's departing figure. Zhu Gongzi glanced at her, his eyes flickering with jealousy, and remarked with a smile, I didn't expect Shen Lang to quietly find a girlfriend. She seems quite beautiful, but she appears significantly older than him. Perhaps she realized their contract is nearing its end and seamlessly transitioned to a new wealthy patron. I never would have guessed, he always seemed so innocent, yet he plays such a whimsical game behind the scenes. Chapter 22. This is truly wonderful. Su Miaohan remained silent, a fleeting shadow of profundity crossing her cold, sharp features. A's, please refrain from delivering flowers to my company in the future. Zhu Gongzi was taken aback. After all, I am still married to Shen Lang, and many within the company are aware of this. Your ostentatious displays of affection have sparked numerous unwelcome rumors, Su Miaohan continued. Zhu Gongzi spoke with difficulty. Miaohan, you know my feelings for you, since you have waited for me all these years and found Shen Lang as a substitute. Now that I have returned, is there truly any need for you to remain entangled with him? He genuinely could not fathom what Su Miaohan was thinking. On one hand, she feigned deep affection, preserving her chastity for him, and even sought a substitute who bore some resemblance to him. She cherished the gifts he had given her, caring meticulously for a pot of clivia. Yet, upon his return, she became elusive and indifferent. After a few seconds of silence, Su Miaohan replied, I once told you that what I desire is a platonic soul connection. For years, I believed our relationship embodied this sentiment. Perhaps my lingering obsession has skewed my perception, as I have continuously fantasized and idealized your image. Thus, I hold dear the gifts you bestowed upon me, finding them profoundly romantic. I even contemplated disregarding everything to rush to you when I learned you were returning. At this point, under the gaze of Zhu Gongzi, filled with endless longing, she paused slightly before continuing. However, after seeing you at the airport that day, I realized you fall short of the standard I had envisioned in my heart. I found little anticipation or joy. Why is this? Upon hearing this, Zhu Gongzi clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with discontent. Su Miaohan shook her head. I do not know. It simply feels as though that sentiment has vanished. Zhu Gongzi gritted his teeth. Is it because of Shen Lang? Su Miaohan hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. What does he possess? No career, no family background, though he may be handsome. Am I not equally so? What makes him superior to me? Zhu Gongzi nearly shouted in frustration. Su Miaohan looked up at him, a hint of pity in her eyes. You need not act this way. Miaohan, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I should not have forced you in such a manner. Please grant me another chance. I promise to respect you. I will never impose upon you again. Zhu Gongzi pleaded. Su Miaohan did not respond and turned to walk towards the parking lot. Shen Lang. That damned lowlife. Zhu Gongzi ground his teeth in anger. I will not let this go. Director Hu, understood. It's alright, I know there are matters beyond your control, and I do not hold you accountable. I look forward to your guidance in the future. On his way home, Shen Lang received a call from Wu Chunjian. The caller sincerely apologized, expressing high hopes for him. Due to unavoidable circumstances, they could not collaborate this time, but he would be invited to audition for suitable roles in future projects. Although Shen Lang had anticipated the role's cancellation, receiving the official notification still left him feeling somewhat despondent. This opportunity was exceptional, but fate had dealt a cruel hand now. He needed to devise another plan to quickly acquire the funds for Grandpa Li's targeted medication. Dear friends, welcome to the renowned Mingyue community in Shanghai. As he approached the community entrance, a young man with yellow hair, followed by a whole team, appeared, seemingly engaged in a live broadcast. Rumor has it that the villas here start at over 100 million, with some of the prime properties valued in the billions. Today, I will take you inside to experience it firsthand. Suddenly, Shen Lang recalled that the previous owner of this body was also a content creator on Dolu. His account was named Riding the Waves, certified as an independent musician. Shen Lang took out his phone to check. There were dozens of videos, with only 3 original songs, the majority being covers. However, the previous owner shared a similar shy disposition as him, which led to all the works being faceless, and combined with his karaoke-level singing talent, the videos garnered only modest likes, with the most popular reaching around 70 to 80,000. Should I film an original song to post? Shen Lang suddenly entertained the idea. Given his current standing, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity like Shangfei Chuan, and relying solely on acting to cover the medication costs was impractical. Perhaps becoming a music influencer could be a viable avenue for income. Moreover, he had experience working in a record company and was a trained musician, proficient in songwriting, composing, and arranging, with a wealth of memories from his past life's works. If he could adapt them for this world, it might just garner some attention. Once this notion took root, it spread through his mind like a rampaging vine. Upon returning home, he immediately grabbed pen and paper, and in less than 10 minutes, he perfectly recreated a complete song with lyrics. Simultaneously, he downloaded software on his computer to begin arranging the music. By around 5 in the afternoon, a complete piece finally took shape. Lacking professional recording equipment, the video quality was less than ideal, but under the current circumstances, Shen Lang could not reasonably demand more. After logging onto a copyright registration website to secure his rights, he crafted a brief description and uploaded the video to Dolu. Stretching lazily, Shen Lang checked the time and realized it was nearly 6 o'clock, prompting him to hurriedly head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just after he finished cooking, the sound of the front door opening reached his ears. Su Miaohan had returned. You're back, dinner is ready, Shen Lang's gentle voice called out. Su Miaohan glanced at him, seemingly assessing his current state. Seeing everything as usual, she nodded and went to her bedroom. After a while, she emerged in comfortable loungewear, her hair having transitioned from a tidy bun to a relaxed, loose style.
The dinner proceeded in the same quiet manner as always. After finishing his meal, Shen Lang went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Just as he was about to return to his room, Su Miaohan called out to him. "Shen Lang, let's talk." Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, a surge of delight bubbling within him. Could it be that she wished to discuss terminating the contract? This was truly wonderful, though it was impossible to say he felt no resentment towards Su Miaohan regarding today's events. After all, that role was immensely whom she chose to employ or dismiss was her prerogative. Furthermore, Chu Gongza was her legitimate boyfriend, whom she adored deeply, sacrificing her own comfort for him. From her perspective, her action seemed justifiable. Moreover, had it not been for her life-saving 5 million, Grandpa Li would have long since passed away. This was a debt of gratitude. Though there was disappointment and dissatisfaction, from any angle, Su Miaohan appeared merely indifferent towards him, with no other faults to highlight. What right did he have to blame her? Chapter 23 A Betrayal from Behind. President Su, I am aware of what you are about to say. It pertains to the termination of our contract, am I correct? Very well, I shall comply. Shen Lang interjected, how about this, can you spare a moment tomorrow morning? Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and finalize our divorce. Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan was momentarily taken aback. Her intention in seeking out Shen Lang was not for this matter, nor had she contemplated an early dissolution of their agreement. During their meal earlier, she had merely noticed his fatigued countenance and was concerned for his well-being, intending only to inquire about his condition. She had not anticipated that he would broach the subject of divorce instantly. Her expression darkened. She had thought that his demeanor upon returning indicated he was unaffected by the events of the afternoon, but it appeared that such composure was merely a facade, masking deeper feelings of concern. As this realization dawned upon her, an inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within Su Miaohan. Shen Lang, she admonished, fixing her gaze upon him with unwavering seriousness. There is no need for you to act this way. When we initially signed the contract, we agreed that our relationship was solely one of collaboration. That marriage certificate was merely a formality. I do not wish for you to entertain any unnecessary thoughts. Do you comprehend my meaning? Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. Over the past 3 years. He had often heard similar sentiments from Chen Meng, and recently, Chu Gongza had echoed the same thoughts. Yet, hearing these words from Su Miaohan was a first. In that instant, he felt his heart constrict painfully, but that sensation quickly dissipated, leaving behind a clarity of mind. After uttering those words, Su Miaohan immediately began to regret them. She was uncertain as to why she had spoken so. In that moment, she sensed that Shen Lang might be feeling jealous of Chu Gongza, which vexed her, prompting an instinctive desire to dispel such notions in order to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Rest assured, President Su, I am well aware of my own limitations and position. I harbor no improper intentions. Shen Lang replied earnestly. Once the contract is terminated, I will distance myself from both you and Mr. Chu, ensuring that I do not cause you any inconvenience. You may take comfort in this. Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan felt a surge of agitation within her. Do as you wish, she muttered before striding into her study. Shen Lang's gaze followed her departure, filled with self-mockery. He no longer felt compelled to cling to this villa. Initially, he had intended to leave promptly, complying with Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza's wishes, as it would also preserve his own dignity. After all, there was a significant difference between leaving voluntarily and being expelled. Given that Su Miaohan insisted on his presence, he resolved to endure these final 2 months, regardless of any humiliation or loss of face he might suffer. After all, he had accepted 5 million from her. The following day, Shen Lang received a call from Lu Jia. Shen Lang, there has been a major development. Upon hearing the urgency in her voice, his heart sank. Lu Jia, what is it? Someone has issued a blacklist order against you within the industry. Shen Lang's complexion turned ashen in an instant. His first thought was of Su Miaohan. The Su family was an established aristocracy in Shanghai, with assets nearing 100 billion and extensive connections. Only they could orchestrate a blacklist against someone in the entertainment realm. He had initially thought that Su Miaohan would merely remove him from the cast of fragrant concubine, but he never anticipated that she would act so decisively, effectively shattering his professional prospects. His breathing became rapid, his handsome face flushed a deep red as his fists clenched tightly, drawing blood from his palms. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Compounded by his pre-existing low blood sugar, having risen on an empty stomach, he collapsed to the ground in a faint. The loud thud startled Su Miaohan awake in her master bedroom. Shen Lang. Her face paled as she rushed to assist him. Don't touch me. Shen Lang pushed her hand away, struggling to rise, his complexion as white as a sheet. I'll take you to the hospital, Su Miaohan said, reaching for her bag. Su Miaohan, am I a monkey? Shen Lang shouted. Su Miaohan froze, bewildered as she gazed at him. In that moment, his eyes, which she had never seen before, burned with an intense crimson, filled with boundless fury and resentment. In her memory, this young man had always exuded an air of gentility, never once raising his voice in her presence during their 3 years together. He had always addressed her respectfully as President Su, and she could occasionally discern traces of admiration and gratitude in his gaze. Su Miaohan had always known that this man held a deep reverence for her, admiring her acumen in the business world. Yet now, he was calling her by her name, his eyes reflecting humiliation that rendered her utterly unfamiliar with him. She could not fathom what she had done to provoke such anger. From this day forth, I owe you nothing, Su Miaohan. I, Shen Lang, am no longer in your debt. Tears brimmed in his reddened eyes, and in that moment, he felt both despair and anguish. Perhaps he did not harbor romantic feelings for Su Miaohan, but after 3 years of companionship, he had come to regard her as a friend. Yet now he realized the cruelty of the world.
While he viewed her as a friend, she could so effortlessly plunge a knife into his heart. The 5 million he had received, coupled with nearly 3 years of unwavering devotion, had been irrevocably negated by her actions in shattering his career. With that, Shen Lang wasted no time and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Su Miaohan stood there, frozen in shock for a moment, before furrowing her brow and sinking into the sofa. She was not angry at Shen Lang's sudden change in demeanor, rather, she pondered what had transpired to transform such a sincere young man into this state. However, over the past 3 years, she had not paid attention to Shen Lang's affairs and was unaware of the friends in his life. Aside from knowing he was a minor actor, she knew nothing more. Even if she wished to understand what had transpired around him, she had no means to investigate. After some contemplation, Su Miaohan entered Shen Lang's bedroom. Since he had moved into this room, she had refrained from entering it to avoid any misunderstandings. Even when she discovered Shen Lang secretly playing the piano she had intended for Chu Gongzi, she had merely scolded him from the doorway. The room was impeccably tidy, the bedding neatly arranged, and all items organized, exuding a refreshing ambience. Upon entering, she could still catch a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, imbued with a subtle hint of masculinity. Her gaze was drawn first to the piano. When Chu Gongzi had expressed his fondness for it, Su Miaohan had been too preoccupied with a project to purchase it at the time. Later, when Chu Gongzi left to study abroad in a fit of pique, Su Miaohan, wishing to atone for her perceived shortcomings, had bought the piano, intending to gift it to him upon his return. Hence, she held this piano in high regard. Chapter 24. A twofold gain. That day, she unusually left work early and returned home, only to find Shen Lang seated at the piano, playing a melody. At that moment, she was utterly incensed. This piano represented her penance, a token of her indebtedness to Chu Gongzi. She yearned to witness Chu Gongzi coax the first note from this exquisite instrument, to share in his delight. Yet, the fact that another man had dared to lay hands upon it filled her with a sense of desecration. With an unprecedented sternness, she reprimanded Shen Lang. To this day, she still recalls the look of fear and unease on his face as he repeatedly apologized, vowing never to touch it again. In the days that followed, she returned home early multiple times, and since then, Shen Lang had not once dared to approach the piano again. It seemed as if this piano had become a haunting specter for him. The room was immaculate and brightly lit, but the cover and body of the piano bore a slight layer of dust, a testament to Shen Lang's trepidation following her earlier admonishment. For a fleeting moment, Su Miaohan's gaze drifted into a haze. Had she perhaps gone too far? She was aware of Shen Lang's passion for music. Many times, she had heard him practicing vocal exercises from this very room. He merely enjoyed it. What harm could there be in allowing him to play? Moreover, her fantasies regarding Chu Gongzi, the fervor she had felt since their first encounter at the airport, had gradually dimmed. Consequently, she had yet to express any intention of gifting the piano to Chu Gongzi. With a gaze clouded in uncertainty, Su Miaohan slowly averted her eyes, fixing her attention on the desk. Is this a script? Curiosity sparked within her as she noticed a script laid out on the table. She was eager to discover what project Shen Lang was currently involved in. After all, she helmed a film company, and perhaps she could discreetly offer him some resources. Upon opening the script, Su Miaohan was taken aback. The harem's fragrant concubine. It was indeed this production. This project was particularly memorable to her, being one that her company had heavily invested in. A few days prior, Chu Gongzi had approached her, expressing his enthusiasm for the role of the male lead. However, she had not immediately acquiesced, instead convening with the project manager and director for discussion. Although Chu Gongzi's acting skills were rather mediocre, better than those of actors who merely gawk and recite numbers, yet still lacking, coupled with his considerable popularity, after much deliberation, they had decided to cast him as the male lead. Su Miaohan was astonished to discover that Shen Lang was also involved with this project. Yongquan, that seemed to be the third male lead in the play. She noticed Shen Lang had marked Yongquan's scenes with a red pen, an expression of sheer disbelief washing over her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she retrieved her phone to dial Hu Chuanjiang's number. Hello, President Su, how may I assist you? After a moment of contemplation, Su Miaohan inquired, Director Hu, have you already selected an actor for the role of Yongquan? Well, Hu Chunjiang was perplexed. The actor had been personally vetoed by President Su herself. Why was she inquiring now? He decided to speak candidly. Yes, we have indeed selected someone. Although the actor has not previously held any significant roles, he possesses an innate talent, both in understanding the character and in acting. Su Miaohan fell silent once more. What is his name? Shen Lang. A jolt ran through Su Miaohan, and she sank weakly onto the edge of her bed. Indeed, it was him. In that instant, she recalled why Shen Lang had appeared so despondent yesterday afternoon. She and Chu Gongzi had discussed the topic of expelling him from the production, and Shen Lang had been right there, surely overhearing everything. He must have thought she had intentionally removed him from the cast, hence his despairing demeanor. At this moment, Su Miaohan's hands trembled slightly as memories of Shen Lang's frantic expression resurfaced, her heart aching with an unnamable pain. She was unaware that the role of Yongquan had been assigned to Shen Lang. Earlier that morning, Chu Gongzi had called her, indignantly accusing a young actor of leveraging connections to secure the pivotal third male role. This young actor, devoid of talent or renown, was nothing but a product of nepotism, and his presence threatened to ruin the production. Su Miaohan harbored a profound disdain for such nepotism, particularly since she had invested a staggering sum into this project, intent on its profitability. She could not allow a mere rotten apple to spoil the entire venture, yet, she was not one to jump to conclusions. After consulting with the project team, she confirmed the situation before instructing them to contact Hu Chunjiang for a replacement. Little did she expect that the nepotism Chu Gongzi referred to would turn out to be Shen Lang. In an instant, Su Miaohan's exquisite visage darkened with discontent. Did she not know Shen Lang well enough? Aside from her nominal status as his wife, he had no other connections over the past 3 years, he had never made any demands of her, and given his character, he would never resort to leveraging relationships to gain favors. Realizing that Chu Gongza had lied, a wave of disappointment surged within Su Miaohan. Though her once fervent infatuation with him had faded and her desire to make amends had dissipated, she still clung to a shred of hope. If he could carve out a career in the entertainment industry, if he could win over her family, if he could once again stir her heart, perhaps he could be granted another chance. Yet now, to suppress a non-existent rival, he employed such sordid tactics, manipulating her to expel Shen Lang, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Chu Gongza's cunning was undeniable. He not only succeeded in ousting Shen Lang, but also sowed discord between her and Shen Lang, truly a twofold gain. Had she not fortuitously discovered Shen Lang's script today, she might have remained oblivious to the entire scheme. President Su, if I may speak candidly, please do not take offense. Su Miaohan snapped back to reality. Go on. I cannot fathom how Shen Lang has offended you, but while dismissal may be acceptable, a complete ban seems unwarranted. He is a promising talent, and to destroy him would be quite regrettable. Not long ago, Hu Chunjiang had received a call from Lu Jia, inquiring if he knew who was orchestrating Shen Lang's banishment from the industry. He had immediately thought of Su Miaohan. After all, Shen Lang was a relatively obscure figure who had not wronged anyone. The prominent families would not engage in such behavior. Only Su Miaohan, who had just ousted Shen Lang from the production, had both the motive and the means. Hu Chunjiang genuinely admired Shen Lang, and in that moment, he could not help but speak up on his behalf. Chapter 25. Who issued the ban? What did you say? Su Miaohan's voice took on a sharp edge. Her demeanor was typically icy, rarely betraying her emotions, even amidst the deceitful machinations of the business world. Yet, in this moment, she found herself uncharacteristically flustered, abruptly rising from her seat. Shen Lang has been banned. Do you think I am responsible? Hu Chunjiang stood there, momentarily taken aback. I apologize, MS.SU, I may have misunderstood. After all, the only ones with the capability and motivation to do so are. Su Miaohan grasped his implication. To orchestrate a ban in the entertainment industry was no trivial feat. It required formidable capital and connections. Even if Shen Lang was merely a minor character, the Su family possessed such power. Furthermore, having expelled Shen Lang from the production team just yesterday, it was no wonder Hu Chunjiang suspected her. I did not orchestrate this, I will get to the bottom of it. She paused. Has the role of Yongquan been finalized? It has been confirmed. Your company's Du Yongza was signed to the contract yesterday afternoon. Su Miaohan merely responded with a non-committal before hanging up the phone. Clutching her mobile device, she stood lost in thought for a considerable time before gradually regaining her composure and driving to the office. Ms. Su, why are you so late today? Chen Meng inquired, bringing her a cup of hot tea. This was Su Miaohan's preference. She had little fondness for coffee and was particularly discerning about tea, especially favoring Longjing from the Jiangnan region. Chen Meng found it peculiar, as Su Miaohan was usually very disciplined, a quintessential workaholic who shunned shopping and television dramas, dedicating all her enthusiasm and energy to her work. Typically, she would call ahead to arrange matters at the company, but today, she had failed to do so, arriving at 10 o'clock, quite an unusual occurrence. Have Zhao Xingli from Chinka Films come to my office, Su Miaohan instructed after sipping her tea. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Chen Meng nodded and exited. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room. He greeted her with an ingratiating smile. Miss Su, you summoned me? Su Miaohan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Only when Zhao Xingli began to perspire profusely and tremble slightly did she coldly inquire, Zhao Xingli, the company has treated you well over the years, has it not? Indeed, it had been more than generous. When he first joined Chinka Films, he was merely an ordinary employee in the marketing department, and it was Su Miaohan who had meticulously promoted him. His current salary was among the highest in the industry. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Xingli, with a mournful expression, asked, Miss Su, I have always remembered your kindness, is there a problem? Su Miaohan lifted her eyelids, her gaze Zhao Xingli, with a face full of despair, realized that he had been thoroughly ensnared by Chu Gongza. Due to the nature of his profession, he had occasional interactions with Chu Gongza and was aware of their close relationship. Thus, when Chu Gongza requested his assistance, he had readily acquiesced, never anticipating that someone of Su Miaohan's stature would hold him accountable for such a trivial matter. MS.SU, this is not my doing. It was Mr. Chu who approached me, claiming it was your directive. Zhao Xingli hastily shifted all blame onto Chu Gongza. Go to the finance department and collect your salary for this month. You need not come to work tomorrow, Su Miaohan stated coldly. MS.SU, I do not wish to repeat myself. Zhao Xingli's countenance fell, his mind racing with curses directed at Chu Gongza, whom he blamed for this calamity that resulted in his job loss. Wait. Ms. Su? Zhao Xingli turned back, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Who issued the ban on Shen Lang? Zhao Xingli hesitated, shaking his head. Miss Su, you overestimate me. I am merely a small manager, lacking the authority for such decisions. Su Miaohan waved him off, indicating he could leave. Sitting despondently in her chair, Su Miaohan stared blankly at an exquisite motorcycle figurine before her. She recalled her university days, when she had a particular fondness for such toys that boys often cherished, finding them undeniably cool and stylish. Especially during times of distress, riding a motorcycle would whisk her worries away. Upon learning of her passion, Chu Gongza had gone to great lengths to order this motorcycle model from abroad, painstakingly assembling it before presenting it to her.
The actual value of the gift was negligible, yet the sentiment behind it was priceless. Su Miaohan had treasured it dearly, placing it in the most prominent position on her desk, a silent companion through countless days and nights. Yet now, gazing at the model, a bittersweet pang gripped her heart. The man who once radiated kindness and warmth had transformed into a cunning individual who thrived on undermining others, a reality she found difficult to accept. The stark contrast left her momentarily breathless. She picked up her phone to call Chu Gongza, only to set it back down almost immediately. Minutes passed as she repeated this cycle, until, at last, she dialed the number.
Miaohan?
The voice on the other end was filled with surprise.
Do you have a moment?
I do, of course. If you need me, I will make time. No matter how busy I may be. Are you at the office? I can come to see you right now.
Su Miaohan's expression was frozen.
After a long pause, she finally replied, Maple Leaf CAF, I will wait for you there.
All right, I will be there shortly. At noon, Shen Lang returned home, laden with his purchases.
A Focusrite Solo Gen 3 audio interface paired with an Audio-Technica at 2020 microphone, along with a guitar, cost him over 10,000, nearly exhausting his entire savings. To excel in 1S craft, one must first possess the right tools. Shen Lang had been dissatisfied with the rough recording from the previous day, so he decided to splurge his savings on a brand new setup. While this equipment was not high-end, it would certainly yield results superior to yesterday's. As for why he lingered here instead of leaving, that when he stormed out in anger that morning, Shen Lang had contemplated doing just that. However, upon reflection, he concluded that it was wiser to endure, quietly completing the next 2 months and fulfilling his final duties. Once that day arrived, they would owe each other nothing and part ways amicably. I wonder how that video from yesterday turned out, he mused, settling down on his bed and opening Dole with a hint of curiosity.
Chapter 26. What qualification do you have to make me like you, Maple Leaf CAF? Miaohan, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to invite me out since my return.
Chu Gongza, clad in a crisp shirt, stood tall and slender, embodying the quintessential model figure. His handsome features bore a touch of delicate beauty, precisely the type that captivated the hearts of young girls today. Cradling a bouquet of blue roses, he wore a gentle smile, reminiscent of a prince stepping out from a dream, and his poise was undoubtedly sufficient to draw the attention of most young women. This is your favorite blue rose, a gift for you. Chu Gongza approached Su Miaohan, smiling as he extended the flowers toward her. Su Miaohan lowered her clear eyes, hesitating momentarily before accepting the bouquet, placing it casually on the sofa behind her, and murmuring a soft thank you. Miaohan, I recall you adoring tea and frequenting tea houses.
What brought you to invite me to a CAF today?
Chu Gongza settled into a seat before her, his voice light and teasing.
Do you remember our first date?
Su Miaohan glanced at him. It was at a CAF off campus.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
Chu Gongza felt a rush of excitement. The fact that Su Miaohan had suddenly taken the initiative to reach out to him today, reminiscing about their first date, made him wonder if she had finally come to terms with their past and wished to reconcile. Sir, madam, your coffees. The waiter approached with 2 cups of coffee. This is my favorite Americano, Miaohan.
I can't believe you still remember my taste.
Chu Gongza expressed his delight upon seeing the coffee served at their table. Su Miaohan lowered her head, slowly adding half a packet of sugar to her coffee, stirring gently with a spoon. This simple scene resembled a painting, her hair cascading softly, her fair cheeks glowing under the coffee's hue, exuding a captivating beauty that was almost enchanting. Chu Gongza gazed at her, his heart skipping a beat. This woman, aside from her aloof demeanor, was flawless in every other aspect, stunningly beautiful, exceptionally talented, and from a noble family. She resembled a celestial being, unattainable and ethereal. The mere thought that he had once possessed such a woman filled his heart with pride. Zay, after drinking this coffee, please do not contact me again. Su Miaohan's sudden declaration jolted him. Chu Gongza froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable.
Why? His voice cracked, laden with emotion.
I dislike those who deceive me, Su Miaohan replied coolly. When have I ever deceived you? Chu Gongza's voice was hoarse. Su Miaohan's gaze bored into his, disappointment evident in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, he was still lying. Consider what you've done, I shall take my leave now. Su Miaohan, always decisive, preferred not to engage in a protracted argument in the CAF, where many patrons were present, not wishing to become the center of their attention.
Is it because of Shen Lang?
Chu Gongza rose, nearly grinding his teeth as he asked. Yes, I was the one who did it, but for whose sake? You know very well that I like you, that I love you, and that you have been waiting for me these years.
Why, upon my return, has your attitude changed?
That Shen Lang is nothing but a good-for-nothing, merely a stand-in. You found as your boyfriend. I do not wish to see you so close to him.
Is that wrong? But what about you? You know I detest him, yet you continue to keep him around. What do you expect me to think?
I simply cannot stand him prancing around in front of me.
Am I wrong for wanting him gone? I am not at fault. Your attitude has always been so fickle, giving me hope one moment and snatching it away the next.
These words had been pent up inside him for far too long. Ignoring the bewildered stares of the CAF's patrons, Chu Gongza felt compelled to unleash his pent-up frustrations.
Miaohan, I demand that you make a choice right now. Do you?
I love you, I pursued you, where did I go wrong? It is that Shen Lang who cannot comprehend his own situation, clinging on despite everything. What right does he have?
Even if you are willing, have you considered your family? Your parents, your grandparents, would they accept me?
Chu Gongza followed closely, persistently arguing.
Though I, Chu Gongza, am merely a bastard child of the Chu family, I am still a scion with a certain claim to inheritance. Shouldn't he that surpass a mere good-for-nothing? Miaohan, listen to me, give up on that good-for-nothing, and let us start anew. Enough. Su Miaohan's sharp reprimand halted him. Chu Gongza stood frozen. I had given you hope, but it was for the kind-hearted and bright Chu Gongza in my heart, not for the calculating and vindictive one. I once thought you were an ambitious young man, someone who would strive and achieve in the entertainment industry. Then, even if my family opposed, you would have the means to earn their favor. But what have you done? Your fame has risen, yet you lack ambition, content to be a mere internet celebrity. Your acting skills are lacking, and you have not sought to improve your singing. Now, you even envy a young actor, seeking to ruin his career with a blacklist. The more she spoke, the colder her demeanor became. Tell me, with someone like you, what qualification do you have to make me like you? Moreover, my relationship with Shen Lang is merely contractual. Essentially, we are roommates, and our connection is entirely innocent. What exactly are you envious of? He has diligently cared for me over the years, never making any demands. You wish to be my boyfriend but refuse to repay his kindness, instead seeking to ruin his career. How can you be so malicious? Chu Gongza's face turned ashen. Let us sever our ties. From now on, I shall not know you. Su Miaohan declared, determined to leave. A finally frantic Chu Gongza implored, Miaohan, I was wrong. In my fear of losing you, I lost my senses and committed these mistakes, all because I care for you deeply. If you grant me another chance, I will apologize to Shen Lang and lift his blacklist. Su Miaohan paused, frowning as she replied, how could you manage to blacklist him with your influence? This, Chu Gongza opened his mouth, at a loss for words. It was Su Chen, wasn't it? Chu Gongza was taken aback. Su Chen was Su Miaohan's younger brother, very close to her. Years ago, upon discovering that Su Miaohan had married a powerless orphan, he had nearly assaulted Shen Lang in a fit of rage, only to be sternly warned by Su Miaohan to cease. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Miaohan, her brother had not truly stopped. Over the years, he had secretly sabotaged Shen Lang's opportunities, causing him considerable distress. Chapter 27 Divination. Do not follow me any longer, and you are forbidden to approach Su Chen. Su Miaohan cast him a stern glance. This was her code of conduct, to love ardently and to hate decisively, embracing love with fervor and severing ties with unyielding resolve. Miaohan, have you forgotten? You once promised me 3 chances, Chu Gongza suddenly called out from behind. Su Miaohan's delicate figure froze as memories began to resurface. It stemmed from an incident during her senior year when she had a motorcycle accident on a desolate mountain road, a place where neither heaven nor earth could heed her cries, and her phone lay shattered. She had thought she would perish there, but unexpectedly, in the dead of night, Chu Gongza arrived with others, rescuing her from the brink of death. Su Miaohan was not one to easily express her feelings, yet on this occasion, she felt a genuine gratitude towards Chu Gongza. When he jokingly asked if she would forgive him for any future transgressions in light of this life-saving act, she firmly nodded, assuring him that she would grant him 3 chances, irrespective of the mistakes he might commit. Miaohan, I swear I will change. I truly love you, please give me one more chance, just one, will you? Chu Gongza spoke with tender earnestness. Su Miaohan slowly turned to face him, taking a long moment before gently nodding. I keep my word. You shall have 3 chances, and not a single one less. However, you have already used 2. Disappearing without a word 3 years ago was the first, and today marks the second. Alright, I promise this will absolutely be the last time. Chu Gongza was elated. I have matters to attend to. You should return now, Su Miaohan replied, her expression weary. She could never be so cold-hearted. She recalled that night, the cacophony of frogs and insects in the mountains, the darkness so profound she could not see her hand in front of her face, and the relentless bites of mosquitoes. Fear enveloped her, compounded by her injuries, pushing her to the brink of despair. In her most hopeless moment, it was Chu Gongza who knew of her penchant for racing in that area and sought her out, offering her a lifeline. In that moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude. Later, when Chu Gongza left in anger, she felt a pang of guilt, stemming from her inability to repay the debt of gratitude for his timely rescue. Perhaps he was still that kind-hearted boy from years ago. It was her failure to maintain the boundaries with Shen Lang that had sparked his jealousy, leading to misunderstandings. Yet, Shen Lang had only 2 months of life remaining, and she could not fathom abandoning him. After all, they had lived together for 3 years. Even a pet would evoke emotions. Moreover, he had been so gentle and kind, managing all her daily concerns, allowing her to navigate the business world with ease. To betray him now would be beneath her. Let us take one step at a time, Su Miaohan sighed inwardly as she returned to her office. The office was divided into 2 sections. The outer office of her secretary, Chen Meng, and the larger inner office belonging to Su Miaohan herself. To enter her office, one had to first pass through Chen Meng's. Upon entering, Su Miaohan found Chen Meng enjoying her work meal while listening to music. Miaohan, you're back. Didn't you go on a date with Chu Gongza? Why are you back so soon? Chen Meng asked, her words muffled by food. I merely had a cup of coffee, Su Miaohan replied as she walked straight into her office. Just as she reached the doorway, she turned back to ask, what is the name of the song you were just listening to? It sounds lovely. Oh, you mean this? Chen Meng's interest piqued, and she set her meal aside. This is an original song by a creator named Riding the Waves, called Divination. It's absolutely beautiful. Look, it was released just yesterday, and it has already garnered nearly 100,000 likes. Many people are leaving comments praising its beauty, although the sound quality is rather poor. Su Miaohan opened the app and searched for the creator known as Riding the Waves, greeted by a caption that read, "I would use 3 lifetimes to redeem, to divine your fortunes and misfortunes." The simplicity of the words stirred a desire to delve deeper. She clicked on the video with a voice sang, accompanied by the chime of bells, imparting an ancient and reverent quality to the song. The wind blows sand, butterflies love flowers, a tale for the ages. Like the moon in water, enchanted by flowers in the mirror, Su Miaohan, who usually enjoyed music, found the song's arrangement and lyrics unremarkable, yet the melody was undeniably catchy and accessible, easily hummed after just a few listens, hallmarks of a potential hit. After only 2 listens, Su Miaohan sensed that this song was destined for success. "Miaohan, don't you find the voice of this creator familiar? Also, the tiles in the video look quite similar to those in your home," Shen Lang. At first, Su Miaohan had not noticed, but upon her comment, she paid closer attention to the tiles and realized they were indeed identical. These were custom patterns she had painstakingly designed herself, unique and unparalleled. Su Miaohan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively listening again to the creator's voice. She could confirm it, this Riding the Waves creator was Shen Lang. In that moment, Su Miaohan felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She knew Shen Lang had a passion for music, having performed at the Tide Bar before, but she had no idea he possessed such talent, having seemingly composed the lyrics, melody, and arrangement all by himself. As she settled at her desk, she found herself unusually distracted from work, instead scrolling through the comments. Such a delightful listen, it feels like my ears are pregnant. The creator's voice is so gentle and magnetic, what a pity we can't see their face. This song reminds those who fail to appreciate the good in their lives not to take for granted those who care for them. Some feelings, once missed, are lost forever. Only later did I understand that spiritual solace can come from music, work, mountains, and seas, but never from a person. I beg for a studio version. As Su Miaohan read the comments, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Do not take for granted those who care for you? She thought of Chu Gongzi, but then Shen Lang's image flickered through her mind. In truth, during her year and more with Chu Gongzi, they had not created many fond memories apart from the time he saved her life. Their dates primarily consisted of watching movies, dining, and enjoying coffee, memories that had long since faded. At that time, she was gradually assuming more responsibilities at her company, consumed by work, while Chu Gongzi was preoccupied with his acting career. Their time together was scarce. Conversely, in her 3 years with Shen Lang, he may not have engaged in any grand romantic gestures nor accompanied her on shopping trips, meals, or movies, activities typical of couples, which Su Miaohan had actively avoided. Yet, he had meticulously tended to the minutiae of her daily life, providing care in a silent, unobtrusive manner. It was this subtle nurturing, akin to a gentle rain that falls unnoticed, that leaves indelible marks on the heart. Reflecting on this, Su Miaohan felt a pang of absurdity. Her relationship with Shen Lang was merely one of employer and employee, and with their disparity in status, it was impossible for anything more to develop. How could she suddenly be drawn to him? Quietly dismissing that thought from her mind, she closed her phone and returned to her work. Yet, a short while later, she found herself unable to resist the urge to reopen her phone, clicking on the video to give it a like and following the Riding the Waves account. Chapter 28. The first visit to Su Miaohan's office. Is this really 100,000 likes? The moment Shen Lang opened Duel, he appeared somewhat dazed. He had anticipated that this song would become popular, as it had garnered considerable attention in his previous life on Blue Star, attracting a large audience. However, he never expected to receive a staggering 100,000 likes in just one night. After scrolling for a while, he finally uncovered the reason. It turned out that a prominent food vlogger, Qingzi, had fortuitously discovered the song's charm and helped sharing it with everyone. Chengfengpalong. Shen Lang had indeed come across Qingzi's videos before. She boasted over 20 million followers, was petite and adorable, and frequently explored upscale dining establishments, such as private chefs and premium seafood. Each of her videos garnered immense popularity. Shen Lang was taken aback that such a prominent figure would promote him unconditionally, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude. He followed her account and sent a private message saying, "Thank you." Surprisingly, the follower count has exceeded 200,000. He had not paid attention earlier, but upon glancing, he noticed an increase of 70 to 80,000 followers overnight, and it seemed the momentum was still on the rise. This revelation prompted Shen Lang to recognize a golden opportunity that he needed to seize this wave of popularity and release a new piece to maintain the momentum. Around 8 in the evening, a brand new piece was finally completed. With the new equipment, the quality had undoubtedly improved significantly, and he could barely find satisfaction in it. Nonetheless, he did not rush to release this new song. The buzz surrounding the previous piece was still fermenting. He intended to wait until the potential of that song was fully realized before unveiling the new creation to maximize benefits. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, Shen Lang walked to the kitchen to prepare medicinal porridge. In the Su Corporation building, within Su Miaohan's office, she was engrossed in a report, her brow furrowed in distress. The Su Corporation primarily dealt in food and beverages, and with summer upon them, it was typically the peak season for beverage sales. However, the flagship products of the corporation were experiencing varying degrees of decline compared to the previous year. President Su, this year, the Jiang Corporation is making aggressive strides. They have enlisted popular celebrities to endorse several beverages, sparing no expense on advertising, and are continuously launching various campaigns. I believe we must swiftly catch up, or else they will undoubtedly encroach upon our market share, lamented Zheng Shanshan, the vice president responsible for marketing. Su Miaohan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the report. The Jiang Corporation was the Su Corporation's most direct competitor, with their industries largely overlapping, particularly in the food and beverage sector, where competition was fierce. Both companies harbored long-standing grievances, each determined to outdo the other.
This summer, the Jiang family took the lead, flooding major platforms with advertisements, securing top-tier celebrities for endorsements of their best-selling beverages, and launching numerous events with fervor. This left the unprepared Su Corporation in a reactive position, losing a considerable portion of the market. After a moment of contemplation, Su Miaohan devised a strategy.
For the products Xianqi Spring, Xiangla Orange, Weihu, and Ice Spring Cola, reach out to top influencers to discuss collaboration proposals.
Please draft a plan for me to review, ensuring the candidates align with our brand standards. Engage an advertising agency to redesign our ad slogans, and initiate discussions with major television and online media platforms about advertising placements. Secure favorable time slots, she instructed. As for event planning, have the planning department develop strategies that distinctly differ from the Jiang Corporation, showcasing our unique strengths and characteristics.
Zheng Shanchan nodded, I will see to it immediately. Miaohan, Chen Meng entered the room.
Su Miaohan sighed, call me President Su while at the office.
There is no one else around. What is it?
Shen Lang has come to deliver medicinal porridge, he is waiting in the lobby.
Su Miaohan paused, momentarily taken aback.
She had been so engrossed in her work throughout the day that she had completely forgotten about Shen Lang. She had assumed that given the substantial nature of his industry ban, he would likely need to set aside his pride to seek her forgiveness. To her surprise, he had come as if nothing had happened, steadfastly delivering the porridge with a complex expression. Su Miaohan responded, please go fetch him.
Wait a moment.
As Chen Meng turned to leave, Su Miaohan called her back.
What is it?
Su Miaohan hesitated, please invite him up.
Ah. Chen Meng's eyes widened in disbelief.
She recalled that Shen Lang had delivered medicinal porridge for 3 years, and Su Miaohan had never allowed him into her office. What had prompted this change today? Although reluctant, Chen Meng had no choice but to comply with Su Miaohan's request and went downstairs to summon Shen Lang. Shen Lang was somewhat astonished upon his first visit to Su Miaohan's office. He had brought her medicinal porridge for 3 years, yet she had seemingly avoided him, with Chen Meng always coming down to collect it. Now, she had invited him into her office, leaving him perplexed about her intentions. Chen Meng, please step outside, Su Miaohan said when she lingered in the doorway. Chen Meng pouted and cast a wary glance at Shen Lang before finally exiting the office and closing the door behind her.
President Su, did you call me in for something?
Shen Lang placed the thermos on the desk and inquired. I am already aware of the situation, Su Miaohan stated directly. The role of Yongquan was deceitfully taken from me by Chu Gongze in collusion with the manager of my company's marketing department. They did not mention your name, instead misleading me into believing it was a talentless and obscure actor who secured the role through connections.
The ban on you was not instigated by me.
It was orchestrated by Chu Gongze and my brother, Su Chen, behind the scenes. At this point, she looked at the astonished Shen Lang and solemnly added, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The role of Yongquan has already been contracted to another actor, and it cannot be altered. However, I will endeavor to secure a more significant role for you in another production. Moreover, I have contacted the authorities regarding the ban, and it has been lifted.
Shen Lang was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events.
Did this imply that he had wronged her? A pang of guilt washed over him as he realized that Su Miaohan had always been a kind-hearted individual. Given her pride, it seemed implausible that she would engage in such heartless actions. In that moment of fury, he had acted irrationally without seeking the truth. President Su, there's no need for that, Shen Lang quickly replied. It is not your responsibility. If the role is lost, then so be it. You need not compensate me. As long as the ban is lifted, my agent will assist me in finding other roles, but I still appreciate your goodwill. Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan's brows furrowed slightly, and she regarded him with surprise. She instinctively recalled Chu Gongze. When they were still in a relationship, he frequently resorted to subtle maneuvers to solicit roles and resources from her. Even after returning to the country, he had persistently sought the leading role in The Legend of Fragrant Concubine. As an actor, Shen Lang should understand the significance of securing a role far more consequential than the third lead in The Legend of Fragrant Concubine. In other productions, it could potentially be the second lead, or even the first. A single opportunity could catapult him to fame, yet, he had chosen to decline such a chance. Chapter 29 A win-win situation. Before auditioning for the role of the Fragrant Concubine, it seems you have primarily played supporting roles in web dramas, haven't you? In light of this matter, Su Miaohan had conducted a thorough investigation into Shen Lang's past, gaining a certain understanding of his current circumstances. He had predominantly portrayed minor characters, with limited screen time and, naturally, meager remuneration.
Do you realize that this opportunity could potentially catapult you into the leading role of a primetime drama, granting you instant fame? Is such an opportunity not something you desire?
Su Miaohan's eyes, shrouded in mystery, resembled a deep well, seemingly seeking to unveil Shen Lang's innermost thoughts. Shen Lang lowered his gaze, speaking in a gentle tone, Ms. Su, of course, I aspire to play significant roles. However, this matter does not concern you. There is no need for you to compensate me. If I were to accept your kindness, it would weigh on my conscience.
This was Shen Lang's sincere conviction.
Grandpa Li had always instructed him to claim what was rightfully his and to refrain from reaching for that which did not belong to him, a lesson he had ingrained in his heart. Despite Su Miaohan being his nominal wife, Shen Lang had never contemplated extracting any unmerited benefits from her. Su Miaohan was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the credibility of his words. In this world, could there truly be individuals who, in the face of fame and fortune, chose to cast them aside in order to preserve their pure-hearted intentions?
ms.su, please drink your medicinal porridge while it's warm. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shen Lang turned to depart. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, he felt an even greater urgency to distance himself from her. Zhu Gongza harbored an intense jealousy. Merely living in proximity to Su Miaohan had driven him into a frenzy, not only stripping Shen Lang of his role but also threatening to ruin his career. Such individuals were utterly fearsome. If he were to remain entangled with Su Miaohan, this would certainly not be the last incident of its kind. Shen Lang's gaze grew obscure. He did not wish to harbor malicious thoughts about others, yet this time, Zhu Gongza's actions had crossed a line, igniting within him a palpable sense of discomfort. Wait a moment. Su Miaohan's cool voice broke the silence. Shen Lang turned back, bewildered by her presence. I happen to be heading back as well. Let us go together. It will save you the trouble of hailing a cab. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. It was nearly 9:30 typically. At this hour, Su Miaohan would remain at the company overnight. On the top floor of this building, there existed a suite exclusively for her. What had prompted her to return home to rest today? Without uttering a word, Shen Lang assisted her in carrying the medicinal porridge downstairs. Please drive, I am feeling a bit weary and would like to rest my eyes for a moment. Su Miaohan handed the car keys to Shen Lang. Once in the car, as Shen Lang started the engine, he could not help but remind her, Miss Su, your stomach is sensitive, you must ensure to consume your medicinal porridge on time each day. Su Miaohan opened her eyes, responding with a soft straightening her posture to open the thermal container and began to eat delicately. Having hastily consumed only a few bites for dinner earlier due to work, she had since filled herself with tea. The long-forgotten stomach cramps began to tug at her nerves, causing a dull ache. As the warm porridge settled in her stomach, it enveloped her with a soothing warmth, seemingly dispelling much of the discomfort she had felt throughout the day. As seated in the back, Su Miaohan cast a fleeting glance at Shen Lang's handsome profile. The soft, yellow glow of the car's interior lights mingled with the city's neon lights shining through the windows, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that brought her back to the night they first met. He had been bathed in the neon lights of a bar, strumming his guitar and singing softly. In a fleeting moment, she found herself sharing 3 years with a man who ostensibly belonged to an entirely different social stratum. Shen Lang, do you have any wishes? Shen Lang paused momentarily, raising his gaze to meet her glistening eyes reflected in the rearview mirror. The clarity of her gaze was filled with sincerity. If memory served him correctly, this was perhaps the second time she had posed such a question. Shen Lang could discern her desire to make amends, especially since he had devoted himself to attending to her life over the past few years. As a billionaire female CEO and heiress, she held her own principles, and it was only natural for her to wish to compensate him after the role had been taken from him, leading to his industry ban. After all, individuals of her stature seldom enjoyed leaving debts unpaid. The words "I have no wishes" lingered on the tip of his tongue. She merely sought to alleviate this sense of indebtedness, and refusing her seemed rather unkind. Furthermore, it might leave her with a negative impression of being ungrateful or insatiable. Since she had extended an olive branch, he might as well acquiesce to her intentions. With this thought in mind, Shen Lang replied, I emerged from the Hope Children's Welfare Institute, which currently houses over a dozen children, most of whom are of school age. The government's support for this welfare institute is minimal. Much of the funding must be raised independently or through donations from the community. These children have grown up without parents, and their only path to a better future is through education. I hold no other aspirations. I merely wish to see these children grow up healthy and, ideally, achieve academic success. Regrettably, my own capabilities are limited. Currently, my greatest wish is to procure a batch of school supplies to donate to these children. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Shen Lang felt satisfied with his response. Su Miaohan had always enjoyed charitable deeds, and suggesting she donate some school supplies was a modest request that wouldn't require a significant financial outlay. This satisfied Su Miaohan's desire to make amends without causing her to incur excessive expense, truly a win-win situation. Is this truly your wish? Su Miaohan's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Her reiteration of the question stemmed from a moment of impulsiveness, reflecting upon his contributions over the past 3 years and considering that he might not have much time left. She did not wish for him to harbor regrets in life. To her astonishment, he seemed entirely unselfish, focusing solely on the welfare of the dozen children at the orphanage. Su Miaohan felt a stir of emotions. It appeared she had never truly understood this young man with whom she had spent 3 years. His kindness was almost excessive. Moreover, she had discerned the underlying implication of Shen Lang's words. He merely sought a batch of school supplies for a mere handful of children, an expense that would hardly amount to much. It was likely that a single luxury handbag would far exceed this cost. By framing it this way, he allowed her to fulfill her desire to make amends without overextending herself. Regardless of the circumstances, he had consistently been careful to maintain his emotional boundaries. A hint of bittersweetness flickered in Su Miaohan's eyes as she pressed her lips together, falling silent. As the car pulled into the villa, the two of them retreated to their respective rooms in silence. The moment she returned to her bedroom, Su Miaohan dialed a number. ms.su, is there something you require at this late hour? Tomorrow morning, procure a batch of school supplies with a budget of 50,000 yuan. Additionally, purchase a selection of children's clothing for all age groups, including both boys and girls. Also, acquire toys for various age ranges. After a pause, she added, prepare 500,000, no, make it 1 million yuan, to be transferred directly into the Hope Children's Welfare Institute's account tomorrow. Chapter 30. Memories of the orphanage. Miss Su, everything you requested has been purchased. Early the next morning, as she arrived at the company, Chen Meng approached and inquired, with so many items, are we visiting the orphanage today? Such occurrences had become rather commonplace for her. Over the years, Su Miaohan had donated to numerous Hope primary schools and frequently engaged in charitable acts at welfare and nursing homes, with Chen Meng accompanying her on several occasions. Is there any pressing work this morning? Su Miaohan asked, her focus still on the tasks at hand without looking up. Chen Meng flipped through her notebook, responding, there is a product seminar at 10 o'clock. Let us reschedule it for the afternoon. Understood. Su Miaohan diligently wrapped up her work, and after 9:30, she and Chen Meng set off for the Hope Children's Welfare Institute. Why is this place so remote? The car journeyed to the outskirts, nearly exiting the province, before they finally spotted a brand new 3-story building in a desolate area. A small courtyard of less than 100 square meters lay in front, its iron gate firmly shut, with a sign overhead reading Hope Children's Welfare Institute. Chen Meng explained, I looked it up. This welfare institute was established by an elderly couple, functioning somewhat as a semi-private institution, with very little government support. This land actually belongs to that couple. Moreover, 3 years ago, a devastating fire occurred here. The flames were so severe that the entire institute was consumed, and the director suffered serious injuries, reportedly still receiving treatment in the hospital. 3 years ago? Su Miaohan couldn't help but recall Shen Lang. At that time, she had heard from the owner of the Langchao bar about his dire financial situation, working 3 jobs day and night to earn money, and she hadn't thought much of it. In Shanghai, individuals like him, who were solely focused on making money, were abundant. However, considering the fire incident at the orphanage 3 years ago, the situation seemed more complex than she had initially imagined. Please knock on the door, she urged. Chen Meng nodded, stepping forward to rap on the iron gate. Moments later, a crack opened, revealing a dirty-faced boy of about 11 or 12, who timidly asked, Sister, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Grandma Zhao. Is she here? Chen Meng inquired with a smile. She is, I'll go get her. The boy said, hastily wiping his nose with his sleeve before darting off barefoot. A few minutes later, the boy returned, leading an elderly lady with silver hair and a face lined with the marks of time, followed by a group of curious children. You must be Director Zhao. Greetings, we are from the Su Group, and this is our boss, Su Miaohan. Chen Meng introduced herself, extending her hand for a handshake. Today, we have come to donate a batch of supplies and hope we haven't intruded, she added. Upon learning they were there to donate, Grandma Zhao expressed immense warmth, promptly inviting them inside. Chen Meng quickly directed the staff to unload the educational supplies, clothing, and toys they had brought along. Ms. Su, Assistant Chen, we don't have any fine teas here, please make do with what we have. Grandma Zhao personally prepared tea for Su Miaohan and Chen Meng. You are too kind, Director Zhao, Chen Meng replied with a smile. I heard this welfare institute was co-founded by you and your husband. Caring for so many children must be quite challenging. Indeed, it is no easy task, Grandma Zhao said with a gentle smile. These children, without parents, often struggle the most with longing for their mothers and fathers. Their cries can be heart-wrenching, and no amount of comforting seems to suffice. The most daunting aspect is the chain reaction. One child's sorrow can evoke a wave of distress among the others, which can be quite overwhelming, Su Miaohan observed as she wandered around the room, which was adorned with photographs and trophies, with half the wall plastered with certificates. As she approached, she noticed that nearly half of the certificates belonged to Shen Lang. Director Zhao, is this child named Shen Lang particularly exceptional to have received so many accolades? Su Miaohan inquired, taken aback. Absolutely. At the mere mention of Shen Lang's name, Grandma Zhao's eyes sparkled with pride, her affection for the boy evident. He is the most remarkable child I have ever encountered. Chen Meng, equally astonished, stepped closer, realizing that this orphanage was indeed where Shen Lang had once resided, explaining Su Miaohan's sudden decision to donate supplies. Previously, their charitable acts had always been meticulously planned in advance, but this time had caught her completely off guard. This child was rescued by Grandpa Li from a trash heap. When he was found, he was covered in sores and running a high fever of 40 degrees. It was a tragic sight. I cannot fathom the kind of parents who would abandon their child in such a manner. Even now, as she recounted the past, Grandma Zhao's face contorted with indignation. Fortunately, this child is quite remarkable. From a young age, he has been more mature than his peers. While other children were mischievous, he has been quiet and helpful to me and Grandpa Li since he was 3. Academically, he has excelled, consistently ranking first in his school. At this point, Grandma Zhao's expression dimmed. If it weren't for that catastrophic fire 3 years ago, he could have become an extraordinary individual. It is our inadequacy that has hindered him. Su Miaohan and Chen Meng exchanged glances, the latter curiously asking, what exactly happened 3 years ago? Grandma Zhao sighed heavily. A short circuit led to a fire that engulfed the entire orphanage. My husband, disregarding his own safety, rescued the children one by one, but he suffered extensive burns in the process. Upon learning of this, Shen Lang resolutely withdrew from the Shanghai Drama Academy, working 3 jobs to raise funds for his grandfather's surgery. As she spoke, tears welled in Grandma Zhao's eyes. This child has always loved performing and often told me and Grandpa Li that he wanted to be a big star when he grew up. Yet, without hesitation, he sacrificed his dream to care for his grandfather. Su Miaohan and Chen Meng were deeply moved. They had not realized Shen Lang was a student at the renowned Shanghai Drama Academy, abandoning his studies to work for his grandfather's medical expenses. Such immense filial piety and determination.
Thankfully, the heavens did not overlook such a dutiful child, and he encountered a benefactor.
Grandma Zhao's face brightened once again.
One day, this boy returned home beaming, saying a benefactor recognized his talents and lent him 5 million. This brand new welfare institute you see today was rebuilt with his funds, and he has continuously covered his grandfather's medical expenses. Over the years, he has regularly sent money, ensuring the children here live well, all thanks to his silent contributions. These words struck Su Miaohan and Shen Lang like a heavy blow to their hearts.
Chapter 31 of the Surge of Achievements. Miaohan, could it be that the benefactor he mentioned is you?
Shen Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. For years, she had looked down upon Shen Lang, believing him to be nothing more than a man living off the wealth of others. Little did she know that all his efforts were not for his own gain, but rather to rebuild the orphanage and to seek treatment for his grandfather. Such profound loyalty and righteousness were truly remarkable. Su Miaohan gazed vacantly, equally taken aback. After 3 years of companionship with Shen Lang, she had recognized that he was not a man driven by greed. Each month, she would discreetly leave 50,000 yuan in the drawer of the living room for his living expenses. She seldom dined at home, with Shen Lang usually eating alone, resulting in a surplus of 20 to 30,000 yuan each month. The majority of the money spent went towards purchasing medicinal ingredients for her kanji, while Shen Lang's own expenses hardly exceeded 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. Initially, she had thought that the unspent living expenses could be kept by Shen Lang, yet he not only refrained from doing so but meticulously kept track of every penny spent. Over the past 3 years, aside from the initial 5 million yuan and the most basic living costs, Shen Lang had not taken a single cent from her. Previously, she had been unaware of these circumstances. Seeing Shen Lang with a substantial savings and frequently working, she felt a twinge of displeasure. It was only now that she realized he had indeed been in dire financial straits, with all his earnings funneled into the daily expenses of the orphanage and his grandfather's medical care.
Director Su, are you indeed the benefactor who has aided Shen Lang?
Grandma Zhao discerned the underlying meaning in Chen Meng's words and excitedly grasped Su Miaohan's hand.
I cannot express my gratitude enough.
Had it not been for your assistance back then, these children would have been lost, and my old man would not have survived to this day. You are truly a living bodhisattva. Su Miaohan hastily replied, Director Zhao, there is no need for such gratitude. My initial help was based on recognizing his talent and the immense assistance he could provide me. He has worked diligently over the years.
Little Lang is fortunate to have encountered you, Grandma Zhao reflected.
This child has endured a difficult fate, abandoned by his parents at a young age, adopted by a family at 6, only to be abused. When he was returned to us, his body bore the marks of severe maltreatment. Now, having met such a benevolent employer as yourself, it seems his suffering has finally begun to ease. Su Miaohan and Shen Meng felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing the extent of Shen Lang's tragic past. Director Zhao, I am here with Shen Lang's knowledge. Recently, his performance at work has been outstanding, leading our board of directors to unanimously decide to donate 1 million yuan to your institution as a token of appreciation. Su Miaohan continued, we will continue to monitor the needs of your orphanage. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact my secretary, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. At this, Shen Meng astutely presented her business card. Surprised by the mention of a 1 million yuan donation, Grandma Zhao quickly protested, this is too much. You have already helped us so greatly, I cannot accept more of your money. Director Zhao, this 1 million is a reward for Shen Lang's hard work and a gesture of goodwill from our company to all the children. I see that the conditions here still require improvement, so please do not decline any further, Su Miaohan gently encouraged, patting her frail hand. Grandma Zhao felt a wave of gratitude and relief. Knowing that little Lang had such a wonderful employer put her at ease. After a hearty lunch insisted upon by Grandma Zhao, Su Miaohan and Chen Meng departed. Miaohan, I never imagined Shen Lang could be so loyal and righteous, Chen Meng mused. I just learned that many children who have left the orphanage were raised by a couple who treated them equally. Yet when troubles arose, those with a semblance of conscience merely offered a token sum and turned a blind eye, while Shen Lang has selflessly cared for them consistently over the years. I had wronged him before, thinking he was one of those who reaped without sowing, a man who relied on the wealth of others. I never treated him with kindness. At this realization, Chen Meng felt a twinge of shame. Reflecting on her past behavior, she recognized that despite her treatment of him, Shen Lang had always maintained respect and friendliness towards her. It was disheartening to think she had acted so cruelly towards a man who, despite his misfortunes, remained kind-hearted. Su Miaohan stood in stunned silence, Shen Lang's gentle smile, which radiated warmth and kindness, flashing vividly in her mind, causing an inexplicable ache in her heart. He has been diagnosed with cancer. What? Chen Meng slammed on the brakes in shock. He was recently diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. He may have only 2 months left to live. Su Miaohan sighed softly. Chen Meng sat in stunned silence for a moment before releasing the brake and continuing to drive, enveloped in a heavy silence. 50,000 likes. Early in the morning, Shen Lang eagerly opened Dole to check the likes on his divination video, only to be taken aback. The video had unexpectedly gone viral overnight. Not only that, but his follower count had surged by 300,000, surpassing the remarkable milestone of 500,000. He quickly delved into the comments section. Recommended by Miao Miao, truly delightful. Oh my, I've been looping this all day. It's far superior to those drivel songs on the dual music charts. Brother Lang, please release a new song soon, I'm about to get sick of this old one. New song 10086. From the comments, Shen Lang recognized several notable influencers. Checking their profiles, he found that quite a few were promoting him for free, explaining the rapid increase in likes. He promptly sent messages of gratitude to each of them. The entire day was spent in creative pursuits at home. During this time, Lu Jia called to inform him that while the ban had been lifted, its effects lingered. Many companies and directors were still hesitant to work with him due to lingering concerns. Had this been a day prior, Shen Lang may have felt anxious, yet now, he was unperturbed. The performance of his new song was promising. If he maintained this standard for his next release, success was inevitable. Moreover, sharing his work on short video platforms required no favors or appeasement. As long as the quality was high, the fans would respond positively. This was undoubtedly the ideal job for someone with a shy disposition and mild social anxiety. With lyrics, melodies, arrangements, and recordings flowing effortlessly, he continued until past 6 in the evening, finally stretching contentedly after producing 2 new songs. Click, the door swung open. Moments later, footsteps approached, revealing Su Miaohan at the threshold, clad in a floral dress that accentuated her graceful figure, a sight to behold. Chapter 32. Seeking Buddha. Su Miaohan felt somewhat distracted throughout the day. After work, she hurried home, inexplicably eager to see Shen Lang. Upon entering, the sounds emanating from his room miraculously calmed her restless heart. Standing before the door to his chamber, she noticed an array of new equipment within. As the owner of a film company engaged in short video production, she instinctively understood the purpose of these devices. The desk was in disarray, cluttered with various scattered manuscripts, and she could faintly discern lyrics and musical notation among the chaos. Beneath the table lay a guitar. Ms.Su, you're back? Shen Lang exclaimed, a hint of fluster evident in his demeanor. I apologize for the mess, I'll tidy up the room right away. Shen Lang, who was usually meticulous about cleanliness, found himself overwhelmed today, having wished to rest rather than anticipate Su Miaohan's early return. As she observed him fumbling to organize the space, her bright eyes followed his movements, reflecting a mixture of thoughts that remained inscrutable. Have you eaten, Miss Su? I can prepare a meal for you, he offered, finishing his tidying up and preparing to head to the kitchen. Shen Lang, you need not be so formal in my presence, Su Miaohan suddenly interjected. Previously, she had not thought much of his humble demeanor. It seemed quite normal for an employee to maintain such a mindset. Yet now, as he repeatedly addressed her with Ms.Su and treated her with cautious reverence, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Shen Lang paused, taken aback by her frosty countenance, unable to fathom her meaning. Hadn't their interactions always been this way? I visited the Hope Orphanage today. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned, having assumed Su Miaohan would merely send supplies symbolically. He had not anticipated her personal visit. Did you use the 5 million I gave you to rebuild the orphanage and cover your grandfather's medical expenses? She inquired. Yes, he replied candidly. The situation was dire. Without that money, the orphanage would have been demolished, leaving those children without a home. And my grandfather required costly surgery due to his illness. Ms.Su, I am immensely grateful for your generosity. It not only saved those children but also spared my grandfather's life. You will always— Regrettably, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot repay you adequately. However, in the future, should there be any way I can assist you, I shall do so without hesitation. Shen Lang's face brimmed with sincerity as he expressed his gratitude. Su Miaohan's gaze was complex. Your devoted care for my well-being merely an act of gratitude. He remained silent, for the truth lay bare before them. Suddenly, he comprehended the meaning behind her earlier words. Having visited the orphanage, she must have learned some details of his past from Grandma Zhao. Her newfound tenderness likely stemmed from pity and sympathy toward his circumstances. This realization filled Shen Lang with profound sorrow. Despite their disparate statuses, they had coexisted under the same roof for 3 years, and he had hoped to forge a friendship with Su Miaohan. Yet this sudden display of sympathy felt like condescension from a higher power, highlighting his position as an inconsequential stranger, akin to a mere caretaker in her eyes. Shen Lang, you ought to reflect on your own standing. Do you truly believe you have the right to yearn for friendship with her? He sighed inwardly, recalling his earlier promises, which might have seemed like a mere jest in her eyes. She was a billionaire CEO, a scion of a grand family, possessing wealth and connections, while he was but a minor figure with little to offer. The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. Su Miaohan sat in the study, staring at her open laptop, yet unable to immerse herself in her work, rarely swayed by external influences. The only occasion that had shaken her was 3 years ago when Chu Gongzi left without a word, leading her to a drunken stupor. Yet now, just a remark from Shen Lang stirred an inexplicable restlessness within her. Ding, a WeChat notification chimed. The sender being Chen Miaohan, Chengfeng Polong has released a new piece, and it's absolutely enchanting. Startled, Su Miaohan instinctively opened Duel. She seldom used the app, having previously followed only Chu Gongzi, but now she also followed Chengfeng Polong. Quickly, she located Shen Lang's newly released video, timestamped at 5:32 in the afternoon, just 10 minutes prior to her return. The video began with a poignant caption. I seek Buddha, not for the next life, but for the chance to meet again in this life. The IT seems quite similar to the previous piece, Divination, Su Miaohan noted, her brows knitting together as she clicked to play the video. The sound of his voice resonated, accompanied by the gentle entrance of an electronic piano, enveloping her in a melancholic atmosphere. After the prelude, Shen Lang's powerful voice emerged. When the moonlight falls upon my face, I feel as if I am transforming. There exists a heart-wrenching soup, imbued with a magical power. The melody was captivating, brimming with emotion. Su Miaohan's expression grew serious. In her view, this song surpassed the earlier piece, Divination. Soon, the chorus arrived, with Shen Lang's increasingly soaring voice entwined with profound sorrow, echoing throughout the study. Will we ever meet again? I have begged before Buddha for thousands of years. I would exchange countless lifetimes for our one fateful encounter, hoping to move the heavens. The imagery unfolded vividly before her. Su Miaohan envisioned a man kneeling earnestly before Buddha, praying with unwavering devotion as time slipped away. Like a wishing stone, he remained steadfast in his supplication, the seasons passing yet failing to diminish his fervent longing, solely seeking a glimmer of hope. Shen Lang's voice flawlessly conveyed this deep-seated affection, stirring the soul and evoking profound emotion. It dawned on Su Miaohan that Shen Lang possessed remarkable vocal talent. A true singer could infuse their emotions into their songs, resonating with listeners, unlike many performers who merely showcased vocal prowess. Will we ever meet again? I have beseeched the heavens for thousands of years, before I cross this bridge of sighs. Grant me one last kiss upon your face. A chill swept across the corners of Su Miaohan's eyes. Could one's deep affection truly reach such heights, to plead with the heavens for thousands of years for the sake of a beloved? Even if one were to traverse the bridge of sighs, they would still yearn for a final kiss upon their beloved's face. What a heart-wrenching sentiment. For Su Miaohan, who longed for a platonic ideal of love, this emotional depth struck a chord within her, leaving her profoundly moved. Chapter 33 of The Musician with Attitude. Instinctively, Su Miaohan turned her head, and although separated by a wall, she felt as if she could still see the figure bustling about in the kitchen. Was this a reflection of his inner emotions? Did it signify that he, too, yearned for a love that would leave an indelible mark? Su Miaohan glanced back and listened to the song several more times. The quality of this track was evidently superior to the last. It seemed that the equipment he had purchased previously was proving effective. Pressing her lips together, Su Miaohan opened the comments section once more. Langguo's new song is absolutely phenomenal. Whoa, I've finally awaited this new release. It was worth the wait. My ears are nearly overwhelmed. Haha, Langguo is truly committed to the metaphysical, seeking blessings in divination. The love of the impoverished relies on the supernatural, while the affluent depend on riches. At this point, Su Miaohan couldn't help but chuckle. These netizens were quite amusing. Suddenly, she thought of Shen Lang. This fellow was a quintessential representation of poverty. Could it be true, as one commenter suggested, that he was relying on metaphysics to anticipate his own romantic destiny? President Su, it's time for dinner. As she pondered this, Shen Lang's voice echoed from outside. Quickly closing the app, Su Miaohan endeavored to restore her demeanor to a calm and collected state, stepping out with an air of serene composure. Halfway through dinner, Shen Lang spoke up. President Su, will you be returning tomorrow? What's the matter? I might need to be out for the day. Not returning in the evening? Shen Lang nodded. I won't be back tomorrow. Su Miaohan lowered her gaze and continued her meal. Such occurrences had happened numerous times in the past. Every so often, Shen Lang would vanish for a day or two. However, at that time, she had not paid him much mind, and now, she couldn't help but wonder what he planned to do with his day off. If he intended to return to the orphanage, the round trip could only take 2 or 3 hours, certainly not enough to warrant an overnight stay. After finishing dinner, Shen Lang washed the dishes and mopped the floor before retreating to his room. Upon opening the app, he nearly cried out in astonishment. Good heavens, the video had been uploaded for less than 3 hours, and it had already garnered over 100,000 likes. This was a clear sign of impending fame. Fearing he might disturb Su Miaohan, he stifled his voice and paced around the room several times until his excitement settled. Meanwhile, at the dual music department in the capital, the performance this month has been utterly crushed by Penguin Music, with a staggering 15 percentage points decline. What on earth have you been doing? The company pays you such high salaries, merely for you to sit idly in the conference room. Minister Chen Jianmen's face was ashen as he slammed a report onto the table. It was no wonder he was so furious. Although dual music was relatively new, it had leveraged the advantages of the short video platform to rise dramatically in recent years, establishing itself as a formidable competitor to Penguin Music. However, with Penguin Music's recent aggressive expansion, signing several major stars and discovering fresh talent, their accolades and performance had outpaced dual music, which had stagnated and was relying on its past achievements. If this continued, dual music might never catch up. Deputy Minister Wang Yun sighed. Penguin Music has indeed had remarkable luck, uncovering 2 potential stars among their new signings who have recently produced several chart titles. In contrast, our newly discovered talents have been lackluster, and our short videos have failed to generate any hits, leading us to this predicament. Chen Jianmen rapped his fingers on the table. I didn't ask you to provide excuses. I need solutions. Now everyone present, each of you, propose 3 suggestions for tomorrow's morning meeting to discuss. Dismissed, Minister. As the crowd began to gather their belongings, Assistant Lu Tingwan rushed in, her face alight with excitement. What's all this commotion about? Chen Jianmen glared at her, still simmering with anger. Minister, great news, an original singer on the short video platform has released 2 consecutive hits. Is that true? Everyone looked taken aback. Absolutely, this original artist goes by the online name Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves. You can check out his work. Lu Tingwan continued enthusiastically. I did a brief background check. He joined our platform 5 years ago and released some works initially, mostly covers. He then went silent for 3 years before returning to create again. As she spoke, the attendees eagerly pulled out their phones to locate the account of Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves. In no time, the conference room was filled with the melodies of divination and seeking blessings. Such beautiful music, indeed, it's far superior to the original works of those 2 newcomers from Penguin Music. Though the sound quality is lacking, it seems he recorded it at home without the best equipment. Upon hearing this, everyone was exhilarated. Was this not the quality original artist they had been desperately searching for? Wang Yun exclaimed, the latest video has received over 100,000 likes in less than 3 hours. This song is destined for greatness. Minister, we must act swiftly to sign him, or we risk. Chen Jianmen snapped back to reality. Wang Yun, you will personally oversee signing this artist. What terms will we offer? Wang Yun inquired. Dual Music categorizes its artists into 4 tiers: hesitant face, A, B, and C. Most newcomers are signed at the C tier, with a few at B, while only those with a substantial fan base receive an A.as for S, that is reserved for the most illustrious stars.
Thus far, Dull Music has only offered 3 S-tier contracts to universally recognized superstars. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jianmen replied, let us offer him an A.at. This pronouncement, the room fell silent in astonishment. This musician possesses remarkable talent, Chen Jianmen elucidated. You've only heard his latest 2 songs, I reviewed his past videos, and while his earlier originals were merely rudimentary, he has been silent for 3 years. He must have been honing his craft during that time with renewed confidence, Chen Jianmen declared. He is a musician with a profound attitude towards his art, and I believe he will continue to produce exceptional. Offering him an A will yield benefits far exceeding this contract. Alright, I'll reach out to him shortly. Having made this decision, Wang Yun prepared to personally travel to Shen Lang's city to discuss the signing in person, as a gesture of sincerity. Chapter 34 A S-class contract. On the following morning, as Shen Lang prepared to step out with his bag slung over his shoulder, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Is this Mr. Shen Lang? A gentle female voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? Shen Lang responded, puzzled. He was not accustomed to receiving calls from people he did not know, and the voice was entirely unfamiliar. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Wang Yun, the deputy director of Dull Music. Are you currently in Shanghai? Shen Lang was taken aback, immediately recalling the video he had posted on Dolu.as of this morning. His latest video had garnered over 300,000 likes and was still rapidly climbing. Ah, so this is the reason for her call. Ah, Deputy Director Wang, greetings. Yes, I am in Shanghai, Shen Lang replied, his tone softening slightly. It was not surprising that she knew his phone number and location, as he had provided that information during the real name verification process on Dull. That's wonderful, Mr. Shen. We have listened to your 2 new songs on Dull, and we believe you possess remarkable talent, Wang Yun said with a smile. I flew here before dawn. May we meet in person? Shen Lang furrowed his brow. He had important matters to attend to today. I assure you, Mr. Shen, it will not take too much of your time. Very well, he conceded, feeling it would be impolite to turn her away after she had traveled such a distance. He provided her with the location of a CAF.I in less than 20 minutes. Shen Lang found himself face to face with the hurriedly arriving Wang Yun at the CAF.I in her 30s. She wore a form-fitting black dress, exuding elegance and charm. Mr. Shen. Wang Yun approached him, her face alight with astonishment as she beheld his strikingly handsome visage. I never expected you to be this handsome. Just last night, they had speculated about the reason behind Shen Lang's reluctance, but now it was clear, he was anything but ordinary. Having encountered countless attractive men during her years in the music department, she had never seen anyone as striking as Shen Lang. Shen Lang smiled and gestured invitingly. Deputy Director Wang, I have important matters to attend to later, let us get straight to the point. Wang Yun eagerly nodded, her heart brimming with excitement. If Shen Lang had been of average appearance, despite his prodigious talent, it would have been challenging for him to achieve stardom in a world that often prioritizes looks, but now, with his exceptional charm and amiable demeanor, he seemed to possess all the attributes necessary for success. On this occasion, she had prepared 3 contracts, 1 B-class, 1 A-class, and 1 S-class. Had Shen Lang not been so striking, she would have started with the B-class contract, possibly escalating to the A-class if he attempted to negotiate. However, at this moment, Wang Yun felt no hesitation and directly presented the S-class contract. Such a remarkable talent undoubtedly deserved the highest tier of agreement. Mr. Shen, I believe you can surmise my intentions. Wang Yun smiled as she continued, at Dull Music, we not only operate the Dull Music platform but also have a music company. After our evaluation, we believe you are deserving of the premier S-class contract. Hearing this, Shen Lang felt a surge of astonishment. Being in the entertainment industry, he understood that an S-class contract was among the most prestigious, typically reserved for top-tier celebrities. He never anticipated they would be so generous as to offer him, a newcomer, such a high-level contract. Their sincerity was truly commendable. Let me provide a brief overview. This S-class contract comes with a signing bonus of 10 million, in addition to a fixed revenue share from the music platform, while other engagements such as variety shows, commercial performances, and endorsements will follow a 70-30 split, with you receiving the larger share. The contract spans 3 years, and should you rise to become a superstar, you would also gain a certain equity stake in the company. Shen Lang studied the contract earnestly. Truth be told, he was immensely tempted. Setting aside other considerations, that 10 million signing bonus was precisely what he needed at this moment, yet, he reluctantly placed the contract down. Mr. Shen, Wang Yun gazed at him in shock. Deputy Director Wang, with over a month remaining in his agreement with Su Miaohan, he felt obliged to honor that relationship until the very end. Moreover, with grandfatherly gravely ill, it was crucial for him to remain by his side. If he signed this contract, it would likely render him unable to fulfill his responsibilities. He could already envision the hectic lifestyle that awaited him, traveling across the country, performing, and attending various events, leaving him little to no time to care for Su Miaohan and grandfatherly. Deputy Director Wang, to be candid, my grandfather is bedridden and likely has only a few months left. I am the sole caregiver, and for the foreseeable future, I cannot sign with your company, regrettably leaving you to bear the brunt of my decision. Wang Yun had not anticipated such circumstances but felt to prioritize caring for his grandfather over signing an enviable contract was a rare virtue. Mr. Shen, I understand your predicament, Wang Yun said. However, our company genuinely desires for you to join our family. Since you are facing challenges, how about this? You may still sign this contract, but until your grandfather passes, we will limit your work to Shanghai and a few surrounding cities. For any other engagements, we will consult you first. Do you think this arrangement would work for you?
Shen Lang stared at her in disbelief. Deputy Director Wang, are you truly so optimistic about me? Wang Yun smiled gently, of course. Had I not met you, I might not have held you in such high regard. However, your dedication to your family has touched me. I believe someone like you would never betray the company's trust. Thank you, Shen Lang replied, moved by her sincerity. Deputy Director Wang, I was previously an actor and currently have an acting contract with Lujia Studio. This shouldn't pose a conflict, right? Wang Yun inquired, is it solely an acting contract, or does it involve other aspects? It is purely an acting contract, he clarified. Wang Yun exhaled in relief. That is perfectly fine. Our agreement pertains to the music sector, so there is no conflict. Many stars successfully develop dual careers by signing with different companies. This is quite common in the industry. You will simply need to manage your time wisely moving forward. Chapter 35. Choosing a grave for oneself. Are you awake in the wrong position, lad? What nonsense are you spouting early in the morning? Dual Music has signed you an S-level contract with a signing bonus of 10 million? Prior to signing the contract, Shen Lang, adopting a responsible attitude, stepped outside to make a phone call to Lu Jia. She is still at the bureau in CAF. How could I possibly joke about such matters? Shen Lang felt somewhat speechless. Just wait, I'll be there shortly. Don't sign anything yet. If there is a trap within, you'd better be prepared for dire consequences, Lu Jia hurriedly concluded, promptly hanging up the call. Before long, Lu Jia entered with a middle-aged man. Minister Wang, this is my manager and the owner of Lu Jia Studio. Lu Jia, this is Wang Yun, the deputy minister of Dual Music. Shen Lang introduced the two. Hello, Minister Wang. Greetings, Boss Lu. The two exchanged polite handshakes, and Lu Jia went on to introduce the middle-aged man as her lawyer friend, Tan Junjie. I have reviewed this contract, and there are no issues. Tan Junjie stated affirmatively after meticulously reading through the contract several times. Lu Jia immediately smiled. Minister Wang, I sincerely appreciate your support for my Shen Lang. I entrust his musical journey to you. At that moment, she felt genuinely happy for Shen Lang. Recently, she had been diligently helping him find roles, but due to the previous incident, he could only accept minor, inconsequential parts. Now, this lad had quietly embarked on a different path, one that was quite promising. Once he established a reputation in music, finding him roles would become significantly easier. However, to be cautious, Lu Jia requested that a new copy of the contract be printed, incorporating a commitment that his work scope would be limited to Shanghai and its surrounding areas, as agreed upon by Grandpa Li a century ago. After all, verbal promises were inherently unreliable. Of course, Shen Lang also provided Grandpa Li's medical diagnosis report. Well, I underestimated your capabilities, lad, she remarked after seeing off the hurried Wang Yun and Tan Junjie. Lu Jia made it a point to listen to Shen Lang's two new songs on Dual and was instantly impressed. The songs were indeed remarkable, to the extent that she found herself enjoying them. Lu Jia, I have other matters to attend to. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Shen Lang glanced at his watch, realizing that due to the earlier delays, it was already past 11 o'clock. I drove here. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. No need. It's quite remote. I'll take the bus. Alright then, I'll be looking forward to that meal from you. Around 1 in the afternoon, the bus jolted along and arrived at a cemetery area adjacent to Zhejiang province. Upon arrival, Shen Lang held a bouquet of baby's breath along with an assortment of snacks and beer. He ascended the hill slowly, arriving at a grave. A slightly yellowed photograph was affixed to the tombstone. In the photograph, a sweet and lovely girl beamed radiantly, resembling the sun on a winter's day. With gentle movements, Shen Lang placed the baby's breath before the grave, caressing the photograph with his hand, a tender smile gracing his lips. Shen, I've come to see you again. Today, I brought your favorite baby's breath and the snacks you love, you little glutton. I haven't visited in a while, you must be longing for them in heaven. A faint image of that ethereal, petite figure flashed before his eyes. Brother Shen Lang, don't cry, Shen will share snacks with you. Brother Shen Lang, did your parents scold you again? They are truly wicked. When I grow up, I will help you teach them a lesson. With a chuckle, Shen Lang opened a can of beer. I know you fear loneliness, so today I can keep you company all day long. How does that sound? You're not well, you mustn't drink beer. I'll drink, and you can have the snacks. As he spoke, he tilted his head back to finish the can of beer. I've been doing fairly well lately, don't worry about me in heaven. Not be. By the way, I recently composed 2 songs, and I'll sing them for you. Shen Lang took out his guitar, slowly strumming and singing. When the moonlight falls upon my face, I feel as though I am about to transform. As he sang, tears streamed down his face unnoticed, his voice choked to the point where he could no longer continue. After a considerable time, he suddenly murmured, Shen, do you think if I plead with the heavens for several millennia, could they allow us to meet again, just once? The summer night descended particularly slowly. Shen Lang, sipping his beer, gradually recounted the events of the past period to the person resting in the grave, until the sky turned pitch black. Curled up against the tombstone, it felt as if that ethereal girl was nestled in his embrace once more. That night, he slept particularly soundly. Upon waking, he gazed at the girl on the tombstone and smiled. Shen, good morning, did you sleep well last night? I must be on my way. I have quite a bit to attend to. Next time, I'll try to come earlier to see you. With his guitar slung over his back and the empty cans gathered, he took 3 steps while glancing back slowly as he descended the hill. Suddenly, the starlit gaze dimmed. Isn't that Shen Lang? At that moment, on the other side of the cemetery, Zhao Yiting was accompanying her family for ancestral worship and happened to catch a glimpse of Shen Lang's desolate silhouette. Dad, let me go check over there, Zhao Yiting hurriedly pursued. Shen Lang paused in astonishment. Zhao Yiting stared at his face in surprise, his eyes were red and slightly swollen, clearly indicating that he had been crying. Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Shen Lang turned his head, casually wiping away the tear stains at the corner of his eyes. My grandmother is buried here. Today is her Memorial Day, and our family has all come. Zhao Yiding explained, but was at a loss for words afterward. She likely pieced together why Shen Lang was present and why he was in tears. He was suffering from a terminal illness, with little time left, and was most likely here to choose a burial site. The prices of graves in Shanghai were exorbitant, while in this suburb, they were far more affordable given Shen Lang's financial situation. He could only afford a grave in this area. Zhao Yiding hesitated, wishing to offer some comforting words but unsure how to begin. Miss Xiao, if you have matters to attend to, please don't let me keep you. I should be heading back as well, Shen Lang expressed, lacking the mood for further conversation. Zhao Yiding nodded, her gaze pained as she watched him walk further away. After a moment's contemplation, she took out her phone and dialed Su Miaohan. Yiding, what is up with Miaohan? Guess who I just saw? Aren't you over at Inqing district visiting your grandmother's grave? Who did you see? Zhao Yiding replied mysteriously, I saw Shen Lang. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. What is he doing there? He was wandering around the cemetery early in the morning. He is definitely here to choose a grave for himself. Zhao Yiding remarked, it's truly pitiful, he is so young yet has to select a grave for himself. Chapter 36. The first time he went to choose a grave? Su Miaohan's voice suddenly increased several decibels. Are you certain it was really him? How could it be false? I stopped him and exchanged a few words. Zhao Yiding replied with sympathy, he truly is pitiful, an orphan without anyone to rely on, and he even has to personally come to select a burial plot. Moreover, he has no money on him, which is why he had to venture to such a remote place to purchase a grave. At this point, her face was filled with compassion. Sister Miaohan, even though your relationship is merely contractual, you have lived together for 3 years. You are not short of funds, so why not help him buy a better plot? Su Miaohan sat in her office, lost in thought, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on her heart. She never expected that Shen Lang would take a day off to go look for a burial site in Insu district. In her dazed state, she seemed to envision Shen Lang, solitary and desolate, wandering through the mournful atmosphere. Her heart gradually grew heavy, suffocating. Miaohan, are you listening to me? Su Miaohan remained silent for a long time, prompting Zhao Yiding to inquire. Regaining her composure, Su Miaohan replied, I understand, I will arrange this matter. Also, he only has 2 months left, right? I think you should take him on a trip. His background is so tragic, he must not have had the chance to enjoy himself properly. Zhao Yiding continued with her suggestions. Most people nearing death want to appreciate the magnificent landscapes of their homeland. If you don't have the time, I can accompany him. Additionally, you should buy him some nice food and drinks regularly. Su Miaohan quietly listened to the plethora of suggestions from her good friend. After hanging up, she couldn't help but ponder the feasibility of these ideas. Perhaps she was right. Over the past few years, she had only seen Shen Lang quietly dedicating himself to others, seemingly never considering his own needs. Now that his life was down to just over a month, and being so young, he surely wished to savor the delicacies he had never tasted and to behold the splendid scenery of his homeland. Chen Meng, please reserve a private room for me at the Chaoyuan Hotel for lunch. Su Miaohan called Chen Meng in and instructed. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Mr. Shen, the 10 million has been transferred to your account. Have you received it? Not long after returning home, Shen Lang received a call from Wang Yun. Yes, I have received it, thank you, Minister Wang. At that moment, Shen Lang was in particularly high spirits. With this 10 million, he no longer had to worry about Grandpa Li's targeted therapy medication. With this major concern alleviated, he felt a newfound lightness. No need to thank me, this is all you deserve. Wang Yun's cheerful voice came through, followed by a question. By the way, do you have time this afternoon? What's up? Well, both Divination and Seeking Buddha have performed exceptionally well, and I've seen many fans in the comments section fervently requesting studio versions. Therefore, the company has decided to help you record these 2 songs and release them on music platforms. Wang Yun explained, coincidentally, we have a branch in Shanghai. If you are free this afternoon, I will arrange for someone to contact you so we can strive to record these songs as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang readily agreed, no problem. After ending the call, Shen Lang couldn't help but open the message again to check the deposit notification. Seeing the long string of numbers made him smile broadly. It had been such a long time since he felt this happy with the money in hand. He planned to visit the hospital first to pay for Grandpa Li's treatment and targeted. Half an hour later, Shen Lang appeared in Gu Wanxia's office. Shen Lang, you haven't been here for several days. Gu Wanxia, who was engrossed in writing a report, looked up to see Shen Lang enter, her fatigue dissipating as she smiled brightly to greet him. Sister Wanxia, I've been busy raising funds these past few days. Shen Lang sat down in the chair across from her, his face beaming with joy. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I managed to gather enough money. I've already paid the treatment fees, and I will need your assistance to contact Dr. Jiang regarding the targeted medication. Gu Wanxia poured him a glass of water. That's great. Don't worry, as long as the funds are in place, I will handle the rest. She had subtly suggested several times that she could assist Shen Lang with this sum. While it might seem significant to an ordinary person, to her, it was merely a trivial amount, yet Shen Lang had consistently overlooked her offers. She admired his character, knowing he did not wish to owe anyone a favor, so she had let it go. However, this only deepened her appreciation for his integrity. By the way, Sister Wanxia, do you have any plans for lunch? Shen Lang asked somewhat shyly. Gu Wanxia's eyebrows perked up, a hint of delight in her expression. No, why do you ask? I would like to treat you to a meal, if that is alright? Shen Lang felt a bit anxious. This was his first time proactively inviting a girl to dinner. Gu Wanxia's heart raced, her beautiful face flushing with a lovely hue. What prompted you to invite me to dinner all of a sudden?
She lifted her gaze to meet Shen Lang's slightly reddened face and teased, "Why is your face turning red? Is this your first time inviting a girl to dine?" Shen Lang nodded bashfully, "Sister Wanxia, I am truly grateful for the care you have shown to my grandfather and me over the years. There are not many who genuinely care for him in this world." He could feel that Gu Wanxia regarded him as a true friend, and he had always held gratitude in his heart. "Now that I've earned some money, aside from what I need for my grandfather's treatment and medication, I have some left over, so I wanted to treat you to a nice meal to express my appreciation." Gu Wanxia's heart softened, and her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teasingly asked, "Shouldn't the first person you treat be your wife?" Shen Lang was taken aback. What reason would he have to treat Su Miaohan? Their relationship was merely contractual. Even if Su Miaohan had feelings for him, it would only be pity and sympathy. Once the contract ended, they would likely live in entirely different worlds, and it would be difficult to even meet again, let alone become friends. Moreover, even if he wanted to invite her to dinner, she might not even accept. "Sister Wanxia, please don't joke around, I am not from the same world as her. Will you come or not?" He. Gu Wanxia found his embarrassment amusing. "Since this is your first invitation to a girl, I certainly must honor it. No matter what, I will be having lunch with you today." Hearing this, Shen Lang stood up in delight. "I've reserved a spot at the Chaoyuan Hotel. I will go check on my grandfather first, and then I'll come find you at noon." Chapter 37. Only officials are allowed to set fires, while the common people must not light lamps. The Chaoyuan Grand Hotel stands as a distinguished five-star establishment, renowned for its exquisite culinary offerings that are truly unparalleled among its peers. With an array of luxurious seafood and imperial banquets, it epitomizes opulence. A meal of even modest quality here begins at a five-figure sum. Now that Shen Lang has come into wealth, he naturally seeks the finest hotel for his inaugural dinner with Gu Wanxia. "Shen Lang, it appears you have indeed struck it rich recently, to invite me to the Chaoyuan Grand Hotel," Gu Wanxia remarked, seated by the window, gazing at the handsome man opposite her, her eyes brimming with unspoken tenderness. She had witnessed countless moments of Shen Lang's desperate struggles for money, even seeing him crouched against a wall, tears staining his cheeks. In those times, she longed to offer him a glimmer of assistance, yet he steadfastly refused. Now, seeing the genuine joy illuminating his face, she believed that this time he had earned a substantial sum, at least for the foreseeable future, alleviating his financial worries, and she felt a profound happiness for him. "Wanxia, I raise my glass to you, in gratitude for your care over these past 3 years," Shen Lang declared, lifting his glass with sincerity in his gaze. "In this world, there are only 4 individuals who have treated me kindly. Grandpa Li, Grandma Zhao, my agent Lu Jia, and you, Wanxia. The kindness from Grandpa and Grandma stems from natural familial ties, and Lu Jia's goodwill is tied to our professional relationship. Yet, your kindness, Wanxia, is remarkable, as we are neither related nor acquainted, yet you have quietly supported me for 3 years. This bond of gratitude remains etched in my heart, Wanxia. No matter what transpires in the future, should I be able to assist you, I shall do so without hesitation." As Gu Wanxia met his earnest gaze, emotion surged within her, her eyes shimmering with profound affection. "Miaohan, is that Shen Lang?" At the entrance of the hall, Su Miaohan walked in alongside Chen Meng. After taking a few steps, Chen Meng inadvertently caught sight of Shen Lang and a woman seated by the window, momentarily stunned. Su Miaohan followed her line of sight and observed Shen Lang sharing a toast with a woman, his face adorned with a genuine smile she had never witnessed before. "How delightful. You come here to personally sample the dishes, generously preparing a feast for him, and he, in turn, clandestinely meets another woman behind your back." Chen Meng fumed. Even though Shen Lang and Su Miaohan were in a contractual marriage, they had obtained a marriage certificate. Engaging with another woman while still married constituted betrayal. "Miaohan, allow me to confront him." While Su Miaohan was still in shock, Chen Meng hastened toward Shen Lang. "You have taken from Miaohan and enjoyed her hospitality, yet now, while still married, you rushed a rendezvous with another woman. Do you possess no conscience?" Shen Lang and Gu Wanxia had been deeply engrossed in conversation when Chen Meng's sudden outburst left them somewhat bewildered. "Secretary Chen, what brings you here? Surely, you wouldn't want me here, interrupting your little rendezvous." Chen Meng retorted with a cold smile. "Chen Meng, this is a public setting. Refrain from causing a scene," Su Miaohan interjected, casting a piercing glance at Shen Lang and Gu Wanxia. At that moment, she recognized the striking woman seated across from Shen Lang, the very same who had escorted him home during his drunken state. A knot formed in her chest, yet her proud nature prevented her from stooping to accusations. "Mr. Shen, have you come here for dinner as well?" Shen Lang stood and greeted them with a smile. His sole intention today was to express gratitude to Gu Wanxia over a meal. He felt no wrongdoing in this. However, Gu Wanxia felt a pang of panic, akin to a mistress caught in the act by the rightful spouse, hastily clarifying, "Miss Su, there is nothing between Shen Lang and me. We are merely sharing a meal, you two, alone together, and you claim there is nothing?" Chen Meng scoffed. "What more do you desire? You are utterly shameless. He is already married, yet you continue to cling to him. Do you not possess any sense of shame?" "Secretary Chen, I must insist you choose your words carefully." Before Gu Wanxia could respond, Shen Lang, visibly irate, interjected, "Wanxia and I are merely friends. She has aided me immensely, and I am simply expressing my gratitude with this meal. Is there anything inappropriate about that?" He could tolerate Chen Meng's insults directed at him, but he would not remain silent while she demeaned Gu Wanxia. "Listen to yourself, listen to how intimately you address her as Wanxia. How affectionate." Chen Meng was incensed by Shen Lang's tone.
The man who typically treated her with gentility now raised his voice in defense of another woman in public. Was this truly nothing to him? Miaohan, this man is nothing but a scoundrel, adept at feigning virtue before you, but now his true nature has finally surfaced. Why concern yourself with him? Let him be. Chen Meng's chest heaved dramatically. Shen Lang glanced at Su Miaohan, not feeling the need to explain himself. With only a month and a half left on their contract, he was merely a passing figure in her life, and with someone as exceptional as Chu Gongza at her side, she likely wouldn't care even if he were to pursue another woman. Any attempt at explanation would only serve to humiliate himself further, rendering it entirely unnecessary. Shen Lang, do you not intend to clarify your relationship with her? To his astonishment, Su Miaohan questioned him. Initially, she had no intention of asking, but hearing Shen Lang affectionately refer to Gu Wanxia as Wanxia and defend her with unprecedented fury, while showing disdain for any explanation to her, stirred discomfort within her, a sensation akin to having something precious snatched away. She felt an unsettling panic, a feeling entirely foreign to her. Shen Lang appeared momentarily dazed, taken aback by Su Miaohan's demand for an explanation. After all, she was the aloof and formidable billionaire CEO, and he could hardly fathom why she would care for his justification. Furthermore, when they signed the contract, Su Miaohan had informed him that he could pursue relationships with women he favored, provided he did so discreetly during the 3 years of their marriage. Had she not also sought the company of Chu Gongza while still married? Was it solely because of her status as his employer that she could set the rules while he was left to abide by them? Shen Lang could empathize with Su Miaohan's current feelings. Her inquiry was merely an effort to uphold her dignity as a CEO. After all, he was ostensibly her husband. Dining out with another woman, such a situation would naturally be an affront to her pride. With a gentle sigh, Shen Lang prepared to offer an explanation when a voice of delight rang out from a distance. Miaohan, what a coincidence, are you dining here as well? The group turned towards the source of the voice, and there, approaching with a bright expression, was Chu Gongza, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. Chapter 38 Astonishing, Chu Gongza turns out to be the interloper in someone else's marriage. Shen Lang recognized them almost immediately. Several key actors from the cast of Fragrant Concubine had arrived. Miaohan, I was just saying I'd like to invite you to a gathering. What a coincidence. Chu Gongza exclaimed with delight as he approached Su Miaohan. Hello, President Su. Good day, President Su. The other actors greeted the beautiful investor, their demeanor markedly respectful. Hello, have you come for the gathering? Su Miaohan said with a cool nod. Indeed, with the recent heat, everyone has been working hard on set. I specifically invited everyone here for a little get-together, Chu Gongza replied, occasionally casting glances in Shen Lang's direction. Miaohan, it seems you haven't eaten yet. Why don't we join together? The more, the merrier, he suggested. Before Su Miaohan could respond, Li Shangling excitedly stepped forward. Shen Lang, you're here too. Although Shen Lang was not part of the Fragrant Concubine production, he and Li Shangling had frequently discussed the play over WeChat, and she had drawn much inspiration from him, enhancing her character significantly. Sister Shangling, Shen Lang smiled in return. Li Shangling turned to the others, introducing, let me introduce you all, this is Shen Lang, who almost played the role of Yongquan but unfortunately couldn't due to unforeseen circumstances. Don't let his youth fool you, his acting skills are absolutely top-notch. Shen Lang could only manage a wry smile, thinking that Sister Shangling was overly flattering him. He could discern the disdainful glances from the others and chose not to force himself into their company. Shen Lang, I see your dishes haven't arrived yet, come join us, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Li Shangling warmly invited. Su Miaohan esbrow furrowed slightly. She was well aware of Li Shangling, a renowned leading lady in the entertainment industry, not only beautiful but also perpetually single, attracting the admiration of countless men. She couldn't fathom how such a prominent star could develop a rapport with Shen Lang, nor did she appreciate Li Shangling's overly affectionate demeanor towards him. This nodded her uneasily. Shen Lang hesitated. Your crew is gathering to strengthen bonds. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to intrude. What is the harm? We're all in the same circle. We see each other often enough, Li Shangling replied candidly. Are you refusing to give your sister some face? Shen Lang chuckled ruefully, seeking Gu Wanxia's opinion, and ultimately agreed, realizing that Li Shangling had indeed treated him kindly. He recalled Lu Jia mentioning that after his role was cut, Li Shangling had even argued with director Hu Chunjiang on his behalf. A group of them entered a lavish private room. As they took their seats, Su Miaohan occupied a position on the left, with Chen Meng beside her and Lu Yuan, the second female lead of Fragrant Concubine, on her right. This arrangement left Chu Gongza unable to sit beside her. Chu Gongza, why don't you take my seat? Lu Yuan promptly offered with a smile. It's my fault for not being considerate. I wanted to get closer to President Su and forgot you were her boyfriend. Hee, please don't take offense, not at all, it's just a seat, Chu Gongza said, quite pleased with her demeanor as he seated himself beside Su Miaohan without hesitation. The others showed little reaction. The crew had already spread the word that Chu Gongza was dating Su Miaohan, and that Fragrant Concubine was tailored specifically for him, highlighting Su Miaohan's fondness for her boyfriend. Shen Lang remained unresponsive, his head bowed as he quietly played with his phone. However, Su Miaohan immediately glanced toward him, curious about his reaction. Seeing his calm demeanor, as if it were none of his business, stirred a sense of irritation within her. President Su, what is the meaning of this? Gu Wanxia suddenly stood up, her face a mask of frost. She was utterly stunned. Su Miaohan, as Shen Lang's wife, had a boyfriend and showed no inclination to hide it from Shen Lang? This was an affront to his dignity. Was there really such blatant bullying? In that moment, her heart ached for him. No wonder Shen Lang had been reluctant to mention his fiancée. It turned out she was such a promiscuous woman. The sudden accusation drew the astonished gaze of everyone to her. Gu Wanxia fixed a stern glare at Su Miaohan. You are Shen Lang's wife. How can you so brazenly seek out other men in front of him? What do you take him for, flirting with other men right before his eyes? Do you have no sense of shame? As these words left her mouth, the room erupted in shock. What, Su Miaohan was actually married, yet seeking other men, in front of her husband? Was this how wealthy women behaved? In an instant, the looks directed at Su Miaohan transformed into something peculiar. She appeared as the untouchable ice queen, yet beneath her exterior lay a passionate heart. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. Shen Lang, taken aback, lifted his head, first glancing at the frowning Su Miaohan. He had not anticipated Gu Wanxia would stand up for him. He felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety, yet he did not wish for the details of their contractual marriage to become widely known, as it was something he and Su Miaohan had agreed to keep private when they signed the contract. Gu Wanxia looked at him with deep concern. Shen Lang, I know you have a kind heart, but I cannot stand by and watch you be mistreated. President Su, I am aware your family is wealthy, and Shen Lang is merely a penniless orphan, but as a woman, if you are married, you must uphold your duties. How can you toy with his feelings like this? Can you truly live with yourself? If you feel no affection for him, you are free to divorce. With your looks and wealth, you could find any man you desire. Why must you bully such a kind man? I demand an explanation. The room fell silent. The tension palpable of this was a matter involving Su Miaohan, the investor, and while they could not speak openly, they silently disapproved of her actions. To have a husband at home while cavorting with other men, especially bringing them before her husband, was simply outrageous. This young lady seems to misunderstand Miaohan. Zhu Gongza's expression darkened as he noted Su Miaohan's unperturbed demeanor, leading him to rise. This situation not only affected Su Miaohan's reputation but also his own. If this were to spread, tomorrow's headlines would be explosive. He even imagined what the news might proclaim. Astonishing, Zhu Gongza turns out to be the interloper in someone else's marriage? Su Group's beautiful president engages in adultery with noted actor Zhu Gongza. Utterly absurd. The beautiful president displays affection for a rising star before her husband. Once this news ignited the internet, while there would not be a complete ban, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to his career. Chapter 39. Strike while the iron is hot. As Su Miaohan realized what he was about to say and halted him with a stern gaze. The matter of her contractual marriage with Shen Lang was known only to a select few. Chen Meng, Zhao Yiding, Zhu Gongza, and Shen Lang himself. The reason for entering into this contractual marriage was to evade the familial pressure of arranged unions. Should this information come to light, she could only imagine the thunderous wrath of her elders, who might hastily arrange for her to divorce Shen Lang and enter into another alliance. Zhu Gongza did not look at her. He understood the predicament Su Miaohan faced and was acutely aware of the turmoil this revelation would bring her. However, his primary concern lay with his own interests. Miss Gu, I believe Shen Lang may not have clarified the reasons to you. In fact, 3 years ago, Miaohan married Shen Lang to escape her family's arranged marriage. They entered into a contractual marriage, and for 3 years, they have been living separately, devoid of any emotional connection. Of course, Miaohan did not treat him poorly. She compensated him 5 million in a lump sum prior to their marriage. To put it plainly, their relationship is merely one of employment, not a genuine marriage. You can understand this, can't you? Such a revelation, everyone present reacted accordingly. Marriages among the affluent were commonplace. The more powerful the family, the less autonomy their offspring had over their unions. As one of the 4 prominent families in Shanghai, with Su Miaohan's outstanding qualities, countless wealthy suitors coveted her. Based on familial interests, her marriage had long been predetermined. Thus, she resorted to an unconventional strategy, a contractual marriage to evade the fate of an arranged union, which made sense. Gu Wanxia was taken aback. She had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. Suddenly, she recalled the scene from 3 years prior, when her relationship with Shen Lang was merely that of a doctor and patient. After old Master Li was admitted to the hospital, only a few tens of thousands of yuan were paid for his treatment, a mere drop in the bucket against the severity of his burns. Not to mention skin grafting, the regular treatment costs were far from sufficient. During that time, she often saw Shen Lang appearing exhausted at the hospital, rushing in and out, only later to learn that he worked 3 jobs daily for 20 hours to gather the surgical fees. As a chief physician in a major hospital, it was not uncommon for him to encounter patients unable to afford their procedures. Gu Wanxia certainly felt sympathy but was powerless to assist. Yet, one day, Shen Lang excitedly found her in her office to inform her that he had managed to raise the funds for the surgery that was over 1 million yuan. At that moment, Gu Wanxia had no idea how he had procured such a sum and did not inquire further until now, realizing he had entered into a contractual marriage to secure 5 million. In that instant, rather than looking down upon Shen Lang, her heart brimmed with compassion and sorrow. She knew what kind of person he was. While others might speculate that he sought an easy life at her expense, she understood that his actions were driven by a desire to save old Master Li. The meal was steeped in a heavy atmosphere, and after a hasty conclusion, everyone quickly found excuses to disperse. Shen Lang, I apologize if I was too impulsive just now, Gu Wanxia said as they left the hotel, noticing his pensive silence, her tone laced with regret. Wanxia Jia, why apologize? I know you were only looking out for me. I am grateful for your support and could never hold it against you, Shen Lang replied, meeting her gaze with his striking eyes. I had no idea you and President Su were in a contractual marriage, Gu Wanxia remarked. You must have endured quite a bit in these years, haven't you? Shen Lang shook his head. President Su is actually quite a decent person. She has looked out for me. Moreover, I was already aware that Zhu Gongza and President Su were in a relationship during their university days. She did not hide it from me. I will find a time to apologize to her. In that moment, she felt a glimmer of joy. Previously, she had always thought Shen Lang was married. Even when she acknowledged her feelings for him, she suppressed them, too fearful to act. But now, knowing that Shen Lang and Su Miaohan were merely in a contractual arrangement, living separately for 3 years, and that Su Miaohan had a boyfriend, she sensed her opportunity was at hand. Suddenly, the sky seemed to brighten.
Wanxia, I truly apologize for today. I couldn't enjoy a meal in peace. Let us consider today's meal as a non-event, and I shall treat you next time, Shen Lang expressed with a hint of exasperation, initially intending to treat Gu Wanxia to a heartfelt meal in gratitude for her assistance over the years, but it had devolved into this. Sounds good, Gu Wanxia agreed readily. Are you free this evening? Perhaps we could go out then? Shen Lang pondered for a moment. He had a recording session scheduled in the afternoon and was uncertain how late it would run. Moreover, although he hadn't revealed the matter of the contractual marriage, it was still a consequence of his actions, and he felt it necessary to provide Su Miaohan with an explanation. He planned to return home early that evening. I may not have time tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon or evening? That works for me. Gu Wanxia replied with a charming tone, her demeanor shifting to reflect a newfound allure and playfulness, now that the shackles of her previous reticence had been lifted. Upon returning to her office at the hospital, her close friend Zhou Yanting entered and, upon seeing Gu Wanxia sitting there with a blissful smile, exclaimed, Wanxia, have you become infatuated? Gu Wanxia looked up to see her and shot her a mock glare. Go away. Hee, Zhou Yanting inquired with a hint of curiosity, what good news do you have? Share it with me. I had lunch with Shen Lang today, and I met his wife and a few other friends. That's when I discovered that he and his wife are in a contractual marriage. Gu Wanxia generously shared her joy with her dear friend. They've been married for 3 years but have always lived separately, and his wife has a boyfriend outside, she continued. Is that true? Zhou Yanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely. No wonder you're so elated. It seems you have a chance now. Zhou Yanting became equally excited, knowing just how much her dear friend adored Shen Lang, and that the clouds of uncertainty had finally begun to part. Wanxia, listen to me. Strike while the iron is hot. Shen Lang is such an exceptional man. Do you not fear that, despite being in a contractual marriage, that woman might develop feelings for him over the course of 3 years? Even a dog can form attachments after 3 years. How much more so for a living, breathing man, especially one as remarkable as him? Upon hearing this, Gu Wanxia's earlier elation dissipated, replaced by a surge of anxiety. What you say seems to hold some truth. After today, when that Chu Gongzi revealed the details, I noticed President Su's expression turned particularly grim. Gu Wanxia recalled the look on Su Miaohan's face at that moment. Moreover, throughout the meal, she kept glancing over at Shen Lang, almost as if she were concerned. Could it be, as you suggested, that 3 years together has indeed fostered feelings for him? Chapter 40 Cooking rice into a meal. Listen, this is where the problem lies. Zhou Yanting exclaimed, do not be misled by her status as a wealthy heiress and a billionaire CEO. She is, after all, a woman, and she is bound to develop a fondness for handsome men. Consider this, among the multitude of men in the world, why did she choose to marry Shen Lang through a contract? It is simply because he is good-looking. Since she has chosen Shen Lang, there is inherently a predisposition of affection towards him. Moreover, after all these years of acquaintance, do you feel love for Shen Lang, or do you merely feel gratitude for his past protection? This question must be clarified, otherwise, you may regret it in the future. Without hesitation, Gu Wanxia replied, I understand what you are implying. Over the years, I have been questioning myself, and I now have an answer. It might have begun as gratitude, but over time, as we spent moments together, I witnessed his patient care for his grandfather and how he connected with the patients in the ward. He treats everyone with courtesy. He is filial, diligent, brave, and radiates positivity, never yielding to adversity. It seems as though he emanates light, drawing me in with every facet of his being. I am certain, I genuinely like him. Zhou Yanting chuckled, I never imagined our campus beauty would possess such a passionate side. If the suitors pursuing you were to discover this, their hearts would surely shatter. Enough of that. Gu Wanxia playfully swatted her, what do you suggest I do now? Simple, Shen Lang is quite straightforward. As you have said, he is an orphan, inherently starved for affection. If you treat him sincerely, he will respond positively without any need for further manipulation, Zhou Yanting proposed. In the past, you invested too much energy in his grandfather. He may have misconstrued that as mere friendship, leading to gratitude. From now on, you should focus more on him directly. Gu Wanxia pondered this. Learn more about his likes and interests, cater to his preferences, and make sure to create opportunities for chance encounters. You currently only see him hastily in the hospital. How can that foster any genuine feelings? Gu Wanxia sighed wistfully, do you think I don't desire that? Previously, knowing he had a wife, I could only strive to keep my distance. This Shen Lang must be incredibly fortunate to have our Gu heiress so infatuated, losing sleep over him. His life is truly worth it, Zhou Yanting teased, then proposed a rather audacious idea. Weren't you saying his contract with that MS.SU is nearing its end? Your family is wealthy too, why not follow her lead and enter into a contract to support Shen Lang, marrying first and loving later? What a ludicrous suggestion. Gu Wanxia laughed in disbelief, Shen Lang is not that kind of person. The reason he accepted Ms. Su's contract was to secure funds for his grandfather's treatment. Now that the financial issue is resolved, he would never agree again. Moreover, I do not wish to bind him in such a manner. Zhou Yanting continued, I recall you mentioned he frequently visits the orphanage to see the children, indicating he is truly compassionate. He would surely appreciate a woman with a kind heart. I believe you should visit the orphanage more often and bond with the children there. Gu Wanxia's eyes lit up at this notion. Additionally, isn't he an actor? Pay attention to the entertainment industry, watch a few more dramas, and then you will have topics to discuss when you meet.
Indeed. Gu Wanxia nodded, I will keep that in mind.
Zhou Yanting, observing her radiant visage, leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming mischievously.
Actually, I have another idea that could yield immediate results. Would you care to hear it? What is it?
Let us find an opportunity to invite him over for drinks, get him intoxicated, and then you can consummate your relationship. Given Shen Lang's character, he would certainly take responsibility, she giggled.
Gu Wanxia's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, reaching her neck. Zhou Yanting, are you out of your mind? Don't follow me.
Su Miaohan commanded, casting a stern glare at Zhu Gongzi, who trailed behind her. She was utterly disillusioned with him, but he professed his love for her yet seemed oblivious to her feelings, reflecting on their years of acquaintance, including their year and a half of dating. Aside from that one time he came to rescue her in the mountains, his affection had remained mere words. Sweet nothings flowed effortlessly from his lips, yet tangible actions were conspicuously absent. In contrast, Shen Lang rarely uttered caring words but continuously demonstrated his affection through unwavering deeds.
Miaohan, I was wrong earlier.
I spoke without thinking, and I sincerely apologize, Zhu Gongzi said, forcing a smile. Indeed, Miaohan, at that moment, Zhu Gongzi was simply reacting to that woman's slander against you. He was impulsive and likely did not mean any harm. Su Miaohan scoffed, are you truly that oblivious, Zhu Gongzi? Do not make me lose respect for you. Zhu Gongzi felt a twinge of frustration. Since returning from his studies, he had also grown somewhat dissatisfied with Su Miaohan. For 3 years, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of him, even seeking a substitute to alleviate her longing. The gifts he had given her were treasured like jewels. He had learned from Chen Meng that she even purchased the very piano he once coveted, intending to surprise him.
With fervor, he returned home, expecting to embrace his beloved with ease, yet, this woman seemed to have transformed entirely, even resisting a simple dinner invitation. Did she genuinely believe no one desired her? As a top-tier celebrity, his female fans stretched from Shanghai to Beijing, and numerous affluent young ladies were vying for his affection. Had it not been for his desire to marry Su Miaohan and acquire shares of the Su Corporation, he would have never wasted so much energy on her. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhu Gongzi managed to maintain a smile. Miaohan, are you not aware of how I feel about you? Do you recall the incident when you had the biking accident in the mountains?
I was frantic, driving around in search of you, running several red lights. Ultimately, I concluded you might be in that remote area, and given the late hour, no one was willing to assist in the search.
I had to plead with them to come. In my haste, I even fell and injured my leg, requiring 5 stitches. Do you remember?
My feelings for you have remained steadfast. I was simply overly concerned, fearing you might be harmed. I spoke thoughtlessly in the heat of the moment. You may punish me however you wish, but please do not ignore me.
As memories of that incident resurfaced, Su Miaohan's expression softened.
Perhaps she had misjudged him. She recalled how, in the stillness of the night, it was Zhu Gongzi who first arrived to find her. Through the beam of his flashlight, she could see the worry and exhaustion etched on his face. His leg had been deeply cut, blood streaming down, yet he seemed unaware of the pain, only feeling the pure joy of having found her. At that moment, he had touched her heart, which had remained resolute and unyielding. My words earlier may have been harsh, A's. Please do not take them to heart. Su Miaohan spoke softly. Zhu Gongzi revealed his signature warm smile. I understand your anger was momentary. I would never hold it against you. By the way, Miaohan, my birthday is in 3 days. I will be hosting a birthday party and inviting a few friends over. Would you be able to join us?
Su Miaohan contemplated for a moment before nodding. I will be there.
Chapter 41. You are not far from becoming a superstar. Around 2 in the afternoon, Shen Lang received a call from Qian Yuru, the manager of the Dual Music Shanghai branch. The branch is located in Xujiang district, nearly a 20-minute drive from the Mingyue community. After tidying himself up a bit, he styled his hair and changed into a more casual outfit before heading out to catch a taxi to the company. Upon his arrival at the entrance, Qian Yuru was personally there to greet him.
Are you Mr. Shen?
In her 40s, Qian Yuru was dressed in a well-fitted summer blazer, exuding an air of competence and confidence. Prior to the call, she had gathered some information about Shen Lang from her good friend Wang Yun. He was described as exceptionally handsome, humble, and immensely talented. Now that she saw him in person, she felt Wang Yun's assessment was somewhat conservative. Indeed, he was not merely handsome. She had encountered numerous celebrities but had never seen anyone more striking than Shen Lang. Her heart, which had weathered over 40 years, fluttered with a youthful excitement.
Hello, Manager Qian.
He exchanged a courteous handshake. Qian Yuru led Shen Lang inside. Although it was a branch office, it was still backed by the affluent Dole Productions, and its scale was quite considerable. According to Qian Yuru, the company currently represented over 20 artists, several of whom were well-known figures in the domestic music scene. As they entered the recording studio, several staff members were busy at work. Manager Qian, have you brought another newcomer? This one seems promising. His looks surpass. You must have heard of his name. Shen Yuru introduced him. Shen Lang promptly stepped forward to shake Zhao Zhang's hand. Director Zhao, your reputation precedes you. I often listen to your popular songs, such as The Fate of Love, Warm Sun, and Kite. Ha, it's merely a name, Zhao Zhang replied, delighted that Shen Lang could name his songs, a significant compliment for someone working behind the scenes. Nowadays, listeners only concern themselves with the performers, seldom pondering who penned the music. Shen Lang, you are the creator of Fortune-Telling and Seeking Buddha. Those songs have gained immense popularity lately. I have been listening to them, and they are indeed remarkable, Zhao Zhang praised, giving a thumbs up.
Manager Qian, is your intention today to record these 2 songs?
Xian Yuru nodded with a smile. Old Zhao, I leave the subsequent work to you. I have some matters to attend to. Understood, I'll take care of it. After Qian Yuru departed, Shen Lang pulled out a stack of sheets from his bag. Director Zhao, here are the scores. I appreciate your help. Zhao Zhang glanced at the pages and exclaimed, wow, you've even written out the accompaniment scores. This saves me a significant amount of work. As the recording progressed, Zhao Zhang's admiration for Shen Lang grew. Despite his youth, he possessed a remarkable proficiency with multiple instruments, seemingly able to play any of them with ease. If the musicians made even the slightest mistake, Shen Lang would instantly catch it. The entire recording session went surprisingly smoothly. Director Zhao, I have another new song. It's still early. Would it be possible to record it as well? After completing the recordings for fortune-telling and seeking Buddha, Shen Lang retrieved another stack of sheets from his bag. A new song? Zhao Zhang's interest peaked as he took the scores and began to hum. Soon, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is delightful. How did you conceive this? It's indeed catchy. One listen is all it takes to remember, Zhao Zhang remarked. This song is bound to be a hit upon release. With 3 consecutive hits, Shen Lang, you are on the brink of becoming a major star, the other staff members chimed in, chuckling. By 6 in the evening, the sun began to set, leaving behind a sky painted with remnants of twilight as Shen Lang returned home, weary from the day's endeavors. Back already? Su Miaohan was seated at the coffee table, her laptop open as if she were watching a film. Shen Lang paused, noticing that in their 3 years together, this was perhaps the first time he had seen her watching a movie in the living room. She appeared somewhat distracted, as if she had been waiting for him to return. Shen Lang nodded. I'll go prepare dinner. Okay. By 7, Shen Lang had finished cooking and called Su Miaohan to join him for the meal. The living room was quiet, punctuated only by the occasional clinking of chopsticks against bowls. After the meal, Shen Lang washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Su Miaohan remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book titled Western Economics. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang approached her and sat down beside her, initiating the conversation. President Su, I would like to apologize on behalf of my friend for today's incident. She was unaware of the circumstances and acted on my behalf. This situation arose because of me. I realize it has caused you considerable distress. I have been contemplating issuing a statement. Originally, she had called each of the actors involved to instruct them to remain tight-lipped. However, someone had still leaked the information. After a day of escalating tensions, compounded by competitors fanning the flames, the matter had become a hot topic online. As the stock market opened that afternoon, several listed companies under the Su Group saw their stock prices plummet, resulting in significant losses. However, Su Miaohan was unfazed. Such a minor incident would soon be forgotten by the online community and would not undermine the foundation of the Su Group. Conversely, for Shen Lang, a figure in the entertainment industry, being embroiled in such a scandal could severely hinder his future prospects. She had returned early, intending to offer some words of comfort and perhaps provide him with additional resources, particularly since this debacle had been instigated by Chu Gongza, her ex-boyfriend, leaving her somewhat culpable. To her astonishment, Shen Lang not only apologized but also suggested issuing a statement. I have seen the news online, Shen Lang continued. This incident must have had a considerable impact on your company as stock prices. I can release a statement online, claiming that I had previously saved you and that you were coerced into marriage due to this favor. This way, the ire of the netizens will shift towards me, alleviating your burden, and your company's stock should stabilize. He had contemplated this deeply and ultimately resolved to repay the 5 million he owed her. A man of his word, he had promised Su Miaohan that he would never disclose the nature of their relationship. Although the information had leaked through Chu Gongza's words, the root cause was still due to Gu Wanxia coming to his defense, thereby granting Chu Gongza the opportunity. Moreover, it was preferable for him to shoulder the burden alone rather than both of them facing the scrutiny together, especially since he currently held little fame. Once he repaid this debt of gratitude, he would owe her nothing further. Chapter 42. The attitude of the Su family. Su Miaohan stared at Shen Lang, her face a portrait of disbelief. Do you realize what this entails? You are an actor. Once this statement is released, it could very well ruin your career, she continued. Shen Lang offered a wry smile and nodded, I am aware. Then why proceed with it? Su Miaohan's confusion deepened. Someone must step forward to bear the responsibility. In comparison, the repercussions for me are minimal, he replied, unwavering under her piercing gaze. When you sought me out and offered me 5 million, it was to resolve this issue. The contract has yet to conclude. If something goes awry, it is only right that I shoulder the consequences. I cannot betray the 5 million you entrusted to me. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Miaohan. She thought of Chu Gongza, who, regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or feigned, was the root cause of this predicament, yet he evaded responsibility at every turn. The afternoon news had spiraled out of control, and he remained indifferent. Meanwhile, this matter had no bearing on Shen Lang, who was willing to sacrifice his cherished acting career for the sake of a mere contract and a nebulous promise. An inexplicable emotion stirred within her, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fists. She had to concede that Shen Lang's approach was indeed the most prudent solution at this juncture. Yet, she was acutely aware of his passion for performance. She could not selfishly ruin his entire career. Shen Lang, I will find a way to resolve this matter. There is no need to issue a statement. Shen Lang shook his head with a smile. The statement has already been released. He had anticipated that Su Miaohan would not acquiesce.
This was not indicative of any deep concern she held for him, but rather her proud disposition, which would not permit her to act in such a manner. Thus, he had taken the initiative to act unilaterally. What? Su Miaohan's complexion paled, and she hastily pulled out her phone to check the news. Shocking, the truth is revealed, the pretty boy seeks recompense, the beautiful president endures humiliation for 3 years in return for gratitude. According to Penguin News, the sensational rumors surrounding Su Miaohan, the president of Su Group, and her alleged patronage of a pretty boy have ignited the internet. With a statement from the involved party, Shen Lang, the truth of the matter has come to light. Su Miaohan's face drained of color as she rapidly accessed Shen Lang's Weibo. A pinned post immediately caught her eye. Statement: Today, rumors claiming that Su Miaohan, president of Su Group, has been supporting me have spread like wildfire. I express my regret over this. The matter of my marriage to Su Miaohan is indeed true. The reason being that 3 years ago, I saved her life, and I have since leveraged that gratitude to compel her to marry me. Over the past 3 years, Su Miaohan has treated me well, and out of a sense of moral obligation, I cannot bear to see such a wonderful person suffer public scorn. I urge netizens to keep their eyes open and not be swayed by those with ulterior motives. Beneath the statement were a series of images showcasing the certificates from the Hope School. Shen Lang had procured these certificates from Chen Meng. Su Miaohan stared blankly at the statement, her hand trembling slightly as she held her phone. Upon opening the comments section, she was met with a barrage of vitriol. Scoundrel! How despicable! Just because you saved her once, you force her to be your wife, you should just die. I've watched this scoundrel in a web series. He looks decent but acts like garbage, just like his character. Get out of the entertainment industry. At least this scoundrel has a shred of conscience. Perhaps Su is too kind-hearted, which has moved him to clarify on her behalf. Ugh, Su, I'm sorry, I criticized you earlier, but I had no idea you had quietly contributed so much to the Hope Schools. I feel like such a fool. Looking back, Su is truly remarkable. For the sake of a little gratitude, she endured humiliation by marrying this scoundrel for 3 years, all while secretly donating to so many schools without anyone knowing. With Shen Lang's statement, the online sentiment shifted dramatically. Previously, the majority of netizens had condemned Su Miaohan for being shameless and for supporting a pretty boy. And now, with the evidence Shen Lang had presented, the narrative transformed into one of praise for Su Miaohan, while Shen Lang became the target of public disdain. Su Miaohan surveyed the comments, yet felt no elation. A sense of confusion and bitterness enveloped her. She lifted her gaze to speak, only to find that Shen Lang had already departed. Just then, her phone rang. Su Miaohan glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing involuntarily, and after a brief pause, she answered. Su Miaohan, you need to go and divorce that country bumpkin immediately. A woman's furious voice erupted from the other end. That scoundrel actually leveraged gratitude to coerce you into marriage. Why didn't you say anything back then? You have brought disgrace upon the Su family. Mom, I'll explain everything when I return, Su Miaohan replied, cutting the call and collapsing onto the couch in a daze. Rising, she made her way to Shen Lang's room, her mind awash with unspoken words, yet she found herself at a loss for what to say. The events had transpired, and it seemed that no amount of words could amend the situation. With a soft sigh, she grabbed her bag and stepped outside. The Su family estate sprawled over more than 50 acres in the eastern section of Qingpu district, boasting luxurious amenities, including a private swimming pool, an artificial lake, and a helipad. There were several 3-story villas akin to Mingyue community. Upon arriving at a lavish villa at the center of the estate, Su Miaohan found several individuals already gathered in the grand hall. Her grandfather, Su Linha, the patriarch of the Su family, sat at the center of the sofa, a vigorous 70-year-old commanding respect without raising his voice. To his left was a refined and handsome middle-aged man, Su Miaohan's father, Su Zhenhe. To his right sat a kind-hearted elderly woman, her demeanor dignified. This was Su Miaohan's grandmother, Su Xiaohua. Su Miaohan's mother, Fan Yiqing, and her younger brother, Su Chen, stood anxiously in the living room. To her surprise, Zhu Gongzhe was also present. What are you doing here? Su Miaohan asked, astonished. I invited him, Fan Yiqing retorted coldly, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Miaohan, nearly poking her in the face. What on earth is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind, just because of that country bumpkin's threats? You marry him, are you out of your mind? Su Miaohan frowned. Can you please refrain from calling him a country bumpkin? Am I mistaken? Is he not a country bumpkin? Fan Yiqing scoffed. I truly regret having educated you all these years. You are the daughter of the Su. Are you so desperate that you must cling to a handsome face? Chapter 43. Su Miaohan's resolute stance. Is this something a mother could truly say to her daughter? Even the venerable Su Linha, who had often lamented his granddaughter's choices, found it difficult to bear at this moment. Enough, he interjected, halting Fan Yiqing's incessant chatter. Turning his stern gaze upon Su Miaohan, he spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. Tomorrow morning, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and file for divorce, then obtain a marriage certificate with Zhu Gongzhe. Su Miaohan was momentarily taken aback. For years prior, when she first entered into a relationship with Zhu Gongzhe, her family was already aware, yet from her grandfather to her parents, none approved of this union. Zhu Gongzhe was merely the illegitimate son of the Chu family, devoid of any inheritance rights, and at most could expect a modest sum of money. Such a man was altogether unworthy of Su Miaohan and certainly unfit to be a son-in-law of the Su family. The entire family had opposed her, trying to persuade her in turn, but Su Miaohan possessed a resolute spirit. How could she acquiesce to their wishes? As time passed and her feelings for Zhu Gongzhe gradually waned, they began to elevate him to the status of a favored guest, suggesting she should lower herself to marry him. This left Su Miaohan bewildered, unable to comprehend their true intentions.
Miaohan, we have deliberated on this matter for an extended period. Su Jinha, who had always doted on his daughter, felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing her distressed expression. Now that circumstances have unfolded, to mitigate losses and salvage the Su family's reputation, uniting with Xiao Chu is presently the most prudent course of action. Currently, that young man surnamed Shen has issued a statement. We are prepared to escalate matters further by involving the police and sending a lawyer's letter accusing him of coercing a woman. What you must do is perform a heartfelt act with Xiao Chu. I have even prepared the script for you. You two fell in love during university. Xiao Chu, for the sake of his acting career, had to go abroad to further his studies for 2.5 years. Though separated by oceans, your hearts remained intertwined, and it is that Shen fellow who has schemed to tear you apart. Now that he faces retribution, this destined couple can finally be united. Thus, not only will your reputation be restored, but it will also be elevated, and the group's stock will rise alongside, achieving a dual benefit. These conciliatory words, ostensibly for her benefit and that of the Su family, left Su Miaohan pale, as though plunged into an icy abyss. She was acutely aware of the repercussions of such actions. They would irrevocably plunge the already infamous Shen Lang into an unfathomable abyss. Her gaze swept over Su. We do this for your own good. Hurry up and agree to your father's demands. Fan Yiqing glared at her, increasingly exasperated. Had she not acted unilaterally and married a commoner, the Su family would have had the opportunity to ally with the esteemed Wang family of Shanghai. In truth, they had little regard for Chu Gongzi, but Su Miaohan had become a second-hand commodity. The Wang family could no longer accept her, leaving them no choice but to settle for Chu Gongzi. After all, even if he were merely an illegitimate child, he was infinitely superior to Shen Lang, that orphan. If you insist on proceeding this way, I shall issue a statement online, Su Miaohan declared coldly. I will tell the public that I was the one who supported Shen Lang. With a resounding clap, Su Lin has struck the arm of the sofa, his lips trembling with fury. You ungrateful daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Su Miaohan, have you no shame? Fan Yiqing scolded angrily. We are all doing this for your benefit. Is he truly worth this confrontation with your grandfather and parents? Su Miaohan cast him a blank stare, because my heart is fervent. Shen Lang, sacrificing his reputation to release that statement. If I were to stab him in the back, I would live a life filled with remorse. Su Lin has sighed deeply. Very well. If you cannot reconcile this within yourself, we can forego involving the police and sending a lawyer's letter, but you must promptly divorce him and marry Xiao Chu. Chu Gongzi gazed at Su Miaohan with eager anticipation. Others might care about her previous marriage to another man, but he was indifferent. He knew that Su Miaohan had never allowed Shen Lang to touch her in the past 3 years, remaining pure and untainted. I cannot divorce him. Su Miaohan shook her head resolutely. You. Su Linha clutched his chest, appearing on the verge of a heart attack. Fan Yiqing sneered. What is it about this worthless pauper that has you so devoted? Is it that he excels in some manner that keeps you satisfied? Yiqing. Su Jinha interjected, unable to tolerate her increasingly outrageous comments. What kind of mother speaks like this? Fan Yiqing retorted coldly. Father, this foolish girl is simply infatuated, bewitched by a poor boy, and will eventually squander our family's assets on that pretty face. I believe she is no longer fit to be the CEO. Perhaps we should let Su Chen take over. Su Miaohan pressed her lips tightly together. From childhood, Fan Yiqing had favored Su Chen, yet he was nothing more than a frivolous playboy, lacking any business acumen, while Su Jinha was engrossed in horticulture. The elder had reluctantly appointed Su Miaohan to manage the company, but Fan Yiqing could not accept this and constantly plotted to replace her with Su Chen. Mother, I do not wish to take over the company. My sister is a business prodigy, and she manages it quite well, Su Chen timidly interjected. Silence. Fan Yiqing shouted vehemently, she is a girl, once married, how can we entrust it to an outsider? Su Chen looked apologetically at Su Miaohan, appearing helpless. I will not relinquish the position of CEO of the Su Group. At this moment, Su Miaohan felt a pang of sorrow. No matter how she viewed it, she was still a daughter of the Su family, yet in her mother's eyes, she was merely an outsider. Su Chen lacks experience in this area, and the company is currently facing numerous challenges. Hastily changing personnel could lead to major issues. Fan Yiqing smirked. Ultimately, you are reluctant to part with power, aren't you? Are you pondering how to transfer the company's assets to frolic with your pretty boy? Enough. Su Linha interjected, his brow furrowed. The company will remain under Miaohan's management. Su Chen does not possess the capability. Fan Yiqing opened her mouth, casting one last resentful glance at Su Miaohan. However, you must divorce that man. Su Linha's gaze bore down on Su Miaohan with piercing intensity. Our Su family is a prominent family in Shanghai. Being associated with such a disreputable individual subjects us to ridicule behind our backs. You may lack shame, but we cannot afford to. Chapter 44 A Remembrance of Love. I will not divorce, Su Miaohan asserted, meeting the gaze of the old man with unyielding determination. Dad, you see, she has forsaken her family for that pretty boy. Fan Yiqing seized the opportunity to cast aspersions on Su Miaohan before Su Linha. Our Su family has nurtured her for so many years, and she shows not a shred of gratitude. While you are still around, you may keep her in check, but once you are gone, chaos will surely ensue. I foresee a future where the Su Group shall be renamed the Shen Group. Su Linha's ire flared at this proclamation. Do you still regard me as your grandfather?
Su Miaohan paused for a moment, then said, "Grandfather, grant me another 6 months. I will provide you with an explanation then." She had recently contacted Dr. Jiang for information. Shen Lang had begun taking foreign-targeted medication, and if it proved effective, he might endure for another 6 months. During this time, she would not divorce Shen Lang, as inflicting such a heavy blow upon him was not her intention. However, she refrained from disclosing this matter, wishing to keep it from becoming common knowledge. Dad, Miaohan has always acted with discretion. She would never joke with the interests of the Su family. Su Jianhe, despite the circumstances, still cherished his daughter and could not bear to see her further condemned, thus interceding on her behalf. "Let us give her 6 more months. I trust she will manage it well." "Enough, enough, I am weary," Su Lin sighed, waving his hand as he ascended the stairs. Su Xiuhua quickly moved to support him. "Dad, Mom, I shall take my leave as well," Su Miaohan declared. Su Miaohan hesitated, contemplating that she still had words to share with Chu Gongzi, and thus did not refuse. "Miaohan, have you developed feelings for Shen Lang?" Chu Gongzi inquired, his expression tinged with reluctance as they stepped out of the villa. "No. If that is the case, why do you hesitate to divorce him?" "I have my reasons." Chu Gongzi pressed on, "You once told me that if I could convince your family to accept our relationship, you would agree to marry me. Have you forgotten? Now that they have given their consent, why do you still refuse to marry me?" Su Miaohan halted, her radiant starry eyes fixed upon him. "Do you believe we are still the same as we were 3 years ago?" "What do you mean?" 3 years ago, I indeed held such thoughts, and they were sincere. In my heart, I set forth 2 objectives. Either you can genuinely penetrate my heart and make me fall for you uncontrollably, in which case, even if the entire world opposes us, I would steadfastly remain by your side. However, I am aware that this is a daunting challenge and that my pursuit of love is excessively demanding, perhaps existing solely in the realm of fantasy, unattainable in this lifetime. Thus, if you could win over my family and secure their approval, I would still acquiesce." Su Miaohan turned away, "Yet you have accomplished none of that." "But I have done so now." "You just heard, your grandfather and your parents are willing to permit our marriage," Chu Gongzi insisted eagerly. "Yet it is too late. When I proposed those 2 objectives, it was based on my strong feelings for you, but now, I am uncertain if I still possess the same sentiments." Su Miaohan's tone was flat, so devoid of emotion that it left Chu Gongzi gasping for breath. "Why?" "Clearly, throughout these 3 years, you have thought of me, even seeking a substitute in Shen Lang. The model I gifted you occupies the most prominent place on your desk, and I heard from Chen Meng that you have meticulously preserved all the expensive gift boxes from the presents I once bestowed upon you." Chu Gongzi retorted, "You clearly love me." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Miaohan's eyes. Perhaps she was a genius in business, yet in matters of love, she was rather obtuse and lost. She had likely envisioned an everlasting romance, compelling herself to fixate on her first love, Chu Gongzi. She treasured each gift from him, revisiting the places they had once frequented, and endlessly perusing their past messages. Was this not a form of self-brainwashing? Until their fateful reunion at the airport 3 years later, she suddenly felt that the beautiful fantasy she had clung to for so long crumbled in an instant. Upon seeing the man she believed she loved deeply, her heart stirred not a whit. Catching sight of Chu Gongzi's heartbroken expression caused Su Miaohan to feel a pang of compassion. "Ace, you know I am a slow-to-warm person. Perhaps the 3 years of separation have introduced a sense of estrangement between us, dulling the original affection. I need time." Chu Gongzi reignited his hope. "Miaohan, rest assured, I respect your wishes, and I will grant you ample time." "Thank you." Su Miaohan did not drive, opting instead to ride with Chu Gongzi, weary as she reclined in the passenger seat. She opened her phone and glanced at the online news. As time passed, Shen Lang's notoriety escalated, and the internet was awash with denunciations, calling for his downfall. Su Miaohan suspected that the Su family was not uninvolved in stoking the flames from behind the scenes. Instinctively, she opened Dull, accessing Shen Lang's account, only to find that he had recently updated a video. The accompanying text read, 10 years of life and death, both obscure, without thought, difficult to forget. A piano piece, a remembrance of love, dedicated to everyone. As she clicked on the video, a pair of fair, slender fingers danced elegantly across the black and white keys. The melodious and soothing tune spilled forth from the screen, akin to a rich vintage, ensnaring one in its intoxicating embrace. Her spirit felt as if it were immersed in a hot spring, receiving a purifying baptism. Su Miaohan sensed her restless heart gradually finding tranquility as the music progressed. Closing her eyes, she envisioned her childhood, recalling those cherished moments and beloved individuals. "What is this piece?" "It is truly beautiful." Chu Gongzi suddenly interrupted her reverie. Opening her eyes, Su Miaohan was startled to find tears streaming down her cheeks. "By the way, Miaohan, speaking of the piece, I heard from Chen Meng. When I expressed my desire for it, I assumed you would return it to me even if we parted ways. My birthday is in 2 days, do not prepare another gift, just present me with the piano, will you? I wish to play a piece for you in public using that very instrument." Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan felt as if her heart had been pierced by a needle, her breath caught in her throat. She instinctively recalled the scene where Shen Lang had played that piano, only to be caught and reprimanded by her. He truly possessed remarkable piano skills, coupled with a talent that could create such exquisite and enchanting melodies. The piano in the video was of average quality, evidently not the one at her home. Despite having a million-yuan piano at her residence, he chose not to touch it, preferring to find an ordinary piano elsewhere to record a video.
A wave of indescribable sorrow surged within Su Miaohan, a blend of self-reproach, guilt, and an inexplicable sense of panic. Chapter 45 Chu Gongza's visit in the villa. After Shen Lang posted the video, he prepared. The piece titled A Commemoration of Love was born from an emotional moment in the recording studio, where memories of the past flooded back, prompting him to sit at the piano and record it spontaneously. Upon its release, the response was quite favorable, garnering a flurry of likes and praise as soon as it went live. Beep, the sound of a car horn jolted Shen Lang awake. Approaching the window, he glanced down to see Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza stepping out of the vehicle together. So, she hurried out tonight for a date with Chu Gongza, Shen Lang mused silently. Given the late hour, it seemed likely that Chu Gongza would be spending the night here. He quickly turned off the lights and slipped beneath the covers, deciding it best to feign sleep to avoid interrupting their romantic rendezvous. A few moments later, he heard the sound of footsteps entering the living room. Miaohan, may I take a look at that piano? It's been ages since I played since returning home, and I fear I've become quite rusty, Chu Gongza remarked. Su Miaohan felt a pang of reluctance. She had not wished to let him into the house, knowing it would make Shen Lang uncomfortable, yet, with his excuse of seeking water, she found it difficult to refuse. Before Su Miaohan could respond, Chu Gongza strode directly to Shen Lang's bedroom door and flicked on the light. Oh, Mr. Shen, you're asleep, my apologies for the late disturbance. Shen Lang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The smile on Chu Gongza's lips indicated that this intrusion was entirely intentional. However, as a guest in Su Miaohan's home, he could hardly express his irritation in her presence. It's nothing. I just lay down. I guess there's something you need? Shen Lang replied. I heard a beautiful piano piece tonight, and I felt an urge to play. Since this piano was specifically purchased for me by Miaohan, I thought I might try it out. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mr. Shen? Shen Lang decided to rise from the bed. It wouldn't be appropriate to say you're disturbing me. I'm merely a tenant here. Please feel free to play, Mr. Chu. With that, he made his way to the living room, tactfully allowing them the space to indulge in their affection for one another. Had it not been so late, he would have considered staying at a hotel for the night. Where are you headed? Su Miaohan inquired, grabbing his arm with surprising force as he passed her. Shen Lang looked at her in bewilderment, sensing her tension and unease. Was she succumbing to her old habits, wanting to linger and witness their display of affection? I'm just going to sit on the sofa for a bit, he replied. Don't you enjoy playing the piano? If you do, why not stay? It would be a good opportunity for you both to converse, she suggested. As anticipated, Shen Lang sighed internally. The more beautiful a woman, the more peculiar her whims. Oh? Mr. Shen plays the piano as well? Chu Gongza's expression soured. The fact that this piano resided in Shen Lang's room led him to wonder if it was frequently played by him. This thought filled him with a sense of disgust akin to swallowing something foul. After all, this was a gift from Su Miaohan to him, and the idea of it being played by someone he considered beneath him was revolting. This piano was valued at over $1 million, with only 100 units produced worldwide. Each component is handcrafted. Since you've played it, Mr. Shen, what are your thoughts? Shen Lang detected the underlying implications in his words and quickly responded, Mr. Chu, please don't misunderstand. I was unaware of the piano's value and didn't know it was specifically purchased for you by Ms. Su. I did play it a few times, but since being reprimanded by Ms.Su, I haven't touched it again. If you believe I have sullied this piano, I can apologize or offer compensation. Su Miaohan watched his flustered explanation with growing discomfort. She had genuinely liked the piano, yet now it seemed increasingly displeasing to her. Ha, Mr. Shen, you're being overly dramatic. There is no need for apologies or compensation. I am not that petty, Chu Gongza thought triumphantly. Miaohan indeed still favored him. The piano he had gifted her was only briefly touched by this interloper, and she had intervened to prevent further contact. He had previously feared that Su Miaohan had developed feelings for Shen Lang, but it appeared he had misjudged the situation. If she truly cared for him, would she not allow him to engage with the piano? I shall take my leave, Shen Lang said, feeling as though a weight had been lifted as he exited the room. Lying on the sofa on the first floor, it wasn't long before he heard the sound of piano music emanating from the second floor. It was the piece Declaration of Love, a romantic piano composition. Chu Gongza was seizing this opportunity to express his affection for Su Miaohan. Shen Lang donned his headphones, striving to respect their privacy. After an exhausting day in the recording studio and dealing with the fallout from online exposure, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was roused by the gentle push of a delicate hand. Opening his eyes, he beheld the radiant and captivating visage of Su Miaohan. Ms.Su, Shen Lang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. Go sleep upstairs, she instructed. Chu Gongza, he has gone, she replied. Shen Lang felt momentarily dazed, glancing at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Had Su Miaohan not invited him to stay? I returned home briefly and happened to encounter him, so I accepted a ride back. I hadn't intended to let him come in, but when he mentioned being thirsty, I couldn't refuse, she explained, though she was unsure why she felt compelled to clarify this detail. Shen Lang was equally taken aback. A silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Well then, I'll head upstairs to sleep. Good night, Miss Su, Shen Lang offered, breaking the silence as he stood and ascended the stairs. Shen Lang froze in disbelief. If you like it, I'll give it to you, she continued, her voice clear yet tinged with a hint of nervousness, as if fearing his rejection. No, he stammered, taken aback. Ms. Su, I understand that I released that statement, and you may feel indebted to me, but it's truly unnecessary. I assure you, my motivation was solely to find peace of mind. It has nothing to do with you, and you need not feel obliged to offer me such an extravagant gift as compensation. Moreover, that was a gift you intended for Mr. Chu. I cannot deprive him of something he cherishes. He was genuinely astonished. That was a luxury worth over $1 million, a sum that translated to several million in local currency. While this might not be significant relative to Su Miaohan's wealth, he could not in good conscience accept such an extravagant present. Moreover, he was perplexed by the fact that Su Miaohan clearly held this piano in high regard. When he had merely touched it before, he had faced a stern reprimand, yet, tonight, Zhu Gongzi had expressed considerable interest in it. At this juncture, why was she offering it to him? Chapter 46. Can't you, as a grown man, refrain from being so sentimental? As Shen Lang grappled with his confusion, Su Miaohan felt a surge of irritation within her. She merely admired Shen Lang's prodigious talent in music, as evidenced by his ability to compose the exquisite piano piece, a commemoration of love, indicating his remarkable gift in this realm. Her intention was to provide him with the means to elevate his creative endeavors, believing that with the enhancement of the piano, his future compositions would surely reach new heights. It was unnecessary for him to resort to renting one outside, regardless of whether their marriage was contractual. The marriage certificate was undeniably valid. It was rather embarrassing that, despite having a piano at home, her nominal husband still felt compelled to seek one elsewhere. Though her intentions were rooted in kindness, his immediate and thoughtless rejection felt as if he had been confronted with something profoundly shocking. Particularly striking were his eyes, which, tinged with a hint of panic, seemed to face an overwhelming threat. An ember of anger ignited within Su Miaohan. In the past, Shen Lang had treated her with deference, akin to a subservient caregiver, and she had thought nothing of it, even finding it normal. Yet now, his excessive politeness and caution only fueled her anger. Stop right there. As Shen Lang prepared to ascend the stairs after speaking, Su Miaohan's sharp command. Shen Lang was taken aback. Had she become angry? Ms.Su, I have no desire to repeat myself. I have never retracted a gift once given. Su Miaohan's tone was icy. But you have already given it to Mr. Chu, Shen Lang replied, scratching his nose. Su Miaohan paused momentarily, then lifted her gaze to meet his. When I purchased this piano, that was indeed my intention. However, I no longer harbor such thoughts. What I have given you is yours to keep. Can you, as a grown man, refrain from being so sentimental? With that, she huffed and ascended the stairs. Halfway up, a thought struck her, and she turned around, looking down at Shen Lang from her elevated position. The day after tomorrow is Mr. Zhu Gongzi's birthday. You will accompany me. Ah, well, Shen Lang stammered, his hand poised as if to gesture a refusal. And no, Mr. Chu has not invited me. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude upon your gathering. You must go. Su Miaohan's tone brooked no argument. Everyone outside is aware that you are my husband. If I attend his birthday celebration alone, what might the rumors be? I will arrange for a formal suit for you. Shen Lang was left in stunned silence. He truly did not wish to attend. Yet, considering Su Miaohan's reasoning, he could not deny the merit in her argument. His earlier statement had distanced Su Miaohan from any potential scandal. If she were to attract any gossip now, it could severely tarnish her reputation. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. He would attend, perhaps finding a corner to remain inconspicuous. Early the next morning, Su Miaohan arrived at the office as Zhang Shanshan entered, clutching his. Su. Good morning, Ms. Zhang. Su Miaohan nodded. How are the negotiations with those popular celebrities progressing? Zhang Shanshan's delicate features bore a hint of fatigue. Zhang Monong has been quite vigilant. Several beverage and food brands under her management have already secured exclusive contracts with those trending stars. I had my team compile a list, and currently, there are 3 uncontracted celebrities we can target. Rising star Zhang Yuqing, Wu Yaofan, who gained fame last year with ancient mythology, and finally, one of the 4 returnees, Zhu Gongzi. Su Miaohan raised an eyebrow. She had almost forgotten about Zhu Gongzi. Having spent nearly 3 years in Korea, although his return was recent, he had quickly risen to be a prominent figure in the industry, thanks to the company's support. Ms. Zhang, you pursue Zhang Yuqing and Wu Yaofan, and regardless of the cost, ensure we secure their contracts. As for Zhu Gongzi, I shall handle that. Zheng Shanshan smiled knowingly. A few within the company were aware of Su Miaohan's connection to Zhu Gongzi, yet she was among them. Ms. Su, may I ask a favor? I am also a fan of Zhu Gongzi. Could you possibly procure a signed photo for me, please, I beg you? Su Miaohan shot her an exasperated glance. This is work time. Let us focus on business. Zheng Shanshan promptly straightened herself, adopting a serious demeanor. I have reached out to several advertising firms. Here are some slogans and concepts for your review. Mom, I want more. This is a high-quality, pure mineral water, a gift from nature? Su Miaohan's expression darkened further as she tossed the document to the floor. What is this nonsense? Engage a few more advertising firms. Zhang Shanshan awkwardly picked up the document. The market is saturated with bottled water. It is challenging to conceive a compelling idea in such a short time frame. That is no excuse. A well-crafted slogan is crucial for a product's success. If one company fails, seek 10 or 20 until we find one that satisfies. Xianqi Spring Water was the flagship product of the Xianqi Spring Water Company, Limited, a subsidiary of the Su Group. It had consistently performed well over the years, serving as a pillar of the company's revenue. The Jiang Group primarily dealt in functional beverages, but last year they had begun to invest in natural water. This summer, they had significantly increased their investment in this product, encroaching upon Xianqi Spring Water's market share. Su Miaohan's immediate priority was to bolster this flagship product and stabilize its position to prevent an overall collapse. Jiang Manan was an exceptionally gifted woman with a keen sense for competition. From a young age, she had sought to rival Su Miaohan, determined to possess what she had, and to surpass her. This habit persisted, and Su Miaohan could not afford to underestimate her. The entire day was consumed with meetings in the morning and factory inspections in the afternoon. When she returned home that evening, weary to the bone, she was surprised to find Shen Lang absent. A frown creased her brow. It was already past 7. Typically, if Shen Lang were to return late, he would notify her via WeChat, yet today, she had received no word from him. Suddenly, the reality of Shen Lang's condition struck her. He was a patient, battling terminal cancer, with little more than a month left to live. Panic surged within her. What if something had happened to him? As the thought crossed her mind, she hastily retrieved her phone, poised to dial his number. However, before she could press the call button, the sound of a car echoed from downstairs. Su Miaohan paused, startled. Who could be visiting at this hour? The villas in Mingyue community were spaced far apart, surrounded by lawns and gardens. Even hosting a disco would not disturb the neighbors. Her villa was situated at the front row, in a corner, rendering it impossible for a neighbor's car to pass by without reason. Only someone specifically visiting her would drive to this location. Chapter 47. Directly touching the soul. In the morning, after Shen Lang tidied himself up and set out to work, he purchased an assortment of fruits to visit Grandpa Li at the hospital. He had intended to invite Gu Wanxia to lunch to make up for their previous missed meal, but to his surprise, she was off today and did not come to the hospital. He sent her a WeChat message, but received no reply after a considerable wait. Consequently, he went to the mall to procure an array of gifts and took a taxi to the Hope Orphanage. Brother Shen Lang, everyone, come out quickly, Brother Shen Lang has come to see us. As the iron gate swung open, a lively little boy with a round face peered out, and upon spotting Shen Lang, he burst into joyous cheers. Tiger, have you been diligent in your studies lately? Shen Lang asked, affectionately ruffling the boy's slightly prickly forehead. Yes, Brother Shen Lang, I've been working hard, and my teacher says I've made progress. Tiger replied, his face beaming with happiness. While they conversed, a throng of children, some a bit older and a few as young as 4 or 5, rushed towards him, calling out Brother Shen Lang in sweet, cherubic voices, gathering around him with endearing familiarity. It was Sunday, and Shen Lang had specially taken the time to visit Tiger. Please distribute these gifts among everyone. I have written their names on them, Shen Lang said as he handed the gifts to Tiger. Has Grandma Zhao gone out? He inquired. Life at the orphanage was frugal, and Grandma Zhao had cultivated a vegetable garden nearby, providing most of the fruits and vegetables the children consumed. No, 2 lovely older sisters came today, and Grandma Zhao is chatting with them, Tiger replied. Shen Lang was taken aback. Could it be that some kind-hearted individuals had come to the orphanage to offer assistance? This was not an uncommon occurrence. Having spent over a decade at the orphanage, he had occasionally witnessed benevolent souls visiting. However, most visits were merely formalities, bringing along a few bags of used clothing, donating a batch of unwanted old books. Such larger contributions typically served as a means for corporations to gain favorable publicity, often coordinated with local governments. The orphanages chosen by the government were usually state-run child welfare institutions, while privately run organizations like the Hope Orphanage often went unnoticed. Since there were guests present, Shen Lang refrained from intruding and instead played with the children in the courtyard. Miss Gu, Miss Shou, on behalf of all the children at the Hope Orphanage, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your generous kindness, Grandma Zhao exclaimed as the 3 individuals emerged from her room. Director Zhao, you are too kind, Gu Wanxia replied with a gentle smile. These children have had such a difficult time, especially you, Grandma Zhao. You have dedicated your life to their care, and I truly admire your efforts. It is our fortune to contribute even a little. Indeed, Director Zhao. We will be visiting the children frequently from now on. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact us directly, Zhou Yanting added with a smile. Grandma Zhao felt a surge of gratitude. She had indeed encountered good-hearted people. The newly constructed building of the orphanage resembled a school, standing 4 stories tall, its exterior painted in whimsical colors. The first floor housed a kitchen and dining area, along with a ping-pong room and a small library. The upper floors were designated for living quarters, with older children each having their own room and younger ones sharing. The orphanage also employed a cook, a nanny to care for the children, and a cleaning lady, all residing on the 4th floor with Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao's room was situated in the far corner of the 4th floor. As they stepped outside, the cheerful laughter of children playing in the yard reached their ears. Peering down the corridor, they saw a group of children engaged in a game of eagle catches chicks, led by Shen Lang, who had spread his arms. The joyful, innocent laughter echoed upwards like sweet music. He looks so happy, Zhou Yanting remarked, gazing dreamily at Shen Lang's radiant face. The sunlight bathed his handsome features, imbuing him with a captivating glow. Gu Wanxia too was entranced. Though she had known Shen Lang for a considerable time and had seen him smile, she had never witnessed him so relaxed, his laughter emanating from the heart. In that moment, it felt as though a sword had pierced deep into her soul, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. At that moment, while Shen Lang was engrossed in the game, he glanced up and caught sight of them, momentarily taken aback. He quickly lowered his head to speak to the children before hastening upstairs. Sister Wanxia, Dr. Zhou, what brings you here? Shen Lang asked, astonished. Heck, call Gu Wanxia Sister Wanxia and me Dr. Zhou, it's really impossible to compare people, Zhou Yanting remarked, her tone dripping with playful sarcasm. Shen Lang felt his face flush crimson, awkwardly responding, Sister Yanting, now that's much better. Zhou Yanting chuckled, finally satisfied. Lang, do you know these 2 young ladies? Grandma Zhao observed their familiar demeanor with a hint of surprise. Shen Lang nodded. Grandma Zhao, these two are doctors from Nanya Hospital. Sister Wanxia is Grandpa Li's attending physician, and we owe her a great deal for her care over the past 3 years, and Sister Yanting has been incredibly helpful as well. This truly is the Grandma Zhao stammered, somewhat flustered. Dr. Gu, Dr. Zhou, please forgive my failing eyesight for not recognizing you sooner. I owe both of you so much for your help with my late husband over the years, she added, her gratitude evident. This was understandable. After Grandpa Li's injury, all the burdens of the orphanage had fallen squarely on her shoulders. With a dozen or so children to care for in the orphanage's distance from the hospital, Shen Lang had often discouraged her from visiting, leaving her to maintain contact primarily through phone calls. The few times she had seen Gu Wanxia, the doctor had been clad in a mask and white coat, while now, Gu Wanxia appeared ethereal in her flowing white dress, her exquisite makeup rendering her a vision in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the hospital. Not adept at deceit, Gu Wanxia felt a rush of anxiety, but Zhou Yanting quickly stepped in. Are you MRS.Li Zhongchuan? What a delightful coincidence. We initially heard about the orphanage's struggles and wanted to offer a help. Zhou Yanting exclaimed, her acting skills impeccable. None could discern the pretense. Grandma Zhao, grasping her hand, was overwhelmed with emotion, her words tumbling out in excitement. Over the years, Shen Lang had often spoken highly of Gu Wanxia, occasionally mentioning Zhou Yanting, so she held both young women in high regard. Grandma Zhao, since you are Grandpa Li's wife, I would like to learn more about his medical history. This knowledge will aid in his recovery, so let us go inside and chat, Zhou Yanting suggested, winking at Gu Wanxia as she pulled Grandma Zhao into the room. Gu Wanxia's cheeks flushed. She was well aware that her friend was creating an opportunity for them to be alone. She thought to herself that her friend was quite reliable in crucial moments, aside from being a bit flirtatious. Chapter 48 The young couple of late summer. I truly did not anticipate your presence here, Shen Lang exclaimed with joy, his radiant smile lighting up his face. I sent you a WeChat message this morning. Did you see it? Gu Wanxia met his beaming countenance with a gentle smile. When you sent the message, I was engrossed in conversation with Grandma Zhao, and it would have been impolite to respond in her presence. It is quite all right, Shen Lang replied. Let me show you around this place. Certainly, Gu Wanxia agreed with enthusiasm. The orphanage was modest in size, nearly visible at a glance, and there was... Shen Lang led her outside the orphanage. This area was rural, with a lush hill nearby and a stream meandering along its base, the sound of bubbling spring water filling the air. The scenery was breathtaking, and the atmosphere was refreshingly crisp. It is so beautiful here. Shen Lang, have you lived here your entire life? Gu Wanxia inquired, taking in the picturesque surroundings and the cool mountain breeze, a sense of contentment swelling within her. I was brought here by Grandpa Li when I was just 1 year old, after he found me in a garbage heap. I have lived here ever since, Shen Lang replied, his eyes sparkling with clarity, revealing a depth akin to a galaxy. However, back then, the orphanage was not as nice. It was merely a dilapidated courtyard where a dozen children crammed onto a large communal bed, boys on the left, girls on the right, separated only by a curtain. We often went hungry. You all endured hunger. Gu Wanxia was taken aback. In her mind, orphans, while pitiable, should have lacked for nothing. Our orphanage is of a private nature, with minimal government support. We have had to be self-sufficient for our basic needs, Shen Lang explained. Institutions like ours seldom attract corporate aid. There is no reputation to be gained, so only a few kind-hearted individuals occasionally donate old clothes or books. Gu Wanxia was stunned. This was quite different from her expectations. In truth, I don't particularly care for those corporations to come here. Why is that? Such individuals perform charitable acts without sincerity. Shen Lang shook his head. They are solely concerned with earning a good name, viewing us unfortunate children merely as instruments to manipulate at their discretion. 2 small companies once visited us, bringing new backpacks and clothes, but after we posed for photos with them, they took everything back, he continued. Really? Gu Wanxia was astonished. Such despicable behavior. Shen Lang had witnessed much of this and remained unfazed. Returning to the courtyard, he picked up a hoe. Wanxia, would you be interested in joining me to see the vegetable garden? Absolutely. Gu Wanxia, intrigued, took up a hoe herself. Despite being a pampered young lady who had never worked the land. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the vegetable garden. It spanned about 2 to 3 acres, enclosed by a fence and nestled against the mountainside. The garden was filled with a variety of seasonal vegetables, including bitter melon, loofah, cucumber, eggplant, and tomatoes, along with many other vegetables that Gu Wanxia could not name. Shen Lang, are these vegetables all cultivated by Grandma Zhao? Shen Lang nodded, saying, do not underestimate these vegetables. During our most challenging times, this garden sustained us. They truly are remarkable. A humble couple nurturing so many children, Gu Wanxia remarked with admiration. Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao were once employees of a state-owned enterprise and had no children of their own. They could have lived comfortably, yet they devoted all their savings and pensions to us without any complaint. Shen Lang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I still remember when I was 11, the orphanage was on the brink of starvation. Grandpa Li, already in poor health, still toiled at construction sites to support us. He was a respectable employee of a state-owned enterprise, yet he had to compete with laborers for scraps to ensure our survival at this point. Shen Lang's voice choked with emotion. Tears welled in Gu Wanxia's eyes as well. She had never realized how noble Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao truly were. It was no wonder Shen Lang was so determined to prolong his life. Why am I sharing all this with you? Shen Lang composed himself and smiled. Wanxia, let me teach you how to weed. First, put on these gloves. Entering the garden, Shen Lang began by helping her identify the various fruits and vegetables. Look over here, wild grass has already started to grow. The wild grass is incredibly resilient. If left unchecked, it will compete with the vegetables for nutrients, thus, it must be removed swiftly for the vegetables to thrive. Start by loosening the soil, then uproot it completely. If you leave the roots, it will regrow rapidly. Gu Wanxia, engaged in the unfamiliar labor, found herself invigorated, soon sweating profusely. Shen Lang pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe her brow and picked 2 sweet melons from the garden, washing them in the cool stream before handing one to Gu Wanxia. Here, Wanxia, she accepted it, took a bite, and her eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. It is so sweet. After completing the labor, indulging in a crispy, juicy melon is particularly delightful. That is the joy of a laborer. Shen Lang, less refined, bit into his melon with abandon, juice spilling forth. The two sat side by side in the shade, enjoying their melons while exchanging light-hearted banter, appearing from a distance like an ordinary rural couple. Upon returning to the orphanage at noon, Grandma Zhou instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Gu Wanxia and Zhou Yanting. After the meal, Shen Lang did not leave but instead checked on. He placed great importance on their studies. For children like them, education was the only path to a better future, a truth Shen Lang understood better than anyone now that Grandma Zhou was aging, and these parentless children were. Thus, he encouraged the children to compile any difficult questions and promised to come by whenever he could to provide explanations, establishing a study plan for each child. As the afternoon wore on, it was soon past 4 o'clock. Before leaving, Grandma Zhou called Shen Lang into her room. Lang, a few days ago, Mr. Su visited, stating that your performance at work was commendable, and he donated 1 million to our orphanage. Grandma Zhou, looking troubled, asked, I'm unsure how to allocate this money and wanted to seek your advice. Mr. Su donated 1 million. Shen Lang was taken aback. He was aware that Su Miaohan had visited the orphanage but thought she had only donated educational supplies. He had no idea the amount was so substantial. Grandma Zhou, puzzled, inquired, didn't Mr. Su mention he would inform you and donate with your consent? It seems I forgot, Shen Lang said, patting his pocket. He had also prepared a card containing 50,000. It wasn't that he wished to give less. Sometimes, for an orphanage filled with vulnerable children, excessive funds could be counterproductive. However, since Mr. Su had donated 1 million, he decided not to withdraw any money at this time. Grandma Zhou, Tiger, and Lu Shui are in middle school and struggling in certain subjects. Let us use the funds to enroll them in tutoring classes. After pondering, Shen Lang added, the remaining amount should improve the children's meals. It would also be prudent to hire a security guard. The building has only been standing for 3 years, and the facilities are in good condition, so we can save the rest for now. Understood, I will follow your lead, Grandma Zhou replied. On the ride back in Gu Wanxia's car, upon returning to the city, Shen Lang treated them to a lavish dinner. By the time they finished, it was past 7 o'clock, and with a slight buzz from the wine, Gu Wanxia dropped him off at the Mingyue community, driving him down to the villa below. Chapter 49, What is the nature of our relationship, Shen Lang? I am quite elated today. Stepping out of the car, Gu Wanxia gazed at Shen Lang with a radiant smile. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, she appeared ethereal in her snow-white dress, her porcelain-like face exquisitely enchanting, while her picturesque eyes brimmed with emotion, reminiscent of crystal-clear lakes and profound whirlpools, captivating the heart. I am equally delighted, Sister Wanxia. However, it is getting late. You should return home and rest, Shen Lang replied with a smile. Indeed, you've had some drinks, make sure to get some sleep when you return. After bidding farewell, Shen Lang made his way directly to the villa, oblivious to the fact that on the second floor, Su Miaohan stood overlooking them, her delicate brows furrowed in discontent. As he floated back home, upon opening the door, Shen Lang was taken aback to find Su Miaohan standing in the living room, arms crossed, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Su, Director Shen Lang stammered, where have you been? I went to the hospital this morning and then returned to the orphanage. I apologize, I was dining with friends and forgot to inform you, Shen Lang chastised himself inwardly. During the meal, Zhou Yanting had incessantly urged him to drink, proclaiming that it was their first meal together and that not drinking would imply she did not consider him a friend. One drink led to another, and before he knew it, he had lost track of the situation. You've been drinking, Su Miaohan's expression turned icy as she caught the scent of alcohol on him. Are you unaware of your health condition? How dare you consume alcohol? Shen Lang was taken aback, suddenly recalling the agreement made when they signed the contract, which stated that neither party was allowed to drink without the other's consent during After all, they were a man and a woman cohabiting, and Su Miaohan's actions were likely motivated by a fear that Shen Lang might engage in reckless behavior under the influence of alcohol. In the joy of the day, he had completely forgotten this stipulation. I'm sorry, Director Su. I completely forgot. I was simply in high spirits today and had a few drinks with friends. I assure you, it will not happen again. Upon hearing this, Su Miaohan's anger intensified. Is drinking with that woman the source of your happiness? Shen Lang's expression momentarily faltered. That woman was the one who brought you home, wasn't she? She seems quite kind towards you. Shen Lang was aware that she had misconstrued the situation, although it had been agreed that during these 3 years, he could seek his own partner, as long as he kept it discreet and did not bring in, regardless of whether their marriage was based on a contract, they were legally married, and his moral compass prevented him from engaging in any sordid affairs during this time. It was evident that Su Miaohan had misunderstood his relationship with Gu Wanxia. Perhaps her remarks were made in jest and would not hold any weight in her heart, yet Shen Lang felt compelled to clarify it. Director Su, Sister Wanxia is a doctor at Nanya Hospital. She has taken great care of me over the past 3 years, which is why I wanted to take the opportunity to treat her to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Today, I happened to encounter Sister Wanxia and her colleagues at the orphanage doing charity work, and thus I invited them to dinner. The one I drank with was her colleague, Yanting, and it had nothing to do with Sister Wanxia. As Su Miaohan gazed into his sincere eyes, her anger dissipated in an instant. Shen Lang had never lied to her, his words rang true. It appeared she had indeed misjudged him, such was his character. For every bit of kindness shown to him, he felt compelled to reciprocate tenfold, yet, soon enough, Su Miaohan felt a fresh wave of irritation. Shen Lang, over these 3 years, how do you perceive the... Shen Lang's expression froze. He had never anticipated Su Miaohan would pose such a question, though he had always regarded her as a friend, he was acutely aware that she viewed him merely as a valuable employee. Over the years, she had generously provided living expenses each month and would send him a gift on his birthday. However, in their daily encounters, she often failed to even cast a glance his way, and there would be stretches of 10 days or more without a single word exchanged. Even after delivering medicinal porridge to her company for 3 years, she had never once come down to collect it herself. Thus, Shen Lang understood that she did not regard. Su Miaohan resembled a snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, beautiful and proud, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. She never deigned to display emotions in front of others, and now, her unexpected inquiry left Shen Lang feeling disoriented, as though he were lost in a dream. Was it possible that his drinking with friends had breached their agreement, leading her to feel he was overstepping boundaries? Shen Lang managed a bitter smile, realizing that perhaps he had indeed become somewhat complacent. Lately, Su Miaohan had been considerably more amiable toward him. Previously, she would often spend nights at the company, yet now she returned home punctually each day and engaged in conversation far more frequently. This shift had altered his own mindset, leaving him uncertain of his place. It was no wonder she was so upset. Director Su, please rest assured, I have always been aware of my role. After coming to this realization, Shen Lang's voice steadied. I will never forget that during my most challenging times, you provided me with 5 million. I understand that I am merely an orphan, a pawn for you to appease your family's marriage pressures and to serve as a substitute for your loss. I harbor no unrealistic expectations. I acknowledge that I have been somewhat carried away these past few days. I promise that in this final month, I will not err again. After delivering this declaration, he felt a profound sense of relief. Having made such a forthright assurance, she should feel reassured now that he merely wished to navigate this last month without incident, maintaining the appropriate decorum. Similar occurrences must not be repeated. Su Miaohan, her inquiry stemmed from the way he referred to Sister Wanxia and Sister Yanting with such familiarity, while addressing her as Director Su. This stark distinction in familiarity unsettled her, yet, she was taken aback when he rambled on, making declarations and promises, as if he were intent on erecting an impenetrable wall between them, separating them into entirely different realms. Su Miaohan stood there, her body rigid, her mind slightly hazy, unable to collect her thoughts for quite some time. After what felt like an eternity, she took a deep breath and turned to ascend the stairs. Do as you wish. Chapter 50. Charging for love. Miss Su, Shen Lang suddenly called out to her. Su Miaohan paused her steps and turned to look at him. I just learned today that you donated 1 million to the orphanage a few days ago. I know you did it out of sympathy for me, but there was really no need. Shen Lang had contemplated this matter throughout his journey. Su Miaohan was a person of pride and aloofness, one who would never deign to feel indebted to anyone. The only reason she donated that sum was due to the sense of obligation she felt after her role was taken away and the industry ostracized her. It was merely a means to buy her own peace of mind. However, Shen Lang felt that this gesture was far too generous. The one who had stripped him of his role was Chu Gongza, who had also instigated the industry's ban on him. While there was a slight connection to Su Miaohan, it was negligible. Shen Lang would not misplace his anger upon her. Her act of delivering some school supplies to the orphanage was more than sufficient to atone for the situation. Offering 1 million was excessive, and he felt as though that money burned in his hands. Could you possibly provide me with an account number? I would like to transfer the funds back to you. Swish. The moment his words fell, a chill engulfed him, as if the temperature in the room had plummeted by several degrees. Raising his head, he was met with Su Miaohan's eyes, which seemed to harbor lethal intent. He opened his mouth, stunned into silence. Are you insulting me? Su Miaohan's voice was laced with an ancient frost. Shen Lang hurriedly waited. I merely think that I am a person of shallow affections, wishing to repay a debt to you by donating this 1 million? Su Miaohan retorted coldly, now you deem that such a debt is not worth this much, hence you wish to return it, not wanting to owe me a favor, is that correct? She understood everything, indeed. Shen Lang sighed inwardly, yet despite his thoughts, he could not bring himself to admit it in her presence. Ms.Su, I simply believe you have given too much, earning money is not easy for you, so silence. Su Miaohan interrupted him, her expression unyielding. Am I not allowed to perform a good deed? Or do you believe I am so cold-blooded that I am unworthy of such acts? Shen Lang, do not flatter yourself, my donation was solely out of pity for those children, and it has nothing to do with you. You have no right to comment. After finishing her tirade, she fixed her gaze on Shen Lang for several seconds before hastening up the stairs, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Shen Lang trembled, standing there in a daze, uncertain of what he had said wrong. He returned to the sofa, replaying their conversation in his mind. Having interacted with Su Miaohan for 3 years, this was the first time he had though her temperament had yet to reach the point of remaining unperturbed amidst chaos, she usually handled matters with composure, never revealing her emotions easily. Such a vehement display of emotion was exceedingly rare. He had been preoccupied with the question of value and had failed to consider the matter from Su Miaohan's perspective. Before her, a mere million was akin to a few bags or garments, trivial in significance, yet it bore heavily on her dignity. By asserting his intention to return the million she had already donated, wasn't he effectively rubbing her face in the dirt? It was no wonder she was so enraged. Having grasped the reasoning, Shen Lang felt increasingly anxious, realizing this was not the first time he had made such a blunder. The last time he mentioned returning the last 2 months' payment to her, she had also become exceedingly upset. This made him acutely aware that he could never contest financial matters with her again. To her, money was merely a collection of numbers, and the more he displayed his concern, the angrier she would become. Dejected, he ascended the stairs and lingered in front of the study for a moment, raising his hand to knock, yet hesitating. After a prolonged pause, he despondently lowered his head and returned to his room. Ding ding ding. Just as he had settled in for a moment's respite, a phone call came through. Seeing it was Minister Wang, Shen Lang quickly straightened up. Hello, Minister Wang. Shen Lang, you caught me off guard. Wang Yun sighed, you released a statement on Weibo without consulting the company first. Now we are left in a very passive position.
Shen Lang's heart sank. I had discussed this with manager Chen beforehand. She advised me to think it through and did not indicate it would affect the company, so of course she would say that.
Wang Yun retorted tersely, that woman has experienced a deeply painful relationship that ended due to infidelity.
Your boldness in charging forth for love is a courage and ideal she once longed for but never attained. How could she not assist you? This, Shen Lang awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, pondering for a long while before making a decision. Minister, if it has impacted the company, I am willing to terminate my contract and return the 10 million to you.
That is unnecessary.
Wang Yun shook her head in exasperation. You are still an obscure newcomer.
Hardly anyone knows you.
The public's memory is limited. In due time, when the fervor subsides, you can simply change your stage name, and this will all be behind you. The company will also organize a team to handle public relations for you. By the way, we will be assigning you an agent and an assistant, who will likely arrive in Shanghai tomorrow and will contact you then. In truth, the company had been in turmoil over Shen Lang's situation for the past few days. Most people were harshly condemning his irresponsible actions, demanding his expulsion from the company, and threatening exorbitant penalties for breach of contract, until Shen Lang's song, A Commemoration of Love, was released. The seemingly simple piece was anything but trivial. Its melodious tune, graceful piano notes, and romantic undertones evoked a bittersweet nostalgia, reminiscent of childhood memories in a gentle spring pool. Minister Chen Jianming, after listening. This phone call lasted over half an hour. Noticing it was already past 8, Shen Lang hastily dragged his still-spirited body downstairs to prepare a medicinal porridge. After an hour of simmering, the fragrant porridge wafted through the entire room.
Shen Lang ladled a bowl and knocked on the study door. What is it?
MS.Su, the medicinal porridge is ready. Please drink it while it's hot. Upon seeing the porridge in his hands, her taut expression finally relaxed.
Place it on the table.
Shen Lang set the porridge down but did not leave.
Do you have further business? MS.Su, regarding what I said earlier, I spoke without thinking.
Shen Lang met her icy gaze. Upon reflection, I realize I was overly sensitive, and I sincerely apologize.
A hint of a smile graced the corners of Su Miaohan's lips. Then tell me, in what ways did you err? First, I overestimated my own significance.
You have consistently engaged in charitable acts, and recognizing the plight of the children at Hope Orphanage and contributing your share is merely your customary behavior.
Shen Lang stated earnestly.
Moreover, I acted selfishly, always viewing matters from my own perspective and failing to empathize with your feelings.
Get out. What? Shen Lang looked up in astonishment. Get out.
Su Miaohan's face turned ashen as she forcefully shoved him out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud, leaving Shen Lang standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Chapter 51. Yearning for a song. On this particular evening, Shen Lang found himself ensnared in a restless slumber, tossing and turning, unable to find peace until the early hours of 3 or 4 o'clock, when he finally succumbed to a hazy sleep. Nevertheless, adhering to his customary routine, he rose early. The trifecta of a morning routine included a workout in the gym on the 3rd floor, vocal exercises, and preparing breakfast. Her fitted white short-sleeve blazer accentuated her exquisite figure perfectly, and on her fair wrist rested a valuable jade bracelet. Her hair was elegantly swept up, exposing her smooth, pale forehead, as she simply tied her hair back into a ponytail, while delicate white 4-leaf clover earrings adorned her ears. With lips as red as flames and features resembling a picturesque painting, she exuded a refreshing yet commanding presence. Slinging a Gucci handbag over her shoulder, she hurried down the stairs, past. Hastily averting his gaze, Shen Lang dared not look further. It wasn't until Su Miaohan silently opened the door and stepped outside that he regained his senses. Seen she was still upset. A bitter smile crept across Shen Lang's face. He had pondered for quite some time the previous night, yet could not discern where he had offended her. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, Shen Lang returned
to his astonishment, the likes surged to over 1.8 million. He was utterly dumbfounded. Having not paid much attention in the past couple of days, he discovered that the piano piece titled Memories of Love he had posted was nearing the 2 million mark in likes. Alongside his previous 2 videos, their like counts had also surpassed 1 million. Upon checking his follower count, he was amazed to find it had skyrocketed to over 2 million since the last time he looked, when it was merely around 500,000. Shen Lang was momentarily speechless. The power of the online community was truly beyond his imagination. He had another new song recorded, but he intended to hold off on its release for a few days, as it would be Qianqian's birthday soon, and he wished to unveil it on that special day. Clicking into the comments section, he was greeted with a flurry of enthusiastic remarks recommended by teacher Zhen. Students from Central Conservatory of Music come here to report. The piece is absolutely stunning. Shanghai Conservatory, gather here.
Lunxiangs, come here. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to music.
I slapped her and said, you know nothing, kneel down and listen with me.
Love transcends life and death, traversing the river of time, forever etched in memory. True love does not vanish with a person's departure, nor does it fade with the past. It eternally exists. Even as time ages, it remains warm and never fades. Reading this comment, Shen Lang's heart trembled violently, as he stared blankly at the screen until it grew increasingly hazy. Wiping away the dampness from the corners of his eyes, he replied, the garment grows loose yet I regret not, for her I wither away. Thank you for your attentive listening. President Su, negotiations with Zhang Yuqing and Wu Yaofan have encountered some resistance.
Zhang Shanchan burst into Su Miaohan's office in a flurry.
Before we approached them, Jiang Manong had also sent representatives, offering a rather high price. However, these two are currently on location filming, so they are still considering their options.
Su Miaohan inquired, what are their demands? Given that Zhang Shanshan had already made contact, it was evident that their offered price was higher than that of Zhang's group. With such circumstances, it was likely that these two had made additional requests. Zhang Shanshan raised her thumb in admiration. President Su, you truly possess remarkable foresight. In fact, at their level, money has become secondary. They are now seeking high-quality resources to solidify their standing within the industry. Currently, our Su group is embroiled in a fierce competition with Zhang's group. While the general public may not be aware, these stars and their agents are quite shrewd, each waiting for the right price.
Su Miaohan stated, just tell me directly what they want.
Our film company is preparing a grand fantasy drama, and Wu Yaofan wishes to take on the lead male role, offering to accept only half of the endorsement fee.
Su Miaohan contemplated.
This fantasy drama was based on a highly popular online novel and was the company's flagship project, with an investment exceeding $250 million. Initially, she had hoped to keep the lead male role within the company, but thus, Wu Yaofan's request placed her in a difficult position.
President Su, I believe we can accommodate this.
Zhang Shanshan suggested. Wu Yaofan gained fame from the fantasy drama Ancient Mythology, and if he takes on the lead, he essentially brings his own fanbase.
Then let us agree to his terms. Su Miaohan nodded.
In the grand scheme of the Su group, beverages and food were paramount, while other ventures were merely supplementary.
What conditions did Zhang Yuqing propose?
She desires a song.
Su Miaohan paused. A song?
Zhang Shanshan chuckled. This is quite normal. Singers typically have their own works and need not worry about commercial performances. Actors like them, lacking original songs, are at a loss when it comes to performances, and singing someone else's song incurs copyright fees. Su Miaohan was puzzled. Given her stature, it shouldn't be difficult for the company to craft a few songs for her. Furthermore, she could purchase songs herself. While it is not difficult, finding a song that satisfies her is indeed a challenge.
Zhang Shanshan shook her head.
I inquired, and Zhang Yuqing has been actively seeking songs, having visited several renowned musicians, yet thus far, she has not found one that meets her expectations. This request has not only been made to us but also to Zhang's group. Her implication is that if we can provide her with a song she deems satisfactory as a representative piece, she would be willing to lower her endorsement fee. Zhang Yuqing is currently one of the hottest rising stars in the entertainment industry, having gained immense popularity from her role in last year's hit drama 3 Lifetimes of Love. At a time when the two companies are in evident decline, securing her would be advantageous for Su Miaohan. She promptly made arrangements, mobilized the company's resources and offer a high price for songs, welcoming contributions from both well-known musicians and newcomers, as long as there is a good song. After bidding farewell to Zhang Shanshan, Su Miaohan rifled through her desk, realizing that a document she had prepared the previous night was missing. It dawned on her that in her haste that morning, she had forgotten to take it with her. The document would be needed for an upcoming meeting. Checking the time, it was already too late to send Shen Meng to retrieve it. After much deliberation, she finally scrolled through her contacts and dialed Shen Lang's number. At that moment, Shen Lang was hunched over, composing music, and was taken aback by Su Miaohan's call. Wasn't she still upset earlier? Why was she calling him now? With a surge of curiosity, he answered the call.
Are you home?
Yes. Please go to my study. There is a document on the desk, clearly visible.
Bring it to my company as soon as possible.
After relaying her message, Su Miaohan abruptly ended the call. Recognizing the urgency of the matter, Shen Lang did not dawdle. Upon entering the study, he indeed found a document on the desk. Alongside the document was a stack of draft paper, covered in sketches that appeared to be for an advertisement. Scattered across the floor were crumpled balls of discarded paper.
Xianqi Spring? Shen Lang glanced at the document.
He recognized this brand of natural water as the flagship product of Su Miaohan's company. He had often seen her furrowing her brow and appearing restless in recent days. It turned out she was troubled by the advertisement for this key product. As Shen Lang took the document and stepped outside, he wore a contemplative expression. Chapter 52:3 Plans. After delivering the documents to the Su group, Shen Lang was preparing to return home to continue his creation. Noticing it was Manager Qian Yuru calling, he promptly answered, Manager Qian.
Shen Lang, could you come to the company?
Sure, I'll be there right away. Upon arriving at the company, Shen Lang found Qian Yuru engaged in conversation with a man in his early 40s. In the room, there was also a young woman wearing red-framed glasses, approximately the same age as Shen Lang. You must be Shen Lang, the middle-aged man remarked, rising to scrutinize Shen Lang from head to toe.
Quite handsome.
Shen Lang, this is Lu Chang, the agent sent to you from the headquarters, Qian Yuru introduced.
Lao Lu is quite renowned in the industry. The top-tier artists he has mentored, such as Wang Jiantao and Xinyu, you must have heard of them?
These two were established, powerful singer-songwriters with a considerable fan following, and Shen Lang was certainly aware of their fame. He was taken aback to learn that they were both nurtured by this very man before him.
Hello, Lu Gu.
Shen Lang, I had intended to retire, but recently the headquarters reached out to me, stating they discovered a promising talent. Lu Chang smiled as he shook Shen Lang's hand. I initially dismissed it, but after listening to your 2 songs in one composition, I immediately applied to the headquarters to volunteer for this opportunity. Of course, you have the right to choose.
If you're dissatisfied with me, you can request a different agent from the headquarters.
Shen Lang quickly replied, I am honored that Lu Gu holds me in such high regard and is willing to guide me.
Ha, splendid.
Let us join forces from now on and strive to make you more popular than Wang Jiangtao and Xinyu.
Lu Chang laughed heartily and proceeded to introduce the young woman, named Wang Qin, who was an assistant sent by the headquarters.
Lu Ge, I'm not sure if you're aware of my current situation. Shen Lang expressed his concern that Lu Chang might be uninformed. There are many people online disparaging me.
I can say my reputation is currently in tatters, and everyone is eager to condemn me. After the recent events had fermented over the past 2 days, it appeared that someone was orchestrating a smear campaign against him. The heat had not only failed to dissipate but had also attracted a few classmates of Shen Lang, who publicly accused him online. They claimed he frequently flirted with girls in school and had even gotten several of them pregnant, resulting in his expulsion. This led the uninformed onlookers to swarm like flies drawn to a foul scent, viciously tearing him apart, dragging his ancestors through the mud. Lu Ge, I believe it is essential for you to understand these circumstances and contemplate whether you wish to invest your time in me. Lu Chang regarded him with admiration, gently patting his shoulder. Shen Lang, your willingness to share this speaks to your sincerity.
In the entertainment industry, even a pure white lotus can be tarnished and transformed into a foul rag. Nonetheless, holding on to such a genuine heart is commendable. However, you need not worry. I gathered information from the headquarters before coming here. This time, I have devised 3 plans for you. Would you like to hear them? Shen Lang nodded. Please, Lu Ge.
Regardless of whether you have committed those acts or if others are slandering you, your current persona cannot be used for the time being.
We must gradually seek opportunities to reclaim it.
Lu Chang stated, starting from short videos is a good approach. We will focus on that strategy moving forward.
Regardless of the truth, your works remain innocent.
If you can continuously produce quality content, there is no fear of lacking fans. Thus, my first plan is to develop the Chung Fong Palang account into a prominent music platform, establishing a solid fan base.
Shen Lang replied, I can write in various genres. That's excellent.
Lu Chang's smile widened. There are too few good musicians in this era. The past couple of years have been inundated with subpar content, such as those mimicking animal sounds, which is simply unbearable. Many singers are in desperate need of quality songs. I have some connections in the industry that can assist in selling your songs, thereby helping you establish relationships within the circle, which will greatly benefit your future development. Networking is particularly crucial in this field. Moreover, you should also consider taking on theme songs for television dramas, films, and games. Shen Lang felt confident about these suggestions and nodded again. The third plan involves arranging some commercial performances for you.
Shen Lang was taken aback. Given my current situation, would anyone still seek me for performances? Isn't there a trend with masked performers lately?
You could don a mask as well. The audience listens to your Chung Fong Palang songs. Who cares if you are Shen Lang or not?
Lu Chang chuckled. Isn't being a singer ultimately about earning money?
The meager earnings from short videos won't suffice. Commercial performances are essential. Shen Lang's mind began to race, with his impending divorce from Su Miaohan in a little over a month, and the few million he had left needing to be saved for Grandpa Lia's medicine. He realized that after moving out from Su Miaohan's place, housing would become a significant issue. He couldn't possibly continue renting indefinitely. The real estate prices in Shanghai were exorbitantly high. Even a slightly better location with a modest area would start from tens of millions. It seemed prudent to earn some money. After all, one ought to have a secure place to reside in this world. With this thought, he resolutely decided, Lu Ge, I trust your arrangements. I will follow your lead. However, I did inform the company that my grandfather is gravely ill and that I cannot leave the province for now. It would be best if the performances are within Shanghai. If they are in nearby cities, I must be able to return the same day.
Understood. Lu Chang replied, I will coordinate this with the headquarters. I'll arrange everything for you.
At this juncture, he pulled out a document from his bag and handed it to Shen Lang.
Zheng Yuqing? Shen Lang raised an eyebrow in confusion.
He knew of Zheng Yuqing. He had watched her acts and found her to be a spirited young lady. Though her acting was merely average, her beauty and the 2 popular dramas she starred in had recently catapulted her into the limelight. Zheng Yuqing is currently seeking musicians to create a signature piece for her. However, she is quite particular, and several works from renowned musicians have not met her standards. This document contains her personal information, including her preferences, personality, and the series she has performed in.
If your composition resonates with her, it could instantly elevate your reputation within the circle.
Afterward, selling your songs will become much simpler, and the prices will rise accordingly, Lu Chang said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shen Lang examined the materials seriously for a moment and nodded, I will do my utmost. Chapter 53, Chu Gong's proposal. Shen Lang spent the entire morning at the company, and at noon, he joined Yen Yuru, Lu Chang, and others for a welcoming banquet. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he immersed himself in his creative work. He meticulously studied Zheng Yuqing's profile, reviewing her performances from early on to the present, as well as her appearances in variety shows and major events. The first impression she left was that of a sweet, charming girl with a lively and cheerful demeanor. After spending the entire afternoon poring over the materials, Shen Lang's eyes grew weary, and his mind felt overwhelmed. Downstairs, the sound of a door clicking open jolted him from his reverie. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 6. He hurriedly tidied his desk, adjusted his attire in front of the mirror. We must act swiftly. If funds are insufficient, we can allocate more. In any case, we must outpace Jiang Manong. He overheard Su Miaohan speaking on the phone while changing her shoes downstairs.
The information on Zhang Yuqing must be thorough. We need the musicians to craft songs that resonate with her character traits. Yes, that's the plan. As Su Miaohan looked up after finishing with her shoes, she caught her demeanor instantly cooled, and without uttering a word, she bypassed him and ascended the stairs. Shen Lang's gaze followed her retreating figure, his thoughts tangled. It appeared that Su Miaohan was also searching. This inevitably reminded him of the document he had seen that morning, which listed Zhang Yuqing, Wu Yaofan, and Chu Gongzi as brand ambassadors, specifically designing advertisement scenarios around their unique characteristics. Typically, only ambassadors who adapt seamlessly to advertisement settings receive such tailored treatment, indicating Su Miaohan's significant regard for these three representatives. Shen Lang speculated that Su Miaohan's urgency in gathering songs for Zhang Yuqing was likely due to the latter's proposal for endorsement. During the meal, Su Miaohan maintained her usual elegant composure, yet Shen Lang sensed an underlying distance and indifference. Though he contemplated inquiring about something, he ultimately swallowed his words. I still need to work overtime at the company. Tomorrow, you are to stay home. In the morning, I will arrange for someone to deliver your gown. Make sure to dress elegantly. Be at the company's reception by 11:30, and we shall attend Chu Gongzi's birthday banquet together. Su Miaohan coldly stated before heading upstairs to grab her bag and leaving the house without a backward glance. Must I really go? Shen Lang mused bitterly. He truly wished to avoid encountering Chu Gongzi's face, and he doubted the latter would want to see him on such an important day either. After washing the dishes, Shen Lang returned to his room to continue his composition. By the late hours of the night, he finally completed a full piece. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Shen Lang was already sweating. As an actor, physical form was paramount. For the past few years, regardless of the weather, he had steadfastly maintained his early morning workout routine. After more than an hour of exercise and a refreshing shower, he began to warm up his vocal cords. Just as he finished preparing breakfast, a knock at the door prompted him to think that Su Miaohan had sent someone with the gown. Opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. It's you. Why, do you so dislike seeing me? Su Chen said, holding a bag, as he pushed past Shen Lang into the room, casually tossing the bag onto the sofa. Shen Lang stood at the doorway, frowning. Su Chen boldly plopped down on the sofa, raising his eyes defiantly to Shen Lang. Originally, my sister had instructed Chen Mingjie to deliver this, but I happened to run into her and volunteered to come instead. Listen here, I've come to give you a warning. Today, Zego plans to propose to my sister at his birthday banquet. You'd better behave and stay in the corner without causing any trouble. If you don't comply, I'll have someone deal with you. Chu Gongzi intends to propose to Su Miaohan. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. Su Miaohan was likely aware of this as well. Since she agreed to attend, she probably accepted the proposal. However, he couldn't fathom why she insisted on bringing him along to such an occasion. Wouldn't it be awkward? Are you deaf? Are you even listening to me? Su Chen slammed the sofa. Shen Lang chose to ignore him. He held a deep respect for Su Miaohan, owing to her indirect rescue of the Hope Orphanage and Mr. Li, a debt of gratitude he deemed monumental. In contrast, he dismissed Su Chen, a brash individual who only knew how to sneer and snarl. He considered the latter's rants merely the yapping of a dog. As he picked up his clothes to head upstairs, Su Chen seized his arm. Stop right there. What do you want? Shen Lang stood tall at 6 feet, towering over Su Chen, who was 5'9". Su Chen suddenly realized that this typically quiet and amiable Shen Lang, whom many perceived as easy to bully, exuded a palpable pressure when standing face to face. He instinctively released his grip, still attempting to sound tough. You remember this, our Su family is not someone of your ilk can aspire to. Every member of my family despises you. Shen Lang remained expressionless. He was well aware of this. When he first obtained a marriage certificate with Su Miaohan, she had hosted a banquet intending to invite the whole family for a meal. Yet, not a single person showed up that day. Over the past 3 years, aside from Su Chen's occasional visits, no other family members had set foot in this villa, seemingly deterred by the presence of Shen Lang. Shen Lang was indifferent. His agreement to marry Su Miaohan was purely a transactional arrangement, devoid of emotional attachments. How the Su family perceived him was of no consequence. Are you done? Shen Lang fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Su Chen swallowed hard, snorting disdainfully. In any case, my sister and Zego are deeply in love, and my family adores him. You might not know, but a couple of days ago, my sister returned home, and our grandfather personally arranged their engagement. Once you're out of the picture, they'll be married in no time. Shen Lang recalled that day when she returned with Chu Gongzi. Indeed, they were discussing their engagement. Su Miaohan had kept this from his failure to clarify his stance had likely incited Su Miaohan's anger, possibly making her wonder if he harbored other feelings for her. Thus, she insisted on his presence at Chu Gongzi's birthday banquet, aiming to help him completely let go. At this realization, he found himself engulfed in a mix of emotions, helplessness, sorrow, but mostly a sense of liberation. After today, he would likely sever ties with Su Miaohan entirely, which perhaps would. Chapter 54 The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. The attire that Su Chen delivered was a tailored black suit. Although Shen Lang was not acquainted with luxury brands, the style and fabric of this ensemble undoubtedly hinted at a value that surpassed his expectations. The bag also contained a patterned tie and a meticulously crafted brooch. The fit of the clothing was impeccable, which did not surprise Shen Lang. Su Miaohan was meticulous in her endeavors and had previously taken him to have custom clothes made for his birthday. She had saved his measurements in her phone's notes. After styling his hair, Shen Lang stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror. The man reflected in the glass stood tall and straight, adorned in an expensive suit that seemed tailor-made for his well-proportioned yet athletic physique. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he could not help but be struck by his own exquisite appearance, compelling a line of poetry to surface in his mind. Like jade upon the road, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Glancing at the clock, Shen Lang tidied up. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the reception hall of the Su Group on the first floor. As it was still before the end of the workday, the hall was sparsely populated, with only 2 striking receptionists and a few individuals engaged in business discussions in the corners. Upon entering, Shen Lang instantly became the center of attention. You are Shen Lang? One of the receptionists approached, her cheeks flushed and her uncertainty palpable. Over the past few years, Shen Lang had, while he had been handsome, it paled in comparison to his current refined elegance.
Miss Yao, I hope I'm not interrupting your work? Shen Lang smiled and nodded. Ah, no, not at all. Yao Chanxian felt her ears burning as she gazed intently at Shen Lang's face.
He was simply too handsome. Up close, there was not a single flaw on his visage, especially those clear, bright eyes that seemed to draw one in.
Shen Lang, did you come for something? Are you looking for Assistant Chen? I can relay a message for you.
For the past few years, it had been Chen Meng who collected the porridge, leading everyone to assume that Shen Lang was her boyfriend. Many had teased her for finding such a handsome and devoted partner, yet Chen Meng had never clarified the matter. No need. I have an appointment with Chen Meng, she will be down shortly.
Thank you.
No sooner had he spoken than the elevator doors chimed open. Su Miaohan emerged, her expression cool, now clad in an elegant and noble red gown. The soft silk fabric flowed gracefully, perfectly accentuating her slender form. From a distance, she appeared as though a magnificent painting had unfurled, embodying feminine grace and allure in its most exquisite form. As she sauntered towards him, her skirt swayed gently, exuding an aura of aloofness and restraint that rendered onlookers hesitant to meet her gaze. This was the first time Shen Lang had seen Su Miaohan dressed so stunningly, and he found himself recalling a line of poetry, as beautiful as the peach blossoms of spring, pure as the chrysanthemums of autumn. Following closely behind Su Miaohan was Chen Meng, similarly attired in a gown that, while eye-catching, paled in comparison to Su Miaohan's commanding presence. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, both women spotted Shen Lang standing in the hall, their eyes momentarily sparkling with astonishment. Su Miaohan cast a fleeting glance at him before averting her gaze and striding towards the exit.
Shen Lang, there will be many distinguished guests at Chu Gongza's birthday banquet today. Speak little, and it is best that you remain behind me. Do you understand?
Chen Meng instructed sternly as she approached Shen Lang. He nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. This outing was merely a performance alongside Su Miaohan, destined to reach its conclusion without any disruption from him. He was not foolish enough to act recklessly in such a setting, nor did he possess the standing to do so. The birthday banquet was being held at the villa owned by Chu Gongza, situated in the affluent area of Qingpu South District, renowned for its luxurious residences. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an array of opulent vehicles parked outside, resembling a grand auto exhibition. As they descended from the car, Shen Lang felt a sudden tightening of his arm, accompanied by a sweet fragrance wafting into his senses. The soft touch of Su Miaohan's hand rested upon his arm, her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke.
We are husband and wife. If we appear too distant, it may raise suspicions.
Shen Lang's initially rigid form gradually relaxed, though he was perplexed given that she was preparing to accept Chu Gongza's proposal. It seemed unnecessary to continue the charade. Did she not fear that Chu Gongza might take offense upon witnessing their act? He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend her. Her thought processes appeared to diverge from those of others, making it challenging to ascertain her true intentions.
Despite his inner misgivings, Shen Lang maintained a smile as he walked hand in hand with her into the villa. The moment they entered the living room, a cool rush of air from the air conditioning enveloped them, dispelling any lingering nervousness within him. Looking around, he noticed that the spacious living room was already populated by over 20 guests, both men and women, all adorned in exquisite attire. Several attendants weaved through the crowd, attentively catering to the needs of the guests. As Shen Lang and Su Miaohan entered together, the lively chatter in the hall abruptly hushed. Over 20 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward them, and the phrase golden boy and jade girl echoed. While the entertainment industry boasted numerous glamorous couples, this pair rendered them all pale in comparison. Shen Lang felt the weight of scrutiny upon him, akin to a curious audience observing a rare spectacle. Fortunately, Chu Gongza approached just in time, his demeanor cheerful as he reached Su Miaohan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration and barely concealed greed. Miaohan, you look absolutely stunning today.
Thank you, Su Miaohan replied with a smile.
You look handsome as well. Chu Gongza then greeted Chen Meng before directing his gaze toward Shen Lang.
He had been aware of Shen Lang's attendance but was taken aback by how striking he looked in formal attire, prompting a surge of envy within him, though he was also recognized as a handsome figure in the entertainment.
Shen, thank you for attending my birthday celebration.
Chu Gongza greeted Shen Lang warmly, shaking his hand as if they were the closest of friends. Shen Lang could not help but admire Chu Gongza's acting prowess.
He forced a smile, replying, Mr. Chu, thank you for the invitation. Happy birthday, may you have many more to come.
I appreciate your well wishes. I must attend to other guests now, so please make yourself at home. As Chu Gongza leaned closer to Shen Lang, whispering in a low voice, he warned, I will propose to Miaohan at the right moment. Our marriage has the consent of her family. You would do well to behave and not cause any disturbances at a critical time, or I assure you, I possess the means to ensure your downfall in this industry. With that, he flashed a smile, patted Shen Lang on the back, and departed. Chapter 55 of The Allure of Jiang Manong. Shen Lang found himself utterly speechless, with Chu Gongza included. He had already been warned by 3 individuals today. Su Miaohan, despite her breathtaking beauty, was a princess of the esteemed. Each of these identities was sufficient to attract throngs of admirers, yet, he had never harbored any improper thoughts. Why did these people persist in believing that he would cling to her relentlessly? Among the numerous guests in the hall, he recognized a few. Some were popular stars from the entertainment industry, while others were actors from the cast of the Fragrant Concubine drama he had dined with the other day, including Li Shangling. However, Shen Lang had no desire to mingle. Given his current reputation, they likely wouldn't pay him any mind. Instead, he opted to find a corner to sit down and play games on his phone.
Shen Lang, just stay here and don't wander off or speak unnecessarily, understand? Chen Meng watched him like a hawk. Rest assured, I won't stray, Shen Lang replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, as if he were being treated like a child. Chen Meng nodded and made her way over to greet a few college classmates who had also arrived. After she left, a soft, enchanting giggle reached Shen Lang's ears. While everyone is drinking and chatting, you're here all alone playing games? Shen Lang looked up, bewildered, to find a captivating face before him. She leaned in close, her large eyes fixated on the game on his phone, the warm breath escaping her lips brushing against his neck, sending shivers through him as if he had been jolted by electricity. Startled, Shen Lang instinctively recoiled. You're rather adorable, the woman teased, covering her mouth as she laughed. Shen Lang felt a surge of discomfort. The moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her, Jiang Manong. Although this was their first encounter, he had seen her on a financial program before. She must have witnessed him entering with Su Miaohan and could reasonably deduce his identity, yet, here she was, deliberately approaching him, prompting Shen Lang to suspect her intentions were less than honorable. President Jiang, I believe there is little for us to discuss, Shen Lang replied coolly. From his perspective, he bore no animosity towards Jiang Manong. However, as Su Miaohan's nominal husband and with Jiang Manong being her arch-rival, it seemed only natural for him to inherit some of that enmity. I've long heard that Su Miaohan married an ordinary man. To be honest, I've always been quite curious, Jiang Manong said, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized Shen Lang's face, her every expression imbued with an alluring charm. Su Miaohan has always held her head high, proud, and imperious. I'm intrigued to know what sort of man could conquer her. Now that I see you, I must admit, you do possess a certain allure, she continued, attempting to reach out and caress Shen Lang's face. Shen Lang felt his face darken. He quickly turned away, intent on leaving. Why the rush to depart? Are you not interested in abandoning Su Miaohan for me? Jiang Manong's voice dripped with seduction. I've heard you've been with her for 3 years, yet you're still a mere supporting actor. How unfeeling of her, given that she owns a film company. With your looks, a little push in the right direction could make you a star. Yet, she refuses to offer you any opportunities, and when trouble arises, she leaves you to bear the brunt of it. What is there to miss about such a heartless woman? She may be beautiful. Come with me, and I assure you I'll do everything in my power to make you a leading star. Whatever she pays you, I'll multiply it 5-fold. What do you say? The offer was undeniably tempting, yet Shen Lang remained unmoved. President Jiang, I would appreciate it if you would respect yourself. There are many handsome men in this world. With your wealth, you could pursue another. Though I, Shen Lang, am not affluent, I possess my own integrity. I hope you do not insult me. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Now, that's unexpected, Jiang Manong mused, a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Having always relished competition with Su Miaohan, she had seized upon the sight of Shen Lang hiding in the corner. Recently, she had made significant strides in her business rivalry against Su Miaohan, and the thought of striking at her in the realm of romance thrilled her. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that her generous offer would leave this man entirely unmoved. How intriguing. Wow, that piano looks like a Fazioli brownie, worth $500,000. President Su was quite extravagant. Just as Shen Lang moved to another side, staff members wheeled in a piano, prompting gasps from the crowd. Shen Lang was taken aback upon seeing the instrument. It was likely the piano Su Miaohan had intended as a birthday gift for Chu Gongzi, and indeed, its price was considerable, though it still paled in comparison to the one at home. After he had declined to accept that piano, he had assumed Su Miaohan would simply pass it along to Chu Gongzi on his birthday. Instead, she had purchased a new one. Miaohan, this Chu Gongzi was momentarily stunned at the sight of the piano. I couldn't be bothered to move the one at home, so I bought you a new one. Do you like it? Su Miaohan asked with a smile. Given her words, Chu Gongzi felt it inappropriate to voice any discontent in front of so many people and forced a smile. As long as it's a gift from you, I cherish it, he said, his words dripping with ambiguity, which incited a raucous reaction from the crowd. It seemed as if everyone had forgotten Shen Lang's presence. Perhaps they remembered he existed, but they utterly disregarded him. Miaohan, thank you for the gift. I've just learned a new piece. Let me play it for you, Chu Gongzi proclaimed, eager to show off as he took a seat at the piano. After a brief moment of preparation, his fingers danced across the keys, filling the hall with a beautiful melody. This is a Love's Remembrance, a piece that's recently gone viral online. I had no idea Chu Gongzi was such a talented pianist. It sounds incredible. Chu Gongzi is amazing. He can act, sing beautifully, and now his piano skills are top-notch. This piece is truly remarkable. I can't fathom how the composer came up with it. It's incredibly moving every time I hear it. I've set it as my ringtone long ago. Shen Lang stood outside the throng, his expression. Setting aside whether Chu Gongzi played well, the choice of this particular piece for performance was indeed unexpected. Fortunately, no one in the audience knew it was his. He stood there like a statue, oblivious to Su Miaohan casting several furtive glances in his direction, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chapter 56, Why was there Zhu, if not Liang? As the final notes of the performance faded, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Shen Lang remained on the outskirts of the crowd, an onlooker amidst the excitement, when Chen Meng suddenly approached him. Grasping his arm, she urged him to follow her outside. Come with me. What's the matter? Shen Lang inquired, perplexed. I have something to discuss with you, please step outside. Chen Meng's demeanor was stern as she tugged him along without further ado. Once outside, they climbed into a car that Shen Lang recognized as belonging to Chu Gongzi. Chen Meng drove aimlessly through the city, silence enveloping them. Chu Gongzi must be proposing to President Su right now, Shen Lang ventured suddenly. Chen Meng paused, taken aback. You brought me out here on his behalf, concerned that I might cause a disruption at a critical moment? Shen Lang continued to probe. Without a word, Chen Meng steered the car to the side of the road and turned to face Shen Lang. Shen Lang, some matters cannot be forced.
You are an intelligent person, I believe you understand. Today's proposal has cost Chu Gongza a great deal and required immense effort to orchestrate. It cannot afford a single misstep. I don't care what your thoughts are. Your presence at that event is akin to a ticking time bomb. Perhaps you wouldn't create a scene, but Jiang Manong is still present, and we fear she might use you against him at a crucial moment. Su Miaohan had meticulously orchestrated this meeting to ensure he witnessed Chu Gongza's proposal, hoping to dissuade his feelings, yet, both Chen Meng and Chu Gongza appeared intent on keeping him from that scenario. Ultimately, he found himself caught in the middle. Opening the car door, Shen Lang looked at Chen Meng and declared, "You greatly underestimate me. I have never harbored aspirations of climbing the social ladder. President Su may be wealthy, but I, Shen Lang, have hands and feet capable of forging my own path. And, Miss Chen, I dare say you are in a more pitiable position than I." "What do you mean?" Chen Meng frowned. Shen Lang smiled. "My marriage to President Su was merely a formality, devoid of any emotional connection. Should we part ways, it would be of little consequence. But you, who clearly love Chu Gongza, dare not voice your feelings and instead actively assist him in pursuing another woman. Do you not feel a pang of sorrow when you lie awake at night?" Chen Meng's expression darkened, and she cried, "You're talking nonsense." Shen Lang merely smiled in silence. After years of knowing Chen Meng, he had always seen her eyes soften whenever she spoke of Chu Gongza, her affection unmistakable to anyone with the slightest perception. Yet, she chose to feign ignorance, and he felt no obligation to enlighten her further. As he took a few steps away, a thought struck him, prompting him to return. Under Chen Meng's piercing gaze, he pulled a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to her. "Since they are already engaged, it is no longer appropriate for me to remain there. I shall vacate the premises upon my return. The contents of this should be of urgent necessity to President Su. Please ensure it reaches her. Consider it a small congratulatory gift for her union with Bai Yue Guang." Chen Meng accepted the papers, her eyes reflecting concern as she regarded his melancholic expression, hesitating to speak. Suddenly, she recalled that this man was suffering from cancer and had little time left to live. Was her action not excessively cruel? Yet, her thoughts swiftly shifted back to Chu Gongza. She knew how fervently he wished to marry Su Miaohan. A long-held dream of his. Shen Lang stood as a formidable obstacle between them. Only by his departure could Chu Gongza's wishes be fulfilled. "I will deliver it to her. Do you have any plans moving forward? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Chen Meng's demeanor softened gradually. "Thank you, but I am fine for now." Shen Lang replied with a smile. "However, starting today, I will no longer be able to prepare medicinal porridge for President Su. The last time I provided her with a recipe, she struggled in the kitchen and became so busy that she forgot all about it. I will send the recipe to you via WeChat shortly. Whether you choose to prepare it yourself or enlist someone else, just ensure she consumes a bowl before 9 each evening." As Chen Meng observed the earnest concern etched on his face, an overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within her. Here they were, at this juncture, and his nominal wife was poised to accept another's proposal, yet he still worried for her well-being. Setting aside his background, this man was impeccable in every regard, handsome, kind, considerate, and devoted. Moreover, his acting skills were commendable. He was, indeed, a man of both talent and charm. Were it not for Chu Gongza, he would undoubtedly be the perfect match for Miaohan. Alas, why was there Zhu, if not Liang? Watching Shen Lang disappear from sight, Chen Meng sighed and turned the car back toward Chu Gongza's villa. Upon her return, she was taken aback. How could it be that, after merely 2 hours with Shen Lang, the villa was now deserted? The remnants of rose petals scattered across the floor hinted at the romance of the proposal earlier. "Chen Meng?" Chu Gongza stood on the 3rd floor, his expression rather grim. "Chu Gongza, what on earth happened? Why did everyone leave so abruptly?" Chen Meng inquired, astonished. Logically, given that today was Chu Gongza's birthday, coupled with a successful proposal, it seemed implausible for the gathering to conclude so early. Holding a glass of red wine, Chu Gongza took a sip and gestured for her to follow him. Ascending to the 3rd floor screening room, he pressed a button, and the large screen illuminated with footage of the proposal. The curtains surrounding the villa suddenly closed, and in the dim light, 2 beams of pink light descended, illuminating Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza. Amidst a shower of rose petals, Chu Gongza approached the still-dazed Su Miaohan. As he neared her, he sank to one knee, gazing up at her with deep affection. "Miaohan, I still remember the day we first met. You were wearing a white dress, resembling a celestial being. From that moment, you entered my heart. The day you agreed to date me, I was so exhilarated that I could hardly sleep that night. You know well that many girls pursued me, but once I had you, I could no longer see anyone else. During those 3 years abroad, thoughts of you consumed me. I wished to sprout wings and fly back to you. Yet, I understood that my status was not worthy of you. Those 3 years, I exerted every effort to hone my skills. While others rested, I practiced singing, and while they traveled, I rehearsed in front of the mirror, refusing to waste a single moment. I knew that only through hard work and self-improvement could I earn the right to marry you. Now, I believe I have achieved that, and with your family's approval, I stand before our friends and family today to earnestly propose. I vow to love and cherish you with all my might, ensuring you never face harm or injustice. Miaohan, I love you. Will you marry me?" Chapter 57. The First Love. Marry him. Marry him. The guests around erupted in cheers. Su Miaohan lowered her gaze, fixated on the handsome face of Chu Gong. "Let us not discuss anything else for now." Su Miaohan's tone was flat. There are many pressing matters at the company. I cannot afford to consider anything else at the moment. I hope you can She detested the feeling of being the center of attention. She understood that Chu Gongzi intended to surprise her, but he did not comprehend her nature. She was not a naive girl who relished surprises and romantic gestures. What she desired was a heartfelt connection, a relationship of mutual support, rather than being paraded like a circus monkey for others' amusement. At that moment, she found herself pondering what it would be like if Shen Lang were to propose. He would undoubtedly not gather a crowd but instead would present the ring in a serene, intimate setting. He might not utter grand declarations of love but would exchange sincerity for sincerity once he confirmed their Perhaps, that was the proposal she truly yearned for. As thoughts of Shen Lang flooded her mind, a sense of panic arose within her, and she scanned the crowd for his elusive figure, yet she could not find him. Chen Meng accompanied Chu Gongzi as he watched the proposal video, feeling a twinge of sadness for him while secretly reveling in delight. Chu Gongzi, although Miaohan did not say yes, she has not categorically rejected you either, Chen Meng comforted with a smile. Perhaps your proposal was too sudden today. She may not have been mentally prepared. Chu Gongzi's eyes brightened. You make a valid point, perhaps I was indeed too hasty. Moreover, there are indeed many issues at the company recently. Miaohan is overwhelmed with work every day, and she may not be in the right frame of mind. Chen Meng continued, I'll ask her later when we return, to discern her true thoughts. Chen Meng, thank you. You have helped me immensely over these past few years. Chu Gongzi smiled at her. Chen Meng's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. It's nothing, we are all classmates, after all. Indeed, we are the best of. One day, I shall treat you to a lavish meal. I'll head back first then. I look forward to your grand feast, Chen Meng replied playfully, rising to leave. What do you have in your hand? You've been gripping it ever since you walked in? Chu Gongzi inquired curiously, noticing a stack of documents in her hand. He had caught a glimpse of sheet music earlier. Oh, this is from Shen Lang. He asked me to pass it to Miaohan. I haven't looked at it yet. Would you mind if I took a look? Upon hearing that it was a request from Shen Lang for Su Miaohan, a sense of wariness arose within Chu Gongzi. Chen Meng hesitated briefly but, seeing the anticipation in his eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse, nodding and handing the documents to him. The first love? If one day you find yourself in love, be sure to keep it a secret. Do not invest your heart until you have discerned the other person's true nature, for the bitterness of unattainable love is the most intense. The one who falls first bears the greatest suffering. The gray sky, your face. After having loved, cried, laughed, and suffered, all that remains is farewell. Chu Gongzi's primary profession was singing. He had systematically studied music and, of course, recognized sheet music. However, he had later found his footing in the entertainment industry. He gently hummed the melody along with the sheet music, gradually sitting up straighter in his chair, his expression growing serious. This was an extraordinary song. The melody was gentle, the lyrics poignant, encapsulating the sweetness and excitement of first love. From a professional standpoint, the song employed a simple and memorable melody that lingered in one's mind after just one listen, evoking a warm and comforting sensation. The profound emotions resonated deeply, as if one were transported back to their first love, stirring hidden passions and tenderness within the heart. Is this song from Shen Lang? Chu Gongzi asked in astonishment. Yes, what's wrong? Is it a song? I thought it sounded quite nice when I heard you humming it, Chen Meng replied, equally intrigued that Shen Lang could write songs. Chu Gongzi took a deep breath. This song is exceptional. Regardless of who sings it, it has the potential to become a signature piece. Is it really that remarkable? Chen Meng's eyes widened. However, judging by the lyrics and melody, this is a song meant for a female vocalist. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng suddenly had a thought. Could it be that he wrote it for Zhang Yuqing? What do you mean? Chen Meng explained, hasn't the company been trying to sign Zhang Yuqing as a spokesperson? Yet, her condition is that she wants a signature piece. It must be that Shen Lang learned about this and specifically tailored this song for Zhang Yuqing. Chu Gongzi had heard about Zhang Yuqing's. In an instant, Chu Gongzi's expression darkened. If Shen Lang's song truly caught Zhang Yuqing's attention, it would mean that Su Miaohan owed Shen Lang a significant favor, entangling their lives further. This was something he could not allow to happen. Damn Shen Lang, how could he possess such talent? He had presented him with a formidable dilemma. Chu Gongzi's heart simmered with resentment. Chen Meng. Chu Gongzi sighed dejectedly, gazing at Chen Meng with a soft, vulnerable expression. You know Miaohan is cold on the outside but warm-hearted. She is truly kind at heart. She has always been grateful to Shen Lang for being her caretaker for 3 years, feeling a sense of guilt. Ever since I returned from Korea, Miaohan's attitude towards me has changed significantly. At first, I did not understand the reason, but I gradually realized that it was all due to Shen Lang. 3 years, he cared for Miaohan meticulously. Even if she were a block of ice, he would warm her. Miaohan is somewhat emotionally obtuse. She may not even realize it herself or be unwilling to admit it, but she undoubtedly has feelings for Shen Lang. Regardless of whether she loves him, there is at least a sense of fondness. The reason she is still willing to interact with me and give me gifts is that I once saved her life. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his vulnerable demeanor evoking sympathy. But I truly cannot let her go. I dream of being with her. Without her, I would be utterly lost. Chu Gongzi, please don't say that. Miaohan must still have feelings for you, Chen Meng said, her heart aching, her eyes growing misty. No. Chu Gongzi shook his head. I might have had hope before, but if Shen Lang's song is truly favored by Zhang Yuqing, I will have no hope left. At that point, Miaohan's heart will completely lean towards Shen Lang, and my chances of regaining her will be exceedingly slim.
Chen Meng also considered Su Miaohan's regard for Zhang Yuqing.
To craft a great song for her, she had recently leveraged her connections to personally call several prominent musicians and even offered substantial rewards on various music platforms. It was easy to imagine that if Shen Lang's song were chosen, it would grant Su Miaohan an immense favor.
Given Su Miaohan's character, it was indeed possible that she would lean toward Shen Lang as a result. Chen Meng.
Just as she pondered this, her delicate hands were suddenly grasped tightly in a pair of fervent hands. Chen Meng's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling as if jolted by electricity. She looked up to see Chu Gongza's handsome face mere inches away, his eyes filled with longing and pleading. Chen Meng, I know you care for me the most.
Only you can help me now.
Chapter 58, the spark of inspiration from Chu Gongza. Chen Meng hastily withdrew her hand from his grasp, her gaze flickering as she dared not meet his eyes, stammering her question.
What can I do to help you?
Chu Gongza, filled with excitement, exclaimed, this song, could you possibly give it to me?
Give it to you?
Chen Meng suddenly lifted her head, staring at him in stunned disbelief. I don't want to, I truly don't want to do this. You know me, Chu Gongza, have always fought for what I want with my own two hands. I am a member of the Chu family, yet look at what I have gained from them over the years, he lamented. However, I must betray my conscience just this once. At this point, tears glistened in his eyes.
Chen Meng, if you could help me this time, I would be grateful to you for a lifetime. You want to claim this song as your own?
Chen Meng grasped his intention, her eyes filled with incredulity. The Chu Gongza she admired was handsome, diligent, kind-hearted, talented, and of impeccable character, attributes that had captivated her deeply. Yet now, he was audaciously seeking to usurp another's creation. This was difficult for Chen Meng to accept. In that moment, the flawless image she held of him seemed to crack. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Chen Meng finally managed to say, I'm sorry, Chu Gongza, I cannot do this. This song is Shen Lang's labor of love, he must have invested considerable effort into its creation. Moreover, Miaohan has treated me so well over the years, I cannot deceive her.
You are so talented. Why not create your own song? It might even surpass this one. Chu Gongza gave a bitter laugh. Do you think that's possible in such a short time?
Forget it, it's my inadequacy. Without Miaohan, my life feels devoid of meaning. Rather than waiting to see them in their affectionate moments, I might as well end it all now.
He stalked towards the balcony. Chu Gongza.
Chen Meng screamed, rushing from behind to embrace his waist, crying out, don't do anything foolish.
I'll help you, I promise.
Upon hearing this, a flicker of triumph danced in the corner of Chu Gongza's eye. When he turned to face her, his expression shifted to one of tender remorse. I'm sorry, Chen Meng.
I've put you in a difficult position.
I understand this is burdensome for you, but I truly have no other options. With this song, Miaohan will surely see me in a new light, and if I work hard, perhaps I can. Though she often spoke favorably of Chu Gongza to Su Miaohan, even harboring animosity toward Shen Lang on his behalf, she had never committed an act against her conscience. After all, he was a terminal cancer patient, and here she was, betraying him. Was that even human? But the moment she raised her gaze to see the look of excitement on Chu Gongza's face, words eluded her.
Wait a moment. Let me make a call to confirm if this song is copyrighted.
Chu Gongza remembered this crucial detail, realizing that if the copyright had already been secured, all his calculations would be in vain. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number, instructing his assistant to quickly check the copyright database. 10 minutes later, upon confirming that the song was not yet registered, a smile of uncontainable delight spread across his face.
What a fool!
Such a splendid song, and it hasn't even been registered for copyright. It's right for the taking. Chen Meng, it's confirmed, this song is not registered yet. Let us hurry and present it to Miaohan. Chu Gongza said eagerly. Chen Meng hesitated for a moment before nodding with a heavy heart.
Have those musicians shown any sign of progress?
In her office, Su Miaohan was pressing the general manager of her entertainment company, Wang Haitao, over the phone.
President Su, this is the second time you've inquired today, Wang Haitao replied, exasperated. Creation requires time, especially for a good song.
Inspiration and refinement are both essential. Inspiration is something that cannot be forced.
Su Miaohan frowned.
This matter is urgent, we cannot afford to delay. Offer those musicians a bonus, they must deliver the song within 3 days. After hanging up, Su Miaohan sank into her chair, utterly exhausted. Jian Manan was truly ruthless. To undermine the Su Group's business, she had recently taken her top signed artists on a nationwide promotional tour, with a plethora of promotional activities springing forth, one after another. It was evident that her opponent had been scheming for some time, having prepared ample cash flow to seize this opportunity to invade the bottled water market, a venture with profits too tempting to resist. As Su Miaohan organized her materials, preparing for a meeting, a knock sounded at the door.
Come in.
With her head bowed, Chen Meng entered, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, leading Chu Gongza inside.
What brings you here?
Su Miaohan glanced at Chu Gongza, feeling an inexplicable annoyance rise within her. During Noon's proposal, she had refrained from outright rejection, as it was his birthday celebration, and surrounded by his friends and family, she wished to spare him some dignity. Yet in that moment, she had truly realized that she no longer harbored.
Did his arrival signify a misunderstanding due to her lack of a definitive refusal?
Miaohan, I heard that your company is currently seeking songs. I've been burning the midnight oil to create one. Fortunately, inspiration struck, and the creation of this song went quite smoothly. Chu Gongza smiled with a warm, radiant expression. Su Miaohan stared at him for a couple of seconds, taken aback.
Thank you.
Regardless of whether the song was suitable, his sincerity moved her immensely. As she opened the manuscript, she carefully examined the lyrics, her focus unwavering. Upon finishing her first read-through, her surprise deepened. She was aware that Chu Gongzi could compose, having listened to several of his previous works, each one. However, those lyrics were crafted by professional lyricists, and Chu Gongzi had yet to publish a single piece of self-penned lyrics. With his limited cultural background, could he truly have crafted such lyrics? Was it indeed a moment of inspiration? Chapter 59 The aesthetic simplicity of a painting. Regardless of how Chu Gongzi crafted this song, it ultimately brought her a glimmer of hope. Su Miaohan promptly captured a photograph of the score and sent it to Wang Haitao, urging him to arrange for a female singer to record a demo for Zhang Yuqing to listen to. They waited in the office for nearly 2 hours. Wang Haitao's call finally came through. Miss Su, I have great news. After listening, Zhang Yuqing and her team are— Su, it is I who should be thanking you for finding such a wonderful song for me. I absolutely adore it, Zhang Yuqing replied with a sweet smile. I am delighted to hear that, Miss Zhang. Zhang Yuqing blinked her eyes. By the way, Ms. Su, may I inquire about the composer of this song? I am particularly fond of this monologue where the unfulfilled longing is the most poignant, and the one who falls first suffers the most. Is this not a perfect reflection of contemporary love? Furthermore, this musician must have seen my work and recognized that I gained fame from Sweet Lover. This song aligns perfectly with that drama and resonates deeply with my personal character and style. Zhang Yuqing grew increasingly excited, as if the song's creator were her kindred spirit. You flatter me, Miss Zhang, Chu Gongzi interjected, stepping forward with a warm smile. In order to assist Miss Zhang in composing this song, I have reviewed all your works. What you just said is indeed correct. This song draws its inspiration from Sweet Lover. It is my honor that Miss Zhang appreciates it. Zhang Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Chu, you wrote this song? Inspiration struck, and I had a moment of clarity, Chu Gongzi replied modestly with a smile. Wow! I did not expect Mr. Chu to possess such talent in music as well as in acting, Zhang Yuqing exclaimed, then pointed to a printed score and asked, Mr. Chu, may I ask a seemingly unrelated question? I noticed that in the corners of each score, a lilac is— Does this hold any special significance? Upon hearing this question, curiosity sparked among everyone as they glanced at the score. Indeed, in the corners of the scores were beautifully drawn lilacs. Su Miaohan also looked up at Chu Gongzi, recalling that she had never seen him exhibit such a habit before. Well, Chu Gongzi was caught off guard for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. In truth, there is no special meaning. I simply find it aesthetically pleasing. This trivial matter was soon set aside, and the proceedings continued smoothly. Zhang Yuqing obtained the song she was satisfied with and promptly signed an endorsement contract with Su Miaohan. Shen Lang, the accommodation here is limited. I can only apologize for the inconvenience. After Shen Lang returned to gather his belongings, he first contacted his manager, Lu Chang. Upon learning that he had no place to stay temporarily, the space was modest, measuring just over 50 square meters, a stark contrast to Su Miaohan's villa. However, it was reasonably well decorated, with warm tones that exuded coziness. The apartment featured one bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, perfectly adequate for his needs. All right then, make yourself comfortable, Lu Chang said with a smile. In the coming days, I will strive to secure more commercial performances for you. Before long, you will be able to move into your own luxury residence. Additionally, Wang Qin lives nearby. Should you need to purchase anything or require assistance, feel free to reach out to her. Given your current situation, it is best not to venture out too much. If someone recognizes you, the consequences could be severe. Wang Qin quickly added, Brother Shen, my phone is on 24/7. If you need anything, just call, I will be there in no time. Thank you. With no immediate work at hand and essential items already purchased by Wang Qin, they did not linger long, chatting briefly before departing. After they left, Shen Lang meticulously tidied up the room, ensuring every surface was spotless and devoid of dust before he stopped. The living room was small, so he devised a layout, leaving a space near the window for his recording equipment and even setting aside a spot for a piano. This would become his video recording space. Gazing at the refreshed room, Shen Lang finally displayed a satisfied smile. Noticing the time was already past 2 in the afternoon, he suddenly thought of Su Miaohan. At this hour, Chu Gongzi had likely already proposed successfully, and a multitude of people were gathered at his villa, toasting with champagne in celebration. Although he felt happiness for Su Miaohan finally achieving a happy ending with her ideal partner, a twinge of bitterness stirred within him, preventing him from feeling truly joyful. Opening Su Miaohan's WeChat page, he saw that messages had remained stagnant for over 10 days, the last interaction being when he was preparing to leave and asking whether she would be home that evening. Over the years, their conversations had dwindled significantly, with most exchanges revolving around Shen Lang's requests for leave or Su Miaohan asking him to prepare dinner for the two of them. Staring at this familiar yet distant dialogue box, Shen Lang's expression grew vacant as he typed a line of text, only to delete each character one by one. He felt that since he was leaving, it would be courteous to bid Su Miaohan farewell. Disappearing without a word seemed rather impolite, however, considering Su Miaohan was likely with Chu Gongzi, enveloped in sweet affection. Sending this message might dampen her spirits. Perhaps, she invited me to the banquet with the intention of helping me let go, to erase any unrealistic notions I held about her. My departure aligns perfectly with her desires. She would be more than happy, and sending a message now would only serve to irritate. With this thought in mind, Shen Lang closed Su Miaohan's chat window and sat down at his desk, patiently folding sheets of paper. His demeanor was meticulous, with a genuine smile and warmth gracing his lips, as if each handcrafted item were a beloved companion. As dusk gradually descended, Shen Lang stood, stretching lazily, and carefully placed the array of handmade creations into a cardboard box. Just as he was preparing to head to the kitchen to cook, a call came in. Chapter 60 SG Late Summer Sister. Shen Lang joyfully answered the call. Shen Lang, I'm outside your community, is it convenient for you to come out? Gu Wanxia's gentle voice came through. You're at Mingwei community. Shen Lang was taken aback. I don't live there anymore. You no longer reside here. Gu Wanxia inquired hastily. Then where are you now? I'll come over immediately. I'm over in Songjiang. The address is. Knowing that Gu Wanxia was on her way, Shen Lang prepared a meal for two. Just as the dishes were served, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, it was indeed Gu Wanxia. She held a tote bag in one hand, wearing a pair of white shorts and a short-sleeved t-shirt, exuding youthful vitality and grace. Shen Lang noticed the beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, clearly a result of her hasty departure. Late summer sister, it's too hot outside, come in and cool off. Gu Wanxia smiled at him, handing over the tote bag. A friend just returned from abroad. I asked her to bring this gift for me. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned, feeling awkward to accept it. Late summer sister, I cannot accept your gift without merit. Just take a look, Gu Wanxia playfully insisted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shen Lang cautiously opened the tote bag to discover a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find an exquisitely designed fountain pen. Do you like it? This is a limited edition pen from the German Pelikan series. Only 24 pieces are issued worldwide. Gu Wanxia smiled that day. I overheard Grandma Zhao mention your fondness for writing, and this pen suits you perfectly. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Shen Lang repeatedly shook his head, realizing that a limited edition item must be quite expensive. Just take a look at the cap, Gu Wanxia reminded him. Shen Lang focused his gaze and saw two letters engraved on it. Hesitant face G. A faint blush crept onto Gu Wanxia's delicate face. I had the initials engraved, and I can't return it now. If you don't want it, it will have to be discarded. This Shen Lang hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled himself to accept it. Seeing this, a radiant and enchanting smile blossomed on Gu Wanxia's stunning face. By the way, Shen Lang, why did you suddenly move here? Isn't your contract with President Su still over a month away? Shen Lang did not conceal the truth. She accepted her white moonlight's proposal today. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to continue living there, and I likely won't return. She accepted someone else's proposal. Upon hearing this news, Gu Wanxia should have felt pleased, yet she was visibly furious. Though your marriage was merely contractual, you were still legally recognized as husband and wife. How could she do this to you? Shen Lang smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter to me. From the start, we both understood that this day would come. She informed me ahead of time when we signed the contract. There were no feelings between us. Ending it early is for the best for everyone. Do you genuinely believe that? Gu Wanxia gazed intently at him. Su Miaohan was an extraordinary beauty. Her appearance could stir feelings even in women. Shen Lang had lived under the same roof with her for 3 years. Could he truly feel nothing? Of course, Shen Lang chuckled. Late summer sister, what are you thinking? I am merely an orphan without parents, while she is a billionaire CEO, the pearl of the Su family. You don't think I could have anything with her, do you? Gu Wanxia scoffed. So what if she is a billionaire CEO? She has 2 eyes and a mouth just like anyone else. She is not superior, Shen Lang chuckled, aware that Gu Wanxia was defending him, but he preferred not to delve into the topic further. Let us not speak of her anymore. By the way, late summer sister, you didn't come just to deliver a gift, did you? Gu Wanxia hesitated for a moment before speaking with a hint of reluctance. Aside from this matter, there is also the issue concerning Grandpa Li. Shen Lang's heart tightened. What happened to him? The targeted therapy is indeed effective. Grandpa Li has been in better spirits these past few days. However, we've discovered that his body has a much stronger drug. Shen Lang quickly inquired. What does that mean? It means that while an average person might last 6 more months with the therapy, given Grandpa Li's condition, he might have a maximum of 3 months. And that is the best case scenario. Grandpa Li has always had poor health, so he may only have 2 months left at most. Shen Lang stood there in stunned silence. Shen Lang, life and death are predestined. Don't be too sorrowful, Gu Wanxia said, her face filled with concern. Shen Lang shook his head. I'm fine, thank you. Late summer sister, is there really no other way? I have money now, and I can spend it no matter how much it takes. Gu Wanxia sighed softly. Shen Lang, I may say something you want like. In truth, Grandpa Li has been suffering greatly during this time. Every time you visit him in the hospital, that smile on his face is merely a facade. He doesn't want you to worry. I know you're determined to extend Grandpa Li's life, but isn't that just prolonging his suffering? Shen Lang was left speechless. Gu Wanxia continued. Do you know what Grandpa Li did before I came here today? What did he do? Shen Lang's voice trembled. The caretaker fed him the targeted medication, and while she stepped away to wash her hands, he vomited it all out. I happened to witness it. Gu Wanxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He is truly in so much pain. Seeking a way out. Shen Lang, stop forcing it. Grandpa Li really cannot bear it any longer. Shen Lang clutched his head tightly, his fingers entwined in his hair, shaking his head repeatedly. He had never anticipated that his well-meaning intention to prolong his grandfather's life would instead bring him more suffering. Tears streamed down his face, and Shen Lang felt like a helpless child tossed into the vast ocean, unable to see the shore. In his blurred vision, he could almost see Grandpa Li smiling as he held. He remembered the times when he was bullied by that family, when Grandpa Li stood up to them with a fierce look despite his frail frame. In those days when children went hungry, he resolutely dragged his sick body to the construction site. Having grown up without parents, Grandpa Li was like a father to him, teaching him the values of kindness and bravery. He was the backbone that allowed Shen Lang to stand tall in this world, the very thread that connected him to a rootless existence. All he wanted was to grasp that thread with all his might, to know that there were people in this world who cared for him, who remembered him, that he was never truly alone.
Even if just for a day longer, an hour longer, a minute longer. Chapter 61 Su Miaohan's attitude. Miaohan, do eat, why are you so distracted? In a Western restaurant, Zhu Gongzi said with a cheerful smile, once we finish our meal, let us go watch a film together. I've heard that a new romantic movie is quite delightful. Alright, Su Miaohan nodded. It was already past 8, and she once again took out her phone to glance at the conversation that had remained stagnant for over 10 days, still devoid of any response. To be frank, she felt somewhat disappointed with Shen Lang's behavior today. He had abruptly left her birthday banquet, and until now, not a single message had been received. She surmised that perhaps Zhu Gongzi's marriage proposal had triggered Shen Lang's retreat. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Gongzi had caught her off guard, and by the time she finished her words of rejection and sought out his figure, he had vanished. With a fork in hand, Su Miaohan absent-mindedly poked at the wagyu steak on her plate. Normally, she relished the food from this restaurant, but tonight she had lost her appetite after just a few bites. Miaohan, congratulations, you've successfully signed Zhang Yuqing. Your company's predicament will surely be resolved, Zhu Gongzi remarked with a smile. Su Miaohan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, this is all thanks to your song. It was merely a small effort. Your matters are my matters. I am genuinely pleased to be of assistance to you this time. By the way, are you not eating? Shall we head to the movies? As Su Miaohan nodded and prepared to rise, a phone call came through. President Su, I need to discuss something with you. Are you at the company? It was Deputy General Zhang Shanshan calling. Apologies, but there's an issue at the company. We'll have to postpone the movie, she said. Zhu Gongzi silently cursed Zhang Shanshan for ruining his plans. Having finally earned Su Miaohan's gratitude and willingness to accompany him to the cinema, he had hoped to seize the moment to hold her hand during an emotional scene. Now, it was all thwarted by this woman. It's fine, the pressing matters take precedence. We can watch the movie anytime, Zhu Gongzi replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Su Miaohan looked at him with softened eyes and said nothing further as she hurriedly left the restaurant. Damn it, that wretched Zhang Shanshan. Once I marry Su Miaohan, I will surely have her fired. Zhu Gongzi's face contorted with frustration. Upon returning to the company, Zhang Shanshan had not yet arrived, but Chen Meng entered first. Miaohan, I thought you were out with Chu. Why are you back so soon? Su Miaohan didn't look up. I went to eat and watch a movie with him solely to express my gratitude for his significant help today. Chen Meng, I know you have a good relationship with Zhu Gongzi, but I am not Cui Yingying, and you are not a matchmaker. Please do not attempt to draw connections between us again, otherwise, I may have to let you go. Do you understand? Chen Meng trembled at her words. Why? Su Miaohan glanced at her and replied, when he proposed to me today, I was already completely indifferent to him. His proposal today has helped me clarify my feelings for him. Remember, I once told you I yearn for a platonic soul connection. The emotions must be sincere and pure, untainted by anything else. But now, I have no feelings for him at all, let alone a soul connection. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Meng felt a mix of joy and sorrow in her heart. So, does he truly have no chance whatsoever? Su Miaohan nodded. There will be no possibility. I would rather remain unmarried for the rest of my life than settle for someone. At this point, Zhang Shanshan pushed the door open. President Su, I had the advertising company work overtime to come up with a few ad ideas. Take a look and see what you think. Su Miaohan took the papers and, after a moment of perusal, looked up in disbelief. Is this it? Are you not satisfied? Zhang Shanshan was. Su Miaohan tore the ideas into pieces and tossed them into the trash. Do you think that because our current situation is dire and time is pressing, we can just slap something together? Zhang Shanshan, you are no stranger to grand undertakings. Do you not understand that the more challenging the circumstances, the more we must strive for excellence? Get out. Continue searching for advertising companies. If the domestic ones won't do, seek out international ones. Do not fear the expenditure. Su Miaohan's anger flared, leaving Zhang Shanshan and Chen Meng taken aback. Zhang Shanshan quickly wiped the smile off her face and complied, leaving the room hurriedly. Su Miaohan furrowed her brow as she reviewed the reports received earlier that day. The figures were alarming. If this continued, by the end of summer, Zhang's group could swallow at least a third of Su's group's market share in the drinking water sector. Alright, I'll be right down. Chen Meng answered a phone call and hurriedly left, only to return shortly with a thermos. President Su, have some porridge. Chen Meng opened the thermos and served her a bowl of steaming medicinal porridge. For some reason, upon seeing the bowl, Su Miaohan's restless heart calmed instantly. She picked up a spoon, blew on it to cool, and took a bite. After a few chews, she set down the spoon. Who made this medicinal porridge? What's wrong? It doesn't taste quite right. Chen Meng hesitated. I had the restaurant help me make it. You had the restaurant make it? Where did you get the recipe, and why didn't Shen Lang make it? Su Miaohan pressed with sharp inquiries. Miaohan, you may not know this, but after Shen Lang left Zhu Gongzi's villa at noon, he sent me the recipe for the medicinal porridge, saying he wouldn't make it for you anymore and instructed me to find someone else to do it. Chen Meng was reluctant to disclose that she had tricked Shen Lang into taking a joyride. Tonight, Su Miaohan's mood was clearly poor. She feared that if she angered her, she might really lose her job. This position was respectable, with a good salary. She did not wish to jeopardize it. Thus, she decided to let Shen Lang take the blame. Su Miaohan's expression visibly darkened. Is he really pouting just because Zhu Gongzi proposed to me? Chen Meng lowered her head, feeling awkward and not daring to speak.
Remembering Shen Lang's respectful yet distant demeanor, Su Miaohan felt a surge of frustration, accompanied by a profound sense of bitterness. She had always considered her office drawer was filled with materials on lung cancer treatments. She wished to regard Shen Lang as a friend, yet he had intentionally created an insurmountable chasm between them, completely isolating them from one another. Especially infuriating was his tendency to want to sever ties and draw clear boundaries at the slightest disagreement. Chen Meng, arrange for someone to clean my room on the top floor. I will be staying at the company for a while. Since Shen Lang had adopted such an attitude, Su Miaohan decided it was best for both of them to take some time apart to cool off completely. Chapter 62 Love is not a one-sided sentiment. Shen Lang, please eat something. You've been at the hospital for 5 days, and such relentless fatigue will take a toll on your health, Gu Wanxia urged, holding a thermos box as she observed Shen Lang's gaunt cheeks and deeply sunken eyes while he gently massaged Grandpa Li's body. She couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ever since she had mentioned the old man's condition, Shen Lang had rushed to the hospital with his belongings, attending to him day and night without respite. Hearing that massage could alleviate pain, he tirelessly massaged the old man's body repeatedly each day, only allowing himself to rest when utterly exhausted. In just a few short days, he had visibly withered away. Once meticulous about his appearance, he now sported unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, his once bright and spirited eyes now bloodshot and weary, appearing more the patient than the patient himself. Gu Wanxia understood that he had scarcely closed his eyes for several nights previously. When the old man's condition was not as critical, he was able to maintain his composure in front of Shen Lang. However, with the cancer cells metastasizing and the body's mechanisms deteriorating sharply, no amount of painkillers could ease the suffering, leaving him groaning in agony each night. Thank you, Wanxia. I am fine, Shen Lang replied, meeting Gu Wanxia's concerned gaze, warmth flooding his heart. You know what they say, man is made of iron, and food is steel. I brought you some meals from the cafeteria. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Gu Wanxia opened the food container and patiently served the meal into a bowl for him. The cafeteria at Nanya Hospital offered decent fare, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, with a slightly spicy flavor that suited Shen Lang's taste. After devouring the meal, Gu Wanxia reminded him, you haven't rested in days, you should head back for a proper rest and a good shower. There are caregivers here, and I'll keep an eye on things for you, so don't worry, Shen Lang replied, noticing that Grandpa Li was sleeping soundly. He nodded gently, saying, I'll return in the evening. With that, he gathered a few pieces of clothing he had changed out of and left the ward. You all are quite impressive, spending your days gallivanting around, Zhao Yiting remarked, dressed in a blue dress, swinging her legs and pouting her lips as she vented to her friend. Suddenly, she looked up and froze. Shen Lang? Xiaolin, I can't talk right now, I'm at the hospital with my grandfather. Let's chat later, she said hurriedly before hanging up. She quickly chased after him, Shen Lang. Shen Lang turned in surprise and smiled, Miss Xiao, what a coincidence. You look different, Zhao Yiting said, her heart tightening at his haggard appearance. Had his condition worsened so rapidly, it had only been a little over 10 days since they last met, and yet he seemed so ill. It was truly pitiable. At such a young age, he had been afflicted with an incurable disease. She wondered if she should have suggested to Miaohan that she purchase a burial plot for him. Shen Lang, oblivious to the sympathy in her eyes, forced a smile. I haven't slept much these past few days. If you have no business, I'll be on my way now. I need to get some proper rest. Ah, okay. Zhao Yiting stepped aside, watching Shen Lang stride away. She pondered for a moment before taking a small detour to the front and hiding in a corner to snap. He mentioned he hasn't slept in days. It must be agonizing for him, keeping him awake at night. Did you buy that burial plot? At this rate, he may not have much time left. Over the past few days, she had received no fewer than 50 proposals from various advertising firms, yet none met her expectations. As time elapsed, her anxiety intensified. She had been getting only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night, dedicating the rest of her time to work. Consequently, her stunningly beautiful face had taken on a pallid and haggard appearance. MS.SU, these proposals are from renowned chief planners at foreign advertising firms. I think they're quite good. What seems to be the issue? Zhang, if nothing better comes in a couple of days, we'll have to go with these. Time waits for no one. The Zhang group was tightening its grip, and just yesterday, the formerly retired Grandpa Su had personally visited the company to assess the situation, sternly This illustrated just how dire the circumstances surrounding the Su group had become. MS.SU, Zhu Gongze is in the lobby. He wishes to invite you for lunch. Shen Meng entered the room. Su Miaohan frowned immediately. Zhu Gongze had been coming by daily, either to invite her for a meal or to catch a movie. His WeChat messages had been incessant, flooding her phone from dawn till dusk. Initially, she had replied politely, but with the overwhelming workload at the company, she found it hard to spare time for him, eventually opting to ignore his messages altogether. To her dismay, he had become increasingly persistent, showing up for lunch and dinner, lurking around the company. She couldn't fathom how a celebrity like him could have so much free time. A wave of irritation washed over her. Please tell him that the company is currently overwhelmed with work. We'll discuss it once things settle down. Chen Meng hesitated, her lips moving as if to say something. Is there something else? MS.SU, don't take this the wrong way, Chen Meng summoned her courage. Zhu Gongze has a heavy workload, yet he has turned down nearly all his commitments just to spend time with you. He has been squeezing in visits during his filming breaks. Even I can see how much he cares for you. A man like that is rare. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Su Miaohan's voice was low. Love is not a solitary sentiment. It requires mutual pursuit. I won't fall in love with someone solely out of sentiment, Chen Meng. I hope you can understand this too. What do you mean? Shen Lang asked, slightly taken aback. You'll understand one day, Su Miaohan waved her hand dismissively. Please order food for me, and in the future, there is no need to notify me when Chu Gongzi comes by. Just as her words fell, her phone buzzed persistently. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from Zhao Yiding moments later. After seeing the photo sent by Zhao Yiding, Su Miaohan sprang to her feet, her already pale complexion turning even more ashen. Chapter 63 At the confrontation between two women. Su Miaohan did not glance at the words, instead, she magnified Shen Lang's photograph, her expression vacant as she stared at the somewhat shabby image. Having lived under the same roof as Shen Lang for 3 years, in her eyes, he was always impeccably groomed, exuding vitality, regardless of his mood each day. Before her, he consistently presented himself as an optimist. Yet the Shen Lang captured in this photograph appeared haggard, emaciated, and devoid of spirit, his disheveled appearance suggesting he had aged a decade within a mere few days. In his once bright eyes, now clouded with crimson veins, despair and confusion replaced the spark of his former self. As Su Miaohan gazed into those simultaneously familiar and foreign eyes, her delicate frame quivered. During this period, Shen Lang had behaved almost like a normal person, causing her to overlook the grim reality that he was a terminally ill patient. A surge of intense panic welled up within her, prompting her to stride out in silence. President Su, where are you headed? Shen Lang asked, momentarily taken aback. Home. Su Miaohan replied, abruptly halting the car in front of the villa and disregarding the proper parking as she exited and hurried inside. Standing at the entrance, she gazed somewhat dazedly at the living room, which was coated in a fine layer of dust. In the past, every time she returned, the house was immaculate, thanks to Shen Lang's meticulous cleaning, as he was well aware of her obsession with cleanliness, ensuring that every chair and corner sparkled without a trace of dirt or dust. However, now, the dining table, coffee table, and wine cabinet were all veiled in a light layer of dust. As Su Miaohan hurriedly stepped inside, the cold stove and unlit hearth rendered the vast villa devoid of any warmth. She recalled how, no matter how late she returned, she could always feel the faint vitality emanating from the room on the second floor, as if it were a harbor where she could pause and find a moment of respite from the fatigue and hardships of the outside world. Yet at this moment, she could no longer sense that presence, nor could she feel the comforting aura that once provided her solace after a long day's work. Suddenly, her stomach convulsed, and she crouched down, curling into a ball in agony. Without Shen Lang's medicinal porridge these past few days, she had not touched the one Shen Meng brought, and now her long-dormant stomach ailment surged back to remind her of its long-forgotten torment. After a prolonged moment, Su Miaohan, her complexion pale, rose to her feet and ascended the stairs to the second floor. The door to Shen Lang's room stood wide open, revealing a neatly arranged space, yet not a single belonging. Perhaps after leaving the Chu Gongzi villa, he had never returned, resulting in the accumulation of dust within the room. Lost in thought at the doorway for what felt like an eternity, Su Miaohan retrieved her phone, hesitated for a long while, and dialed Shen Lang's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Her stubborn nature compelled her to call a dozen times, but each attempt met with the same message of disconnection. Shen Lang, our contract has not ended. You cannot leave without my consent. She bit her lip and swiftly descended the stairs. Driving towards Nanya Hospital, she recalled the photos Zhao Yiding had taken. Upon entering the lobby, intending to inquire with a nurse about Shen Lang's ward, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. President Su? Gu Wanxia, clad in a white coat and tall in stature, her natural beauty undiminished even without makeup, looked at Su Miaohan, who appeared haggard and weary. She was taken aback. Previously, this woman had exuded an aura of aloofness and unparalleled beauty, but now, her face bore the marks of fatigue, and her hurried pace betrayed her status as a powerful CEO. It's you? Which ward is he in? Gu Wanxia felt a surge of frustration. Although she was Shen Lang's nominal wife, the fact that she had been unaware of where Grandpa Li was hospitalized after all these years spoke volumes about her lack of concern for Shen Lang. President Su, I believe it is no longer appropriate for you to seek him out. What do you mean? Su Miaohan's eyes darkened slightly. If you don't mind, let us discuss this in my office. In the bustling hallway, it was hardly a suitable environment for conversation, and Gu Wanxia turned to lead her to the office. After pouring her a glass of water, Gu Wanxia spoke, President Su, I tend to be straightforward. If my words offend, please forgive me. I don't know if you are aware, but years ago, Shen Lang entered into a contractual marriage with you to raise funds for his grandfather. You provided the funds, he provided himself. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. To put it plainly, this was a transaction. In this relationship, you were the active party, and he was the passive one. You could have called it off at any time. Initially, according to the contract, you had just over a month left, and Shen Lang was supposed to fulfill his obligations during this final month. She had intended to speak civilly, yet this woman was undeniably domineering. Having already accepted another man's proposal, she still lingered around Shen Lang. What exactly did she want? Did she aspire to possess both? President Su, please maintain some decorum. Gu Wanxia emphasized, her tone growing firmer. Shen Lang is an independent individual. Your relationship is merely a transaction, not a bond of servitude. You have no right to dictate his actions, nor to exploit this unequal relationship to constrain him. Since you have already accepted another man's proposal, it is a kindness for him to step back and relinquish this relationship for your benefit. Why do you insist on pursuing him? Su Miaohan stood there, momentarily stunned. Who told you I accepted someone else's proposal? Isn't it true? Gu Wanxia raised an eyebrow. 6 days ago, you accepted the proposal of your white moonlight, Chu Gongzi, did you not?
Su Miaohan froze for a moment, realizing that Shen Lang had believed she had accepted Chu Gongza's proposal that day, which explained his silent departure from their home.
President Su, we are both women. I can discern your thoughts.
Gu Wanxia continued, Shen Lang is indeed a remarkable man. Apart from his humble beginnings, he excels in every other aspect. Any woman would be hard-pressed to overlook his merits. Your white moonlight, Chu Gongza, is equally exceptional. You cannot seem to let go of your white moonlight while simultaneously cherishing the unwavering devotion Shen Lang has shown you for 3 years.
Don't you find your actions selfish and excessive? If you truly cared for Shen Lang, you would refrain from disturbing him.
His current situation is dire and fragile, and he cannot withstand any further blows.
If you believe Shen Lang has breached the contract, I can compensate you on his behalf. You initially provided him with 5 million, correct? I will repay you doubled 10 million. Is that sufficient?
Chapter 64 Tears before words. Su Miaohan's captivating gaze fixated on the equally enchanting face of her companion. After a considerable pause, she inquired coldly, do you have feelings for him? Gu Wanxia was taken aback by the abruptness of the question, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, warmth creeping to her ears. However, as she recalled that the other party was merely Shen Lang's contractual wife, an arrangement devoid of genuine sentiment, and that she had already accepted another man's proposal, the fleeting panic.
Previously, I maintained my distance, understanding he was married.
At the last gathering, it was only after hearing your white moonlight speak that I learned you were merely in a contractual marriage.
Given that, my affection for him cannot be deemed morally reprehensible. Su Miaohan's delicate, fair fingers gradually tightened into a fist, an unprecedented sense of unease bubbling within her.
She could perceive the tenderness and overflowing affection reflected in Gu Wanxia's eyes. She was undeniably in love with Shen Lang, while she was unaware of Gu Wanxia's true identity. The latter exuded an air of grace and elegance, reminiscent of. Furthermore, her claim of being willing to pay a 10 million breach of contract fee suggested a solid financial background, coupled with her position as a renowned attending physician at a prestigious hospital. It was evident. Su Miaohan stood there, speechless and stunned. It seemed that Gu Wanxia's words held a certain truth. Ever since Shen Lang had entered into their contract 3 years prior, his demeanor, gentle, kind, obedient, and accommodating, had caused her to inadvertently overlook certain aspects of him. While being composed, humble, and benevolent are indeed admirable qualities, they are also the most easily overlooked. Over the years, Shen Lang had dutifully managed everything within their home according to her preferences, providing her with a sense of comfort amidst her busy professional life. She had never had to worry about domestic matters, preferring solitude and disliking hired help. Shen Lang took it upon himself to handle all household chores and cooking. Due to her poor digestion, he had concocted medicinal porridge tailored specifically for her. Whenever she felt down, sipping red wine alone at the dining table, he would quietly sit on the sofa, engrossed in a book, silently keeping her company. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to all of this, always believing that such a life would continue indefinitely. It was only now that she realized this man had never truly belonged to her. He would one day drift from her sight in search of his own life. Other women would inevitably recognize his worth, falling in love with and pursuing him. Perhaps one day in the future, he would stroll down the street hand in hand with another woman, casually nodding in her direction, leaving behind only the cherished memories of their 3 years together. The mere thought of such a scenario sent waves of anxiety through Su Miaohan. When the familiar becomes unpredictable, it always evokes a sense of loss and longing. With no desire to engage further, she turned to leave.
Su Zong, I hope you refrain from seeking him out again.
Currently, you bring him nothing but distress. Since you have accepted another man's proposal, you should focus on living well with him. Gu Wanxia cautioned. Su Miaohan halted abruptly, and when she turned back, Gu Wanxia was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face bearing the poignant expression of one who has been deeply wounded. This figure, renowned in Shanghai's business circles as the ice goddess, revealed such a fragile demeanor, evoking disbelief. Gu Wanxia's heart tightened sharply. As a woman herself, though she had never experienced romantic love, she could keenly sense that this seemingly indifferent woman had likely, unbeknownst to herself, developed feelings for Shen Lang. Gu Wanxia parted her lips, ready to speak, but Su Miaohan's icy voice interjected first. Gu Wanxia, my contract with him has not yet concluded. You may think to take advantage of this situation, but it is far too early. Even if you offer 10 million, it won't sever this month's contract. With that, she cast a cold glance at Gu Wanxia and strode out of the office. Gu Wanxia stood there, bewildered. She had assumed that Shen Lang and Su Miaohan had ended their relationship, and that her path with him would be smoother now. It appeared that obstacles lay ahead, and the future remained uncertain. Night enveloped Shanghai, and through the myriad of towering buildings, the stars were a rare sight. Shen Lang had positioned this workspace advantageously, merging it with the balcony, allowing him to glance up at a small patch of sky wedged between the skyscrapers. Suddenly, his spirits lifted. Tomorrow marked the birthday of Qianqian. Memories of their childhood flooded back. Lying together on the verdant grass, counting the stars above, the pollution of the countryside was nowhere near as severe as that of this bustling metropolis. The sky was a clear azure, and the stars twinkled like clusters of diamonds, as if winking at them. That was the solitary joy he had experienced during those challenging times. Each evening, amidst his chores of gathering pigweed, he eagerly anticipated those moments of the girl with twin ponytails and a sweet dimpled smile would bring him a piece of cake, taking his hand to lie on the grass, counting stars together. Shoulders touching, heads leaning together, they would share their secrets, dream of the future, and encourage each other. Though the stars remained unchanged, and the man who gazed at them did too, the person by his side had departed forever. Perhaps she had transformed into one of those stars, watching over him from afar. With a wistful gaze, Shen Lang looked up, as if searching for the star that belonged to her, oblivious to the tears that had begun to stain his handsome face. Chapter 65 of the birthday at the cemetery. As dawn broke gently, Shen Lang glanced at the elderly man still lost in slumber, carefully slipped out of bed, and proceeded to the bathroom to tidy his appearance before exiting the hospital. He had indeed made a visit to the hospital the previous night, but now he was eager to reach Yinquan district swiftly to celebrate Qianqian's birthday. Upon returning home, Shen Lang donned a vibrantly festive outfit. Aside from his acting endeavors, he rarely adorned himself with makeup, yet he had made an exception today, applying a touch of subtle cosmetics. His hair had been meticulously styled, and the attire was a carefully chosen piece. On this significant day, the day of Qianqian's birth, he wished to present his finest self before her. This time, unusually for him, he opted not to take the bus, concerned that the crowd might soil his clothes or damage the As the ride-hailing vehicle sped towards Yinquan district, an unexpected sense of trepidation gripped him, a feeling akin to homesickness. Would Qianqian appreciate his outfit? Was it perhaps a tad ostentatious? Hadn't she once mentioned a Yet, he only wished to showcase his best side to her. "Young man, we've arrived," the middle-aged driver remarked, glancing back at the visibly anxious Shen Lang with a smile. "You must be here to pay respects to your ancestors." Snapping back to reality, Shen Lang's handsome visage bore a hint of pallor. "Thank you, sir, but I'm not here for that. Today is a friend's birthday." The driver, assuming he was there to commemorate a departed friend, inquired curiously, "Did you come to pay homage without bringing any joss paper?" As he scanned the payment, Shen Lang shook his head and replied, "She doesn't tea like those." Exiting the vehicle, he retrieved the cardboard box from the trunk, cradling it while shouldering his backpack and guitar, and began his ascent up the hill. Upon reaching Qianqian's gravestone once more, he noticed the snacks he had brought previously still lying there. Shen Lang tidied them up, discarding them into a nearby bin, and took out a cloth to meticulously wipe the gravestone, removing the dust that had settled upon it. Next, he arranged a new assortment of snacks before the gravestone, this time a lavish spread, including a small cake he had personally crafted, topped with 2 wooden carvings he had sculpted himself, a small boy and a small girl. These figures gazed at each other with joyful expressions. The side of the cake bore a message written in an array of colorful edible dyes: "Happy 24th birthday, Qianqian." "Qianqian, I have come to see you again. How have you been these past few days?" Shen Lang seated himself on the ground, his gaze tenderly fixed on the photograph adorning the gravestone. "Today is your birthday, and I've specially selected your favorite snacks. Also, the cake is your beloved lemon flavor, and the 2 wooden sculptures are crafted by my own hands. One represents you, and the other, me. Do they look lovely? Do you remember our childhood days? How little Hai next door would always boast about the birthday cakes he received." Shen Lang reminisced, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I can afford any cake, no matter the cost. From now on, I shall bring you a cake every year. What flavor would you like? Please, send me a dream. It has been far too long since I last dreamt of you." Shen Lang continued to murmur softly, as he inserted the candles and lit them one by one. "As per tradition, I shall sing you a birthday song, and you may make a wish." With a radiant smile, he took up his guitar and began to play and sing gently. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." His tender voice, carried by the morning breeze, echoed through the desolate cemetery, intertwining with the melancholic whispers of solitude and the heartache of unfulfilled desires. Through the flickering candlelight, Shen Lang vaguely perceived a charming figure seated before him, her beautiful eyes closed, her fair visage aglow with a blissful smile, hands clasped in prayer as she made her wish. Lost in reverie, Shen Lang's gaze grew increasingly blurred. He reached out to wipe his eyes, but instead, the vision became more indistinct. "Brother Shen Lang, do not cry. Did your parents scold you? They are truly wicked. Let me blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Brother Shen Lang, is it true that girls will never measure up to boys? My father scolds me, calling me a burden, insisting I marry right after high school. Brother Shen Lang, what flowers do you like?" Today, my classmates discussed the meanings of various flowers. My favorite is the baby's breath. Do you know why? Because the white baby's breath symbolizes purity and romance, just like our friendship. Brother Shen Lang, I have changed my mind. I now adore lilacs. Why? Hee, because you like them, and Qianqian loves everything that Brother Shen Lang loves. Brother Shen Lang, am I going to die soon? I'm so sorry. I promised to stay by your side forever, but I can't anymore. Promise me, Brother Shen Lang, do not cry. With Qianqian gone, my parents will no longer pressure me to marry. If you miss me, visit my grave with some snacks and keep me company. You know how terrified I am of loneliness. Qianqian, Shen Lang's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down. I am crying after all. With trembling hands, he slowly opened the cardboard box he had brought, revealing a multitude of folded baby's breath paper. Do you know why I love lilacs? I was too shy to tell you back then. The pink lilac symbolizes romance and happiness. In the darkest times of my life, you were like a beacon illuminating my path. You always expressed gratitude. Without your presence and encouragement, I might have withered away in that unbearable household. You said you loved everything I cherished, yet you were unaware that I adored everything you loved even more. You grew fond of lilacs because of me, but I wish for you to cherish your own interests as well. These folded papers of baby's breath are the result of several nights of effort. Each fold carries my longing for you, and I hope you will find joy in them. Qianqian, I miss you dearly. The fierce flame. Shen Lang's face flickered in the firelight, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of emotions, anticipation, confusion, and sorrow. Without suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, startling Shen Lang from his reverie. He turned his head to see, furrowing his brow as he hastily departed the cemetery, guitar and backpack in tow. Chapter 66, Are you worthy to be a father? Old Su, I feel that what we are doing is not right. 3 individuals hurriedly approached. Leading the way was a burly man clad in a gray short-sleeve shirt, his skin dark and marred by a scar that ran from his ear to his chin.
His eyes were perpetually filled with an aggressive ferocity. Following closely behind was a frail middle-aged woman, clutching a wicker basket filled with candles and paper money, her head bowed in a hesitant manner, her delicate gaze reflecting deep sorrow. Lastly, there was a charming young girl in her early 20s, her hair styled in playful pigtails, with bright eyes and a captivating smile that revealed two sweet dimples. "What do you know, you idiot?" The middle-aged man shot a fierce glare over. "When that happens, the land prices here, including those for graves, will soar. This girl's burial plot cost over 110,000 back then. In no time, it could appreciate 2 or 3 times. But we didn't pay for this grave. Who cares?" the man snapped. "Even if we didn't pay for it, the ownership is in our hands, so it belongs to us. This girl is already dead. Does it matter where she is buried? Shouldn't we, the living, have a better life? I raised her for so long, she died without showing me any filial piety, and now you question our right to honor her? Stop your incessant whining and hurry up with the offerings. Afterward, find a good day to move the grave." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes, and just as she was about to speak, the man struck her down with a slap. "Have you lost your mind? 3 days without a beating and your roof will be blown off. Don't force me to hit you here. I'll go make the offerings right away." The woman, frightened, shrank her neck as she stifled her tears. Upon reaching the grave, they beheld a large assortment of premium snacks, a charmingly designed cream cake, and a pile of paper fireworks igniting in the air. The trio stood in stunned silence. "Has someone visited Chanchan?" The woman gazed at the cake, tears streaming down her face, memories flooded back of her daughter tugging at her sleeve as a child, her adorable face tilted up in anticipation. "Mom, it's my birthday today. Can I have a little cake, just a tiny one? I only want to taste what cake is like." "Mom, today Brother Shen bought me a cake. I asked him for a long time, and he finally told me that he had been secretly Brother Shen is so kind, he said he would bring me a cake every year." "My daughter, my dear daughter." Recalling her daughter's pitiful little face when asking for the cake, and the blissful expression she wore when mentioning Shen Lang, the woman suddenly broke down, collapsing to the ground in a fit of sobs. "It's my fault, I'm so useless, I'm so useless." "Quit your wailing," the man bellowed, kicking the cake over. "Does this girl think my words are mere nonsense? I told her not to associate with unsavory people, and yet even in death, she has visitors. Who the hell is it?" "Dad, it must be Brother Shen coming to pay his respects," the young girl behind the man said, chewing gum. She had no friends except for Brother Shen. "Shen, is he that child adopted by the Tao family next door?" The man frowned, vaguely recalling the stubborn, frail boy that he was often subjected to. Yet, the child remained silent and defiant, no matter the punishment. "Enough, let us finish the offerings and go home." The man displayed evident impatience. "Old C is waiting for me to play cards. If not for the grave relocation, I wouldn't bother coming." He hadn't even shown up when his daughter was buried. This was his first visit. As he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, he was startled to see a handsome young man several meters. However, the woman and the girl recognized him instantly. "Auntie, Su." Shen Lang nodded gently to them. These two were none other than Chanchan's mother, Sun Min, and her sister, Su Siye. At that moment, Sun Min and Su Siye were also observing Shen Lang. A few years prior, he had been a mere college student, handsome yet rather unassuming. Now, he exuded a mature charm and striking good looks. Su Siye gazed at Shen Lang's beautiful visage, utterly entranced, her eyes wide open, scarcely daring to blink, a shy blush creeping onto her cheeks. Brother Shen looked so stunning, even the school heartthrob would be unworthy to carry his shoes. "Apologize." Shen Lang's gaze briefly flickered over Sun Min and Su Siye before settling heavily on the middle-aged man, Su Kai. "Kid, are you talking to me?" Su Kai, cigarette in mouth, could scarcely believe that the abused child of yours would dare address him so. "Apologize to Chanchan." Shen Lang's tone grew increasingly cold. "Do you even deserve to be called a father? Your own daughter was gravely ill, and you squandered your time in revelry, never once visiting her. You stayed far away from her funeral, never showing your face. Now that you see, are you worthy to be a father? Are you worthy to be a human being?" Su Kai turned pale from Shen Lang's scathing reprimand. "You little bastard, who the hell do you think you are to insult me?" His eyes blazing with fury, he raised his fist to strike Shen Lang, prompting gasps from Sun Min and Su Siye. Shen Lang remained rooted in place, his expression icy and unmoving. Only when Su Kai's fist drew near did he subtly sidestep, deftly twisting the man's arm behind him, knee pressing into his back, forcing him down to the ground amidst Su Kai's cries of agony. Chapter 67. If she were still alive, she would surely be exceptionally happy. Su Kai appeared to be robust, yet over the years, he had squandered his vitality either playing cards or indulging in debauchery with his unscrupulous companions, leaving his body thoroughly depleted. In contrast, Shen Lang maintained a daily fitness regimen, and 2 years ago, after shielding Gu Wanxia from harm, he had consciously taken to self-studying grappling techniques through online tutorials. Although his skills were modest, it was more than sufficient to subdue a person like Su Kai with ease. "Apologize. You little beast, let go of me, I am the father of that wretched girl. If you expect me to apologize to her, may lightning strike me." Su Kai struggled violently, his voice a frantic roar. "Isn't it enough that Chanchan has been bullied by you for all these years?" Shen Lang's eyes burned red. "She is dead. She is already dead, and you still dare to torment her. How can you be so cruel? I do not care whether you are her father, I will not allow anyone to bully her, not a soul."
Upon witnessing his fierce protection of her daughter, Su Xie stared blankly at his somewhat grim visage, a surge of intense bitterness and jealousy flooding her heart. Her sister was truly fortunate to have such a wonderful young man care for her. Her life was indeed worth it. You little bastard, I am her father. What are you to her? Does my daughter need you to meddle in her affairs? If you do not release me, I swear I will annihilate your entire family. Su Kai spat venomously. I do not wish to repeat myself. If you do not apologize, I will die alongside you today. Su Kai's body trembled as he turned his head to meet Shen Lang's gaze, which was ablaze with crimson fury, harboring an unfathomable killing intent. Qianqian has never experienced a day of happiness in her life. Why can't you let her rest in peace just because she is your daughter? How can you bully her so mercilessly, treating her as if she were less than human? What gives you the right? What gives you the right? Su Kai trembled, realizing he was facing a madman. He had no doubt that if he did not apologize today, this lunatic would not spare him. I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize. Qianqian, it is father's fault. I should not have smashed your cake or thought about moving your grave. Please forgive me. Father will never do such a thing again. As Shen Lang's trembling body gradually calmed, the blood. Su Kai, feeling a sense of relief, scrambled to his feet and stepped back a few paces from Shen Lang, resentment re-emerging in his gaze. You little bastard, you truly are insane. You dare to risk your life for a dead person. Just you wait, I will indeed relocate this grave. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. Su Kai turned around, glaring fiercely at Shen Lang. Do you know that I purchased this grave for Qianqian with my own money? Shen Lang spoke coldly. Su Kai froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at Sun Min. He had not known this detail, he only knew it had been donated by a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never have spent so much on an expensive burial for Qianqian. Old Su, yes, it was Xiaoshen who bought it. He was still in university at the time and had signed a one-year contract as a model with a company, which allowed him to receive the funds in advance. Sun Min sighed softly, lamenting that her daughter had encountered such a wonderful man yet lacked the fortune to be with him. If her daughter were still alive, she would surely be extraordinarily happy now. A flicker of complexity crossed Su Kai's eyes, but it quickly vanished. So what if he bought it at the proper... Land prices in Shanghai fluctuate yearly, and this area is about to experience significant development. It should at least triple. I'll buy it. What? Su Kai doubted his hearing. I said I will buy it. I am giving you time to obtain the property certificate and relevant documents. We will transfer ownership this afternoon. Shen Lang declared assertively. Finally, Su Kai comprehended, and a wild joy erupted across his rugged features. Are you serious? You are truly willing to give me 3 times the amount? This price was merely a casual shout from him. Even if the area was genuinely developing, 20,000 would be a stretch, but tripling it would amount to over 40,000, enough for him to indulge in countless young models. Alright, wait for me. I will retrieve the certificate immediately. With that, he dashed off, glancing back at Sun Min and Su Xie with unease. You two stay here with him, I will be right back. As Su Kai hurried away, Shen Lang did not spare him another glance. He crouched down to pick up the cake, now smeared with dirt and grime. I'm sorry, Qianqian, I failed to protect your birthday cake. Shen Lang's gaze fell despondently on the cake. Xiaoshen, do not be like this. Qianqian would not blame you. Sun Min wept. Shen Lang remained silent, crouched there, using a napkin to gently wipe the dirt off the cake before cutting himself a piece. I still remember the first cake I bought for you. I couldn't bear to eat it. You smiled and told me that eating it alone lacked flavor, insisting that I join you so it would taste better. Qianqian, I will eat it with you. Ignoring his own image, he sat down on the ground and stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. Sun Min and Su Xie stood behind him, their hearts heavy with sorrow, allowing silent tears to cascade down their cheeks, soaking into the earth. Qianqian, mother has not fulfilled her responsibility. I am truly sorry. I dream of you every night, and my heart aches as if pricked by needles. Back then, when you asked me for a birthday cake, I did not grant you that small wish. I feel so ashamed. Sun Min broke down in tears, mimicking Shen Lang's actions as she cut a piece of cake. Mother will also eat with you, my daughter. I hope you find peace in heaven, free from illness and calamity. Wu's sister, Xie, will eat with you too. The 3 of them sat on the ground, weeping as they consumed the dust-laden cake while the clouds swirled ominously above, indicating the impending arrival of a heavy rain. Chapter 68. The Regret of Su Miaohan. Child, as a mother, I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of Qianqian. Sun Min lifted her head, revealing a face, once radiant, now dulled by the passage of time, reminiscent of a beautiful melon seed. It was apparent that in her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. Alas, she had misplaced her affections and had lived a life fraught with turmoil, unable to protect even her own children. Auntie, there is no need for thanks. In the past, I lacked the ability and could only watch helplessly as Qianqian departed from my side. A warm tenderness flickered across Shen Lang's face. However, now that I possess some capabilities, I shall do everything within my power to safeguard Qianqian, ensuring she suffers no further harm. Sun Min felt both touched and sorrowful, her throat constricted, rendering her momentarily speechless. Su Xie gazed at his handsome and affectionate profile, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn. Her gaze gradually fell upon the charming photograph of the young girl on the gravestone, her expression melancholic. In her heart, she whispered, "Sister, I am envious of you." The distance from Qingpu to Yingshan spans over 60 kilometers, requiring more than an hour to traverse without traffic. The decision to purchase a burial plot here was a consensus between Shen Lang and Sun Min. The reasons were twofold. 1. The burial plots in this area were relatively affordable. 2. Sun Min's ancestral home was located in Yingshan district. Before Su Kai could arrive, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The three could only bid farewell to Qianqian and seek refuge from the rain at a nearby tea house at the foot of the mountain. The tea house, with its serene ambience and rustic decor, combined with the cool, drizzling rain outside, created an atmosphere of quiet melancholy. The fragrant aroma of tea lingered in the private room, yet Shen Lang, who typically relished tea, found himself devoid of any mood. "Xiao Shun, are you truly willing to spend over 400,000 to purchase that burial plot?" Sun Min remarked. "Do not heed Su Kai's nonsensical claims. That plot is not worth such an exorbitant sum." "I am aware," Shen Lang replied with a gentle nod. Sun Min paused, perplexed. "If you know, why still proceed with the purchase? Some matters cannot be quantified by mere currency." Shen Lang cast his gaze out the window as the rain intensified, resembling strands of pearls woven between heaven and earth. "This burial plot is rather remote. Even if Yingshan district develops, it would scarcely be worth over 200,000. By offering him such a sum, I do not wish to treat Qianqian's resting place as a commodity to haggle over, for that would be a profound disrespect to her. Secondly, I wish to buy out his right to pay respects. I do not desire a person of his ilk to disturb Qianqian's eternal slumber, and I believe she too would not wish to see him." Sun Min fell silent, her delicate eyes brimming with tears once more, and after a long pause, she spoke. "Xiao Shen, it is a blessing for Qianqian to have a friend like you." "No, you have it wrong," Shen Lang shook his head. "Auntie understands your sentiments, but Qianqian has been gone for so many years." Sun Min sighed softly. "Xiao Shen, I hope you can look forward and not dwell in the pain of the past. I believe Qianqian, from above, would feel heartache witnessing you like this." "Thank you, Auntie. I will strive to do so." Shen Lang accepted her goodwill. Outside, the wind and rain rustled the willows, a rumble of thunder split the sky, and the dark heavens suddenly brightened. A faint smile appeared on Shen Lang's lips as he gazed up at the shrouded sky, as if he could see the charming young girl smiling down at him. "Qianqian, do you wish for me to embrace a new life? Here it comes, here it comes. The things are here." Su Kai burst through the door of the private room, panting with excitement. "Kid, you're not having second thoughts, are you? It's just about quitting time. Let us hurry and finalize the transfer." "Agreed on 3 times the amount. Not a penny less." Shen Lang nodded. "I will provide the funds, but only after the transfer is completed. Additionally, you must sign this guarantee." "Guarantee? What guarantee?" Su Kai approached and picked it up to read. The content of the guarantee was straightforward. Upon receiving the money, Su Kai would not return to the burial site for memorials, nor could he relocate. The grave failure to comply would result in double compensation. Seeing how simple it was, Su Kai signed without a second thought, imprinting his seal. The transfer process proceeded smoothly, and when Shen Lang received the certificate, a heavy burden was finally lifted from his heart. "Auntie, Xia, I must take my leave. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call. I will certainly help in any way I can." Shen Lang called for a rideshare, which was waiting downstairs. Just as he was about to depart, Su Xia suddenly grasped him. "Let us exchange WeChat. With sister gone, Xia will be here for you." Shen Lang turned back, momentarily entranced by her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Qianqian's. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to his childhood. On that day, Qianqian had brought a small girl to him, saying, "Brother Shen Lang, this is my sister Xia, she shall be your sister from now on." Seeing her nervous little face, a surge of tenderness welled up within Shen Lang. "The time agreed upon with the television station and online media is running short. We must make a decision soon." Zheng Shanshan's anxious voice came through the phone. Dressed in a silk nightgown, Su Miaohan's fair face bore a slight rosy hue from the wine, enhancing her allure. She languidly reclined on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, her dreamy eyes drifting off into the distance. "I have matters to attend to today. Let us discuss the advertising issues when I come to the office tomorrow." After hanging up, Su Miaohan opened the WeChat chat with Shen Lang, scrolling upwards slowly. "President Su, I have something to attend to tomorrow. May I request a leave of absence?" "President Su, you should regularly visit the hospital for a checkup on your stomach. I consulted the doctor, and maintaining a regular diet and sleep schedule is essential. Unstable emotions can also impact gastric health. President Su, you ought to refrain from drinking, it will hinder your stomach's recovery." She attempted to locate a message she had sent, her fingers growing sore from scrolling, but she could not find it. The majority of the messages were Shen Lang's one-sided conversations, and her replies consisted mainly of with responses exceeding 3 words being rare. It suddenly dawned on her that she had previously overlooked this individual. She had believed that having Chu Gongzi in her heart meant she should not get too close to other men. This was not an indication of her indifference, but rather her principle in dealing with relationships. In light of her connection with Chu Gongzi, she had deliberately avoided excessive interaction with Shen Lang, even abstaining from conversation, as a way to be responsible towards one another. Yet at this moment, she felt a deep sense of regret for the sake of someone like Chu Gongzi. She may have missed out on far too much ding-dong. As she was lost in thought, a notification from Dul resonated, and Su Miaohan's eyes brightened instinct. Chapter 69 Manuscript on Shen Lang's desk. You once said you liked everything I adored, yet I would rather you cherish all that you loved. I in this lifetime, our fate is fleeting. In the next, I wish to transform into a lilac, blooming by the path you must traverse. Staring at this passage, Su Miaohan was left in a daze for quite some time, contemplating its meaning. Was he confessing to someone? The phrase about their fleeting fate suggests that in this life, an enduring connection between them is impossible, or perhaps, the person he loved is no longer present? Suddenly, Su Miaohan recalled that Gu Wanxia had mentioned yesterday that Shen Lang had departed without a word upon learning of her acceptance of Chu Gongzi's proposal. Could it be that he felt their chances were irrevocably lost because she had agreed to marry another man, prompting him to pen these words? The regret and desolation woven into the text were palpable, imbued with a profound sense of longing and helplessness. How deeply must he have cared for this person to write, in the next life, I wish to transform into a lilac, blooming by the... With this thought, Su Miaohan's emotions grew increasingly intricate. Images of that elegant figure flashed through her mind, his gentle eyes, his warm, magnetic voice, and his busy silhouette in the kitchen, turned away from her. During their prolonged separation due to work, she had felt no particular sentiment, but now, knowing he had completely exited her world, she was struck by a disorienting discomfort, as if the entire world had dimmed in his absence. Burdened by heavy thoughts, Su Miaohan opened the video. At the soft, melancholic strumming of the guitar conveyed a profound sorrow, establishing the tone of the song. The singer's slightly hoarse voice, filled with emotion, unfolded a pristine and unblemished. Such a melancholic bloom, how sentimental the soul. Shen Lang's voice was enchanting, imbued with a gentle sorrow that irresistibly resonated with the listener. Su Miaohan fixated on the lyrics, each word drawing her in. The melody was captivating, and she recognized it as yet another rare gem. Yet, her thoughts were far removed from this appreciation. She sought to unearth Shen Lang's most authentic feelings from these lyrics. Unbeknownst to her, the song had already reached the chorus. The grave is adorned with blooming flowers, a beauty you so desperately long for. Look, across the mountains and fields, do you still feel alone? These words pierced her heart, reaching the depths of her soul, enveloping her in a wave of poignant melancholy. Instinctively, Su Miaohan straightened her posture, her expression momentarily vacant. What did this mean? Was it a reference to the grave of love? Did he believe that she had committed to Chu Gongzi, thus rendering his affection a thing of the past? Was that the implication? In that moment, Su Miaohan found her heart in disarray. She was uncertain of her feelings for Shen Lang. Perhaps it was merely an adjustment period, or perhaps, it was sympathy towards his terminal illness. However, one thing was clear, she certainly harbored feelings for him. This realization struck her with particular intensity when faced with Gu Wanxia's unabashed confession of her affection. Yet, she remained uncertain whether these feelings had escalated to the level of affection or even love. After the song concluded, Su Miaohan replayed it repeatedly, a dozen times over, with each lip. Gently sipping her red wine, her gaze fell upon the heart-shaped icon. The song had only been released for an hour, yet it had garnered over 10,000 likes. She could not help but acknowledge that this usually refined and unassuming man was indeed extraordinarily talented, effortlessly crafting a melodious song. In comparison, the self-assured and ostentatious Chu Gongzi paled in significance. His songs, laden with electronic noise to mask his vocal inadequacies, now seemed nothing more than cacophony. With her slender, fair fingers, Su Miaohan delicately tapped into the comments section. Oh, Tang Jiayao, I miss you. How are you in heaven? Lang Gu has truly outdone himself. This song is heart-wrenching. Listening to this song reminds me of my wife. She was lovely, graceful, and exceptionally understanding, even knowing when I was under pressure and selflessly choosing to leave with my brothers. Hello, Lang Gu. I've been sharing your songs on other platforms, and the feedback has been wonderful. The earnings are quite impressive. Everyone is eagerly awaiting new releases, so please don't be ungrateful and delay my opportunity to earn. The person above has no shame. Lang Gu, my girlfriend adores you. She must listen to your songs every night to sleep, and now she's on the brink of death, wishing only to hear your new song before she passes. This song, released an hour ago, is already old. Can you not release a new one to fulfill her last wish? Reading these comments, Su Miaohan couldn't help but chuckle, amused by the creativity of these fans. Yet, amidst her laughter, thoughts of Shen Lang resurfaced. What was he doing now? Was his health still holding up? Looking up towards the second floor, she recalled how, whenever she felt down and sat on the couch with a drink, his figure would always appear, gently reminding her that drinking wasn't good. Her vision suddenly blurred as she stood up, somewhat disoriented, and made her way to the second floor, stopping at the door of the vacant room. For the past 2 days, she had been hesitant to enter. Every detail within that room, particularly the piano still covered in a dustcloth, brought her an unbearable sense of heartache. Those around her, including Chen Meng, Zhao Yiding, and even her parents and younger brother, had all insisted that Shen Lang was merely a gold digger. Now, gazing at the quiet piano standing there, she found it utterly ridiculous. If he were truly the kind of man who craved vanity, why would he reject this piano worth nearly 10 million? Standing at the doorway for what felt like an eternity, Su Miaohan could no longer contain herself. After Shen Lang's departure, she stepped into the room for the first time. Her gaze swept across the space, and she found that all of Shen Lang's belongings were gone. The room was impeccably tidy, clearly having been meticulously cleaned before his departure. Soon, her eyes fell upon the desk, and she realized, to her surprise, that a neat stack of manuscripts lay arranged upon it. Chapter 70 Su Miaohan's discovery in the room. Everything had been taken away, leaving only a stack of manuscripts behind. With a hint of curiosity, Su Miaohan swiftly approached and picked up the... There were over a dozen sheets of paper. The moment she lifted them, she realized that they were a collection of advertising proposals. Xianqi Spring is a little sweet? Su Miaohan felt as though struck by lightning.
As an insider, she instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this slogan. It was succinct yet brimming with tension. It rolled off the tongue effortlessly, encapsulating the unique advantages of the product and the consumer's yearning for a better life. Particularly, the phrase "a little sweet" precisely and vividly summarized the characteristics of Xianqi Spring, highlighting its distinction from other brands and establishing a striking brand image.
Xianqi Spring is a little sweet, good, splendid. Su Miaohan could not help but feel a surge of excitement.
During this time, she had reviewed hundreds of slogans and even crafted a few herself, yet none bore the impact of "a little sweet." Suppressing her inner joy, she turned her attention to the second proposal. In 2008, within the primeval forest of Xianqi Mountain, Xianqi Spring discovered a rare low-sodium natural spring and chose this site for a new factory. Xianqi Spring has established 10 factories across the nation's 8 premier water sources, each factory a testament to our commitment to quality. From source to product, we do not produce water. We are merely the carriers of nature.
We do not produce water, we are merely the carriers of nature?
Su Miaohan's spirit was shaken. In an instant, she grasped the brilliance of this slogan. Firstly, with the evolution of consumer values and rising living standards, consumers have increasingly devalued minerals and trace elements. Some, influenced by various video bloggers and experts, even harbor aversions to mineral water laden with additives. Conversely, this pure, unpolluted, zero-additive spring water from deep within the mountains naturally garners greater admiration. Secondly, this serves as a self-declaration of the product, embodying an endorsement for environmental protection, reflecting the company's sense of social responsibility and wisdom in shouldering greater obligations.
How did he come up with this?
The more Su Miaohan pondered, the more marvelous it seemed, the effects of alcohol dissipating.
Armed with these two slogans and the complete advertising concept penned by Shen Lang, Su Miaohan felt not only confident in defeating the Jiang Group in a short span but also determined to elevate the Xianqi Spring brand to new heights. As she flipped through the pages, the initial 7 or 8 sheets were dedicated to the advertising concepts surrounding these two slogans. To her surprise, the latter pages contained 2 sheets of promotional planning for Xianqi Spring. A song called Ordinary Road provided the answers to their bewildered hearts, rekindling their pursuit of passion and steadfast beliefs. The players reformed their team, drinking Xianqi Spring, training with renewed vigor, welcoming a new dawn amidst laughter and hardship. A triumphant victory seemed to dispel all darkness, revealing answers to all confusion. Wow! Your smile is so sweet.
Indeed, I never expected we could smile so sweetly. Accompanied by illustrations, the text allowed Su Miaohan to grasp this inspirational story instantly. The line, "Indeed, I never expected we could smile so sweetly," perfectly echoed Xianqi Spring is a little sweet, underscoring the product's theme and brand image, imbuing the brand with an inspirational symbol. Su Miaohan stared blankly at the manuscripts, the shock within her lingering, intertwined with a bittersweet emotion. She had not realized that Shen Lang was aware of her company's struggles. Perhaps during her moments of furrowing brows, daydreaming, or hiding in her study to make phone calls, he had sensed something. Great love is often unspoken. He had always been that way, performing every deed for her silently and unobtrusively, yet always impeccably timed, making it easy to overlook his kindness. After lingering in silence for a considerable, the handwriting was remarkably beautiful, vigorous and powerful, evoking a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, her eyes widened as they landed on a corner of the manuscript. There, prominently illustrated, was a simple drawing of a lilac flower. Chapter 71:2 choices before, her attention had been entirely captivated by the text, engrossed in its content to the point of being oblivious to her surroundings. It was only now that she noticed the 4 corners of the manuscript were adorned with delicate sketches of lilacs. Su Miaohan stood there, as if carved from wood, her hands, delicate as frost-kissed snow, trembling ever so slightly. The thin stack of paper felt heavier than mountains at that moment, an unbearable weight pressing upon her. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly flipped through the manuscript, each page mirroring the last, each corner decorated with the same lilac sketch. This was evidently a habit cultivated by the author over. Deep within Su Miaohan's heart, it felt as though a barrier had shattered in an instant. Alongside the intense pain, there surged a sense of relief. She slowly seated herself in Shen Lang's chair, her thoughts drifting as memories of her time with Chu Gongzi replayed in her mind. Their first encounter, surrounded by a gaggle of girls, he stood like a star among constellations, arrogant and indifferent. He had held a bouquet of roses, boldly professing his love. After her clear rejection, he stood day after day beneath the dormitory building, unfazed by the curious glances of others, undeterred by rain or shine, waiting without fail. Su Miaohan vividly recalled the moment she tentatively agreed to date him. The uncontainable joy and excitement on his face at that instant seemed to suggest he had gained the world. She also remembered his solemn vow to carve out a place for himself in the entertainment industry, to earn her family's approval, and to grandly bring her into his life. What lingered most in her memory was during a pitch-black night in the mountains, when she found herself in utter despair, and he shone a flashlight like a beam of sacred light, illuminating her darkened world. At that moment, seeing the astonished joy on his face upon their reunion, Su Miaohan knew that, at least for that fleeting instant, she truly wished to walk alongside this man forever. Yet, with the passage of time, that love had faded. Even knowing that their relationship was utterly impossible, she sincerely wished him well, vowing to offer any assistance she could should he ever. However, at this very moment, the remnants of her gratitude crumbled entirely, leaving only indifference. "Chen Meng, come to my house," she said as she dialed Chen Meng's number, uttering just one sentence before hanging up. When Chen Meng hurriedly arrived, she entered the villa using the code she had memorized from her occasional visits to retrieve items for Su Miaohan. Upon reaching the second floor, she found Su Miaohan seated at Shen Lang's desk, engrossed in a pile of manuscripts.
"Miaohan, why did you call me over so late?"
Chen Meng inquired curiously as she stepped inside.
"You're here?"
Su Miaohan did not lift her gaze. Shen Lang plopped down on the bed, smiling as she said, "By the way, Miaohan, Zhang Yuqing's song has just been released on Penguin Music and has already topped the new song charts. It's incredibly popular. Also, Zhang Yuqing called the company tonight, saying she wants to invite you and Xu Gongzi to dinner to thank you both for giving her this song." Su Miaohan's face revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Chen Meng, sensing something amiss, asked, "Miaohan, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Su Miaohan finally set the manuscript down, sitting up straight and fixing her piercing gaze upon Chen Meng. A sudden unease washed over Chen Meng. Having been by Su Miaohan's side for so many years, she understood her character all too well. And no matter how furious she became, she would never display it openly. Instead, she would scrutinize you with a piercing gaze or even choose to ignore you altogether. Su Miaohan shifted her gaze away from Chen Meng's face, letting out a soft sigh. "Chen Meng, after all these years, how do you perceive my treatment of you?" Hearing this, Chen Meng stood up nervously. "Miaohan, what's wrong with you? Answer me." Chen Meng bit her lip, her complexion paling. "I am merely a child from a poor family. Had it not been for our close relationship, and your care for me, I might be just like most of my peers, struggling in this city with a meager salary, or perhaps I wouldn't even manage to survive here. Miaohan, you have given me everything. Without you, I would not be where I am today." Su Miaohan's voice turned colder. "Have I ever offended you in any way? How could you ever offend me? Then why do you treat me like a fool?" Chen Meng shivered, her face drained of color. I don't understand what you're saying. I have always placed my trust in you, believing wholeheartedly that you would treat me sincerely, so I have never doubted your words." Su Miaohan's gaze was sharp. "You should know my character. I despise those who feign loyalty while deceiving me. As my secretary and closest confidant, you are among the few I hold dear. Yet you, alongside others, have treated me like a fool. Chen Meng, I am profoundly disappointed in you." Chen Meng stood there, bewildered and trembling. Although Su Miaohan did not specify the issue, she instinctively understood that the only deception she had ever committed against Su Miaohan was in collusion with Xu Gongzi to plagiarize Shen Lang's work. Xu Gongzi has gone to great lengths to gain my favor, stealing the work of others as if it were his own. I can only feel disappointment towards him. Su Miaohan stated solemnly, "But you have caused me great heartache." Tears streamed down Chen Meng's face like a cascade of pearls, and in the next moment, "I am truly sorry, I never wanted to do this," sob. I really didn't want to. Observing her in such a state, Su Miaohan could not help but recall their past bond. "I am quite aware of who you are. This must have been a request from Xu Gongzi. However, regardless of the intentions behind it, the deed is done. I now present you with two choices. 1. You resign voluntarily. 2. You are reassigned to the marketing department of Xianqi Spring as a team leader. When you achieve results, I will consider promoting you. How you choose is entirely up to you." Chen Meng, with tear-filled eyes, raised her head, contemplating without hesitation. "Miaohan, I made a grave mistake in this matter. I have felt immense guilt during this time. From the moment I entered Su Corporation, I wish to remain here for a lifetime. I long to call this place my home forever. If you grant me an opportunity for redemption, I will cherish it and ensure I do not report to the marketing department tomorrow." Chapter 72 Biological Parents. Chen Meng, wiping away her tears, rose to her feet. Just as she reached the doorway, she found her. "You were the one who took him out?" Su Miaohan's brows furrowed in disbelief. She had always assumed that Shen Lang had left without a word due to some emotional turmoil, and now, Chen Meng, unwilling to deceive her any longer, nodded and confessed, "Shen Lang is truly a wonderful person. Under those circumstances, he not only patiently urged me to prepare medicinal porridge for you but also entrusted me with the sheet music of that song to pass on to you. It was my moment of being misled by. If you happen to meet him, could you please convey my apologies?" After Chen Meng departed, Su Miaohan sat in silence for an extended period before finally dialing a number. "Please arrange a meeting with Miss Zhang Yuqing, inviting her to lunch with me tomorrow at the Chaoyuan Hotel." In the company dormitory, Wang Qin was bubbling with excitement as she reported, "Shingu, your song Lilac has become an incredible hit. Did you know? It just launched today and has already skyrocketed to third place on the Dil New Songs chart. My goodness, Lu Gu is overjoyed, and the company is already planning to shoot music videos for your 3 songs." Shen Lang smiled and nodded. "Not bad at all. Let Lu Gu handle the arrangements. I will cooperate. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, you should prepare yourself for the next few days. Lu Gu has secured several commercial performances for you, all within Shanghai." "All right." After a moment's thought, Shen Lang said, "Wang Qin, I have a favor to ask." "Go ahead." "Taking care of your needs is my job," she replied. Shen Lang chuckled. "I plan to buy a car, with a budget of 1 million. As for the type of car, I leave that to your discretion, just avoid anything too eccentric in color." "Buying a car? That's right up my alley. I have a friend who works at a forest dealership, so leave it to me," Wang Qin declared confidently as she patted her wallet. Shen Lang nodded, tidied himself up a bit, and donned his pocket before heading to Nanya Hospital. Upon entering Grandpa Li's hospital room, Shen Lang was pleasantly surprised to find Grandma Zhao there, quietly conversing with Grandpa Li. "Grandma Zhao," he called out as he stepped inside. "Ah Lang, you've come," Grandma Zhao replied with, "There's no need for you to come so often. Ms.Su has donated so much money to our orphanage, you should work hard for her," she added. "This child is just so stubborn. He's been like this since he was little," Grandpa Li remarked, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation.
Though he was being chided, Shen Lang felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Don't worry, I'm young and strong, my work won't be hindered. While caregivers are good, nothing compares to the care from one's own grandson, Grandpa Li said. Hearing this, both he and Grandma Zhao felt a surge of warmth, exchanging knowing glances and nodding gently at one another. Lang, over the years, have you ever thought about your biological? Shen Lang was taken aback. Are you referring to the Tao family? Certainly not, those two are as cold-hearted as they come, they do not deserve to be called your family. At the mention of them, Grandma Zhao's expression darkened. Shen Lang calmly shook his head. Grandma, when I was younger, I would see other children with their parents, and I did feel envious, but eventually, I stopped thinking about it. I have you, and Grandpa Li, along with the brothers and sisters from the orphanage. I have lived a very happy life over the years, and I have never lacked love. Right now, all I want is to be here for you and Grandpa Li, and to look after the children at the orphanage. You are my family. Good boy, Grandma Zhao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lang, if one day your biological parents were to come looking for you, what would you do? This question had never crossed Shen Lang's mind, and he found himself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he replied, I have never thought about it, but I do not wish to acknowledge them. They abandoned me in a garbage heap. From that moment on, my connection with them was severed for life. As those words left his lips, Shen Lang noticed the expressions on Grandma Zhao and Grandpa Li's faces. They appeared quite pleased. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Grandma Zhao's sudden inquiry made him wonder if his biological parents truly had come looking for him. The thought filled him with anxiety. In both his past and present lives, he had been an orphan, solitary and sensitive, and had never experienced the warmth of parental love, and now, the prospect of his biological parents seeking him out made him extremely uneasy. Your biological parents have not come looking for you, Grandma Zhao seemed to see through his thoughts. Over the years, I have been searching for your biological parents on behalf of you children, visiting the police station and the newspaper. His current life was going well, and he did not wish for a sudden intrusion of a stranger family to disrupt his peaceful existence. Child, please fetch a kettle of hot water for your grandfather. I have some matters I wish to discuss with him privately, Grandma Zhao said with a smile. Shen Lang quickly nodded and exited the room with the kettle. Chapter 73 Shen Lang's marriage. How did Li Zhongnian speak to you today? Inquired Grandma Zhao. Grandpa Li sighed. The old master is no longer capable, he has been bedridden for over half a year, and he may not survive this winter. Grandma Zhao fell silent for a moment, furrowing her brow. Does he wish for you to return? Grandpa Li nodded. That is indeed his intention, but upon learning of my current condition, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Xiao Chui, although this child, Lang, has kept it from me to spare my worries, I have nonetheless heard from the caregiver that I am suffering from late-stage lung cancer, with perhaps only a month or two left. Seeing tears stream down Grandma Zhao's face, he hastily extended his frail hand to wipe them away. Do not weep, do not weep. Life and death are fated, and everyone must face this ordeal, it is inescapable. I am already 70, this age cannot be deemed untimely. Old man, how can you be so heartless? What shall I do when you are gone? Grandma Zhao collapsed against him, weeping uncontrollably. Tears glistened in Grandpa Li's eyes as he gently caressed her silver strands, filled with remorse. Xiao Chui, you have endured so much alongside me over the years. Grandma Zhao fervently shook her head. Having spent decades with you, I have found joy in it. Never have I felt wronged for a single day. It is I who have wronged you, depriving you of the life of a young master, never granting you a son or daughter. Grandpa Li's murky gaze shimmered with affection. You came to our village with the urban youth, a pampered young master, unable to lift a hand or shoulder a burden, clumsily ridiculed by many. As Grandma Zhao reminisced, a faint smile graced her lips. Grandpa Li chuckled. I was particularly ambitious back then, striving to excel in everything. Yet, ironically, my efforts in agricultural work often ended in failure. I recall a confrontation with the village bully, Zheng Ernio, who summoned 7 or 8 men to block me, and it was you who stood in front of me. At that moment, you wore a floral dress, patched in several places, with 2 thick braids, defiantly arguing with that band of ruffians. I thought to myself, how could such a beautiful and courageous girl exist? How wonderful it would be to bring her home. Grandma Zhao silently shed tears, tightly grasping his withered hand. Zhongchuan, after all these years, do you regret marrying? She understood the sacrifices this man had made for her. He should have been the second young master of a grand family, living in luxury and ease, yet, for her sake, he resolutely relinquished his betrothed from the wealthy clan, severing ties with his family, forsaking glory and status to dwell with her in a remote rural corner. Do not weep. While I have sacrificed material comforts, I have attained spiritual fulfillment. Grandpa Li raised his frail hand, tenderly stroking her once youthful, now aged countenance. These years spent nurturing those children, watching them grow day by day, engaging in meaningful endeavors surpasses all else. Yet, it has pained you, enduring life's storms and toils alongside me. Grandma Zhao pressed his hand against her face. Marrying a chicken means following the chicken, marrying a dog means following the dog. As long as you pursue what you desire, I shall accompany you without regret. Moreover, I genuinely cherish these children. I know you worry about their futures, fear not, as long as I draw breath, I shall care for this group of children. Grandpa Li shook his head. I do not worry for them. As long as Shen Lang is here, I have faith that he will look after them in my stead. My concern lies with Shen Lang. At this juncture, he could not suppress a sigh. In recent years, Lang has endured much hardship to raise funds for my treatment and to reconstruct the orphanage. Such a handsome young man has suffered greatly because of me and the orphanage. He is now 25 and has yet to date a girl. I have delayed this child's happiness. Grandma Zhao felt deeply moved, recalling how Shen Lang had silently borne the burden of medical expenses and the orphanage's reconstruction alone, never complaining of hardship, always wearing a cheerful facade before them, causing her heart to ache with unspoken sorrow. This child is too kind-hearted and righteous. I worry that after I depart, he will shoulder the entire responsibility of the orphanage alone, jeopardizing his own happiness. Back then, I was fortunate to find such a wonderful wife like you, yet in today's society, which girl would willingly endure hardship alongside him in the orphanage, bearing the responsibilities of so many children's daily lives? Grandpa Li sighed. What do you plan to do? Grandma Zhao asked. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Li replied, though I left home years ago, the Li family still possesses a share of my assets. I have not returned in all these years. The old master has personally managed this portion of the assets. I intend to transfer this share to Shen Lang's name. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Grandma Zhao agreed, that would be best. Given Lang's care, he would never neglect the children in the orphanage. Moreover, this is what we owe him. When the Tao couple came to the orphanage to adopt a child, we believed Lang to be the most sensible and well-behaved. The outcome was, the past was too painful to recall, that small child, subjected to the couple's brutal beatings, remained silent out of fear of implicating the orphanage, returning only with cheerful news. Had it not been for Li Zhongquan's visit, which inadvertently revealed the couple's cruelty, they might have remained oblivious. That day, when Shen Lang was brought back, the couple wept for an entire night upon seeing the myriad scars on his frail body. This incident had long haunted Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao, burdening them with guilt for pushing Shen Lang into the abyss. Lang is no longer a child. Grandpa Li stated, back then, the Li family arranged. The Zhang girl remains unmarried and has no boyfriend. I plan to discuss with him about arranging a marriage between Lang and the Zhang girl. Chapter 74 Grandfather Li's determination. What is the character of the girl from the Zhang family? Grandmother Zhao. She is a year older than Lang and is named Zhang Manon. She is said to be one of the twin beauties of Shanghai, renowned for her beauty and remarkable business acumen, capable of handling matters independently at such a tender age. Grandmother Zhao remained somewhat apprehensive, as she knew Lang intimately, having fed him spoonfuls of rice soup since he was a child. His kindness and amiability were evident, yet having spent over 20 years living in the lower echelons of society, she feared he might feel out of place amidst such affluent connections. My motives are not entirely selfless, Li Zhongquan sighed. In recent years, the Li family has faced some decline in business, largely due to the repercussions of the mask incident a few years back, which has adversely affected our import-export dealings. The Zhang family is a dominant force in this international metropolis, possessing two prime docks that are crucial to the Li family's operations. The only avenue for the Li family to harness the Zhang family's influence is through marriage. However, our current generation is sparse. My elder brother's two grandsons, while Li Zhiyuan shows promise, Li Tian'er is nothing short of a complete failure. I do well, indulging in reckless behavior. It is said he delights in toying with the actresses of the. He even took on the moniker Li Tian'er, claiming that he is first, and I am second. My brother had initially considered a betrothal between Li Tian'er and Zhang Manon, but such a wastrel would never. This news was foreign to her. No wonder that vivacious little sparrow had not graced their presence in years. She envisioned the girl, trailing behind Lang like a small shadow, sweetly calling him Brother Shen Lang, her wide eyes filled with unspoken affection. She had once teased the girl about wanting to be Lang's little wife when she grew up, causing the young girl to blush deeply while casting shy glances at Lang. It was unimaginable that such a lively young soul had departed this world at such a tender age. Grandmother Zhao sighed heavily. These two children had such promise, yet alas, fate was unkind. Li Zhongquan lamented, during those 2 years, Lang lived as though he were a mere shell of himself, a once vibrant young man now stripped of his youthful vigor. Though much time has passed, he has not yet moved on. Just the other night, as he kept me company by my bedside, I overheard him calling out for Qianshan in his dreams. Grandmother Zhao felt her eyes welling with tears. If we inform him now about this marriage, he will likely resist. Li Zhongquan's expression bore a hint of remorse. I wish to reveal this to him on the day I depart. Given his nature, he is unlikely to refuse then. Grandmother Zhao's heart sank. Was this not a moral coercion? Lang, being the dutiful son, would undoubtedly fulfill this dying wish, of that she was certain. Zhongquan, must it be done this way? Grandmother Zhao felt my father has been bedridden, and I, as his son, have not even been able to visit him. Li Zhongquan's eyes glistened with tears. My brother has informed me that our father has been calling my name these past few days. I feel an overwhelming guilt. I have failed as a son. Given my current state, I can no longer repay his nurturing, but the least I can do is orchestrate a union between Lang and the Zhang family, contributing in some small measure to the Li family's legacy. Grandmother Zhao's heart ached, yet she found herself unable to voice any further objections. She understood that Li Zhongquan had long been nostalgic for family, often feeling melancholic during festive seasons, standing alone in a bow of respect to the north. She knew all too well that this longing stemmed from her own actions. But what about Lang? And Grandmother Zhao's tears fell silently. Li Zhongquan sighed wearily, I have wronged this child. However, the Zhang girl is of exceptional character and duty. A union between them would hardly be a slight against him and could lead to a new chapter in his life, allowing him to move on from Qianshan. You are gentle-hearted. Do not let your emotions betray you in front of Lang. Understanding his resolution was firm, Grandmother Zhao could only nod, hoping earnestly that the Zhang family would treat Lang with kindness. Chapter 75 The Acknowledgement of Kinship. As Shen Lang returned from the hot water room, he noticed that Grandpa Li was not in good spirits. He quickly set down the kettle and approached with concern.
Grandpa, are you in pain again? Allow me to give you a massage.
No, it's unnecessary. Li Zhongchuan mustered a smile, attempting to uplift his demeanor.
Ah Lang, you once mentioned that you did not wish to seek out your biological parents, even if they came looking for you. Is that truly the case?
Shen Lang was taken aback by the question but nodded gently. Grandpa Li, you know I have never lied to you. Good child, Li Zhongchuan expressed with a
whatever you need, I am at your service.
Li Zhongchuan exchanged a glance with Grandma Zhao, extending his frail hand to grasp Shen Lang's.
Ah Lang, you have been raised by me since childhood.
I taught you how to be kind and how to navigate the world. I am proud to see you have grown into a person of commendable character.
Grandpa takes pride in you.
Hearing this made Shen Lang's heart ache, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the calloused hand of his elder.
Do you know why I named you Shen Lang? Shen Lang shook his head.
He only recalled a unique longevity lock he wore around his neck as a child, engraved with the character. The character carries multiple meanings, but it signifies waves. I hope you grow up healthy, flowing through the vast ocean of life like the waves. I never expected you to achieve great success.
I only wish for you to live well and grow strong.
Li Zhongchuan used his other hand to pat Shen Lang's knuckles. Throughout your life, you have never caused worry for me and your grandmother. You have always played the role of a big brother, caring for the other children and alleviating much of our burden. Though you are not our biological grandson, in our eyes, you are dearer than a biological one. Shen Lang's voice quivered. Grandpa, your and Grandma's kindness towards me is immeasurable.
In my heart, you are even closer than my biological grandparents.
Excellent. Li Zhongchuan's face brimmed with satisfaction. Child, you are aware that your grandmother and I have lived our lives without children, which is indeed a regret. I am well aware of my health, and I fear I may not have much time left. Just now, your grandmother and I discussed the possibility of formally acknowledging you as our grandson. What are your thoughts on this? Shen Lang was momentarily stunned.
Grandpa, are you unwilling?
No, of course not. Shen Lang felt a sense of confusion. He could not fathom why such formalities were necessary given their current relationship.
Ah Lang, your grandmother understands your feelings.
You should heed your grandfather's wishes. If you do not acknowledge this kinship, the little assets he possesses will not come to you. Grandma Zhao interjected. In aristocratic families, there are rules. Even if the assets belong to Li Zhongchuan, without an heir, they will not be passed on. Shen Lang, not particularly concerned about the assets, noticed Grandpa Li's eager gaze upon him and could not bear to refuse.
Grandpa, if I acknowledge this kinship, will I have to change my surname to Li?
Li Zhongchuan paused for a moment.
While a name change would be ideal, he ultimately shook his head.
There is no need to change your surname. You are, after all, a person without roots, and the only remnant of your origins is the character.
I should not strip that away from you.
It should remain a part of your identity.
However, there are 2 points I must clarify beforehand.
Once you acknowledge this kinship, you will need to transfer your household registration to the Li family and be included in our family genealogy. Once you enter the Li family, there is no possibility of leaving. You will be a member of the Li family in life and in death. Secondly, as a member of the Li family, you must adhere to our family. These 2 stipulations posed no significant challenge for him. His household registration was currently at the orphanage, so relocating it mattered little, and following the rules was, of course, expected.
Does this mean you agree?
Li Zhongchuan beamed with joy.
Grandpa, I agree.
Wonderful, splendid. Cough. Li Zhongchuan's excitement was palpable, his face flushed with enthusiasm, but it was accompanied by a fit of intense coughing. Shen Lang hurriedly moved to pat his back.
This is a moment of joy.
Li Zhongchuan exclaimed, at last, my lineage will continue, and it will be through such an exceptional child.
Now, we have fulfilled that wish. Even if I were to pass away now, there would be no regrets.
Our intentions are twofold: to fulfill our dream and to ensure that you are not taken advantage of in the future, providing you with a layer of protection. If there comes a day when you regret this, I hope you will not blame your grandparents. Shen Lang, flustered, replied, Grandma, please do not say that. I know you both have my best interests at heart.
Li Zhongchuan seemed rejuvenated, his complexion brightening as he spoke cheerfully.
Ah Lang, since you have agreed, that makes matters much simpler. Return home today to prepare, rest well, and regain your strength tomorrow. Wear your best attire and remember to bring the necessary documents. I will summon the relevant personnel to the ward to complete all formalities promptly. Shen Lang felt a twinge of confusion at this statement. Summoning officials to the ward for paperwork, was Grandpa's condition so grave that he was speaking nonsensically? After all, those were government officials, not someone who could be summoned at will. He refrained from voicing his doubts. At this moment, regardless of what Li Zhongchuan said or did, he would comply with his wishes. Grandma Zhao, noticing the perplexed expression on his face, understood his thoughts but offered no further explanation, simply smiling as she said, hurry back.
With me here to care for your grandfather, he will be just fine.
Shen Lang nodded. Grandpa, please take care, and I will come to see you tomorrow.
Yes, go on back.
Li Zhongchuan wore a beaming smile, as if he had suddenly regained a decade of youth. Chapter 76 The Fierce Lady Fears the Entangling Man. As Shen Lang stepped out of the hospital room and turned a corner, a delicate hand, as white as jade, suddenly landed on his shoulder.
Shen Lang. Startled, Shen Lang turned to find Zhao Yiting's charming, smiling face, shaped like a beautiful melon seed. Miss Xiao, what a coincidence to run into you again, Shen Lang replied with a smile. Not really. My grandfather is hospitalized here, and everyone else in the family is busy, so I'm the only one left to care for him. Zhao Yiting's beautiful eyes roamed over his handsome visage. You seem to be looking much better today. Not bad, the quality of my sleep has improved these past couple of days. Zhao Yiting's gaze suddenly turned sympathetic. Don't be too downhearted. Modern medicine is quite advanced, there might still be hope. Shen Lang presumed that Su Miaohan had informed her of Grandpa Li's illness and nodded in gratitude. Their acquaintance was scant, and after exchanging a few brief pleasantries, upon learning that she was undergoing surgery, he could only leave for the time being. As he stepped outside, a few drops of rain fell upon him. The sky was overcast, indicating a heavy downpour was imminent. Wow, this is incredible. Su, please tell me, which genius crafted this? It's simply fantastic. I can hardly imagine a better advertising slogan. In the conference room of Su Group, a gathering of high-level executives was convened. Su Miaohan, impeccably dressed in a tailored white short-sleeved suit, commanded the central position, her formidable aura casting a slight pressure over the room. As the meticulously created PowerPoint presentation illuminated the screen. Seeing this proposal, I simply couldn't hold back. COO Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Xianqi spring water has a hint of sweetness. That sweet is the perfect touch of this is undoubtedly the best advertising slogan I've encountered this year. Executive Director and Marketing Center General Manager Wang Hui spoke eagerly. I've reviewed the previous advertising proposals, and while some were decent, they pale in comparison to this one. President Su, given the current dire circumstances of the company and the declining sales, I believe there's little left to discuss. If this advertising campaign doesn't succeed, I fear we may have no viable options left. We must expedite the production of this advertisement. Summer will be over before we know it. Su Miaohan nodded, initiating the planning. Her gaze first fell upon Executive Director and Production Operations Center General Manager Wang Yuan. Wang, please arrange for personnel to rush to the Yuan village at the foot of Xianqi Mountain and establish a production line there as soon as possible. Understood, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Zhang, you are responsible for the advertisement production, liaising with television stations and online media, including the promotional aspects. Absolutely. Manager Tang, make sure the finance department prioritizes funding for the advertising campaign and the establishment of the production line. Do not hesitate to spend, we must seize every moment. Yes, President Su. After swiftly organizing the tasks, Su Miaohan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The meetings had previously been fraught with lethargy, but today, the team's fighting spirit was palpable. She couldn't help but think of Shen Lang. Had it not been for his proposals, the company might still be struggling. Lost in thought, her phone buzzed repeatedly. Upon checking, she realized it was Zhao Yiting sending several WeChat messages. The first was a photograph of Shen Lang. Miaohan, I just ran into Shen Lang again. He looks much better today, but I noticed he is still taking a taxi. I must say, with your wealth, why haven't you thought of buying him a car? Su Miaohan stared at the photo in a daze, muttering meeting adjourned before hastily retreating to her office and shutting the door. Though she hadn't explicitly mentioned buying Shen Lang a car, her garage housed over a dozen vehicles, with the keys resting in the living room drawer. She had once told Shen Lang that aside from her Porsche 718, he could drive any of her cars at his leisure. However, aside from the relatively affordable Porsche 718, the other cars were all priced in the millions, and Shen Lang, fearing damage, had never taken them out. It was indeed her oversight not to consider Shen Lang's feelings. Had she known, she would have purchased him a modestly priced vehicle for his convenience. Su Miaohan saved the photograph to her album, stealing glances at it with a slight smile gracing her features. Seeing Shen Lang seemingly doing well brought her a sense of relief. Thunder rumbled outside, followed by a torrential downpour. Su Miaohan approached the window, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the street. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a red Ferrari 296 that slowly came to a stop outside the company. That was Chu Gongzhe's car. Su Miaohan's expression turned icy at once. Sure enough, moments later, the newly appointed presidential Chu is downstairs with flowers for you and wishes to meet. Shall I let him up? Let him come up, Su Miaohan replied nonchalantly. Typically, Yet, since he had taken the initiative to come, Su Miaohan felt it necessary to clarify certain matters face-to-face. Before long, Chu Gongzhe, dressed in a stylish casual outfit, strode into the office. His hair was meticulously styled, and he sported a light touch of makeup that accentuated his already handsome features. A luxurious watch adorned his wrist, and he held a bouquet of roses, his posture impeccably straight as he walked with an air of confidence, exuding the charm of an international model, especially with his signature smile. It must be said, he was quite a dashing and charismatic man. Miaohan, you finally agreed to see me, Chu Gongzhe declared, visibly elated to the fierce. Yet, in the end, he had managed to win her over through persistence. Perhaps his previous marriage proposal had startled her, causing Su Miaohan to evade him these past few days. Thus, Chu Gongzhe resorted to his old tactics, waiting for her downstairs every day, rain or shine, hoping to rekindle her affections. It seemed his method was indeed effective, as Su Miaohan was now willing to meet him, a clear sign that his sincerity had touched her. Chu Gongzhe even began to mentally plan which film to watch that evening and which hotel to choose for an intimate atmosphere. Lost in pleasant thoughts, a radiant smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 77 is Su Miaohan's criteria for a partner. Upon the entrance of the other party, Su Miaohan's gaze remained fixed upon his eyes, which sparkled with an acute perceptiveness, as if they could penetrate the depths of his soul.
He possessed an undeniably handsome visage and was situated at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Although he was merely an illegitimate son of the Chu family, he was still a child of that esteemed lineage, living in comfort and ease. In terms of identity, status, and wealth, he had surpassed the vast majority of individuals. In contrast, Shen Lang was merely an orphan struggling to survive, an ordinary person with a modicum of talent. When it came to these external attributes, Chu Gongzi far outshone Shen Lang. However, in terms of personal virtue, Shen Lang eclipsed him by several hundred leagues. Yet, Su Miaohan was a person who placed greater importance on the spirit. She cared not for the height of one's status or the magnitude of one's wealth, for she already possessed both. What mattered more to her were the depths of one's thoughts, extraordinary talents, and noble qualities. A person with a tainted soul, regardless of their external advantages, would appear to her as nothing more than a fly in a filthy latrine, evoking nothing but revulsion and disdain deep within her. When she had previously spent time alone with Chu Gongzi, even in the absence of romantic feelings, she had always held on to the gratitude for his life-saving kindness, maintaining a facade of friendship and greeting him. However, at this moment, she could not even be bothered to feign civility. Her face, as cold as a crisp autumn day, radiated an air of frostiness. Chu Gongzi, oblivious to Su Miaohan's discontent, smiled as, "I have seen a rough cut, and it seems quite promising. I would like to invite you to watch it with me." Su Miaohan settled into her seat, crossing her legs elegantly, her fair, straight legs intertwined, adorned with a pair of striking red high heels, an evident favorite of hers. "Are you unaware of how busy I am with company matters? Do you have so much free time?" Chu Gongzi was taken aback. In the past, even when Su Miaohan declined, her refusal was often couched in gentle terms. Of this directness, laced with reprimand, was unprecedented. "I heard that the song The First Person I Loved is quite popular on Penguin Music?" Su Miaohan inquired suddenly. At her words, Chu Gongzi's spirits lifted. "You've heard about it too?" This song topped the new song chart within 3 days of its release, and now, just over 10 days later, it has already entered the top 10 on the sales chart. "I never expected that a song I wrote in a moment of inspiration would become such a hit. However, surely this must be fate intervening. Initially, my sole intention was to assist you, and perhaps the heavens were moved, guiding my hand to write this song." As he spoke, Chu Gongzi's performance reached its zenith, his eyes, enhanced by colored contact lenses, shimmering with heartfelt emotion. Su Miaohan interjected, "I suddenly wish to hear you sing this song again. Could you sing it for me?" Chu Gongzi was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such a request from Su Miaohan. The song had been pilfered from another source. He had merely recorded a version based on its sheet music and lyrics, and had since forgotten most of it, lyrics and melody alike. "Miaohan, this song is better suited for a female voice. My rendition lacks the essence. I recently composed a new song titled Big Bowl of Noodles. Would you prefer I sing that for you?" "Continue." "What?" Chu Gongzi did not comprehend her meaning. "Continue the pretense." Chu Gongzi froze entirely. Su Miaohan lifted her cup of hot tea and took a delicate sip. "Do you know why I initially agreed to date you?" Chu Gongzi regained his composure, his eyes brightening again. "Was it because you were moved by my unwavering? That would be quite juvenile. The person I desire may possess nothing, but he must have a pure spirit, an untainted heart, and a kind soul. Naturally, I also hope for him to be exceptionally talented." Although he had not anticipated that Su Miaohan, who had persistently evaded his advances, would accept him due to such a seemingly insignificant act. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had failed to understand this woman, unaware of what she truly sought. "Everything I believed was merely my assumption. Your acts of kindness may have been nothing but fleeting whims." A flicker of unease arose within Chu Gongzi. "Miaohan, have I done something wrong?" "Chu Gongzi, you have truly disappointed me." Su Miaohan, disinclined to elaborate further, waved her hand dismissively. "Leave now. I will delete all your contact information and do not wish to hear from you again." Chu Gongzi's countenance shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him as he exclaimed, "Why? Why, even in death, you must allow me to understand." Su Miaohan had no desire to engage in further conversation, tossing a document onto the table before him. "What is this?" Chu Gongzi questioned, seeing that it was an advertising proposal, confusion etching his features. "Look closely at what is depicted in the 4 corners." Instinctively, Chu Gongzi glanced down, and in an instant, his eyes widened in horror. He recognized the almost identical lilac sketch to that of The First Person I Loved. He finally comprehended why Su Miaohan had suddenly turned against him. "No, this is merely a coincidence, Miaohan, you must believe me. It must be a coincidence. Perhaps this person is deliberately imitating me." Su Miaohan, her expression inscrutable, retrieved paper and pen from her desk, casting them before him. "Draw it." "What?" Chu Gongzi's voice trembled. "Weren't you the one who claimed this sketch was your creation? Now, draw it." Chu Gongzi found himself immobilized. The sketch was rather intricate, leaving him at a loss as to how to recreate it. Chapter 78 The unresolved grievances of Chu Gongzi. Su Miaohan wore a nonchalant expression, her counterpart's ever-changing visage resembling a theatrical display of masks, steeped in irony. What further incited her disdain was the fact that this individual, undeterred by the impending storm, remained obstinate to the bitter end. A sudden recollection of the Chu Gongzi from years past washed over her. At least in her presence, he had shone like the warm sun of spring, illuminating the life of someone nearby. He would accompany her in efforts to aid impoverished children, tirelessly imparting his musical knowledge to those less fortunate. Not only did he dazzle upon the stage, but his compassionate heart also radiated warmth within Su Miaohan. She had cherished the sight of his benevolent gaze during charity performances, at which moment, his brilliance was particularly resplendent. 3 years had elapsed, and the same countenance appeared to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Su Miaohan had always held firm to the belief that while landscapes may change, one's true nature remains steadfast. A person endowed with genuine love would not lose themselves amidst the passage of time. The subtle gestures Chu Gongza had displayed towards her back then could not have been devoid of ulterior motives. Now, as he faced the brink of loss, his true nature was laid bare, employing unscrupulous tactics to undermine his so-called rivals while scheming to curry favor with her. Alas, he would never comprehend that what she sought was not trifling acts of kindness, but rather a heart. She lifted her gaze, devoid of emotion, toward the perspiring Chu Gongza. The overwhelming pressure rendered him disoriented, his eyes losing focus. Chu Gongza, take your last shred of dignity and depart. Given our acquaintance, I do not wish for our parting to be too disgraceful. Chu Gongza, momentarily shaken, quickly regained composure. His panicked voice echoed, No, Miaohan, I acknowledge my mistakes, but it was all because of you. For the past month since my return from Korea, your indifference has left me terrified and anxious. My love for you runs deep, the thought of not being with you is more painful than death. I acted out of a desire to win you back, to reclaim your heart. Miaohan, please grant me another chance. I swear, if I deceive you again, may I be struck by lightning. Su Miaohan listened in silence, her emotions unwavering. Have you finished? Miaohan, Su Miaohan fixed her gaze upon his flustered eyes. If you were to candidly admit your faults and genuinely repent, perhaps I would regard you more favorably. However, at this moment, you are still attempting to evade responsibility. Chu Gongza, this is not a sanctuary, and I am not a deity. I will not grant you repeated forgiveness for your transgressions. You have already squandered your credibility with me. There are no further opportunities to leave, for I do not wish to repeat myself. Chu Gongza's handsome face flushed crimson as he defiantly declared, I will not leave. Miaohan, there is still hope. You promised me 3 chances, and I have only used 2. I still have 1 left. Su Miaohan's beautiful eyes narrowed, glinting with a frigid light. In light of my past rescue of you, I implore you for 1 last chance. I assure you, I will mend my ways and cease employing such despicable tactics to win your favor. Chu Gongza nearly begged. Why? Su Miaohan suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Chu Gongza stammered, taken aback. Given your circumstances, finding a woman should not be a challenge. Why must you grovel before me? Because I love you, you are the sole occupant of my heart, and I do not even glance at other women. Chu Gongza asserted earnestly. Su Miaohan scoffed coldly, is it not for the sake of the Su family's status? Chu Gongza froze, his body stiffening. You are merely the illegitimate son of the Chu family. Your grandfather looks down upon you. Should you marry me and become a son-in-law of the Su family, your status would change. At that point, your grandfather would likely accept you, allowing you to re-enter the Chu family, correct? Su Miaohan coldly dissected his intentions. A fleeting look of panic crossed Chu Gongza's eyes, yet he managed to muster a smile. Miaohan, I cannot fathom why you would think this of me. I genuinely wish to marry you, solely out of love. Do you know why I refrained from exposing you? Because you did possess qualities that attracted me. Had you truly cared for me, we might have walked hand in hand to the end. Even if you I would have found joy in that. At this juncture, her gaze sharpened. But since you have acted yet refused to acknowledge it, scheming relentlessly, I cannot tolerate it. You have crossed my threshold. If you possess even a modicum of shame, cease using my past kindness and your 3 chances to manipulate me. You should know that even if I were to grant you another opportunity, it would forever be impossible between us. Chu Gongza shook his head vigorously, his face a mask of despair. He could not accept it. He had indeed sought to elevate himself through Su Miaohan and the Su family during their time at university. His relentless pursuit of her was largely fueled by the fact that she was the cherished gem of the Su family. Yet, he also genuinely adored Su Miaohan. In the year and a half they had been together, he had never even held her hand, all because she desired a platonic love. This had remained an unfulfilled yearning within him. If he had engaged in every act imaginable, that would be one thing. However, to have a precious gem snatched away before he could even appreciate it would drive him to madness. Such is a man's perverse desire for possession. No matter the cost, he could not relinquish Su Miaohan, and even in humble supplication, he would find a way to attain this exquisite beauty. I have a meeting to attend. Su Miaohan glanced at her watch, gathered her documents, and stood up, her heels clicking sharply against the floor as she made her way to the door. As she was about to exit, she turned to face the sullen Chu Gongza, whose jaw was clenched tightly. Do not return to the company. Next time, I may have to call. He could not deny that aside from her lofty demeanor, she was utterly flawless in every other respect, with an unblemished beauty and a tall yet curvaceous figure, especially those long, slender legs. She was unforgettable. Su Miaohan, I will not give up. I, Chu Gongza, will undoubtedly have you. He clenched his jaw, his gaze resolutely determined. Chapter 79 of the monologue of 99 Baby's breath. A torrential downpour cascaded down, washing away the oppressive heat of summer. Around 6 in the evening, Su Miaohan, weary from her day, drove home. Upon her arrival, she changed into a soft, silk nightgown, and a sense of relaxation, a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time, washed over her. Though exhausted, she took comfort in the fact that all matters at the company had been meticulously arranged, from the upper echelons down to the employees. Everyone was brimming with vigor, rejuvenated with the vitality of yesteryear.
She witnessed this transformation with her own eyes, and her heart swelled with joy. As she retrieved a bottle of red wine, intending to pour herself a glass, unexpectedly, she set the wine glass aside. Her gaze drifted, somewhat lost, to the vase on the television cabinet that held a bouquet of handcrafted flowers. For a time, Shen Lang had taken a particular. Every time she returned home, she would find him, a gentle smile illuminating his face, engrossed in his work as if he were tenderly gazing upon a beloved. At the time, Su Miaohan had merely thought. Now, upon closer inspection of the bouquet, she discovered it to be surprisingly beautiful. As she stepped closer, she realized it was a bouquet of baby's breath. In that moment, she found herself leisurely counting the tiny blossoms, 99 in total. These delicate flowers had been meticulously folded from colorful cloud paper, each blossom supported by a vibrant wire stem and wrapped in cellophane, creating a stunning arrangement. The myriad of colors scattered throughout the confined space resembled a celestial tapestry, pleasing to the eye. She absent-mindedly plucked one flower from the bouquet, and in the years consumed by her work, she had nearly abandoned all her hobbies. Yet now, gazing at this small piece of crafted beauty, she found herself filled with a sense of wonder. Vaguely, she recalled that Shen Lang had once sought her opinion on placing a bouquet in the living room. She could not quite remember her response, but she must have acquiesced. Otherwise, he would not have displayed his cherished creation in such a public space. How long had it been? A year, or perhaps a year and a half. This prominent piece, it seemed, had only now caught her attention, after Shen Lang. Humanity is a curious species, often unable to discern the significance of something until it is lost. When the realization strikes most profoundly, returning to the sofa, she noted how neatly the baby's breath. After a moment of hesitation, she opened her phone to record a video, intent on learning how to fold this small flower. With the recording, she could later follow along and recreate it step by step. As she unfolded the tiny blossom, her expression momentarily froze. On the reverse side of the paper, a poignant message was inscribed: Qianqian, do souls truly exist after death? Are you by my side in spirit every day? This heartfelt and nostalgic declaration seemed to pierce Su Miaohan's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned. This Qianqian must have been a girl, but what was her connection to Shen Lang? After spending 3 years with him, she realized she knew nothing of this. In a surge of curiosity, she eagerly began to open all the baby's breath, revealing dozens of colorful folded papers, each adorned with eloquent sentiments, blessings or soliloquies penned in a robust hand. Qianqian, it's been a while since I dreamed of you. Have you been busy lately, even too busy to visit me in dreams? Qianqian, the other day I secretly inquired in the village and heard that Xia was accepted into a university in Shanghai with outstanding results. I am so proud of her. Do you remember the peach tree we planted together? The last time I returned, I found it bearing fruit. I picked a few, and they were truly sweet. If you were still here, we could enjoy them together. Alas, Qianqian, do you think I am useless? Today, I was scolded by President Su for secretly playing her piano. I can't even afford the most basic piano now, and if I don't practice, my skills will surely rust. Today, when President Su returned, she looked unwell. I secretly overheard her arguing with her mother on the phone. It seems her relationship with her mother has always been strained. President Su returned from a 7-day business trip, and her stomach issues have flared up again. Seeing her in pain, drenched in cold sweat, truly pains me. She is someone who always strives for excellence, often to the detriment of her own health. I can't help but think of you. If it weren't for Grandpa Li and the children at the orphanage to care for, I would so love to find you. Su Miaohan meticulously read each line, and when she finally looked up, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. These ordinary monologues spoke of his daily longing and mundane occurrences, resembling the trivial matters of life, yet the emotions contained within were as tumultuous as a tidal wave, overwhelming and suffocating. Though she did not know who this Qianqian was, she could comprehend that she was Shen Lang's profound attachment to life and death, an indelible part of his existence. This girl seemed to have departed, yet Shen Lang's yearning for her grew ever stronger. Amidst the numerous musings, hints of despair even surfaced. A heavy stone seemed to settle in Su Miaohan's heart, rendering her breathless. It was only at this moment that she realized there had always been a girl hidden within Shen Lang's heart. Each folded paper bore a date, indicating that these were not crafted in a single day, or perhaps whenever he was burdened with thoughts but found no one to confide in, he could only express his innermost feelings in this manner. Day by day, month by month, over the years, he had accumulated these 99 blossoms of baby's breath. Each flower encapsulated his deep longing and chronicled his emotional journey during that time. Su Miaohan also noted the progression of these dates. Initially, her name was scarcely mentioned, but as time passed, her presence in his reflections grew increasingly prominent. Yet, this also enveloped Su Miaohan in a surge of warmth that struck her soul. The profound affection laid bare before her was perhaps mere flattery, yet such day-to-day concern, hidden deep within his heart, could either be a meticulously plotted scheme or a sincere Suddenly, a rumble of thunder shattered the night, jolting Su Miaohan from her reverie. She lifted her gaze to the window, and amidst the torrential rain and blinding lightning, she spotted a figure standing outside. Despite the downpour drenching him, he stood there like a statue, tall and unmoving. Chapter 80. A moment of terror. Su Miaohan was taken aback. Despite the presence of streetlights outside, the torrential rain and the angle of visibility rendered, at such a late hour, as a solitary woman, she hesitated to open the door recklessly. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated calling the police, yet the shadow outside evoked a sense. Her fingers inadvertently hovered over Shen Lang's contact number. Su Miaohan was uncertain whether she sought to muster the courage to dial the number or if she genuinely felt the need for assistance. The phone rang several times before being answered by a voice that remained as warm and soothing as ever. President Su, is there something you need? Hearing that familiar voice, could you come over? Shen Lang seemed more anxious than she was. Although he had departed, he regarded her as his benefactor and could not abide the thought of her being harassed. I'll be there right.
Her gaze drifted back to the statue outside, her heart swelling with gratitude. She settled back onto the sofa, but just as she set her phone down, it rang once more. The incoming number bore no name, yet Su Miaohan recognized it. It was Chu Gongza's number. She had just deleted it that afternoon, perhaps neglecting to block it in her haste. Without a second thought, she chose to hang up. However, he persisted, calling again and again. As she contemplated blocking him, she hesitated and pressed the answer button instead. Although Chu Gongza had a tarnished reputation, he typically did not cling so tenaciously. Was there something amiss? Upon answering, she was immediately greeted by the sound of pouring rain. Then, Chu Gongza's trembling voice broke through. Miaohan, I'm at your doorstep. Su Miaohan's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure outside was indeed Chu Gongza. No wonder he seemed familiar. However, she felt no sympathy, nor compassion, and her tone was devoid of emotion as she replied, Chu Gongza, I've already made myself clear. What is it that you want? Miaohan, could you step outside for a moment? There is so much I wish to discuss with you. Su Miaohan detected a hint of inebriation in his voice, indicating he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Noticing her silence, Chu Gongza continued, just a few words, please, once I say them, I'll leave. Whatever you have to say can be conveyed over the phone, she retorted, unfazed. I only ask for you to look at me once more, to have one final face-to-face conversation, otherwise, I cannot bear it. Miaohan, will you come out and meet me? Chu Gongza pleaded almost desperately. Su Miaohan furrowed her brows, remaining silent for an extended period before rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a bottle of chili pepper spray. Judging by his tone, it seemed he would not leave without a confrontation, and in such heavy rain. As she opened the door, Chu Gongza, who had been facing away, suddenly turned around, his eyes lighting up with overwhelming joy. Miaohan, you're willing to see me? Su Miaohan clasped her hands behind her back and coldly stated, speak your mind. Miaohan. Chu Gongza took a few steps closer, his appearance utterly disheveled. Gone was his usual polished demeanor. The rain had plastered his hair to his forehead, washing away his makeup, revealing skin that lacked its usual fairness and refinement, now tinged with a dull yellow, and dark circles under his eyes. The downpour seemed to have stripped him of all his pretenses, though he remained somewhat handsome. The difference from his meticulously groomed self was striking. Do you recall the second semester of our junior year? I was photographed embracing a girl at KTV due to work obligations, and that image was sent to you, leading you to ignore me. That night, I penned a new song. I remember it was raining heavily as I stood beneath your building, strumming my guitar and singing loudly. You eventually chose to forgive me. With hope in his eyes, Chu Gongza continued, let me sing for you. Allow me to perform my new song. I beg you to forgive me this once. It dawned on Su Miaohan that he was attempting to play on their shared memories, using his current disheveled state to evoke the past. Unfortunately for him, she was not swayed by such tactics. The reason she had forgiven him before was that she had investigated. Chu Gongza had indeed had no involvement with that girl, merely engaging in a customary embrace for work. Otherwise, even if he sang a new song, she would not have been moved, nor would she have cared had he groveled at her feet. In her conception of love, there was no room for impurities, and she certainly would never permit herself to mingle with them. With a sudden flourish, Chu Gongza began strumming his guitar. Hey, look at this bowl of noodles, it's large and round. Look at these noodles, they're long and thin enough. Su Miaohan interrupted sharply. Chu Gongza, must you be so childish? Our relationship has reached its definitive end. You must understand my nature. If I say such things, it means there is no room for reconciliation. Regardless of your actions or sacrifices, I will not be moved, nor will I yearn for you, and I certainly will not develop any feelings for you. Return to your own life. Life is long, and we must always look forward. I want tea, I refuse. Chu Gongza shouted in a deranged manner. Without you, how am I to... Regrettably, I am not an actress and have no desire to participate. With that, she turned to re-enter her home. At that moment, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. As she glanced back, she was horrified to see Chu Gongza rushing towards her, his face contorted with rage. You are mine, and will always be mine, Su Miaohan. This is what you owe me. Tonight, I will reclaim everything. He had consumed enough alcohol to cloud his judgment, and Su Miaohan's resolute words had driven him to madness. Startled, she dropped the chili pepper spray, having studied a bit of taekwondo, yet her busy work. Chu Gongza's sudden aggression caught her off guard, leaving her no time to react. She instinctively sidestepped to evade him, but he grasped her arm, and she screamed as they both tumbled down the steps of the villa. The torrential rain fell mercilessly, drenching Su Miaohan in an instant, leaving her utterly soaked and in a state of disarray. Chapter 81. Shen Lang, you have triumphed. Chu Gongza, regain your senses. Su Miaohan wiped the rain from her face, her gaze fixed on Chu Gongza as he lunged towards her. She admonished him sharply, do you truly wish to squander your promising future behind bars? This is all you're doing. Chu Gongza bellowed, after a year or two together, I have yet to even touch your hand. Now you declare you wish to sever ties, and I am to accept it. I refuse to be resigned. Even if it means imprisonment, I shall claim you today. Chu Gongza, you are intoxicated and not thinking clearly. I urge you to reconsider. As he pressed closer, Su Miaohan felt her heart leap to her throat. Having twisted her ankle during her fall, she could only brace herself against the ground, using both hands and feet to... I can pretend nothing has occurred. Ha ha! Chu Gongza erupted into maniacal laughter, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the rain. In that moment of impulsiveness, the relentless downpour of cold rain washed over him, gradually clearing his mind clouded by rage. Especially as he beheld the woman he cherished in such a disheveled state, his heart ached with regret, yet, he grasped the stark reality: once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be returned. Should he possess her today, perhaps she would choose to conceal the scandal for the sake of her company's stock and the Su family's reputation, even acquiescing to his advances. But should fate conspire against him, it would likely sever any potential between them irrevocably. This disquieting thought surged within him, akin to a rampant infection, inescapable. His eyes burned with a crimson intensity, leaving only the singular desire to possess the woman before him. Gazing down at her struggling form on the ground, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. This woman exuded an innate air of nobility and arrogance. Even in soft-spoken moments, it felt as if courting her was akin to receiving a favor. There was a truth Chu Gongza had never voiced throughout their year-long relationship. He felt stifled, devoid of the tender sentiments typical of young lovers. Thus, he chose to immerse himself in work, minimizing their interactions. Yet, she was like a deadly mandrake. When together, he sought to escape, but in her absence, he yearned for her fiercely. Now, witnessing this once unassailable, aloof woman reduced to a state of vulnerability, an overwhelming urge to conquer surged within him, a release of the pent-up frustrations of the past.
Miaohan, you are destined to be my woman, Chu Gongza.
I am formidable, bear with me for a moment. With that, he lunged forward with a growled bang. A powerful kick shattered the curtain of rain, piercing the inky darkness of the night, striking Chu Gongza squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling 2 or 3 meters away.
Chu Gongza, you brute.
Shen Lang drove Wang Qin's newly purchased car, running several red lights to arrive at the scene, relieved to find it was not too late. Yet he was perplexed. Were they not a couple? What drama was unfolding now? Was there a conflict? Regardless of the reason, a man bullying a woman, especially one as esteemed as Su Miaohan, was intolerable.
Ms. Su, are you alright?
Shen Lang rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. The torrential rain had drenched Su Miaohan, her dark hair clinging messily to her face, her fair complexion marred by mud, and the fear in her eyes still evident, reminiscent. This was the first time Shen Lang had seen Su Miaohan in such disarray. Normally, even in fatigue, she radiated an unattainable elegance as a magnificent and refined CEO, yet in this moment, she appeared as a helpless, fragile woman, like countless others. In his haste, Shen Lang had forgotten an umbrella, and now he too was soaked to the skin. Wet strands of hair hung limply across his forehead, but his dark, shining eyes remained as sincere. And Su Miaohan lifted her dampened face, her beautiful eyes meeting his filled with concern, and something within her stirred and expanded, a sensation entirely foreign to her. It was akin to the gentle warmth of spring or the rippling surface of a lake, soft and tangy, evoking a tingling sensation, as if a playful fawn were leaping within her heart. Shen Lang found himself momentarily entranced. In Su Miaohan's gaze, he sensed echoes of the way she had once looked at him years ago. Su snapped back to reality. Su Miaohan quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing. Had the light outside not been dim, it would have been evident that her cheeks were flushed with crimson.
Ms.Su, how shall we deal with Chu Gongza? Should we call the police?
Shen Lang glanced back at the fallen figure of Chu Gongza, who had yet to rise from the ground after that fierce kick. Su Miaohan shot a cold glance at Chu Gongza and shook her head gently.
Let it be.
He saved me once. Today, consider it a complete repayment. Moreover, should this incident become public, it would tarnish both the company's and the Su family's reputation. There was something she refrained from voicing. Today, it was fortunate that Shen Lang had arrived in time, preventing Chu Gongza from taking advantage of the situation. Even if they called the police now, he wouldn't face a lengthy sentence, and his misguided admirers would surely rally, causing significant repercussions for the Su family. She was certain that once word spread, her family, from her grandfather Su Linha to her parents, would come to her, urging her to prioritize the greater good and downplay the incident.
The Chu family would undoubtedly seek retribution as well.
Chu Gongza, since Ms.Su is willing to let you off, you should leave at once. Asa man, do you not feel any shame in harming a woman? With a bitter smile, Chu Gongza rose. Shen Lang, you have one.
What do you mean? Shen Lang was taken aback.
From the moment I returned, Su Miaohan's attitude towards me has been lukewarm. I once thought it was merely the passage of time that had estranged us, that things would improve eventually. I even asked her if it was because of you, but she denied it every time.
Now, even if I am a fool, I understand she favors you.
Whether I have plagiarized your work, whether I have sought to suppress you, she will never choose me again, for she has long since fallen for you and cannot accommodate anyone else.
I am indeed a fool, clinging to fantasies about her.
Shen Lang, I am truly resentful. What are you? After all, you possess nothing. By what right do you triumph over me? With that, he cast one last lingering gaze at Su Miaohan, as if bidding her a final farewell. A sorrowful smile etched upon his face as he vanished into the torrential downpour.
A heartfelt rating, yet is it so difficult to bestow a 5-star review? Please, do not be unappreciative, do not compel me to kneel and beg. Chapter 82. Addicted to him. Shen Lang gazed vacantly at the figure that had completely merged into the night, lost in thought for a long while. Su, the CEO, has feelings for me. How could that possibly be? It was not a matter of self-deprecation. The disparity in our social standings was vast, indicating that we belonged to entirely different worlds. A person as astute as Su, with such lofty aspirations, would never lower herself to take an interest in someone like me. Moreover, Shen Lang did not perceive any qualities within himself that would warrant her affection. This must be nothing more than Chu Gongza's ramblings born from unrequited love. Lowering his head, his gaze once again fell upon Su Miaohan. Her graceful figure was clinging tightly to her delicate form due to the rain, and the sight made Shen Lang's face flush with embarrassment as he averted his eyes. Su, how are you feeling? Can you stand?
My foot is twisted, she replied. Shen Lang couldn't help but glance at her delicate foot. She had come out wearing flip-flops, and now both were nowhere to be found. Her 10 pearlescent toes, stained with the evening rain, resembled shy little rabbits, pale and adorable. Su Miaohan was truly unlike most of the girls Shen Lang had encountered. She did not paint her nails or adorn them with extravagant designs, but maintained a natural freshness. Perhaps, Shen Lang, resembling a bewildered goose, shifted his gaze to her face. Had he heard correctly, the CEO was actually asking him to carry her. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from 6 months prior when Su Miaohan had asked him to fetch her a glass of water while she was engrossed in a newspaper. As she took the cup, her fingers accidentally brushed against his, prompting a startled reaction from her, causing her to drop the glass, shattering it on the floor. The same Su Miaohan who had previously not allowed him to touch even a single fingertip was now requesting him to carry her. Shen Lang felt as though he were in a dream. However, it appeared that she truly was unable to move, and her request seemed to stem from a genuine need for assistance. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang stepped forward nervously. I beg your pardon, CEO. With that, he swept her into his arms and a princess carry. The fragrant softness of her body nestled against him, warm even through the damp silk nightgown. Despite being around 170 centimeters tall, Su Miaohan felt surprisingly light in his embrace, and Shen Lang dared not look down. Striding purposefully towards the villa, raindrops trickled down his chin, forming a string of glistening beads. Su Miaohan gazed up at him with her enchanting eyes, her unwavering gaze tracing the gentle contours of his face, which bore no trace of cosmetics, yet remained strikingly handsome as ever. In the sweltering summer heat, even amidst the torrential downpour, the air was tinged with a hint of stifling warmth. Shen Lang had arrived in a lightweight outfit, a cheap short-sleeved ensemble that clung to his well-defined physique, the outline of his six-pack abs faintly visible. Despite his efforts to maintain distance, the closeness was unavoidable as their bodies brushed against one another, creating an atmosphere charged with an unusual tension. Their youthful, fervent hearts seemed to beat in. At last, they reached the second floor. Shen Lang, his face flushed, gently placed Su Miaohan in the master bedroom. CEO, although the temperature is quite high today, you should take a hot shower to avoid catching a cold. I will go downstairs and brew you a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the chill. Watching him leave the bedroom as if to escape, Su Miaohan remained in a daze for quite some time. In her 25 years of life, apart from being carried by her grandfather and father during her childhood, Shen Lang was the third man to embrace her. The sensation was indescribable, a comforting warmth that enveloped her, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. She reached out her delicate hand to gently cover her face, which felt as if it were ablaze. Flushed with heat, her heart continued to race, pounding violently in her chest. This feeling was a first for her, and amidst the turmoil, there was an undeniable hint of addiction. Downstairs, Shen Lang was distractedly preparing the ginger soup. It was not just Su Miaohan. In both of his lives, this was his first intimate interaction with a woman, leaving him somewhat flustered. After finishing the soup, he ascended the stairs with the steaming bowl in hand. Su Miaohan had already taken her shower and changed into a new nightgown, reclining at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. CEO, please drink the ginger soup, he urged. Su Miaohan looked up, noticing his drenched clothes, and frowned. I'll shower later, he replied, having removed all his clothes, reasoning that there was no need to change into a fresh outfit only to don the wet clothes again afterward. Su Miaohan seemed to have considered this as well, hesitating for a moment before This one is a bit big for me, it should fit you. Shen Lang stood there, stunned, staring at the nightgown she had tossed at the foot of the bed, his mind momentarily blank, questioning whether he was imagining things. Su Miaohan wanted him to wear her nightgown. Moreover, it was one she had previously worn. He couldn't help but recall that during his first month in this household, he had been completely ignorant and, upon seeing a nightgown discarded on the bed, had taken it upon himself to wash it for her. Upon returning home, Su Miaohan had wordlessly discarded the nightgown and warned him that only items placed in the laundry hamper were for him to wash, and he was not to touch her intimate clothing. Since that day, Shen Lang had meticulously adhered to her wishes, only washing what she had placed in the hamper. Yet now, she was asking him to wear her previously worn nightgown? He fixed his gaze on Su Miaohan's exquisite face, slightly flushed from her hot shower, trying to discern her thoughts. You are unwell and must not succumb to the cold, please take a shower first. I have something to discuss with you afterward, Su Miaohan said with unexpected tenderness, revealing her concern for him. After a moment of silence, Shen Lang, his face burning, ultimately took the nightgown and made his way into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, he awkwardly returned to the bedroom. Su Miaohan was reading, and upon seeing him enter, she set her book aside, her lips curving into a barely restrained smile. It fits quite well. Ahem. CEO, how is your foot? Should we consider a trip to the hospital? Shen Lang recalled her injured foot. See for yourself, she replied, extending her foot towards him, her tone almost playful. His expression turned grave. CEO, it appears to be quite serious. We should head to the hospital as soon as possible. But I can't walk, she said. Shen Lang clenched his toes against the floor. I carry you there? Seeing Su Miaohan remain silent made Shen Lang anxious, inwardly chastising himself for being presumptuous. He had no ill intentions when he carried her back earlier, but now she had many alternatives, such as calling her secretary or friends for assistance. Proposing such an audacious request now seemed irrational, yet, he was genuinely concerned that delaying treatment could hinder her recovery, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chapter 83. Over the years, have I treated you poorly? The heavy rain outside gradually subsided as Shen Lang drove Su Miaohan to a nearby hospital, bustling about with registration and waiting in line. By the time her ankle was bandaged and they returned home with medication, it was already past 10 in the evening.
President Su, I should be heading back now.
Noting the late hour, Shen Lang politely suggested his departure.
Do you wish to avoid seeing me? Shen Lang was taken aback. As he turned, he met Su Miaohan's vacant gaze. President Su, why would you say that?
Su Miaohan seemed to revert to her usual aloof demeanor, starkly contrasting her earlier vulnerability.
Please, take a seat.
We should have a proper conversation. Shen Lang nodded and settled onto the sofa, maintaining a distance of about a meter from her, close enough to avoid seeming overly intimate, yet far enough to prevent any awkwardness.
Over the years, have I treated you poorly? Su Miaohan inquired.
Shen Lang turned to look at her in astonishment, struggling to believe that such words could come from her lips. Su Miaohan had always been cold and rarely offered explanations, one simply had to follow her directives. Correspondingly, she would never condescend to reflect upon her own actions in such a manner. This evening, however, there was an air of peculiarity about Su Miaohan that left Shen Lang at a loss. President Su, he replied earnestly, to be honest, when I first signed the contract with you 3 years ago, I felt quite apprehensive. I had no idea what to expect. But later, I discovered that you are genuinely kind, never losing your temper nor treating me like a mere servant. Instead, you would send me gifts on significant holidays and my birthday.
You are truly a wonderful person. Although there were times when I erred and you would scold me, it was indeed warranted. In my heart, you are an exceptionally good person, and I have never felt that you treated me poorly. She had not anticipated that she held such a favorable impression in his mind.
Shen Lang, but I have been quite indifferent towards you these past few years. Do you not resent me for that?
Shen Lang shook his head, not at all. On the contrary, I admire you greatly.
Why is that?
Su Miaohan asked, taken aback.
Initially, I assumed it was simply your nature. Later, I heard from Chen Meng. From my perspective, that could be seen as somewhat cruel, but from the public's viewpoint, is it not a testament to your fidelity and love?
A warm smile graced Shen Lang's lips.
To always view matters from one's own perspective is narrow-minded and selfish. In my heart, you are an exceptionally admirable person, worthy of my respect. Su Miaohan was momentarily at a loss for words, simply staring at Shen Lang, captivated by the sincerity reflected in his gaze. The profound warmth and emotion washed over her like a tidal wave. This man was indeed remarkable. He consistently thought of others, perhaps some might deem him timid, but that was his authentic self, unpretentious, unfeigned, steadfast in his pure-hearted kindness.
Shen Lang, thank you for thinking of me in such a manner. Su Miaohan's expression softened. In truth, I am not adept at analyzing my emotions with others.
As a child, whenever I faced difficulties and sought to confide in my mother, she would tell me to handle my own affairs and not burden others. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, I have always kept my troubles locked within. As I grew older, my personality led to a scarcity of friends. I confined myself to my own mental world. Perhaps that is why I constantly fantasized about finding a soul mate with whom to engage in a never-ending platonic love.
Are you familiar with platonic love?
Shen Lang had not expected her to share so much with him, but from her gentle words, he could discern her current vulnerability and her desire to confide in someone. He listened patiently, nodding gently. Pursuing a love that emphasizes spiritual connection and rational purity is indeed exceptionally romantic. Everyone yearns for it, yet in this money-driven, murky world, finding such a love is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He seemed to embody hope.
That is why I granted him a chance.
Yet, what he desired was not aligned with my expectations, our wavelengths never synchronized, and he gradually drifted away from my dreams, culminating in our breakup after graduation. I have kept many gifts he gave me, meticulously preserving each one, believing I was still attached, still fantasizing. Only now do I realize it was merely my obsession at play, my unwillingness to accept that the first man I sought did not walk with me to the end, which felt like a desecration of my idealized love. Perhaps I never truly... Raising her beautiful brows, she looked at Shen Lang with sparkling eyes. Shen Lang, regardless of everything, I must apologize to you. My past feelings for Chu Gongza must have caused you much distress.
Shen Lang quickly replied, President Su, you overestimate my feelings.
I have never held any resentment towards you.
Come back.
What? Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. You left because of him, did you not? Now that there is no possibility between us, you need not avoid me any longer. Su Miaohan continued, I am aware of what happened at Chu Gongza's villa that day. It was Chen Meng who led you away, deceiving you into believing I had accepted his proposal, correct? In truth, I rejected him that day. Shen Lang was silent for... He had not anticipated that Chen Meng had deceived him that day, nor could he have imagined Su Miaohan had refused Chu Gongza's proposal. So, had he mistakenly judged Su Miaohan all along? Yet, was there even a need to dwell on it? He was quite content living alone in the company dormitory, relishing the solitude, as if he had returned to a past life, nestled in a rented room, immersed in music during a blissful time. Shen Lang believed that perhaps parting ways like this was not so bad. With only a month left on their contract, the constant moving about seemed rather cumbersome. Chapter 84. There are additional documents in the file. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang cautiously spoke,
Mr.Su, I am currently residing in the company dormitory and have acquired numerous personal belongings. The distance from here is not negligible, and moving back seems a bit troublesome. He believed that his words were quite appropriate, clearly indicating his reluctance to return. It was not that he did not wish to move, but rather that he possessed too many items. This conveyed his thoughts in a tactful manner, ensuring her pride remained intact. I will send someone to help you move tomorrow. You need not lift a finger. Su Miaohan's words left him speechless. Shen Lang opened his mouth in surprise, gathering his courage to respond. Mr. Su, that seems rather excessive, doesn't it? It's only been a month. Look at my leg, Su Miaohan said, pointing to her bandaged ankle, her face displaying a hint of emotion. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? I cannot move for at least a week. Do you wish to see me starve alone at home? Shen Lang felt a bit cornered. Then, perhaps I could contact Chen Meng for you? Chen Meng colluded with Chu Gongzi to plagiarize your work. I have already sent her to the branch office. She is currently at the new factory in Xianqi Mountain, overseeing its construction. How can you expect her to come? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. What about Miss Zhao Yiding is in the hospital taking care of her grandfather? Shen Lang promptly fell silent. Having lived under the same roof as Su Miaohan for 3 years, he recalled that only 4 individuals had visited their home during that time: Chen Meng, Zhao Yiding, Su Chen, and Chu Gongzi. It appeared that Su Miaohan had no other friends. Her assertions were indeed valid, with both Chen Meng and Zhao Yiding unavailable. If he were to leave as well, while Su Miaohan would not starve, as she could still order takeout, it would be undeniably inconvenient. Mr. Su, then I shall remain. After a moment of thought, Shen Lang added, however, I have signed with the company, and my agent has recently arranged several performances for me. I may not be able to stay at home as frequently as before. Is that acceptable? Which company did you sign with? Su Miaohan had heard him mention moving into the company dormitory, and now learning of his performances piqued her curiosity. After all, given Shen Lang's current reputation, she found it hard to comprehend which company would be willing to sign him. Recently, I posted 2 songs on Duel, and unexpectedly, the music department of Duel took notice and signed me to a 3-year contract. Shen Lang revealed the details without concealing anything. Su Miaohan listened silently, nodding in agreement. The Duel music department demonstrated commendable courage by signing an S-level contract with a newcomer. However, they had indeed struck gold, as Shen Lang's musical creativity was undoubtedly worth far more than the investment. A twinge of regret coursed through her. She had contemplated signing Shen Lang to her own company previously. However, at that time, she had not yet severed ties with Chu Gongzi. Wishing to distance herself from Shen Lang, she had hesitated, and when her company faced a crisis, now, she regretted not clarifying her true feelings and mistakenly investing her affections in someone like Chu Gongzi. Raising her gaze, Su Miaohan revealed a gentle smile, one that had rarely graced her face in Shen Lang's presence. Shen Lang, congratulations on establishing your own career. I am equally pleased for you in your endeavors, and I shall not hinder your work. As long as you can return home each evening, that is sufficient. Go to my study, retrieve the blue sealed bag from the drawer in the middle. Shen Lang, uncertain of her intentions, complied and brought the sealed bag to her. Open it and take a look. Upon tearing open the sealed bag, Shen Lang discovered several documents within. The foremost document was a copyright authorization letter for the Xianqi Mountain Spring advertisement design. 5 million? Shen Lang exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze. He had intentionally set aside those planning proposals specifically for Su Miaohan, so it was not surprising that she had seen and adopted them. However, was this amount not a bit excessive? Although he was not a professional, he understood that an advertisement typically cost tens of thousands, with top-tier planners commanding upwards of hundreds of thousands. Su Miaohan was offering him an astonishing 5 million. In truth, this sum pales in comparison to the value of your 2 advertisements, she explained. However, this company is not solely mine. Offering too much would not be agreeable to the other shareholders. This is the maximum I could secure. Su Miaohan's eyes radiated sincerity. Shen Lang, thank you. 3 years ago, in her moment of greatest confusion and helplessness, she had seen Shen Lang shining on stage at the Langchao bar. Now, 3 years later, during another period of uncertainty and despair, Shen Lang had provided her with these planning proposals, pulling the company back from the brink of crisis. Shen Lang often emphasized his indebtedness to her, yet for her, the sentiment was reciprocal. Her stubborn nature and penchant for fixation meant that had she not signed a contract with Shen Lang, his unwavering companionship over the years might have left her mired in confusion, far from achieving the company's current scale. It was a pity that she only grasped this truth after thoroughly severing ties with Chu Gongzi and watching Shen Lang depart from her life. At this moment, she longed to tell Shen Lang, I am your benefactor, but you are also the harbor for my soul. Mr. Su, there is truly no need for you to compensate me. It was merely a small favor, and I never intended to accept your money. Shen Lang felt the money was somewhat burdensome. He regarded Su Miaohan as a friend and, upon learning of her difficulties, had simply lent a helping hand. To him, it was indeed a trivial matter. Accepting the money would alter the nature of their relationship. Shen Lang, you must understand, you are not merely assisting me. You are aiding the entire Xianqi Mountain Spring. The Su family holds just over 45 of the shares in this company, either directly or indirectly. The majority belongs to other shareholders and investment institutions. If you refuse the money, it would be unfair to those shareholders. Su Miaohan smiled. Now, do you still wish to decline?
Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, he perused the other documents, discovering they were the authorization agreements for his two songs, The First Love and Ordinary Road. Each song commanded a staggering price of 1 million. This was indeed far too generous. While not seeking copyright, just the authorization fee at such a price was astonishing. He knew this had to be Su Miaohan's negotiation skills at work, otherwise, as a newcomer, there was no way he could command such exorbitant prices for his songs. A few days ago, I spoke with Miss Zhang Yuqing and informed her of the truth. Su Miaohan continued. I have already registered the copyright for you. The audio released by Miss Zhang on Penguin Music has been altered to reflect you as the lyricist and composer. Seeing his stunned expression, Su Miaohan. Moreover, it fits perfectly into that corporate promotional video. We just haven't found a suitable singer yet. Shen Lang, since you wrote this song, I believe you understand it best. I would like to invite you to perform it. What do you think? Me sing? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback that he was acutely aware of the song's quality and recognized that a single song could elevate a singer to stardom. He found it hard to believe that with so many artists under Su Miaohan's label, they could not find someone suitable to sing it. She likely wished to reserve this excellent piece for herself. Very well, I will sing it. Shen Lang harbored a deep affection for this song and had practiced its rendition extensively. He was confident in his ability to interpret it well and did not wish for such a remarkable work to be tarnished by an unfamiliar vocalist. With a signing pen in hand, he swiftly signed the documents, but in his haste, he failed to notice that one of the papers contained an additional document. Chapter 85. Zhang Manong arrives. Mr. Su, I presume you haven't dined yet this evening. Allow me to descend and prepare a bowl of congee to warm your stomach. Shen Lang had faintly heard her stomach grumbling just moments before. This woman was utterly inept in the kitchen, seldom relishing takeout. It was likely that she had not consumed anything since the night began. After brewing a fragrant bowl of lean meat congee, Shen Lang waited until she had finished eating before. Su, have you found happiness during these 3 years spent under my roof? Shen Lang paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, Indeed, I have found joy. Since my arrival here, life has been tranquil and remarkably leisurely, akin to a journey from hell to paradise. A smile graced Su Miaohan's face. Then, if I were to ask you to remain here even after the contract concludes, would you be willing? Shen Lang fell silent. Shen Lang, I am your benefactor, am I not? Yes, always. Shen Lang regained his composure and nodded firmly. Then, should there come a day when I commit an act that puts you in a difficult position or causes you harm, would you choose to forgive me? Su Miaohan's beautiful eyes glimmered with expectation. Shen Lang felt a pang of confusion. How could Su possibly harm him? She was such a good person, albeit a bit aloof, but she would never intentionally hurt those around her. Nonetheless, he gently nodded, Mr. Su, as long as you do not harm those dear to me, no matter what actions you take, I shall understand. I believe that your intentions must stem from your own burdens, and you would never. In that moment, she could sense the earnestness and genuine sincerity reflected in his eyes. He was truly a rare gem in her life, exuding a unique personal charm from within. She felt a twinge of shame for her selfish little thoughts. However, being someone who struggled to express emotions, she found herself at a loss for how to act, resorting to this rather extreme approach. After pouring a cup of hot water for Su Miaohan, Shen Lang returned to his own room. The bedding remained neatly folded in the wardrobe, just as he had arranged it. After meticulously cleaning and tidying up the room, he laid the bedspread carefully, and placed Su Miaohan's nightgown neatly aside. The garment still bore the lingering fragrance of her essence, intoxicating and delightful, causing his handsome face to flush slightly. He vividly recalled the moment when Su Miaohan, blushing, had draped herself over his back. The tender softness of her touch and the delicate scent wafting into his nostrils seemed etched in his memory, impossible to forget. Despite being a man of integrity, he was still a healthy adult male, unable to suppress any stray thoughts when in close proximity to such a breathtaking beauty. It was not a matter of feelings or character. Rather, it was a basic human instinct. Currently, he wore a dark t-shirt, purchased en route to the hospital, and it too retained the scent of Su Miaohan, which struck Shen Lang as an odd sensation, as if she were right beside him. Shen Lang, how can you entertain such improper thoughts when Mr. Su has treated you so kindly? Realizing the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Lang felt a wave of shame wash over him. He quickly recited a mantra to clear his mind. If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not frighten. Amidst countless changes, there remains steadfastness, and the spirit is tranquil. The following day, the sun's silhouette emerged early on the horizon. Shen Lang prepared breakfast, glancing at the clock, which read just past 6, yet he dared not delay, driving straight to the company residence. After spending half an hour meticulously grooming himself, Shen Lang stood before the bathroom mirror, satisfied with his appearance. As the clock struck 8, according to routine, Su Miaohan would have risen by now. He picked up his phone and sent her a WeChat message. Su, breakfast is on the dining table, it merely needs a little reheating. I have. Su Miaohan's reply came promptly, thank you, stay safe. Shen Lang smiled at her message. It seemed that since last night, Su Miaohan's demeanor towards him had shifted significantly. No longer was she curt with brief responses like okay. She was polite and even expressed concern for his well-being. Perhaps her gratitude stemmed from his saving her yesterday. She had always been one to appreciate kindness. With his identification and household registration documents in hand, he couldn't shake the feeling that Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao were acting strangely, especially the look Grandma Zhao had given him as they left the hospital, one filled with unspoken meaning and regret. With a heart full of trepidation, Shen Lang entered the hospital. Upon reaching the door of the ward, he overheard Grandpa Li's voice inside.
Brother, I have made my decision. He will not compete with Zhe Yuan for anything.
Zhongchuan, be reasonable. The Li family's heritage has been built over generations through hard work. How can you gift it to someone of a different surname?
What peace can our ancestors find in the afterlife?
If you genuinely care for this child, give him some money so that he can live comfortably for the rest of his days.
But allowing him to join the Li family, I cannot agree. Grandpa Li coughed violently, taking a moment to regain his composure before continuing. Have you considered what will happen to the Jiang family without that child?
Li Zhongyan fell silent.
Brother, a dying man's words are often sincere.
I genuinely care for this child and wish to secure a future for him. Furthermore, I have my own selfish motives. I have not fulfilled my filial duties over the years. I was absent when mother passed, and when father was bedridden, I was still not present. Throughout these years, the Li family has faced so many challenges, and I have remained absent. I am nearing the end of my life, and the debts I owe in this lifetime cannot be repaid. I merely wish to do something for the Li family before I depart. You have seen Shen Lang's appearance. It is said that the Jiang family's daughter has exceedingly high standards, and she would not look twice at an ordinary person. Shen Lang possesses great potential. Acquiring those 2 docks, the profits the Li family will earn in the next decade will far surpass what I could bequeath to that child. This is not a losing proposition. You have been immersed in the business world for so long.
Surely you can see the logic in this better than I?
Li Zhongyan hesitated for a long while before replying. It is futile to discuss this further. I have invited her here specifically today. I will inquire about her opinion. If she truly approves, I will accede to your wishes. If she does not, I shall pretend your earlier words were never spoken. Chapter 86. Competing for a man with Su Miaohan. Shen Lang stood outside, enveloped in a fog of confusion, yet he managed to grasp certain nuances. Old Master Li's acknowledgement of him as a surrogate grandson stemmed from a desire to repay a debt of gratitude. Such a premise, though seemingly discourteous towards Shen Lang, evoked not a trace of resentment within him. Instead, his heart brimmed with poignant sorrow. It dawned on him that old Master Li had always had a family, yet, over the years, he had sacrificed so much for the orphanage and those children, missing even his mother's funeral and failing to catch a glimpse of his ailing father. He had truly sacrificed far too much for himself and for those children. His heart weighed heavily. If he could do anything for old Master Li before his passing, he would do so without hesitation. As the silence lingered within, Shen Lang composed himself and stepped inside. Several scrutinizing gazes fell upon him in unison. He soon realized that there was more than one person in the hospital room. In addition to the venerable elder, whose hair was as white as snow and bore a striking resemblance to old Master Li, there was an opulent middle-aged couple and a tall, handsome young man.
Grandfather, are you feeling any better today? Shen Lang nodded politely to them as he approached the bedside.
Ah Lang has arrived, Li Zhongchuan said, his eyes softening with warmth. He introduced, let me introduce you, this is my elder brother, Li Zhongyan, you should address him as great uncle. This is your great uncle's son, Li Jintao, your uncle, and this is your aunt Yu Wenli, along with your cousin Li Zhiyuan. Shen Lang greeted them with courtesy. For pairs of eyes roamed over Shen Lang's handsome visage, silently commending him. He was indeed far more striking than the photographs Li Zhongchuan had shared, which explained his confidence. Child, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality, Li Zhongyan said amiably, patting Shen Lang on the shoulder. I have heard from your grandfather that were it not for your assistance in raising funds for his surgery, he would have passed away 3 years ago.
This old fellow has always been stubborn.
Even a jest from the late patriarch was taken to heart. He left home for over 40 years, preferring death to seeking help from the family. The mention of old Master Li rendered Shen Lang momentarily speechless, prompting only an awkward smile in response. He perceptibly sensed that Aunt Yu Wenli's gaze towards him was slightly different. His naturally sensitive disposition allowed him to easily detect the malice in others' stares. He refrained from locking eyes with her, understanding that such a sin. Li Zhongyan, however, was exceedingly polite to Shen Lang, inquiring about his recent circumstances and indirectly broaching the topic of his romantic life upon learning that he had neither a girlfriend nor someone he favored. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor, the door to the hospital room swung open, and before the person entered, a fragrant aroma wafted in. It was the scent of tulips, sweet yet not garish, invigorating rather than off-putting. Accompanied by this delicate fragrance, a refined figure stepped into the room, clad in a beige suit and skirt. Her long, flawless legs were elegantly displayed, with glimpses of a white bandeau beneath. 2 dark strands of hair cascaded over her chest, reminiscent of summer roses, vibrant and alluring. Her figure was voluptuous, not overweight, but rather exuding a fiery allure that gave an impression of slight plumpness. Her enchanting peach blossom face was framed by 2 crescent-shaped, expressive eyes that sparkled with a seductive brilliance. At first glance, she embodied a harmonious blend of charm and solemnity, perfectly intertwined.
Upon seeing this woman, Shen Lang's gaze momentarily lost focus. How could it be her? What was she doing here?
Oldly, I apologize for my tardiness, Zhang Manong said, initially oblivious to Shen Lang's presence. Her visit today felt somewhat inexplicable. Earlier that morning, she had been busy at the company when old Master Jiang called, urging her to visit here and assess her future husband, leaving the decision entirely up to her, with no demands from the family. The Jiang family cherished their exceptional daughter, unwilling to let her endure even the slightest inconvenience. Nonetheless, given the significance of the matter concerning the Li family, a semblance of effort was deemed necessary. Jiang Manong was a sensible individual, and since it was merely a visit, it wouldn't consume too much time. She considered it akin to a casual matchmaking encounter. Bring the items in, she instructed the two female subordinates. Please accept these modest gifts and my wishes for a swift recovery. How thoughtful, Li Zhongchuan remarked, his eyes appraising Jiang Monong, growing increasingly pleased. She was indeed a stunning young lady, wholly, especially as he glanced at Jiang Monong's stature. He mused that she was likely capable of bearing a son. His heart swelled with joy, and turning to the still-dazed Shen Lang, he urged, Lang, what are you lingering there for? Hurry and accept the gifts from Miss Jiang, and express your gratitude properly. It was only then that Jiang Monong noticed Shen Lang, her alluring eyes widening momentarily in surprise before adopting a playful glint. The last time they had met at Chu Gong's villa, her first impression of him had been far from favorable, yet, since she was here with good intentions, basic etiquette demanded she extend her courtesy. Shen Lang stepped forward to accept the gifts, mustering the courage to say, thank you, Miss Jiang, for your generosity. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Jiang Monong teased, if Mr. Shen wishes to express his gratitude. Miss Jiang has offered. What more do you need to ponder, Miss Jiang? He is merely a taciturn fellow who struggles to express himself. I'll speak on his behalf. Li Zhongchuan interjected eagerly, his heart. It appeared that this young lady truly had an interest in Lang, or she wouldn't have made such an invitation. Thank you, Second Master Li, Mr. Shen, you wouldn't turn me down, would you? Jiang Monong blinked, a suppressed smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She was astute enough to recognize that, with only a few individuals present in the room, and knowing that Li Zhiyuan was already married, the person she was meant to be matched with was likely Shen Lang. This realization sparked a whimsical contemplation about the whims of fate. Their previous encounter at Chu Gong's villa had not borne fruit, yet here was the universe orchestrating yet another chance meeting. However, this seemed particularly intriguing, competing for a man with Su Miaohan. It was undeniably fascinating. Chapter 87. How will Miss Jiang choose? Before Shen Lang could utter a word, it seemed whatever I needed to convey, that old fellow should have already informed you, correct? Li Zhongyan inquired with a smile. Jiang Mon's face radiated joy as she replied, he has indeed told me. That's splendid. Li Zhongyan's smile broadened. Xiao Shen is an orphan raised by my second brother. Although there is no blood relation between them, their bond is exceedingly strong. Now, he intends to adopt Xiao Shen as his grandson and include him in the Li family register. Of course, after a brief interval, he continued, ultimately, this matter rests upon your decision. If you are inclined, the two of us old fellows will arrange this auspicious union. If you are disinterested, it will not affect the relationship between our families. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mon instinctively glanced at Shen Lang, only to find him in a state of utter bewilderment, clearly unaware of the underlying circumstances. She stifled a laugh, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, her interest intensifying as if she had discovered a delightful new toy. Li Lao, is it not? After all, we have only just met. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain contact for a while before making any decisions? Indeed, interjected Yuan. How can one make a decision upon a mere first meeting? Father, let the two young ones interact and see if their personalities are compatible. Li Zhongnian frowned and cast her a disapproving glance, deeply displeased. Clearly, the sooner this matter was resolved, the better. The Li family's business could no longer afford delays. However, since Jiang Mon had expressed herself thus, he refrained. In my day, we adhered to the dictates of parental authority and matchmaking. You young people may decide for yourselves. At this moment, he had resolved his stance. Although Jiang Mon had not directly consented, her evident interest in Shen Lang was unmistakable. Over the years, he had kept a close eye on Jiang Mon, aware that she had been courted by several suitors, all of whom hailed from prestigious families or were elites in business and politics, yet none had captured her heart. The mere fact that she had just invited Shen Lang to share a meal signaled an extraordinary inclination. Thus, Li Zhongnian was willing to grant Shen Lang a chance, as well as an opportunity for the Li family. Let them in, Li Zhong. The latter nodded and was about to exit when Yuan Li tugged at his arm, subtly shaking her head. Li Jintao's expression wavered, but he ultimately turned and stepped outside. Soon after, a cadre of staff entered in succession. Normally, dealing with administrative procedures could take 10 days to a fortnight, but now everything was accomplished effortlessly within the span of an hour. Shen Lang received a brand new household registration book. Head of Household Li Kunlong, address Xi'an District, Capital City, XXX. Gazing at this household registration, Shen Lang felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Was he, at last, considered to have a home? Others might not comprehend this sentiment, but for an orphan, the yearning for a complete family is profound. In his youth, during sleepless nights, Shen Lang had often envisioned such a reality. Xiao Shen, welcome to the Li family's grand household. I trust your grandfather has conveyed certain matters to you in advance, Li Zhongnian said warmly, patting Shen Lang's shoulder in a gesture of affection. I will say this, the obligations you must fulfill are inescapable, and what is rightfully yours will be granted in full. Your great-uncle also hopes you won't keep a distance from us. Integrate yourself quickly. So long as you refrain from reckless behavior, the family will always have your. Maintain regular contact. This household will rely on the two of you to uphold its legacy. Shen Lang wore a smile that was neither overly familiar nor entirely distant. He understood that the others were merely extending courtesy to Li grandfather. He was acutely aware of his own worth and did not believe he warranted such regard, particularly with Li Jintao, who, while not regarding him with the same hostility as Yuan Li, had not offered any warmth either. It seemed that his sudden inclusion in this family might have disrupted their interests. Shen Lang felt a sense of resignation. Had it not been for Li grandfather's wishes, he would not have given this family a second glance, no matter how vast their wealth.
For now, he could only endure and take life one step at a time. Li Zhongyan and the others did not linger long, reminding Li Zhongchuan to focus on his recovery before speaking to Shen Lang about arranging a time to meet the elder. What has happened to your upbringing? Li Zhongyan had already boarded the front seat of a separate vehicle, leaving only the three of them in this Rolls-Royce. You dare ask me what is wrong? Yu Wenli retorted angrily, I believe your father has lost his mind, allowing a wild child of unknown origin to join our family register, and to bequeath the assets of that deceased old man to him. Has he lost his senses? Silence, is your father beyond reproach? Li Jintao rebuked sternly, you are merely being naive, you know nothing of the circumstances. Naive, you mean to say we should allow a stranger to inherit Li family's wealth? Yu Wenli sneered, let me make this clear, Li Jintao. The family legacy belongs to Zhi Yuan and Tian'er, I will not permit you to gift our assets to an upstart. Fool. Li Jintao scoffed, do you truly comprehend the current situation? Despite the Li family's wealth, we have heavily invested in the import-export sector in recent. The importance of such relationships cannot be overstated. I know what you are thinking, fearing he will take advantage of us. But do you genuinely believe that if Shen Lang enters the Li family, he will effortlessly acquire my uncle's fortune? Chapter 88. Shen Lang, would you be willing to assist me? Yu Wenli paused momentarily, while Li Zhiyuan, who was scrolling through his phone nearby, also turned his gaze towards him. It's still just 2 words. Bloodline. No matter how close, one cannot surpass blood ties. Li Jintao remarked indifferently, no matter how exceptional he may be, he does not carry the blood of the Li family. Neither grandfather nor father would ever allow him to. Not only would he be unwilling to assist us, but he might also regard us as adversaries. Of course, he won't receive nothing at all, perhaps a sum of 1 or 2 billion would suffice. For an inexperienced orphan, such an amount would surely be satisfactory. What about the Jiang family, would they be amenable? I have already discussed this with your grandfather before coming here. Li Jintao replied with ease, once they are married, we must promptly secure a long-term agreement with the Jiang family. As for uncle's assets, we can keep him in suspense, claiming that the paperwork requires time and that the assets are not yet fully accounted for. There are always ways to manage this. Once the long-term agreement is signed and we have established connections with the Jiang family, any objections from their side will be inconsequential. Li Zhiyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, the portion of assets belonging to Li Zhongchuan was indeed substantial. Stocks, real estate, and cash collectively amounted to over 300 billion. Even though the entire Li family's wealth reached 2 trillion, this was still a considerable sum. No one would willingly relinquish such a vast fortune to a stranger. Jintao, you are aware that Tian'er has always harbored feelings for Jiang Mornong and is infatuated with her, even declaring that he would marry no one else. How heartbroken would he be to learn that she is marrying someone else? Yu Wenli's expression softened with indulgence as she spoke of her younger son. Why not devise a way for Tian'er to marry Jiang Mornong? You, woman, are truly insane. Just last month, he actually drugged a girl. Do you not know what kind of character he possesses as his mother? Even if I were to kneel and beg the Jiang family, Miss Jiang would not spare him a glance. Do you still dare to fantasize about him marrying Miss Jiang? Does he possess such fortune? I love my own child. What is wrong with that? Who are you to belittle your own child? Yu Wenli retorted defiantly, moreover, he is still just a child. Making mistakes is entirely normal. My son is so exceptional, marrying her would be a blessing he has earned in his past life. I'm too weary to argue with you. Is the environment satisfactory here? John, it was said that a single meal, including various service charges, could cost no less than 1 million. Has Su Miaohan brought you here before? Jiang Mornong inquired with. This woman was Su Miaohan's arch-nemesis. He had often overheard Zhao Yiding and Su Miaohan discussing her cunning nature, indicating that she was not a person of good character. Knowing that she was fully aware of his marriage to Su Miaohan, her intentions could not be trusted. Had it not been for Grandpa Li's insistence, he would have never agreed to this meal. I haven't even spoken yet, and you are already defending her. TSK, it seems you are quite fond of her. Do tell me, what is it that you like about her? Jiang Mornong asked with keen interest. Shen Lang's face flushed crimson. Do not speak nonsense. Giggling, you are simply adorable. Jiang Mornong laughed heartily. Having encountered numerous men, she found it astonishing to see Shen Lang blush, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Shen Lang felt utterly speechless. He realized that this woman was indeed teasing him. Just as Zhao Yiding had warned, she was not a woman of good repute, and it was best to keep a respectful distance. Miss Jiang, I have matters to attend to. You cannot go anywhere. Otherwise, I shall call Su Miaohan and tell her you are bullying me. Jiang Mornong's eyes sparkled with mischief. Shen Lang opened his mouth in astonishment. He had never encountered such an audacious woman. I have already ordered the meal in advance, so come with me. The feast laid before them was lavish to the extreme, featuring many delicacies that Shen Lang had never even seen before. However, faced with such culinary delights, he found himself lacking appetite. You may speak freely now. Jiang Mornong elegantly took a sip of red wine, her rosy lips glistening with an enchanting sheen. What are your thoughts? What thoughts? Shen Lang was perplexed. Jiang Mornong raised her, one handsome, the other beautiful, a perfect pairing. He had merely caught snippets of their conversation outside, and later, Li Zhongyan's words had been rather vague. Moreover, Shen Lang was acutely aware of his own standing and felt unworthy of a distinguished heiress like Jiang Mornong.
Naturally, he had mentally assigned the idea of the marriage alliance to Li Zhiyuan. After all, he was indeed quite handsome, in his early 30s, and suited Jiang Mornong. While Jiang Mornong stared at him intently, her delicate pink lips quivering slightly as if she wished to say. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. Do you truly believe we are a good match? What a pity, he is already married.
He is married? Shen Lang was taken aback.
Yes, indeed, they want me to be Li Zhiyuan. Was such a thing even possible? Jiang Mornong wore a look of grievance, but the Jiang family cannot compete with the Li family. If I refuse, they will retaliate against the Jiang family. What am I to do? Why is my fate so cruel? That Shen Lang had not anticipated such a scenario. He had heard Lu Jia mention certain aspects of high society. On the surface, it was monogamous, yet many wealthy young men maintained multiple wives and concubines. He was uncertain of the specifics regarding the Li family, but judging by the demeanor of Li Zhongyan and Li Jintao, it was evident that they were not lacking in means. Shen Lang felt at a loss for how to comfort her, as such matters were beyond his influence.
Shen Lang, if there were a way to assist me, would you be willing to help?
Jiang Mornong's doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shen Lang hesitated for a moment before nodding. If I can be of any assistance, I shall do my utmost. Here is the situation, they merely wish to form an alliance with the Jiang family. Now that you are also a part of the Li family, if you would be willing to marry me, I would not have to become Li Zhiyuan's concubine. As she spoke, she gazed at, you would surely be willing to help me, wouldn't you? Chapter 89 Shen Lang's decision. Shen Lang stared vacantly, as if entranced, at her enchanting, fair-visaged eye, and the next moment, he sprang to his feet as if struck by lightning, hastily waving his hands. No, this cannot be.
Why not? Do you not wish to assist me? Would you rather witness me leap into the abyss? Jiang Mornong pouted. Or is it that you find me unworthy of your attention?
No, certainly not, Shen Lang hurriedly replied. Miss Jiang, you are exquisite and exceptional, but I am already married.
I truly cannot assist you with this.
Then how about I marry you as a concubine? I could serve you alongside Su Miaohan. I believe you are far superior to Li Zhiyuan.
Jiang Mornong struggled to suppress her laughter, relishing Shen Lang's flustered demeanor.
Shen Lang was utterly flabbergasted, his face flushed crimson, unable to comprehend how this woman could utter such words without feeling embarrassed. Miss Jiang, please, do not jest, Shen Lang urged, taking a deep breath. I am but an orphan. I cannot harbor such extravagant hopes. If you truly do not wish to marry Li Zhiyuan, I can speak with my grandfather and have him persuade my great-uncle. Jiang Mornong was slightly taken aback by his willingness to assist, despite sensing his aversion towards her. Yet, upon hearing his offer to help with such an unjust situation, her curiosity about this man deepened. She was well aware of Su Miaohan's character, proud and imperious, with countless suitors vying for her favor over the years, yet she had never spared a glance for any of them. What, then, had captivated this orphan Shen Lang in the eyes of the celestial being? Her curiosity about his exceptional qualities only intensified.
You are deceiving me.
Jiang Mornong gazed.
Shen Lang, bewildered, replied, how could I possibly deceive you? You claim to be an orphan, yet you have inherited over 300 billion in assets from your grandfather. You simply do not wish to help me and would rather see me bullied by Li Zhiyuan. I will inform Su Miaohan that you are tormenting me.
Shen Lang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say?
Over 300 billion in assets? Jiang Mornong responded incredulously. Did you not know?
Shen Lang's expression remained frozen for a long moment before he regained his composure.
Are you truly saying that my grandfather possesses over 300 billion in assets? Jiang Mornong blinked playfully, her tone teasing. You now have such wealth, surpassing Su Miaohan's personal fortune. After 3 years of playing with her, aren't you tired? Would you consider casting her aside for me? Miss Jiang, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Shen Lang exclaimed, rising in indignation.
Firstly, you should not speak of Su Miaohan in that manner. Secondly, even if my grandfather does have 300 billion, I would refuse it. Jiang Mornong was utterly unconvinced. Such a sum would entice anyone, and she believed Shen Lang, a man living under someone else's roof, should be overjoyed rather than disdainful. His refusal only painted him as hypocritical in her eyes. Shen Lang, unaware of her thoughts, was consumed by his own turmoil. If Li Zhiyuan's family only possessed a few million, he might have accepted it, but this was 300 billion. Accepting such a fortune would only leave him feeling burdened. Moreover, what right did he have? This was the hard-earned wealth of the Li family, accumulated over generations. As an outsider, without a single contribution, what gave him the right to enjoy such benefits? A sudden realization dawned upon him. No wonder the members of the Li family regarded him with such disdain, even hostility. This was the underlying reason. Feeling both guilty and helpless, he took out his phone and dialed the number for Li Zhongyan that he had just saved. At that moment, Li Zhongyan and his family had returned to their villa in Shanghai and were discussing Shen Lang in the living room. The phone call brought an immediate hush over the room.
Dad, is that Shen Lang?
Li Jintao noted the caller ID. Li Zhongyan nodded. Let us see what this young man has to say.
He pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone.
Great uncle, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Haha, I just got home. Little Shen, is there something you need?
Great uncle, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. I hope it will not take up too much of your time.
Of course not, I have nothing pressing at the moment.
Please, go ahead. It is like this, I just learned that my grandfather has 300 billion in assets within the Li family, correct? At this revelation, Li Zhongyan and the others furrowed their brows.
Could this young man have called solely to demand that sum? Little Shen, indeed there are those assets, but great uncle, here is the thing, I previously had no knowledge of my grandfather's wealth. He once mentioned wanting me to inherit this fortune. Shen Lang continued, at the time, I did not realize it would amount to so much, and I agreed to his wishes. However, I believe in earning my keep. While this money rightfully belongs to my grandfather, he has not generated a single penny for the Li family over the years. In truth, this wealth has been painstakingly earned by you and the descendants of the Li family. I do not dare to accept it, nor do I wish to. Thus, I am calling to discuss writing a waiver to relinquish my claim to this inheritance, as a way to honor my grandfather. However, given that my grandfather's health is fragile, please do not share this with him. I fear it would upset him. As these words hung in the air, Li Zhongnian and the others fell into an odd silence, unable to find their voices. They had just been strategizing on how to persuade Shen Lang to willingly enter into an alliance while ensuring he would not inherit the assets. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Lang had called, willing to unconditionally forfeit his inheritance. Little Shen, are you truly sincere? Is this your heartfelt wish? Li Zhongnian's voice trembled slightly. It is indeed sincere. When I agreed to this union, it was solely to bring joy to my grandfather and fulfill his desire. I never intended to gain anything from the Li family. I also hope that you and the others will not blame my grandfather. He acted with my best interests at heart. If there is any fault, it lies with me. Once again, Li Zhongnian and his family fell silent, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, finally comprehending why his younger brother placed such importance on this orphan. This child was remarkably filial and exceptionally kind-hearted. 300 billion, and he refused to accept a single cent. How many people in this world could achieve such selflessness? Very well, good child. Your grandfather knows of your filial piety, but I must reiterate, you are now a member of the Li family, and I will not allow you to be shortchanged. After ending the call, Li Zhongnian looked up to the heavens with a heavy sigh. This man, a different flavor. Shen Lang set down his phone, a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. Was he tempted by the prospect of 300 billion? Undoubtedly, he was. After all, it was 300 billion, not merely 300, once secured, he could live a life of ease, ensuring his descendants would enjoy a life of abundance, yet, this sum was one he could neither accept nor dare to claim. The moral principles he had adhered to since childhood taught him that a gentleman must discern what he should and should not pursue. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the Li family's associates, should he accept this fortune, they would undoubtedly retaliate against Grandpa Li. Even if, a century later, he were to gain access to the Li family ancestral grave, he would likely be scorned by his descendants. This was a fate Shen Lang was resolutely unwilling to witness. With Li Zhongnian still in Shanghai, he decided to write up the agreement after dinner, aiming to resolve this matter promptly. The moment he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to find Jiang Monong staring at him in shock. You are just giving up like that? Did you not hear what was said? Jiang Monong blinked in disbelief, then could not help but bare her teeth in a grin. I truly want to dissect your brain and see what makes it tick. You think I'm foolish, don't you? Shen Lang lowered his gaze, picking up a piece of food, chewing thoughtfully before meeting her eyes once more. So, do you believe I should take this money? Of course you should. That money belongs to your grandfather. While your earlier arguments do hold some merit, your grandfather was born into that family. Even if he did nothing, by virtue of blood, that fortune rightfully belongs to him. Jiang Monong adopted an unusually serious. It is only natural that his inheritance should come to you. On the contrary, by refusing to inherit this wealth without his consent, you are desecrating his goodwill. Listening to her impassioned words, Shen Lang shook his head with a. Unexpectedly, this seemingly naive individual turned out to be rather astute. Having grown up in a wealthy family, she was all too familiar with the underlying corruption. Shen Lang had almost no chance of obtaining that inheritance. There were countless ways to render one's aspirations futile, or worse, to make one vanish entirely. So, are you retreating to advance? Jiang Monong inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Was it necessary to be so mercenary, to interpret everything through the lens of profit? I hadn't thought that far. Contentment is a virtue. Earning 100 today and 200 tomorrow may bring you joy, but if one day you earn 10,000 today and 8,000 tomorrow, you might find yourself exceedingly disheartened. Human desires are boundless. I believe that rather than scheming for this fortune that does not rightfully belong to you, even engaging in fierce battles, it is far more worthwhile to focus on oneself and to accomplish meaningful endeavors within the confines of one's finite life. 300 billion is merely a number to me. If it were truly bestowed upon me, I would not know how to spend it. For me, having a place to live and enough to eat and wear is sufficient. Forgive me, Miss Jiang, for I am but a humble commoner with no grand ambitions. She believed him. From his seemingly mundane words and the clarity in his gaze, she discerned the authenticity behind his statements. Perhaps the Li family truly intended to grant him this sum, and he would not necessarily accept it. Having navigated the treachery of the business world, where survival often depended on cunning and ruthlessness, encountering such a man was refreshingly novel for her, and she gazed at Shen Lang with admiration. Abandoning her meal, she propped her chin on her hands, a teasing smile playing upon her lips as she gazed at his handsome visage. What are you staring at? Shen Lang felt uncomfortable, instinctively touching his face, wondering if he had food residue. Your beauty is quite captivating. Instantly, Shen Lang's face flushed crimson. It was utterly absurd that this woman would apply such language, typically reserved for women, to him. Jiang Monong beamed at his embarrassment, her eyes crinkling with delight. Despite her outwardly extroverted and alluring demeanor, she had few friends and led a rather monotonous life.
Each day was filled with work, or the journey to work. Her existence was rather dreary. This man seemed to have cast a stone into the still waters of her heart, suddenly introducing a hint of excitement into her otherwise mundane life. More intriguingly, he was Su Miaohan's partner, and teasing him added a certain thrill. Have you given it any thought? Jiang Manon tilted her head, a sultry smile gracing her lips. Thought about what? Su Miaohan and I are known as the twin beauties of Shanghai, and the men pursuing us could line up from here to Hong Kong. If you were to marry both of us simultaneously, embracing us both, how many men would envy you? It would be worth being an emperor. How about you accompany me tonight, and we can cultivate our feelings, Miss Jiang. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. This libertine woman was not to his liking, and they had nothing in common. As he strode towards the door, he paused momentarily, glancing back. I shall whether it is successful, I cannot guarantee. Jiang Manon watched him leave the private room, her mind lingering on his words. After a long pause, she chuckled softly. This man was becoming increasingly intriguing to her. How should she put it? He was undeniably handsome, and after gazing for a while, she could discern no flaws. Honest, kind, ungreedy, and not lecherous. That no wonder Su Miaohan, who prided herself on being superior, this man undoubtedly possessed the qualities that attracted women. Zhuguang, it's just one woman, and look at how you've been torturing yourself these past few days. Wang Jia, this time, it's utterly impossible for me and her. I am unwilling to accept it. I've invested so much for her, so why should she be able to dismiss me so easily? A man and a woman walked into the hall. The man appeared haggard, his eyes devoid of spirit, unshaven, and exuding an air of despair. It was none other than Chu Gongza. Beside him stood his manager, Wang Weining, a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. Just as he spoke, Chu Gongza's gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure emerging from the left private room. Shen Lang, what is he doing here? Chu Gongza was momentarily stunned. In his eyes, Shen Lang was, how could he afford to patronize a high-end establishment like the royal court in Shanghai? Was Su Miaohan the one who invited him? As he pondered this, Chu Gongza's gaze fixated on the door of the private room, as if trying to peer inside. However, after several minutes, he did not see Su Miaohan emerge. Instead, he witnessed another woman, equally as stunning as Su Miaohan, gracefully exit with a captivating allure. Jiang Manon, what was she doing with Shen Lang? Chu Gongza's thoughts spiraled into confusion, but soon exhilaration surged within him. Could it be that this fellow was playing both sides? Seeing Jiang Manon preparing to leave, Chu Gongza quickly approached her. Miss Jiang, please wait. Although she was not well acquainted with Chu Gongza, she had attended his birthday banquet once, merely taking a brief respite to witness the captivating performance of Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza. Someone like Chu Gongza hardly warranted her presence at such an event. Moreover, Su Miaohan treated him as if he were a treasure, but Jiang Maoxiang held such individuals in disdain. He was as slender as a monkey, perpetually adorned in makeup, and dressed in a manner that was overtly effeminate, resembling a delicate flower. The men she favored at least possessed a semblance of masculinity. Why aren't you off pursuing your Su Miaohan? What business do you have obstructing me? Could it be that Su Miaohan has cast you aside, and you've set your sights on me instead? Jiang Maoxiang chuckled lightly. I certainly won't be picking up the scraps. This woman was truly extraordinary. Her figure was stunning, exuding an alluring charm, and her every smile and frown was utterly enchanting. It was rumored that she was still without a boyfriend. Suddenly, an unusual thought crossed Chu Gongza's mind. Securing Jiang Maoxiang's affection could prove to be a splendid opportunity to in terms of status. Among the four prominent families in Shanghai, the Su family ranked at the bottom, while the Jiang family was third. Regarding appearance and capability, Jiang Maoxiang was certainly not inferior to Su Miaohan. If he could ascend to the heights of Jiang Maoxiang, would it not also serve his ambition to take the helm of the Chu family? Contemplating this, a signature smile spread across his face. Miss Jiang, you just Su Miaohan and I have long since become a thing of the past. We parted ways 3 years ago. Is that so? Shall we move to a private room? Jiang Maoxiang pressed her lips together, suddenly intrigued to hear what this fellow had to say about Shen Lang. Once inside the private room, Chu Gongza got straight to the point. Miss Jiang, it's not that I take pleasure in gossiping behind people's backs, but Shen Lang is not a commendable individual. What do you mean? Jiang Maoxiang inquired, her expression piqued with interest. Observing her demeanor, Chu Gongza perked up. You may not be aware, but he is nothing more than a gigolo. 3 years ago, when Su Miaohan's family was urging her to marry, she casually found someone in a bar for a sham marriage, and that someone was Shen Lang. They signed a 3-year contract, and he received a one-time compensation of 5 million. Just think about it, this man would do anything for money. How could he be anything but dubious? Moreover, he is skilled in flattery. When I saw him with you earlier, I was concerned you might fall victim to his charms, which is why I felt compelled to warn you. Jiang Maoxiang suddenly burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if a myriad of stars were converging within them. So that's how it is. No wonder he has been concealing his marriage from his family. Jiang Maoxiang finally understood. You mentioned they signed a 3-year contract. Doesn't that mean the contract is nearing its end? Chu Gongza nodded. They have been together for 3 years and have not even held hands. All they possess is a marriage certificate. Jiang Maoxiang's smile grew ever more radiant as she stood up, saying, Thank you, Mr. Chu, you truly are a good person. Chu Gongza was left bewildered. What was this about? Why was she thanking him, and calling him a good person? Could it be she was grateful for his insights regarding Shen Lang? Chu Gongza felt elated. Oh, it was no trouble at all. There's no need for thanks. Jiang Maoxiang blinked. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she walked towards the door. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly turned back with a smile. By the way, I do not engage with petty gossipmongers, so please do not appear before me again. As Chu Gongzi stood there, stupefied, she gracefully departed. Leave. This butter is far too scant. These unscrupulous merchants are truly harmful. Qingzi will not rest until I report them to the authorities, ensuring they face dire consequences. In a luxurious villa, a beautifully dressed young girl was venting her frustrations to her online audience. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. The girl sprang up. It must be my sister returning. I must sign off for now. Wait, you've only been live for half an hour. Why are you shutting down? Qingzi, you always claim your sister is exceptionally beautiful. Where's the proof? Turn the camera around. Little sister, be a good girl and don't delay my viewing pleasure. Ignoring the unruly comments from her audience, the girl swiftly ended the livestream and hurried outside, where she indeed found Jiang Maxiang changing her shoes in the living room. As she descended the stairs, she inquired curiously, Sister, why are you home so early today? Jiang Maxiang was a workaholic. In Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes, her sister seemed to have no other interests apart from her work. She did not shop, did not binge-watch dramas, and spent any spare time poring over company reports or business literature. Such books made Jiang Xiaocheng's head ache if she glanced at them for too long. She could never fathom how her sister found them so engrossing. If you don't want to go, then don't, Jiang Maxiang replied, glancing at her. Did you not visit any shops today? I've already checked out the shops in Shanghai multiple times. It's rather dull. Besides, the weather outside is scorching. I'm not stepping out. Jiang Xiaocheng linked her arm with her sister's, inquisitively asking, how did your blind date go today? Was the man handsome? Jiang Maxiang's lips curled in, you're acting strangely. In the past, you never even wanted to mention the men you went on dates with, yet now you find someone interesting. It's over, Jiang Maxiang, you've fallen. Don't you know my situation? Do you think I could ever fall in love with a man? I just think this person is rather amusing. Over the years, I've met quite a few exceptional men, but he is unlike any I've encountered before, naive and innocent. Hee, I wonder when he will awaken from his fairy tale. I hope he never wakes up. Ding dong. As she murmured. Chapter 92. A fleeting photograph observing her younger sister, who was joyfully bounding onto the sofa to listen to music. Jiang Emmening couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. She was well aware of who had released a new song. It must be that internet singer named CHNGFing PLing. Not long ago, this girl had fortuitously stumbled upon the artist's music online and had instantly developed a fondness for it, even going so far as to share it with her. At that time, Jiang Emmening had merely commented with 4 words, a mundane and unrefined. She found little appeal in popular music. Instead, she cherished the vintage charm of vinyl records and the nearly forgotten art of opera. This often led Jiang Xiaocheng to roll her eyes and label her as an antiquated stick in the mud. Just as Jiang Emmening was about to ascend the stairs, a hauntingly ethereal piano prelude suddenly filled the air, its gentle and airy notes swirling through the spacious hall. It seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling Jiang Emmening, who had just placed her foot on the stair, to instinctively retract it. I have forgotten how long it has been since. Rarely enjoying contemporary songs, Jiang Emmening found herself captivated, her ear attuned to the beautiful melody and heartfelt lyrics. Soon, the song reached its chorus. I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale, spreading my arms wide, transforming into wings to protect you. You must believe that we will have a happy ending, just like in the fairy tales. The lyrics brimmed with yearning and regret for love, painting a picture of an unattainable romantic tale, evoking the innocence and beauty of love. Jiang Emmening stood there, entranced, her gaze distant, her heartstrings seemingly struck by a mighty hammer, rendering her breathless in an instant. She was suddenly transported back to that sweltering summer, when a gentle boy with flowing hair had pulled her from the pond, tenderly caressing her head. Little sister, you can't swim. Please don't come to the pond anymore. It's very dangerous. Xia Qinghui, that little sister is back to watch you play basketball. She wouldn't have developed a crush on you, would she? Don't joke around. Lulu will get angry. Emmening, please don't bring me snacks anymore. If Lulu finds out, she will be furious. Thank you, Emmening. If it weren't for the money you provided, my family's factory would surely have gone bankrupt. Truly, thank you. Emmening, Lulu and I are getting married. Sis, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Jiang Emmening snapped back to reality, only then realizing her cheeks were cold. She hurriedly wiped them, smiling as she replied, it's nothing, this song is just very moving. Moving? I only think it's pleasant to listen to, Jiang Xiaocheng said, perplexed. Ever since their parents had perished in a car accident, with their grandfather growing frail, Jiang Emmening had shouldered the family's burdens alone. Since then, Jiang Xiaocheng had never seen her sister cry. How could a song evoke such tears? Perhaps even in a fairy tale world, love may not always achieve perfection, Jiang Emmening murmured, glancing at Jiang Xiaocheng. This singer possesses. I had previously underestimated him. What is his account? I wish to take a look. Did I not mention it before? His name is CHNGFing PLing? Delighted that her favorite. I remember when I first followed him, he only had a few 100,000. Then, she couldn't help but pout. He is just too full of himself. I even helped promote his first song. He thanked me in a private message, and despite my many replies, he never acknowledged me again. At the Su Corporation, in the CEO's office, Su Miaohan was also replaying the song Fairy Tale, a faint smile gracing her lips as she tirelessly perused the audience's comments. At that moment, her secretary, Chen Yan, walked in. President Su, we have gathered information. Su Miaohan set her phone down and Chen Yan reported, Shen Lang was adopted by a family surnamed Tao in Hongyun village when he was around 6 years old. The man is named Tao Yong, and the woman is named Chen Fong. This family initially struggled to conceive, and they treated Shen Lang fairly well. However, after Chen Fong, villagers have reported that she would beat him with a stick as thick as an arm and made him spend nights exposed to mosquitoes. Almost all of the household chores fell upon him. At this point, Chen Yan was visibly incensed. This family is truly malicious. He was still a child under 10 years old, how could they be so cruel? Su Miaohan displayed no emotion on her face, remaining silent for a moment before asking, what about the girl? Upon hearing this, Chen Yan continued. Su Miaohan hesitated for quite some time before reaching out to pick up a photo, flipping through them one by one. The girl in the photographs was charming and lovely, with delicate features and a smile that her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, evoking feelings of affection. Several photos featured Shen Lang and Li Qian together, though there was no overt intimacy, their genuine smiles revealed the happiness they once shared. Su Miaohan silently gazed at one picture of the two standing in front of the Shanghai Theatre Academy, forming a heart shape with their hands. She speculated that it must have been taken when she sent Shen Lang off to university. In the photograph, Li Qian glanced at Shen Lang with a gaze filled with deep affection, as if her admiration were leaping off the page. If she were still alive, they would surely be exceptionally happy now. This thought emerged in, mere testimonies won't suffice. Engage a private investigator, I want them to face justice. Chen Yan promptly nodded. I will take care of it right away. You truly are remarkable, how on earth did you manage to compose such a beautiful piece? Wang Qin exclaimed animatedly while driving. Recently, Shen Lang had recorded several songs in one go and entrusted his account to Wang Qin for management. Following Lu Chang's suggestion, it would be ideal to release 1 to 2 new songs each month to maintain the momentum. Shen Lang had just learned that Wang Qin had uploaded Fairy Tale onto Dole. The quality of this song is beyond question. In the previous world, even the masterful Nocturne was overshadowed, relegated to the second position of the year. This illustrates the tremendous popularity of the song. The car soon came to a halt at a manor in the southern suburbs. Shen Lang instructed Wang Qin to wait in the car while he carried a document bag towards the main entrance. Are you Mr. Shen Lang? A well-dressed middle-aged man had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Shen Lang approach, he quickly came forward. I am Wang Chunhai, the steward of this manor, old Mr. Li is already waiting for you at the Lotus Viewing Pavilion. Please follow me, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Steward Wang. Ultimately, he arrived at a pavilion in front of a lotus pond, where he saw Li Zhongyan and a few others seated inside. Great uncle, aunt, cousin, Xiao Shen has arrived. Come, sit. Li Zhongyan beamed as he pulled Shen Lang down beside him. You came at just the right time, I've brewed a pot of fine tea. This is the Taiping Hokue from Monkey Pit that I acquired from an old friend of. Its production is extremely rare, and even wealth cannot secure it. As he spoke, he personally poured a cup for Shen Lang. Do give it a taste. Shen Lang raised the teacup and took a delicate sip, savoring it before. I usually drink ordinary tea. This is my first encounter with such exquisite tea, so I may appear to be showing off. In this manner, I have collected quite a few fine teas. While there is no more Monkey Pit Taiping Hokue, I have plenty of excellent by Luochan in Longjing. Li Zhongyan gestured towards Li Jintao. The latter understood and retrieved a transfer document from a nearby file bag, handing it to Shen. Once you sign it, this manor will be yours. Shen Lang was taken aback and quickly stood up, waving his hands. No, uncle, this is far too precious, I cannot accept it. Child, please sit down. Li Zhong. Yet, for me, it is merely a residence. Grandfather did not seek your consent and conducted a discreet inquiry, discovering that you do not currently own a home of your own. Thus, grandfather thought it best to gift you the. Compared to the 300 billion you relinquished, what is a mere manor? You wouldn't want to see grandfather feeling guilty, would you? Li Jintao added, Xiao Shen accepted. We rarely stay here, and besides, we have other properties in Shanghai. One house is truly inconsequential. Cousin, you may not be aware of grandfather's temperament. Li Zhiyuan chuckled. If you refuse, he certainly. Shortly thereafter, both parties signed the inheritance waiver. Once the signatures were affixed, the smile on Li Zhongyan's face deepened, and his gaze towards Shen Lang grew increasingly warm. You need not concern yourself with the transfer process. Just send a photo of your ID to Steward Wang, and he will handle it. However, we will need a few days to move. I will have Steward Wang call you to notify you when you can move in. Initially, I intended to take you back to the capital to familiarize you with the family home, but considering the elderly gentleman's serious illness, it is best to postpone this for now. I hope you understand. Shen Lang hurriedly replied, Great-grandfather's health is of utmost importance. After all, we are family, and there will be ample time in the future. He had intended to leave after addressing the property matters, but unexpectedly, Li Zhongyan insisted he stay for dinner, and it was not until after a meal that he was finally allowed to depart. Once outside the manor, Shen Lang called Wang Qin, who had returned early due to his extended stay for dinner. However, the area was somewhat remote, making it challenging to hail a taxi, so he asked Wang Qin to come pick him up. As he sat on a bench by the roadside waiting, he noticed a man and a woman walking towards him. While he did not recognize the man, he was taken aback upon seeing the woman. Sister Wanxia? He had not seen Gu Wanxia in the hospital these past few days, and his messages had gone unanswered, leaving him genuinely worried for her well-being. Seeing her looking well brought him a sigh of relief. However, who was that man by her side? He appeared ordinary, yet his tasteful attire complemented his refined demeanor, suggesting he was either wealthy or of noble background. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Lang decided against approaching them. Perhaps they were on a date, and it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. He averted his gaze until Gu Wanxia and the man walked past, engaged in cheerful conversation. He raised his head to watch their receding figures, letting out a soft sigh. So, Sister Wanxia has a boyfriend. It made sense. A girl as exceptional as her would undoubtedly have many suitors. How could she possibly be single? Shen Lang suddenly felt that his previous actions might have been somewhat inappropriate. He had always assumed Gu Wanxia was unattached, which led him to be less cautious in their interactions, often making, though he had justified it as a doctor-patient and friendship bond, the distinction between genders remained. It seemed prudent to maintain a greater distance from Sister Wanxia in the future to avoid any misunderstandings with her boyfriend that might jeopardize their relationship. Sister Wanxia had helped him immensely. While he could not repay her kindness, he must ensure he did not add to her troubles. And nevertheless, Shen Lang felt a peculiar sadness within him. Whenever he was with Gu Wanxia, he felt an undeniable sense of ease. Her gentle attentiveness and patient listening soothed the wounds of his heart like a gentle stream, bringing him unparalleled comfort. It seemed that all the worries of the world could be washed away in her presence, yet now, with her having a boyfriend, though he was reluctant to part from this friendship, Shen Lang resolved to keep his distance. Chapter 94 What it feels like to like someone. Brother Shen, I hope I haven't kept you waiting, she said, as he leaned back in contemplation. Wang Qin abruptly halted her vehicle in front of him, her head poking out of the window with a sheepish grin. Shen Lang took his place in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Not at all, I've only been waiting for a moment. Are we heading back to the company dormitory? First, let's make a brief stop at the dormitory. I need to grab a few things. Shen Lang recalled that Su Miaohan might still be at home, waiting for him to prepare dinner. He swiftly returned to the dormitory to gather some clothing and personal belongings. Subsequently, he visited the supermarket to procure a variety of fruits, vegetables, and meats. When he stepped into the villa, laden with bags, he found Su Miaohan seated in the living room on the first floor, engrossed in the television. This appliance had previously served merely as decoration, as Su Miaohan never watched it. Shen Lang understood she was waiting specifically for his return. Back already? She inquired without turning her head. Yes, Shen Lang replied with a smile. I apologize for the delay. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go prepare dinner. Only when he entered the kitchen did Su Miaohan finally turn her gaze, her eyes intently fixed on the indistinct silhouette behind the frosted glass. The rhythmic sound of chopping soon filled the kitchen, reminiscent of days gone by, where Shen Lang would hum a tune while cooking, and she would be nestled on the sofa, diligently working on her notebook. Though the chopping sound was not particularly melodious, it seemed to serve as her lullaby. Each time she heard that familiar noise emanating from the kitchen, a profound sense of tranquility washed over her. It felt as if her efforts had found a sanctuary, her busyness had gained purpose, rendering everything she did far from mundane. Ding, a notification from WeChat chimed. Su Miaohan had few contacts on WeChat, merely family members, a handful of high-ranking colleagues, and a scant few friends. Typically, at this hour, it would only be those colleagues reporting on work progress. However, upon opening the app, she discovered a message from Chen Meng, who was far away in Xianqi Mountain. Miaohan, Chu Gongzi called. He was dining alone with Zhang Manong. You must be cautious. I suspect Zhang Manong intends to sway Shen Lang, using him as a means to extract confidential information from you, especially now that the company is gaining. Casting a glance toward the kitchen, she replied, I understand. President Su, dinner is served. Shen Lang's warm voice reached her after an indeterminate period. She turned to look at him. His demeanor was calm, the tension in his face having dissipated significantly. Rising from her seat, she approached the dining table. I've prepared some dishes that are gentle on the stomach. You may eat heartily, he said, ladling a small bowl of rice for her. Su Miaohan typically had a modest appetite, particularly when it came to rice, a staple that was quite caloric. She usually consumed no more than half a bowl. Why aren't you eating? She inquired, noticing only one set of chopsticks on the table. I've already had my meal outside. Ah. Su Miaohan offered no further remarks, lowering her head to daintily savor her food. Shen Lang found himself growing accustomed to Su Miaohan's quietude. The previous night had been unexpected. She had shown an unprecedented gentleness toward him, sharing thoughts she would have never confided in him before. Shen Lang speculated that this was likely a response to her distress from Chu Gongzi, a desperate need to find someone to confide in. As for Chu Gongzi's assertion that Su Miaohan had feelings for him, Shen Lang found it utterly implausible. What does it truly feel like someone? He knew all too well. It was an instinctual impulse, a longing that would consume one as thoughts when apart, and a joy that surged from within upon their arrival. You yearn for their well-being, feel troubled by their slightest unhappiness, and wish to offer them the finest of everything. Yet, throughout these years, he had never sensed such sentiments from Su Miaohan. Moreover, she had always been a remarkably rational person. Through Chen Meng, he had gleaned many stories about Su Miaohan and Chu Gongzi. Initially, they had the opportunity to be together, but were ultimately driven apart by the vehement opposition. However, Su Miaohan was not a meek girl bound by familial constraints. Shen Lang knew that if she truly desired something, no one from the Su family could hinder her, even if it came at a significant cost. Su Miaohan had not contested with her family regarding her relationship with Chu Gongzi because she admired ambitious men. Shen Lang did not consider himself ambitious. In fact, he was quite content.
If Su Miaohan had dismissed the once illustrious Chu Gongzi, how could she possibly regard him? Shen Lang had always been self-aware, never allowing himself to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. As the saying goes, the ordinary person troubles themselves by overthinking. President Su Miaohan lifted her head. Is there something you wish to discuss? I would like to bring something to your attention. Once Shen Lang saw that she had nearly finished her meal, he spoke up. This afternoon, I had lunch with Jiang Monong at the royal court. He felt it was necessary to inform Su Miaohan about this. That woman was enigmatic, her words often lacking coherence. Shen Lang could not decipher her true intentions, but he sensed no goodwill. Given her status as a business rival to Su Miaohan, he deemed it prudent to alert her and prepare her for potential psychological defenses. Su Miaohan paused, gazing at his sincere face in astonishment, a wave of guilt washing over her. After receiving Chen Meng's message, she had felt somewhat uneasy, although she did not. However, Shen Lang's willingness to be forthright indicated his innocence, suggesting there must be another explanation. Whom you choose to dine with is your own prerogative, there is no need to disclose it. It would be wise to limit your interactions with her. She refrained from probing further into the reasons for Shen Lang's lunch with Jiang Monong. Pursuing every detail could become stifling, and she preferred to grant Shen Lang ample space. Moreover, she had unwavering trust in his character. She believed he would never betray her. Chapter 95 of The Hope of Su Miaohan. After Shen Lang washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen, he walked into the living room to find Su Miaohan sitting on the sofa. The following days were fully booked with performances almost daily. Alright, Shen Lang nodded in agreement. Noticing Su Miaohan limping as she made her way upstairs, Shen Lang could not help but ask, did you go to the company today? Su Miaohan paused for a moment. Yes. Shen Lang frowned. Did the doctor not advise you against walking around for 7 days? Su Miaohan was slightly taken aback by his words, glancing at his somewhat irritated expression, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. There have been many matters at the company lately. That does not justify risking your health. What if it leads to long-term consequences? Shen Lang asserted, money is endless, but health comes first. The doctor has warned you repeatedly, you cannot act recklessly. Su Miaohan bit her lip. There are many things at the company that require my presence. I must go. Shen Lang remained silent for a considerable time before summoning the courage to suggest, how about I drive you to and from work during this period? Su Miaohan did not respond, merely gazed. Shen Lang felt a flush creeping to his face. If you don't mind, I could carry you to the car. Once we reach the underground parking lot at the company, it's just a few steps to the elevator, and that should be manageable. I can wait for you in the underground. No one should notice. At this point, he observed Su Miaohan pursing her lips in silence and hastily added, Miss Su, I am genuinely concerned about your injury. I do not wish to take advantage. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? He had mustered significant courage to voice his thoughts. Su Miaohan had never been one to take care of herself, especially during the first year. Many senior members of the company were reluctant to accept a young woman in such a position. During that time, she would work tirelessly through the night, neglecting her meals. Shen Lang understood that if he did not intervene, her nature would lead her to regard a sprained ankle as trivial and disregard its significance. Little did she know, many who underestimate a simple sprain can end up with lasting damage. His suggestion stemmed purely from concern for her well-being, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, he worried that Now, it was he who felt somewhat at a loss. When he made the suggestion, he had assumed that since he had already carried her last night, a few more instances would not matter. However, he had failed to consider that last night was an unforeseen circumstance, a necessity. Now, Su Miaohan had more choices, and the context was different, imbued with a different significance. If he were to engage in any physical intimacy with Su Miaohan now, it would appear somewhat ambiguous. Su Miaohan was a very traditional woman, adhering to the ideals of platonic love. Until their hearts were genuinely united and they had exchanged vows, she would never permit any physical contact with a man. She had maintained such boundaries even with Chu Gongzi, how much more so with him? Realizing this, Shen Lang internally chastised himself for his lack of discretion, yet he could not have anticipated that Su Miaohan would actually agree, and it seemed she even wished for him to carry her upstairs. The villa was designed with a C-shaped staircase, comprising 24 steps. Given Su Miaohan's condition, what if she were to injure her foot again while ascending? Shen Lang glanced up at the staircase, then back at Su Miaohan, his face. Su, pardon my boldness. Taking a deep breath, he bent down, cradling her delicate leg while wrapping his other arm around her back. With a gentle lift, he swiftly scooped her up into a prince. Her soft, fragrant body nestled against him, radiating warmth that enveloped him. Shen Lang felt his heart racing wildly, as if it might leap from his throat for a breath of fresh air. He dared not lower his gaze to linger upon her, his handsome face flushed with a mix of heat and embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, Su Miaohan's face was even redder than his, resembling a startled doe, anxiously shifting in his embrace. As she looked up, she suddenly noticed that the man holding her appeared even more nervous than she was, his eyes darting about, clear yet bashful, fixed straight ahead. Su Miaohan smiled softly, yet her mind inadvertently, Isn't a time you stopped testing me? In the past, I followed your lead without question, but now that we've graduated, you should give me a definitive answer. Is that really so important to you? What man wouldn't want that, especially with someone as beautiful as you? Miaohan, just agree to it. I can book a room right now. Chu Gongzi, I haven't reached that level of emotional connection with you yet. I hope you can respect that. Respect? For over a year, I haven't even held your hand. How else do you expect me to show respect? Today, you either come with me to a hotel, or we break up right now, and I'll sail across the ocean never to return. It's your choice. In many sleepless nights, Su Miaohan had reflected on whether she truly misunderstood men or if clinging to her fantasies was unrealistic.
In this murky world, could she ever find a man willing to embark on a soulful romance with her? This uncertainty lingered in Su Miaohan's heart even now, yet, as she gazed at Shen Lang's face, a glimmer of hope blossomed within her. Perhaps there truly existed a man in this world as foolishly sincere as she was. Chapter 96, a piano piece exclusively for Su Miaohan. The brief 24 steps seemed to have taken Shen Lang across countless mountains and rivers. The temperature of the central air conditioning was set at 25 degrees, and as he carried Su Miaohan into the study, a thin sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead. Ms. Su, you're busy. I'll tidy up first, he said, turning away from the study with a hint of awkwardness. A mysterious smile graced Su Miaohan's lips. After sitting for a while, just as she was about to immerse herself in work, a phone call and, noticing the caller ID displayed as Mom, her brows instinctively furrowed. What is it? She asked coldly, reluctantly pressing the answer button just before the call was about to disconnect. You insolent girl, how dare you? Why haven't you done so? Why should I add him? Are you trying to drive me mad? Fan Yiqing's anger flared. Do you not understand what Wang Xiao wants? 2 years ago, before he went abroad, he pursued you quite openly. The moment he returned, he came looking for you. What more do you want? If you are unwilling to be with Chu Gongzi, I won't force you. But a top-tier young master like Wang Xiao taking an interest in you is a blessing you earned from your past life. I warn you not to give me the cold shoulder. Quickly accept Wang Xiao's friend request. If you anger him, the entire Su family will suffer. Do you understand? Expressionless, Su Miaohan replied, I will say this one more time, I have no feelings for him. You have never cared for me, and you certainly have no right to meddle in my romantic matters. I have things to attend to, I'm hanging up. After shutting off her phone and tossing it onto the table, she rubbed her temple. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of piano music emanating from outside. Surprised for a moment, a smile soon graced her lips as she limped towards the door, leaning against the entrance to Shen Lang's room. Her sparkling eyes fixed on Shen Lang, who was playing the piano with his back to her. Having studied piano for nearly 13 years from the age of 5 until her high school graduation at 18, she was well versed in various pieces. Yet, this particular melody seemed unfamiliar to her. The tune was light and melodious, possessing a magical quality that instantly lifted her spirits. She squinted her eyes and observed Shen Lang, who was simultaneously jotting down notes on a nearby manuscript while playing, likely composing this new piece. Su Miaohan chose not to interrupt him, quietly leaning against the doorframe, her gaze resting on his focused profile, a masterpiece in itself, every line exuding handsomeness and elegance, compelling her to admire it. Su Miaohan did not deny her preference for attractive men and acknowledged her fondness for beauty. Even just gazing upon his face could brighten her mood. Ms.Su, did I disturb you? Just as Shen Lang finished composing the piece, he stood up and stretched, turning around to find Su Miaohan leaning at the door. Are you writing a new piece? She inquired. Yes, I borrowed your piano for a while, he replied, handing her the score. Noticing her puzzled expression, he explained, I saw you looking a bit tired these past few days, and with your foot injured, listening to some piano music might help soothe your mood and accelerate your recovery. I heard from Chen Meng that her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Shen Lang. Did you compose this piece just for me? Shen Lang averted his gaze, slightly embarrassed. I merely thought you looked exhausted and wanted to lighten your mood. Ms. Su, perhaps I am not in a position to say this, but you must prioritize your health. No matter how busy you are with work, you need to take care of yourself. Su Miaohan remained silent, her eyes fixed on the man before her, where she could distinctly sense his genuine concern. It felt as if a warm current had enveloped her soul, nurturing the desolate chambers of her heart. She had once believed that one could not develop feelings for someone merely from being moved, yet now she truly understood that the most sincere gestures could indeed touch the heart. Shen Lang, thank you, Su Miaohan said earnestly. In this world, warmth was a rare commodity for her. At home, she was treated as a mere tool for profit, and friends were few and far between. There were moments when she felt profoundly lonely and starved for care. Yet now, she felt the palpable presence of someone who genuinely cared for her, always by her side. No need for thanks, Shen Lang stammered, caught off guard by her serious expression. Ms. Su, would you like me to record a version for you and send it to your phone? Sure. Shen Lang didn't elaborate further. He adjusted the recording equipment and returned to the piano. After a slight adjustment, his long fingers danced gracefully across the keys, filling the room with a beautiful and cheerful melody. He played with such dedication that he failed to notice Su Miaohan recording him from behind with her phone. The piece, lasting just over a minute, concluded swiftly, and Shen Lang sent the recorded audio to her, smiling as he said, "This piece is exclusively for you, I won't publish it elsewhere." With their contract nearing its end in less than a month, this would serve as a just as they had first met at the Langchao bar, where he passionately sang a song titled Dear Girl, perhaps their parting deserved to be marked by music as well. The heavy rain last night signifies your complete break with Chu Gongzi. With this piece, strolling in the rain, I hope you can walk into a new beginning amidst that downpour. Ms.Su, no matter when, I hope for your well-being. I hope this piece can accompany you through every I may not possess great abilities, but if you ever need my help in the future, I will do my utmost. After showering, Su Miaohan lay in bed, her mind replaying Shen Lang's words, while her phone played the piano piece beside her. On the 16th of next month, just 26, the moment this thought arose, she felt an inexplicable annoyance, unable to resist pondering whether all his expressions were born from gratitude or if they were tinged with something more. Chapter 97. The man pursuing Su Miaohan is actually him. In the early morning, Shen Lang was fervently running in the gym, drenched in sweat. When he caught sight of Su Miaohan standing at the entrance out of the corner of his eye, he was momentarily taken aback and came to a halt. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he approached her and inquired, "What brings you here?" Su Miaohan had often frequented the gym as well, but their schedules had never aligned. Typically, Shen Lang would come in the morning while Su Miaohan would come in the evening, each avoiding the other. When he first arrived at the gym, he was unaware of the unspoken rules. One evening, while Su Miaohan was exercising, he inadvertently walked in and was struck by the sight of her in a fitted outfit, glistening with perspiration, a moment of breathtaking beauty that left Shen Lang utterly. He remembered how she swiftly wrapped herself in a nearby jacket and reprimanded him for his indiscretion. From that day forth, Shen Lang adjusted his gym hours to the morning, always glancing around cautiously to ensure Su Miaohan was not present. It seemed that this was the first time Su Miaohan appeared in the gym at the same time as him since that incident. However, her attire today was less alluring than when she was working out alone. She wore a short-sleeved athletic outfit. "Your leg is still healing. What brings you here?" Shen Lang couldn't help but furrow his brow. "It's been several days since I last exercised, and I feel like my body is rusting away," Su Miaohan replied, striding towards a piece of equipment designed for arm strength. "I'm merely going to work on my arms." "You carry on with your routine, no need to mind me." With no other option, Shen Lang resumed running on the treadmill, stealing glances at Su Miaohan from time to time, anxious for her safety. After a considerable while, he finally stepped off the treadmill, panting heavily. Just as he wiped his brow, he noticed Su Miaohan had ceased her workout and was intently watching him. A wave of heat flushed across his face as he became aware of his own appearance. The snug white athletic wear, now soaked with sweat, clung to his muscles, rendering them semi-transparent, with his abdominal muscles subtly discernible. "I'll head down for a shower," he said hurriedly, turning to leave, but just as he reached the door, a thought struck him, and he turned back. "Su, shall I assist you downstairs?" "Sure," Su Miaohan replied, a slight smile curving her lips, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Nervously, Shen Lang approached her side, offering his arm. The familiar scent enveloped him, igniting a sensation akin to 1,000 ants crawling over his skin. After finally making it downstairs, he rushed to the bathroom to take a cold shower, feeling slightly better afterward. "Su, to avoid any misunderstandings, I want to accompany you upstairs." "Please be careful," he advised earnestly as the car came to a halt beside the elevator in the underground parking lot. Su Miaohan hesitated briefly, then nodded gently and stepped into the elevator. Just as Shen Lang was about to drive away, he realized that Su Miaohan had left her bag in the car. Rushing to retrieve it, he arrived at the lobby only to stop in his tracks, astonished to see him. Under normal circumstances, Shen Lang would not have been surprised by any man delivering flowers to Su Miaohan. He knew from Chen Meng that many had attempted to woo her over the past 3 years, yet she had never However, he recognized this man. He was the same individual who had strolled with Gu Wanxia the previous evening. A surge of anger flared within Shen Lang as he glared at the man's jovial demeanor, wishing to rush over and land a few punches. It wasn't simply because he was presenting flowers to Su Miaohan, but rather because he was clearly entangled with Gu Wanxia yet still trying to flirt with Su Miaohan. It was utterly despicable. "Miaohan," Shen Lang strode over decisively. Su Miaohan looked a bit startled. The young man turned to regard Shen Lang with an amused expression, seemingly recognizing him, his eyes appraising Shen Lang from head to toe several times. "You left your bag in the car," Shen Lang said with a smile as he handed it to her. Su Miaohan nodded in acknowledgement and introduced, "Let me introduce you, this is Wang Siyuan, the young master of the Wang family, the foremost among the 4 great families of Shanghai. We have some business dealings with his company." Wang Siyuan, unfazed, discarded the flowers into a nearby trash bin and turned to leave. "Wang, do you have a moment to chat?" Shen Lang called after him. "Do you think there is anything worth discussing between us?" Shen Lang remained unfazed by the man's rudeness. "I have no desire to converse with you, I merely hope you will conduct yourself with some integrity." "What do you mean by that?" "I hope you cherish her and do not cause her any harm." "Gu Wanxia, you know about my relationship with her?" Wang Siyuan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Shen Lang scoffed, "I saw you walking. Shen, it seems my affairs are not for you to manage. If Gu Wanxia does not mind, why should you? Or perhaps you harbor feelings for Gu Wanxia?" Shen Lang replied, "I certainly do not wish to see her deceived by a scoundrel." "Wang, I urge you to know your limits and truly appreciate Gu Wanxia. Should I see you pursuing Su Miaohan again, I will certainly inform Gu Wanxia. A person devoid of the most basic sense of morality will be scorned, regardless of wealth. I implore you to respect yourself." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Siyuan observing his retreating figure with a bemused expression. Chapter 90. To his surprise, Gu Wanxia, who had been absent from work for several days, was actually present in Grandpa Li's hospital room, chatting joyfully with the elderly man. During his journey, Shen Lang had perused the 2 years prior, he had gone abroad to manage his family's overseas assets and had seemingly just returned to the country a few days ago, coinciding perfectly with Gu Wanxia's leave of absence. Shen Lang speculated that she must have taken time off to accompany her boyfriend, who had just returned from abroad. In the past, Shen Lang would have felt elated to see Gu Wanxia, but at this moment, he found himself hesitant to approach her. He politely yet distantly greeted her with a simple "Dr. Gu." Gu Wanxia stood frozen for a moment, her smile abruptly vanishing, her beautiful eyes gazing at him in a daze, seemingly lost in the moment. "Ah, Lang has arrived?" Grandpa Li appeared to be in good spirits today. "Xiao Gu has been here with me since early morning."
It's evident she was waiting specifically for you. You young folks should step outside to chat, don't mind this old man. Gu Wanxiao's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Shen Lang. No need, Dr. Gu, I wouldn't want to intrude. With a heavy heart, Shen Lang resolutely stated, Dr. Gu, I sincerely appreciate your care over the past few years, but you need not provide special attention to my grandfather anymore. We wouldn't want other patients to think you are being partial. Upon uttering those words, he felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart, continuously whispering apologies within, yet, he knew this was the only course of action. Aware that Gu Wanxia had a boyfriend, he could no longer indulge in even the slightest transgression. Such actions would be hurtful to both her and her partner. Gu Wanxia's complexion drained of color as she stared blankly at Shen Lang, whose once familiar face now seemed suddenly alien. She could not comprehend what had transpired, why Shen Lang had turned so cold towards her. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles, a pain that struck deep. Dr. Gu, this fountain, he had never believed in the existence of pure friendship between men and women. His previous closeness with Gu Wanxia stemmed from his assumption that she was single, while his relationship with Su Miaohan was merely professional. Even if they had grown closer, it would not have harmed anyone, but now, knowing that Gu Wanxia had a boyfriend, he resolved to sever all ties with her, and naturally, he could no longer accept her gift. This situation was different from Su Miaohan's. Her gifts were simply those of an employer to an employee, carrying a different significance. Dr. Gu, I have some matters I wish to discuss privately with my grandfather. May I kindly request that you? Gu Wanxia trembled as she held onto the pen, her gaze lifting to reveal eyes brimming with tears. Her gentle and elegant face was etched with despair and helplessness, causing Shen Lang's heart to quiver painfully in response. A wave of intense anguish surged within him. He could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest harm. He would rather endure tenfold the suffering himself, yet, he understood that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged one. The reason Gu Wanxia found it unbearable was undoubtedly because she had genuinely regarded him as a friend. It was only natural for her to struggle with the abruptness of his decision to cut ties. Sister Wanxia, you may consider me an ungrateful wretch. You have your boyfriend by your side now. I trust you will soon find your way through this. With a heavy heart, Shen Lang averted his gaze, silently reflecting. Unbeknownst to him, his vision began to blur. In the haze, he could faintly see the figure of the gentle doctor, clad in a white coat, kneeling before him and offering comfort. Your grandfather will be fine. What you must focus on now is gathering the funds for the surgery. Leave the rest to me. In that fleeting moment, as he looked up, Shen Lang caught a glimpse of unwavering determination and confidence in her eyes. From that instant, he felt a profound admiration for this kind-hearted doctor. Shen Lang, good news. Someone is willing to donate skin. Grandpa Li can undergo the skin graft. Quickly eat these meals. If you collapse from exhaustion, who will care for Grandpa Li? Shen Lang, come try them on and see if they fit. You are such a fool. Don't you realize he has a knife? Why would you leap in front of me to take the blow? If you were to die, what would happen to Grandpa Li? Oh fool, you are such a fool. Shen Lang, are you this kind to everyone? Sometimes you need to learn to be a little selfish, you know? You are far too naive, always considering others first. You promised, we are good friends, friends help each other, so you must never keep secrets from me, understood? Shen Lang, have you ever been in love? What does it truly feel like to like someone? Sister Wanxia. Shen Lang choked on his words, and through his misty gaze, he realized that Gu Wanxia had long since vanished from the hospital room. He rushed outside, only to catch a distant glimpse of a forlorn figure slowly retreating, her silhouette filled with distress and uncertainty, evoking a deep sense of desolation within him. I'm sorry. Shen Lang slowly sank to the ground, tears cascading down his face, as if a part of his heart had been hollowed out in an instant. Chapter 99. He is getting engaged. Shen Lang felt as though fate took particular delight in tormenting him, gradually stripping away all that he held dear. Abandoned by his family and the orphanage was consumed by flames, and Grandpa Li soon succumbed to a grave illness. Now, even his closest friend, Gu Wanxia, was to part ways with him. Perhaps he was indeed an ill-fated individual, unworthy of such extravagant love, familial bonds, and friendships. He stared vacantly at the desolate corridor, and the familiar scene of yesteryears now evoked a sense of dislocation, causing his heart to ache with a bittersweet pang. Shen Lang regained his composure, hastily wiping away his tears, forcing a semblance of a smile as he approached Li Zhongchuan's bedside. That young lady Gu is quite admirable. Even your grandfather can discern her feelings for you. Alas, it seems you are destined to be star-crossed. Having lived through many years himself, he could easily perceive Gu Wanxia's affections for. Yet, this lad appeared somewhat obtuse, or perhaps it wasn't that he was dull-witted, but rather that he had devoted all his love to Qianqian, leading him to shy away from thoughts of love altogether. Grandpa, please keep this between us. It mustn't reach Wanxia's ears, for she already has a boyfriend. Shen Lang quickly interjected. Gu has a boyfriend. Li Zhongchuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, well, that is for the best. It spares us from future troubles. Li Zhongchuan heaved a sigh of relief. Lang was destined to marry that girl from the Jiang family, and Li Zhongchuan had worried that Gu Wanxia would be hurt in the process. Now that she had a boyfriend, it could be seen as a blessing. By the way, Grandpa, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Shen Lang continued. Could you possibly speak to Grand-Uncle and persuade Cousin Zhiyuan to abandon the idea of marrying Jiang? At these words, Li Zhongchuan nearly choked on his own saliva. Who, a concubine? Shen Lang nodded earnestly. Miss Jiang informed me that the Li family intends to ally with the Jiang family through marriage, suggesting she wed Cousin Zhiyuan as a concubine.
She appeared most reluctant, and I was hoping you could intercede. Li Zhongchuan burst into laughter. What a clever girl, you actually believe that? Shen Lang looked perplexed. It was hardly his fault for being misled. Lu Jia often lamented the shortcomings of high society in his presence, where polygamy was commonplace. Having never ventured into that realm himself, he had been subtly influenced to believe such tales. Moreover, he felt that Jiang Manong had no reason to deceive him regarding such matters. What benefit could it bring her? Alright, I will discuss this with your granduncle. Li Zhongchuan refrained from elaborating further. It simply wasn't the right time to disclose the truth to Shen Lang. Before long, Shen Lang received a call from Wang Qin, advising him to depart early for the Jinshui district, as today's activities might commence ahead of schedule. Gu Wanxia returned to the office she shared with her dear friend Zhou Yanting. Upon entering, she found Zhou Yanting engrossed in writing a report. The moment she lifted her head and beheld Gu Wanxia's tear-streaked, despondent visage, she was taken aback. Wanxia, what happened? Who has wronged you? Gu Wanxia merely shook her head, silently taking a seat at her desk, resembling a soulless shell, utterly despondent. Speak up, are you trying to drive me to madness? Zhou Yanting approached her, concern etched across her face. Yanting, it's over between him and me. Who? Zhou Yanting blinked in confusion. Gu Wanxia silently produced the limited edition fountain pen. He returned the pen to me. Zhou Yanting gasped in astonishment. What on earth transpired? This pen had been her suggestion, for she understood Shen Lang's character. He would refuse something too extravagant and dismiss anything too humble as insincere. A pen was the perfect gift, especially with their initials elegantly engraved. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened. He came to the ward, addressed me as Dr. Gu, and asked me not to provide special care for Grandpa Li anymore. Gu Wanxia's gaze drifted. I cannot fathom why he has suddenly grown so distant. Did you not inquire about the reason? Zhou Yanting pressed. Gu Wanxia stood frozen, feeling as if she had been struck numb. The overwhelming sense of loss and heartache rendered her mind foggy. At that moment, she could hardly think, her heart engulfed in despair, to the extent that she couldn't even recall how she had entered the office. I didn't ask. Zhou Yanting slapped her forehead. I am truly exasperated with you. It seems that love renders women devoid of reason. How can you know the reason without asking? How can you ascertain if there is a misunderstanding? Shen Lang is not unreasonable. There must be a motive behind his actions. Perhaps he has heard some rumors that have led to this misunderstanding. Gu Wanxia abruptly stood. Then I shall confront him and seek clarity. Let us go. I'll accompany you. The two hurried to Li Zhongchuan's ward. Initially, the ward had been shared among 4 patients, but after Shen Lang came into money and due to Li Zhongchuan's frequent sleepless nights from pain, they had opted to pay extra for a single room. However, upon entering the ward, they found it empty. Grandpa Li, where is Shen Lang? Gu Wanxia inquired anxiously. He had to leave for something and likely won't return today. What is the matter, little Gu? Gu Wanxia felt a wave of desolation wash over her, rendered speechless. Zhou Yanting shot her a disapproving glance, chuckling. Grandpa Li, it seems there is a misunderstanding between Shen Lang and Wanxia. We were unsure of what transpired. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongchuan's heart was instantly enlightened. The way little Gu had left in such a daze, and now her sudden return to inquire about the cause, led him to suspect that Lang had indeed misconstrued the situation. If she truly had a boyfriend, she wouldn't be so invested in Lang. These young people, when it comes to love, tend to engage in endless speculation without communicating directly, leading to many couples parting ways. Though he felt a twinge of regret, Li Zhongchuan harbored his own desires. He wished for Shen Lang and Jiang Manong to unite, and perhaps this misunderstanding would serve to facilitate that end. I do know the reason. Lang is getting engaged. What? Zhou Yanting exclaimed in shock. Gu Wanxia trembled. Disbelief etched across her face. Wasn't he still bound by a contractual marriage with Su Miaohan? How could he possibly be getting engaged? Chapter 100. Someone is whitewashing Shen Lang. Grandpa Li, is it true what you said? Shen Lang is really getting engaged? Zhou Yanting pressed on. Li Zhongchuan nodded. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, I acknowledged him as my grandson. Coincidentally, our Li family has a marriage arrangement, so I let the 2 children be together. I am already discussing the engagement date with the girl's parents. I will invite Xiao Gu and Xiao Zhou to celebrate the wedding. Gu Wanxia's face instantly turned pale. Zhou Yanting, still unwilling to accept, asked, in today's society, isn't an arranged marriage somewhat inappropriate? Li Zhongchuan understood her concerns and chuckled. It's not exactly an arranged marriage. If Lang were truly unwilling, I would not force him. The 2 children are genuinely fond of each other, and the girl is quite beautiful, from a well-off family, making her a perfect match for Lang. From a well-off family? I suspect he is merely attracted to her wealth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanting's face flushed with anger as she pulled Gu Wanxia and headed outside. Can't you see the truth by now? Zhou Yanting sighed. They say women today are realistic, drawn to wealthy men, but men are no different. Those who encounter rich women are often the most sycophantic. I had subtly indicated that your family background was decent, yet he was unaware of the true situation, which is why he abandoned you for another wealthy woman. I knew it. There isn't a trustworthy man out there. Gu Wanxia still shook her head, refusing to believe Shen Lang was mercenary. Stop thinking about it. His lack of discernment is his lost point. One day, I will introduce you to some handsome gentleman who will undoubtedly surpass that scoundrel Shen Lang. Brother Shen, over here. After Shen Lang exited the hospital, Wang Qin eagerly waved from the driver's seat. Upon entering the car, Lu Chang sat confidently in the back seat, momentarily taken aback by Shen Lang's demeanor. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Shen Lang forced a smile. Not really.
Lu Chang patted his shoulder, having learned about Shen Lang's grandfather's critical condition in the hospital, surmising that it might be the cause of his despondency. Don't dwell on it. This afternoon's event is crucial for you. It's your first time participating in a commercial performance. Are you nervous? Not particularly. Shen Lang's character was difficult to define. He was usually gentle and low-key. The mask was soft and comfortable, evoking a sense of novelty. By the way, it seems someone online is trying to whitewash you. Do you know who it is? Lu Chang suddenly inquired. Shen Lang was taken aback. Someone is whitewashing me? See for yourself. Lu Chang handed him his phone. Shen Lang looked and was astonished to find that his trending topics on Weibo had surged, with 2 entries in the top 10 related to him. Unveiling Shen Lang's true identity. He has done such great deeds. Upon clicking, it detailed his efforts to save an orphanage and support his grandfather, working 3 jobs a day to raise funds for reconstruction and medical expenses. Several individuals had also come forward to vouch for him publicly. Shen Lang is an exceptionally talented young man. He once worked as a model in my studio, displaying remarkable spirit and diligence. I hold him in high regard. I am Yu Rong, manager of Langchao Bar. Shen Lang is a dear friend, exceptionally talented and compassionate. In my experience, I have never heard anyone speak ill of him. I am Zhao Xiaocui, the current director of the Children's Welfare Institute. I have watched Lang grow up. He has always been obedient and responsible, often helping me look after other children. He has done so much for the orphanage. When the orphanage faced a catastrophic fire, it would not have been rebuilt without his tireless efforts. My husband might have passed 3 years ago if it weren't for him. He is truly a kind-hearted boy, and I am proud of him. Shen Lang felt tears welling in his eyes, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Lu Chang chuckled. Thanks to their endorsements and the plethora of evidence, many people have begun to sympathize with you and recognize your worth. However, there are still plenty of detractors claiming you hired people to whitewash your image. Don't worry. Rome wasn't built in a day. Silencing these naysayers won't happen overnight. It will take time. Now, take a look at the next post. Shen Lang continued scrolling. Surprise, the viral hit song The First Love Person is actually by this individual. Wow, it really is his work. Lyrics by Shen Lang, composed by Shen Lang, arranged by Shen Lang. I didn't realize he was so talented. Love it, handsome and talented. Even if his character is lacking, I'm still smitten. Shen Lang, don't be that woman's side man. Be my husband, and I'll support you. To the one above, you may relieve yourself on the ground, reflect on your appearance, and know your worth. Shen Lang smirked and returned the phone. I asked you to write a song for Zhang Yuqing, and while you pretended to agree, you secretly composed another one. If I hadn't seen it online, I would still be in the dark. Lu Chang retorted. Shen Lang's face flushed with embarrassment. My apologies, Lu Good. I only gave that song to someone else to repay a kindness. No need to explain. Lu Chang patted his shoulder, chuckling. I was merely joking. Whom you give your songs to is your prerogative. However, in the future, it would be best to inform me beforehand to avoid putting me in such an awkward position. The journey from Qingpu to Jinshui district spans 78 kilometers, and Chapter 101 A fortuitous encounter backstage. We finally arrived. Sister, hurry up, if you dawdle any longer, we won't secure good seats. Ever since Shen Lang announced his performance in Jinshui district on Duel, Jiang Xiaoqing could hardly contain her excitement and insisted on dragging her sister along. This was the debut of riding the winds and breaking the waves, and who knows, she might even catch a glimpse of what he looks like. Jiang Xiaoqing had been curious about this individual for quite some time. Take your time. I've already arranged for front row seats through a contact, so it won't hinder your enjoyment of the show, Jiang Monong replied, somewhat exasperated by her exuberant younger sister. With a 6-year age gap and having lost their parents at an early age, she had taken on the dual roles of. Initially, she had no interest in such events. However, her sister's pleading, coupled with a newfound curiosity after listening to the song Fairy Tale, prompted her to attend. The venue was bustling with a crowd, as today's grand opening event was quite lavish. Individuals like Shen Lang, who had gained fame online as a singer, were merely supplementary. 2 heavyweight vocalists were set to perform, and the majority of the audience comprised their devoted fans. Numerous support placards were raised all around. The stage had been constructed well in advance, with 6 rows of seats beneath it reserved for esteemed guests invited by the organizers. Jiang Monong guided Jiang Xiaoqing to their seats in the front row, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the host arrived fashionably late, rattling off a slew of congratulatory remarks for the opening. Following this, several leaders engaged in a lengthy discussion before the ceremonial ribbon-cutting took place. Once the more mundane segments concluded, the moment fans had been anticipating finally arrived, the backstage area. Shen Lang, I can't believe you were invited too. Zhang Yuqing exclaimed. In reality, he appeared even more handsome than in his pictures. She had starred in numerous idol dramas and worked with many charming actors, yet none matched Shen Lang's allure. Hello, Miss Shang, Shen Lang greeted with a smile. Shen Lang, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to apologize to you in person, and I didn't expect it to come so quickly, Zhang Yuqing continued. I was deceived by that scoundrel Chu Gongza. Who would have thought that his seemingly virtuous facade concealed a fraud? Zhang Yuqing expressed her disdain for Chu Gongza. Fortunately, Mr.Su clarified the situation for me just in time, or else I would have made a grievous mistake. I sincerely wish to apologize to you. Shen Lang quickly responded, ignorance is no crime, you two were misled, so it is not your fault. Zhang Yuqing smiled brightly, your acting is exceptional. Thank you, hee, your song is also fantastic, Zheng Yuqing said, feeling a newfound fondness for him that he was far more charming than Chu Gongzi, that loathsome individual who resorted to deceit and even stole other songs utterly detestable. By the way, I noticed your name isn't on the program. Which song will you be performing? Zheng Yuqing inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Lang thought it was futile to keep it a secret, as she would find out eventually. I go by my stage name, Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. Today, I will be performing Fairy Tale and Divination. Zheng Yuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. You are riding the winds and breaking the waves? Shen Lang scratched his head in puzzlement. You know me? Of course. The songs you've released online have become incredibly popular. I've listened to each one. Zheng Yuqing exclaimed excitedly. Especially Fairy Tale, it's simply mesmerizing. I was curious about who Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. I'm going to lose my mind. Shen Lang, who had not paid much attention to Dole recently and had entrusted his account to Wang Qin, was surprised to learn how popular he had become. Even having one popular song was sufficient to maintain a facade and ensure that there was always something to perform at events. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry sang the same song for a lifetime. Zheng Yuqing nodded. It is very popular. I've been inundated with performance offers lately. However, the success of a single hit is often fleeting and unreliable. If I had another hit song, that would be splendid. That would be wonderful. Zheng Yuqing was overjoyed at his agreement. Rest assured, the next song will definitely be worth your while. How does 150,000 for a song sound? Shen Lang was astonished. You're promising so quickly without fear that the song might not be to your liking? I have complete confidence in the songs you write. Zheng Yuqing assured him, causing Shen Lang to chuckle in disbelief. As the two engaged in lively conversation backstage, Shen Lang's name was soon called from the stage. The next artist to take the stage is someone many of you are likely familiar with. The recent hits Fairy Tale, Lilac, Seeking Buddha, and Divination are all from his talented hands, the announcer proclaimed. Can anyone tell me who he is? Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. Jiang Xiaoqing sprang to her feet, her excitement rendering her cheeks rosy as she joined the crowd in enthusiastic screams, leaving Jiang Monong speechless. Indeed, let us give a warm round of applause for him, Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves. Jiang Monong gently lifted her gaze to the stage, recalling that she had listened to Shen Lang's songs several times over the past few days. She felt a peculiar familiarity with his voice. Her curiosity about who he truly was deepened, as he had composed the beautifully lyrical piano piece Commemoration of Love and the touching pop sensation Fairy Tale. P.S.to ensure everyone is on the same page. Updates will be made daily at midnight. That concludes today's installment. Chapter 102. Insha, this might be a tad inconvenient, wouldn't it? Brilliant lights illuminate. Why is he wearing a mask? Wow, does it really have to be this mysterious? Witnessing the scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Many had come specifically to catch a glimpse of the true face behind the Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves. This is so boring, I should have known better than to come. Jiang Mingnon chuckled softly. You little ghost, don't you love his music? Why do you care about his looks? Do you have some other intentions? What are you talking about? Jiang Xiaocheng grumbled. I bet this guy is a total ugly monster, which is why he is hiding behind a mask. Jiang Mingnon, however, remained unfazed. Her admiration lay in the man's talent, rendering his appearance inconsequential. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon his left wrist. There rested a Patek Philippe Calatrava 5227 G001 watch, currently valued at approximately 300,000. While this sum was insignificant to Jiang Mingnon, being the CEO she was, it piqued her interest because she had seen the same watch on someone else's wrist before. Jiang Mingnon's eyes widened in astonishment, her head snapping up as she scrutinized his figure. She had found his voice eerily familiar, and in that instant, it seemed to align perfectly with someone she knew. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves. Shen Lang, woohoo, I've uncovered your little secret. Jiang Mingnon flashed a mischievous smile, her grin widening as she gazed intently at the man passionately singing on stage. For your first performance, you displayed quite the commanding presence. Lu Chang approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Having known Shen Lang for quite some time, he was aware of his somewhat introverted and sensitive nature, fearing he might falter in front of such a vast audience. Thankfully, he had exuded confidence on stage, his voice remarkably steady. Lu good, now that the singing is over, shouldn't we head back? Shen Lang's complexion appeared somewhat pale, preoccupied with We have a banquet to attend this evening. Is it possible to skip it? Shen Lang truly lacked the spirit for such an event. Noticing his pallor, Lu Chang hesitated before nodding. Alright then, if you don't wish to attend, I'll speak to the boss about it. Wang Qin, why don't you accompany Shen Lang back? I'll stay here for the evening. Thank you, Lu Gu. Shen Lang expressed his gratitude. As he exited backstage and settled into the rear seat of the car, preparing to close the door, a waft of tulip fragrance enveloped him, followed by a delicate hand halting. Jiang Mingnon leaned against the door, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she looked at the astonished Shen Lang. Mr. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves, right? I heard from the organizers that you're heading back to Qingpu. Would you mind if I hitch a ride? The words, what are you doing here, nearly escaped Shen Lang's lips but were forcefully swallowed back. He was now riding the wind and breaking the waves, not Shen Lang, and he wished to keep this identity from her. This might be a bit inconvenient, right? Before he could finish, Jiang Mingnon pressed closer. It's fine. I don't mind. But I do mind, Shen Lang sighed inwardly. This woman was always unpredictable. Wang Qin glanced over from the driver's seat, astonished by the unexpected guest. She found the woman strikingly beautiful, particularly her figure.
Just a single glance made her feel an overwhelming wave of inferiority, prompting her to instinctively look down at her own chubby form, leaving her deflated. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening.
Let us get going.
With everyone now on board, Shen Lang could hardly dismiss her, and he wearily instructed Wang Qin.
Thank you, Mr. Riding the wind and breaking the waves.
Jiang Mingnong playfully winked. I never expected you to be not only talented and a great singer, but also such a nice person. Shen Lang managed a dry smile, remaining silent.
On such a hot day, aren't you hot wearing a mask?
Why not take it off? Don't worry, I promise I won't leak it to your fans. Startled, Shen Lang quickly waved his hands. No, it's alright, I'm hideous enough as it is.
I wouldn't want to frighten you.
Jiang Mingnong chuckled, her charming face blooming like a peach blossom. I'm quite brave, I often watch horror movies alone at night, so I'm not afraid.
Let us just leave it at that.
I have a skin condition that cannot be exposed to the wind. Oh, I see, then let us not press the matter. Jiang Mingnong ceased her teasing and smiled. By the way, Mr. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine.
Really?
Shen Lang's heart skipped a beat, yet, recalling that she was referring to her friend, he thought it unlikely he was included in that circle, having only met her twice.
My friend has a physique very similar to yours.
Oh, and he also wears a Patek Philippe watch. Shen Lang's expression shifted abruptly as he hastily covered his watch, forcing a chuckle. Is that so? What a coincidence, but this watch is quite popular.
It is not unusual to find others wearing the same one. Who could argue with that?
Jiang Mingnong nodded earnestly, looking at it now. You two actually don't resemble each other at all.
You re much better looking.
That person is foolish, clumsy, and utterly lacking in charm. He is so infuriating.
Do you think I'm attractive, Mr. Riding the wind and breaking the waves? Shen Lang, mustering his, but I want to marry him as a mistress, and not only does he not appreciate it, he even tells me to have some self-respect. Isn't that too much?
I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few. I've been crying so much that I've lost some weight. At this moment, Shen Lang finally comprehended that the friend she spoke of was, in fact, himself, leaving him feeling incredibly awkward. Miss Jiang,
I once saw you in a magazine. Oh, I see.
Jiang Mingnong smirked, her lips curling in amusement. Your earlier statement holds some truth, but my family is pressing me to marry out if he doesn't team.
Oh, how tragic.
Mr. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, I truly have no other options left. If he refuses to marry me, I might as well die. Shen Lang was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. That is not necessary. Perhaps that person has already spoken on your behalf, and maybe you won't have to face such pressure.
Is that so?
If I don't get married soon, they might revoke my position as CEO. I worked hard to achieve this role, I don't want to step down. Mr. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, please don't try to dissuade me.
Just let me die.
Shen Lang's expression turned serious. Miss Jiang, how can you speak of death so lightly? Do you not realize how many people long to live and cannot?
Look around the hospital. How many are struggling for survival?
Death may seem like an escape, but it is also the most cowardly act. There is always a way through difficulties. As long as one is alive, no obstacle is insurmountable. Jiang Mingnong stared at him. I have never faced rejection before, yet this man has resolutely turned me down, which leaves me feeling utterly frustrated. If he were willing to share a meal and watch,
I wonder if he would be open to that.
Shen Lang opened his mouth, taking a long moment before finally saying, I believe he would be.
Really?
Riding the wind and breaking the waves, are you so certain? Then I shall eagerly await his call.
Chapter 103 Li Zhongchuan changes his mind. Jiang Manon returned home with a heart full of joy.
As she stepped into the villa, she was greeted by the imposing figure of her grandfather, Jiang Chengfeng, who sat confidently on the sofa, tall and robust. He had once served in the military, and his face bore the resolute expression of a decisive man.
Grandfather, what brings you here?
The sternness on Jiang Chengfeng's face instantly melted away, revealing a countenance filled with affection as he gently ruffled her hair.
I came to see you and your sister. I heard from that rascal Chengzi that you went to the Jinshui district for a performance, yet you returned alone?
Chengzi decided to stay there for a few days to scout some shops.
That mischievous girl.
Instead of focusing on her studies in business management, she insists on pursuing a career as an internet celebrity, neglecting her responsibilities. Jiang Chengfeng lamented, his expression one of disappointment. Jiang Manon smiled softly, let her pursue what she loves. She has always been wild at heart, I wouldn't feel at ease having her manage the company.
By the way, grandfather, do you know who I encountered today in the Jinshui district? What did you say on the phone?
You spoke of how interesting and captivating he is a grandfather. You've arranged so many eligible young men for me, yet he is the first to pique my interest. If it weren't for Shen Lang, you wouldn't even mention him. Despite her outgoing and sociable nature, she harbored a coldness deeper than anyone else. Unless she encountered someone who genuinely intrigued her, she wouldn't even bother to mention their name. Jiang Manon's lips curled into a playful smirk. This guy is truly fascinating. He is so naive and earnest, he believes everything anyone tells him. The remarkable part is that when I tricked him, he earnestly sought ways to assist me. I was left speechless. His sincerity should not be dismissed as foolishness, Jiang Chengfeng admonished, patting her head. People with such a disposition, while you may find amusement in deceiving him, he takes it to heart, so be cautious not to overstep. All right, grandfather, I must leave to meet an old friend. Jiang Chengfeng rose,
Several minutes later, at Nanya Hospital. Brother Jiang, what brings you here? Li Zhongchuan quickly gestured for a nurse to pour him some water, attempting to rise from his bed. Enough, given your condition, do not strain yourself. Zhang Chengfeng waved his hand dismissively and sat down on the edge of the bed. I felt it necessary to come in person, as there were some things that needed clarification from our last phone conversation. Li Zhongchuan fell silent for a moment, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Brother Jiang, I have never acted against my conscience in my life, yet this matter has tormented me greatly these past few days. Recalling Gu Wanxia's desperate expression not long ago filled him with self-loathing. This young girl had cared for him for 3 years. 3 years, not merely 3 days, yet for his own selfish purposes, he had severely hurt her. The overwhelming guilt and remorse surged within him, threatening to engulf him. Old chap, are you implying that my grandson marrying your granddaughter would be a burden to him? Zhang Chengfeng pointed at him. Li Zhongchuan forced a smile. That is not my intention. Shen Lang is a dutiful child. Given my current situation, he would unhesitatingly do whatever I ask. I have leveraged my name to morally coerce him, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. Zhang Chengfeng placed a reassuring. From the outset, he had not anticipated that the Li family would part with such funds. The suggestion to let Shen Lang inherit the estate was merely a ploy to instill a sense of debt in Li Zhongyan, hoping he would leave some money for Shen Lang. Furthermore, he understood Shen Lang's character well enough. Once he learned of this inheritance, he would likely refuse it altogether. Brotherly, let me speak frankly. Had I not seen the commendable character of this young man and noticed my daughter's interest in him, do you think I would have the audacity to seek you out? Zhang Chengfeng's expression hardened. You wish to secure a future for your grandson, while I, in my waning years, desire nothing more than for my daughter to have a dependable companion. Enough of this guilt-ridden dialogue. Give me a clear answer today. What do you truly mean? Li Zhongchuan's lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Previously, he believed he acted for Shen Lang's benefit, hoping to usher him into a new relationship. It also served as a form of gratitude to the Li family for their upbringing. However, upon witnessing Shen Lang's heart-wrenching tears for Gu Wanxia today, his resolve softened. Perhaps he had indeed erred in imposing his views upon. Shen Lang needed to navigate his own emotional journey. With a gentle sigh, he said, Brother Jiang, the fortunes of children belong to them alone, let them manage their own affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengfeng's anger flared. He had only 2 granddaughters, and with the younger one lacking ambition, all his hopes rested on Zhang Manon. This foolish girl had locked her heart away for an unworthy man, and he had watched helplessly as she neglected her future. He had tirelessly introduced her to countless eligible suitors, yet she had turned a blind eye to them all. After dining with Shen Lang a few days ago, she had shown a glimmer of interest, prompting Zhang Chengfeng to immediately contact Li Zhongchuan. They had previously been in agreement, yet now, so soon, this old fool had changed his stance. Li Zhongchuan, are you toying with me, Zhang Chengfeng? Zhang Chengfeng stomped his cane, his eyes ablaze with, I have only 2 granddaughters. Qingzi is indifferent to the company, and everything in the Zhang family will eventually belong to Manon. If your grandson marries my granddaughter, he will inherit it all. Are you true? He had initially considered this when he made the painful decision to hurt Gu Wanxia, even resorting to deceit for himself. He certainly hoped Shen Lang would choose Zhang Manon and enjoy a life of privilege. Yet, the sudden image of these 2 children in despair struck him profoundly. He realized that perhaps what the children truly wanted was not material wealth. Imposing his subjective views upon them was not an act of kindness. It could even be a form of harm. Enough was enough. He was nearing the end of his days. It was time to let the children make their own choices. With newfound determination, Li Zhongchuan declared, Brother Jiang, I have made my decision clear. Though Shen, if we force our hands, happiness is not guaranteed for them. I have met Manon, she is exceptional. Let us refrain from discussing engagement for now. Let them interact and see if fate brings them together. Farewell. Zhang Chengfeng stormed out of the hospital room, his cane echoing with each frustrated step. Li Zhongchuan let out a deep sigh. Shen Lang, your grandfather may lack prowess, but my remaining wish in this life is to pave a path for you. The Zhang family is indeed a commendable choice. Yet, more than anything, I wish to see you happy every single day. I hope that all I have done today is not in vain. Chapter 104 She likes you, the deeply affectionate kind. Upon returning from Jinshui district, Shen Lang first made a brief stop at home to change out of his performance attire into a more casual outfit, and then promptly headed to the hospital. As he strolled down the corridor, he happened upon Zhang Chengfeng, who was leaning on a cane and approaching him. Noticing Shen Lang, the elderly man's expression darkened momentarily, and with a disdainful grunt, he brushed past him. Shen Lang found this puzzling. He did not know the old man, so why did he harbor such animosity? Entering the ward, he was disappointed to find the woman in the white coat absent. Ah Lang, didn't you have something to attend to this afternoon? Have you finished? Li Zhongchuan greeted him with a smile. Yes, Shen Lang replied, nodding with a grin. I left in quite a rush this morning. Come, let me give you a massage. He stepped forward and began to massage Li. Resuming his massage, Shen Lang replied, Grandpa, Dr. Gu has a boyfriend now. Li Zhongchuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Did you see it for yourself? Yes, I accidentally stumbled upon them last night, Shen Lang admitted, his gaze dropping slightly, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I was unaware before. I thought we could still be friends. However, knowing she has a boyfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate to maintain a close friendship. Li Zhongchuan fell silent for a moment. He did. The boy had always been sensible, perhaps he believed that proximity between the sexes could affect others, and he shared the conviction that true platonic friendships between men and women were a myth. Those so-called male and female best friends were merely placeholders. Ah Lang, do you think there might be some— Shen Lang immediately lifted his head. You saw her with a man, have you considered that he might be a relative or merely a friend? Shen Lang had indeed entertained doubts, but when he mentioned to Wang Xiyuan that they were a couple, she did not deny it, which solidified his belief. Grandpa believes that what one sees with their own eyes may not necessarily reflect the truth. It is wise to investigate matters thoroughly, otherwise, one risks fostering unnecessary misunderstandings. Li Zhongchuan gazed at him with paternal affection. After you left, Xiaogu came. From Grandpa's perspective, there is likely some misunderstanding here, you should seek her out and clarify things promptly. Shen Lang was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of trepidation. What stance could he take when approaching Gu Wanxia? Even as friends, it seemed rather ambiguous to ask her whether she had a boyfriend. Li Zhongchuan seemed to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly. Silly boy, asking directly is certainly not advisable unless you intend to confess your feelings for her. You could use my name as a pretext to inquire about my health, and from there, steer the conversation to mention that you saw her last night. Shen Lang's eyes brightened. This approach seemed plausible. After half an hour of massaging, just as he was about to leave, Li Zhongchuan suddenly called out to him. Ah Lang, may I ask you a question? In his childhood, it was about survival. In recent years, it revolved around raising funds to rebuild the orphanage and treating his grandfather's ailments. Lately, he had been wholly devoted to repaying kindness and caring for Su Miaohan, but beyond that, he had not given it much thought. After a moment of reflection, he answered, I aspire to become a good actor, a good singer. Have you considered becoming a billionaire in the future? What would you choose? Shen Lang instinctively shot him a glance, perplexed by the suddenness of the question, yet he shook his head without hesitation. I can earn my own money, I have no desire for the wealth of others. I would never sacrifice my dignity for riches, nor would I marry a woman I do not love. Li Zhongchuan's demeanor relaxed, and he affectionately patted Shen Lang's arm. Grandpa understands. Go on, seek out Xiaogu and clarify matters. Alright, Grandpa, please rest well. I shall return shortly, Shen Lang said as he tucked the blanket around him before exiting the ward. As he arrived at Gu Wanxia's office, he nearly collided with Zhou Yanting, who was exiting. Shen Lang! You scoundrel, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Shen Lang's face, Zhou Yanting was immediately engulfed in rage. Shen Lang, feeling awkward, replied, Sister Yanting, I came to see Sister Wanxia. Do not call me Sister Yanting. It sounds revolting. Zhou Yanting scoffed. Aren't you supposed to be getting engaged? Why are you still seeking her out? Hurry up and leave. Shen Lang was taken aback. Am I getting engaged? Who told you that? Your grandfather said so himself. How could it be wrong? Stop pretending to be foolish. Have you suddenly discovered your feelings for Wanxia and want to play both sides? Zhou Yanting's frustration grew. Let me tell you, you're living in a fantasy. Grandpa said I was getting— Shen Lang's mind became a whirlwind. He knew Zhou Yanting would not speak without reason, but why would Grandpa say such a thing? Sister Yanting, no, Dr. Zhou, please let me see Sister Wanxia. You may have misunderstood me. Misunderstood? What could there be to misunderstand? Zhou Yanting mocked. Aren't you just chasing after her because you see she has money? You're blind to— You'll regret this later. With that, she pushed past Shen Lang and attempted to leave. Shen Lang glanced into the office and saw that Gu Wanxia was not present. He quickly stopped Zhou Yanting. Dr. Zhou, could you please— She is heartbroken over you and has taken leave to go home. Move aside, I have things to attend to. Shen Lang stood there, dazed, as confusion engulfed his thoughts. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly took out his phone to call. As Zhou Yanting walked a distance away, she suddenly recalled something and returned, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Shen Lang, don't say I didn't give you a chance. After all, we've known each other for 3 years. I'll send you Wanxia's home address on WeChat shortly. You should cut ties with the other woman. Perhaps Wanxia will still give you an opportunity. She truly— The boy rides the bamboo horse and plays with the green plums. Does Sister Wanxia like me? Shen Lang stood frozen like an eternal statue, his dazed eyes reflecting shock and a hint of barely perceptible panic. All along, he had considered himself to be very good friends with Gu Wanxia. Her kindness towards him stemmed from her benevolent nature and the fact that he had once shielded her from harm. Thus, her treatment of him, as well as of his grandfather, was distinct from that of other patients and their families. This had been Shen Lang's steadfast belief. He had never contemplated the nature of their relationship in terms of romantic feelings. Yet now, Zhou Yanting had revealed that Gu Wanxia's kindness towards him was rooted in affection. How could she possibly like me? What is there about me that could endear me to her? She was so exceptional, a master's degree in medicine, a young attending physician at a prestigious hospital, hailing from a well-off family, and possessing ethereal beauty, and what of himself? He had not even completed university, he simply could not comprehend how she could ever be interested in someone as devoid of merit as he was. In every conceivable comparison, he felt himself woefully unworthy of her. As reality set back in, Shen Lang found himself engulfed in a rising tide of confusion and apprehension, as if he were afraid of something. Helplessness, bewilderment, and anxiety swirled within him. He stumbled forward like a soulless wretch, inadvertently exiting the hospital and hailing a taxi. As twilight descended, he stood before a modest tombstone, fixating on her playful photograph. No words were exchanged, only an endless yearning and a profound sense of loss.
As night enveloped the world, he felt like a wandering spirit with nowhere to belong, adrift in the vastness. The desolate, sultry night was filled with the cacophony of chirping insects and croaking frogs, yet nothing could disturb the cold despondency that gripped his heart. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, the charming girl in the photograph seemed to leap forth, her face adorned with an ever-sweet smile.
Brother Shen Lang, remember our pinky promise?
We vowed to be together for a lifetime. Shen Lang extended his hand, yearning to grasp hers.
Do you recall the sycamore tree in the yard? With tears welling in his eyes, Shen Lang nodded. The boy rides the bamboo horse, playing with the green plums.
Growing up together, we harbored no suspicions.
And what was your response?
Upon seeing your inscription on the sycamore tree, I replied, as innocent as Liang Zhu, we support each other on the path of growth. Brother Shen, I was truly happy and excited. I longed to don a pure white wedding gown and become your bride, but alas, my fate is frail, and I lack this blessing. No, Shan, no matter the time, you will always be the bride in my heart.
Shen Lang exclaimed passionately.
In a moment of impulsive desire to reach out and hold her, he instead encountered the cold tombstone. Shen Lang instantly lost control, embracing the frigid stone, refusing to let go as tears streamed down onto the concrete ground. The sunlight dispelled the darkness, and a thin chill lingered in the dawn air of the mountains. As the first rays of sunlight ascended the horizon, Shen Lang opened his eyes, having clung to the tombstone throughout the night, leaving his arms aching with discomfort. Rising to stretch his stiffened limbs, he caught sight of a figure standing not far away. As he gazed in astonishment, he found himself rooted to the spot. President Su. He doubted his senses. How could Su Miaohan possibly be here at such an early hour? Clad in a khaki-colored suit dress, with an expensive handbag dangling from her wrist, she radiated a cool elegance, embodying the morning's crisp chill, exuding an aura of reserved sophistication.
Were you here all night?
Su Miaohan stepped closer, her complex gaze fixed on the tombstone before her. She had been standing there for over 20 minutes, watching in shock as Shen Lang held the cold stone, a serene smile gracing his lips, a sight she had never witnessed in all these years. It seemed that by embracing the tombstone, he had held onto everything. A tumult of emotions stirred within Su Miaohan. While she had long been aware of Shen Lang's profound feelings for the girl named Shan, she had not anticipated the depth of his attachment, which had evidently seeped into his very bones, rendering him unable.
After obtaining her consent, they descended the mountain, walking in tandem. President Su, what brings you here?
Su Miaohan hesitated before replying. I called you last night, but you didn't answer. After searching for you, I discovered you had taken attack. He realized he must have been exceptionally exhausted and overwhelmed, resulting in such a deep slumber. My apologies, President Su, I genuinely did not hear your calls. It was not intentional, he quickly explained. Su Miaohan remained non-committal. She was not one to indulge in gossip, typically disinterested in prying into others' affairs, and she refrained from questioning Shen Lang about his actions as they walked in silence down the mountain. Once they were in the car, she finally spoke. I've arranged for 2 pulmonary disease specialists from abroad to come to Shanghai this afternoon.
I have prior commitments this afternoon and 1 tea be available.
I'll have my secretary, Chen Yan, arrange for you to meet them. Shen Lang replied. Upon learning of Shen Lang's lung cancer diagnosis, Su Miaohan had reached out to her friend Zhang Ziyuan in the United States, enlisting her help to find experts in the field. Only recently had Zhang Ziyuan managed to secure the attendance of 2 internationally renowned specialists through considerable effort and financial investment. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yanting had often teased him about his lack of standing at home, pointing out that despite his grandfather's years of illness, his wife had never once visited, yet Shen Lang understood that Su Miaohan was not that type of person. Her absence was due to her awareness that he had not confided their relationship to his grandfather. Nevertheless, she had consistently shown her concern in other ways, first by locating Dr. Jiang at great expense, and now by bringing in specialists from abroad. This heavy burden of friendship left Shen Lang at a loss for words, unsure of how to express his gratitude or repay her kindness, yet, paradoxically, this was precisely what he desperately needed, rendering it impossible to refuse.
Su Miaohan glanced at him, a slight smile curving her lips. Until the final moment, we must maintain our faith. Medical advancements are progressing rapidly. Who knows when we might conquer cancer entirely? With resolute determination, the stunning Guanxia Shen Lang instructed her to drop him off at the Dual Entertainment branch. He had to rush to a hotel later that morning to perform a song at a wedding. Shen Lang. Su Miaohan hesitated, her words hanging in the air. What's the matter? Noticing the pallor on Shen Lang's face, she pondered for a moment before continuing. Given your current condition, you really needn't exert yourself so much. If you're short on funds, just let me know. I can provide whatever you need. It would be best for you to rest properly. Or if you wish to travel and enjoy the scenery abroad, I can arrange everything for you. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intent behind her words. Why would he want to travel and sightsee? Perhaps she felt he was overburdened with caring for Grandpa Li and... Thank you, President Su. I have no plans for travel at the moment. Besides, as an adult, I wish to be self-reliant, and I hope you can understand. Su Miaohan was well aware of his strong sense. Over the 3 years they had spent together, he had never once asked for help or even requested a cent from her. How could he suddenly become comfortable living off her generosity? She chose not to say more, watching his retreating figure with a gaze that seemed lost. With only a month remaining, she recalled Zhao Yiding's words about putting aside pride and ensuring that in Shen Lang's remaining days, she would take him to savor all the delectable foods. With her head bowed in contemplation, perhaps it was time to devise a thoughtful plan of Brother Shen. Do you know who the groom is today? Wang Qin chirped from the car. Who? Shen Lang asked, feigning interest. It is Gu Qingfeng, the heir of the Gu family, Wang Qin exclaimed. Although the Gu family isn't among the 4 prominent families in Shanghai, they are incredibly wealthy. Have you heard of the Wenqin chain hotels? They have over 5,000 locations nationwide, all under the Gu family's ownership. Shen Lang had little regard for the wealth of others, but upon hearing the surname Gu, his thoughts instinctively turned to Gu Wanxia. How is Sister Wanxia doing now? Is she still heartbroken over me? He had picked up his phone several times today, only to set it down again, unsure of what to say. He was genuinely uncertain about his feelings for Gu Wanxia. He only knew that seeing her brought him joy and that being with her felt comfortable, but he cherished her concern and her tenderness, as she was like a breath of fresh air, invigor. Brother Shen, why are you spacing out? We've arrived. A hand patted his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. He realized the car had already come to a stop. Let us go. Wait, I forgot to put on my mask. The wedding venue was located within a lavish estate, far grander than the one Li Zhongnian had gifted Shen Lang. The interiors were even more opulent. They boarded a tour car within the estate, which took them a good 20 minutes to reach the golf course where the wedding was being held. Mr. Chao Fengpalang, please head backstage to get your makeup done. When it's your turn to perform, someone will escort you to the stage, the butler said kindly. Shen Lang nodded and, along with Wang Qin, followed the estate's staff backstage. Inside, several makeup rooms were already occupied by renowned singers, all familiar names to Shen Lang, alongside 2 of the hottest film stars. Wang Qin gasped in astonishment. The Gu family is truly extravagant to invite so many big names. Just think of the expense, Shen Lang chuckled softly. It's not surprising, many wealthy heirs spend billions on their weddings, something us common folk can scarcely fathom. Wang Qin pouted. So what? In the end, they still. What are you babbling about? It's a joyous occasion. Do you even consider the consequences if someone overhears you? Wang Qin was taken aback. Although she spoke the truth, it was indeed inappropriate to curse someone on such a celebratory day, as it seemed quite vulgar. In comparison to the prominent singers and movie stars, Shen Lang felt like a mere internet singer, often overlooked, receiving only a cursory glance before being disregarded. He understood that his invitation was not due to his The remuneration was exceptionally generous, 1 million for performing Fairy Tale and playing Memories of Love. To major stars, this amount was trivial, but just yesterday, he had traveled to Jingshui district for a grand opening event and received only 300,000. After waiting for the big names to finish their makeup, Shen Lang finally entered to don the custom performance attire prepared by the Gu family. The white suit he wore instantly highlighted Shen Lang's extraordinary handsomeness, leaving Wang Qin nearly speechless, her jaw dropping in awe. Brother Shen, thank goodness you'll be wearing a mask on stage. Otherwise, you'd surely steal the spotlight from the groom, Wang Qin exclaimed dramatically. Shen Lang laughed. It's not that exaggerated. It is truly not exaggerated at all. Hurry, let me take a picture. I want to set it as my screensaver. Shen Lang's performance was scheduled for later, and after waiting in the lounge for over half an hour, a suited attendant approached him. Mr. Chao Fengpalang, it's your turn to perform next. Please follow me. Go for it. Wang Qin cheered, making a fist pump. Shen Lang smiled at her and followed the attendant outside. The weather was splendid, with a layer of clouds casting a gentle veil over the sun, tempering the heat and bringing a refreshing coolness to the earth with the aid of a mild breeze. Lush green grass, mountains of champagne, and an array of snacks surrounded clusters of laughing guests, creating a beautifully decorated scene that radiated a harmonious yet festive atmosphere. Standing backstage, Shen Lang waited for the preceding singer to finish, and as the host concluded their performance, he took a deep breath and strode confidently toward the stage. Next, please welcome Mr. Chao Fengpalang to perform Fairy Tale. As the music began, Shen Lang stepped to the beat and, to his astonishment, caught sight of a familiar figure in the front row. Dressed in an elegant gown with exquisite makeup, she appeared almost otherworldly in her beauty, radiating a luminous charm. Wanxia. Shen Lang stood transfixed, gazing at this stunning woman who seemed worlds apart from the Gu Wanxia he had known. In the past, due to her profession, Gu Wanxia had never worn makeup and dressed like an ordinary girl, yet even then, she was undeniably beautiful. This was the first time Shen Lang had seen Gu Wanxia in such finery. Her grace and elegance were unlike anything he had witnessed before, utterly captivating. His gaze drifted past her, noticing a young man in an expensive suit standing beside her, wearing a nonchalant smile. Though he appeared quite ordinary, his aura of affluence set him apart. PSI was delayed in writing today due to other commitments. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Wishing everyone a good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 107. If I were to use 10 miles of peach blossoms to hire you for a lifetime. Shen Lang gazed vacantly at them, allowing the prelude to resonate throughout the venue, yet he showed no intention of singing. This sudden turn of events sent the crowd into an uproar. What was the matter with this man? The Gu family had invited him to perform, and while his silence could be overlooked, how could he brazenly fixate on Gu Qingfeng's sister in such a public setting? They acknowledged that Gu Wanxia was indeed beautiful, but wasn't this an inappropriate time for such admiration? This fellow had quite the audacity. In such a critical moment, he dared to behave so recklessly, unafraid of inciting the Gu family's wrath.
On one side of the stage, Gu Qingfeng held the hand of a rather unremarkable woman, his expression darkening. Today's wedding was meticulously planned, and although the guest list was limited, each attendee was of considerable significance. Such an incident, if it spread, would not only tarnish his reputation but also leave him unable to explain himself to the bride and her family. Mr. Chngfing. The voice in his earpiece abruptly jolted Shen Lang back to reality, making him aware that he had lost composure in such a significant moment. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze once more to meet Gu Wanxia's, and to his surprise, she was also staring back at him, their eyes locking from afar. From the depths of her shimmering gaze, Shen Lang discerned sorrow, fatigue, and emptiness. Those eyes, which usually radiated confidence, grace, and kindness, now resembled a flower on the verge of wilting, stirring a profound ache within Shen Lang's heart. Chngfing. What is happening with you? Gu was already quite upset. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he grasped the microphone. I apologize for disturbing the festivities, everyone. It is a great honor to be in. Gu and Miss Tang. However, I just realized that the song Fairy Tale expresses a yearning for beautiful love. Since Gu and Miss Tang are now happily united, singing this song may not be particularly fitting. I was suddenly inspired to think of a more appropriate love song, which I believe will better resonate with the emotions of the newlyweds at this moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly understood. So that's it. Earlier, when he was gazing at Gu Wanxia, I thought he was being inappropriate, but it turns out he was struck by inspiration and was composing a new song. Chngfing is quite talented. All his previous songs have been delightful. I wonder what kind of love song he will write this time. It truly piques my anticipation. This unexpected scene not only failed to disrupt the festive atmosphere but, rather, infused it with an unexpected charm, adding a touch of delightful surprise to the occasion. A piano was brought onto the stage by the staff. Shen Lang gracefully descended, his fingers hovering above the keys. After closing his eyes to gather his thoughts for a few seconds, a beautiful melody began to flow from his fingertips. By the Seine, coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, leaving lip prints upon the glass. Accompanied by Shen Lang's clear and gentle voice, a refreshing aura enveloped the room, evoking each note conveyed a sense of romance and dreaminess, expressing the exhilarating thrill of encountering love in a vivid and heartfelt manner. At that moment, Gu Wanxia was intently focused on Shen Lang. For reasons unknown, she felt an uncanny familiarity with him. His figure and voice bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew, yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Lang was a singer, thus failing to connect him with her memories. Listening to the lyrics, "To have you is to possess the world," Gu Wanxia suddenly recalled a beloved line of poetry. If I were to use 10 miles of peach blossoms to hire you. Gu Wanxia did not comprehend the essence of love, yet she knew that if it were that person, she would willingly forsake everything to accompany him in a life of simplicity and wandering. But these feelings were merely one-sided. Perhaps, all along, he had only regarded her as a confidant and a friend, never considering her as a potential partner. Her eyes dimmed as she cast her gaze downward. The atmosphere was joyful and celebratory, and the music was sweet and romantic, yet she could not relate. Her thoughts drifted back to that day when Shen Lang squatted outside the operating room, lost and sorrowful. My dear, falling in love with you began that day, and it was sweetly effortless from that day forth. My life seemed to blossom with joy. Every time I see you, I feel an innate exhilaration, as if my heart has found its anchor, and life is filled with romance. Shen Lang, regardless of the outcome, I must thank you. A misty glimmer shone in Gu Wanxia's clear eyes as she lifted her gaze to the stage, where the unassuming yet elegant young man. If only life could be as it was in our first encounter, why lament the autumn winds that mourn the painted fan? Shen Lang, Gu Wanxia, do not regret meeting you in this lifetime. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. I hope I did not embarrass myself, Shen Lang said, standing to BOW.MR.CHNGFing. Thank you for this song. My wife particularly enjoyed it. It was the biggest surprise of today's wedding, Gu Qingfeng said, approaching with his wife, Tang Xiaowan, to express their gratitude. Mr. And MRS.GU, you are too kind. I must thank you for not holding my last-minute change against me, Shen Lang quickly replied. Not at all, you only had the wedding's best interests at heart. How could I possibly blame you? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. MR.CHNGFing. Please join me at the main table during the banquet. My wife is your fan, and you two can chat more. Tang Xiaowan blinked at Shen Lang. Yes, Mr. CHNGFing. I love every one of your songs, especially that piano piece. I can play it now. It is my honor. With such a sincere invitation, Shen Lang could no longer refuse and agreed. He then played the piece Memories of Love before bowing and exiting the stage. Brother Shen, you scared me to death just now. I thought we were going to have an incident. Wang Qin rushed over, her face still pale with shock. Shen Lang chuckled. You're acting as if the emperor is anxious while the eunuch is calm. You're the eunuch. Wang Qin responded with a giggle. I have good news. The housekeeper just informed me that we're getting a raise. Shen Lang paused for a moment. They said that Mr. and MRS.GU are very fond of your new song, hence they've increased our payment by $1 million. Shen Lang inwardly marveled at the Gu family's extravagant generosity, treating money as if it were nothing. The housekeeper also mentioned that in a while, Gu Qingfeng's sister, Gu Wanxia, will also be getting engaged, and they plan to. With the Gu family's generosity, the compensation will surely be substantial. We are about to strike it rich. However, as soon as she finished speaking and noticed Shen Lang's dazed expression, she fell silent. Chapter 108. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Mr. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves, I sincerely thank you for your song Confession Balloon, which has undoubtedly added a great deal of charm to today's wedding. At the banquet,
Gu, Shen Lang replied, adopting a modest demeanor, his glass instinctively held lower than that of his counterpart. Mr. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves, why not remove your mask? It must be quite inconvenient to eat. Rest assured, we will not disclose your identity carelessly, suggested Tang Xiaowan. Shen Lang turned his head to see Gu Wanxia gazing at him as well. He dared not remove the mask at that moment. Madam Gu, I apologize. I wouldn't want to spoil anyone's appetite. Ha, Mr. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves, you jest. A man's worth is determined by his talents. Looks are merely a gift from one's parents and cannot. Shen Lang was compelled to fabricate another excuse. The truth is, I suffer from a peculiar ailment. My face breaks out in rashes when exposed to the wind, which is why I must wear this mask. Upon hearing this, the others the attention shifted back to the newlyweds, Gu Qingfeng and Tang Xiaowan. Shen Lang quietly consumed his meal while Gu Wanxia whispered with Wang Siyuan at a diagonal seat across from him. Sister Wanxia is about to get engaged. Her partner must be this young Master Wang Dai. In truth, he felt that Wang Siyuan was unworthy of Sister Wanxia, particularly in terms of looks. Whether intentional or not, Shen Lang had come across numerous news articles about Wang Siyuan in recent days. This individual seemed rather indiscreet in matters of romance, changing girlfriends as easily as one changes clothes, and the internet was rife with his scandalous headlines. Such a person would never settle down. Could Sister Wanxia truly find happiness with him? Shen Lang's gaze was vacant. The delectable dishes tasted bland in his mouth. Sister Yanting mentioned that Sister Wanxia has feelings for me. She must have misunderstood. After all, she already had a boyfriend and was on the verge of engagement. Given her character, it was unlikely she would be fickle, especially while having a boyfriend and simultaneously harboring feelings for him. Shen Lang harbored no doubts about Gu Wanxia's integrity. Perhaps she was simply overly concerned for him, leading Sister Yanting to believe she might have developed feelings for him. In reality, they might both regard each other. With this thought, a heavy burden seemed to lift from Shen Lang's heart, and he felt a newfound lightness. He dreaded being indebted to others, including matters of affection. Upon hearing from Zhou Yanting that Gu Wanxia might like him, his initial reaction was not joy but rather an overwhelming sense of confusion and helplessness, feeling as if a weight had suddenly descended upon him. He could not accept this sudden shift in identity, nor could he confront the gravity of such feelings. Mr. Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves, my younger sister is set to get engaged on National Day, and I would like to invite you to compose a fitting song or piano piece for the occasion. Gu Qingfeng suddenly stood, his gaze sincere and earnest. Please, I implore you to assist with this. Should the song meet our expectations, I am willing to offer you a remuneration of 5 million. Shen Lang glanced at the slightly bowed head of Gu Wanxia, then turned to Gu Qingfeng, sensing a complex array of emotions in his eyes, regret and guilt among them. After a prolonged silence, he nodded, saying, I will do my utmost. After enduring the uncomfortable and awkward wedding banquet, Shen Lang sat in the backseat of the car, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, an unfamiliar number rang through. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Is this Mr. Shen Lang? Came a gentle female voice from the other end. Yes, may I inquire who is calling? Shen, I am Chen Yan, Secretary to General Su. I kindly ask you to come to Nanya Hospital. Mr. Jana and Mr. Pyragov have arrived. As these words registered, Shen Lang recalled that Su Miaohan had arranged for 2 renowned foreign doctors to assist. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he found the 2 esteemed physicians accompanied by numerous experts from Nanya Hospital crowded into Li Zhongchuan's ward. Shen Lang wiped the sweat from his brow and noticed Zhou Yanting standing nearby. He quietly inquired, Sister Yanting, how is it going? Why did you arrive at this moment? Zhou Yanting scolded, a girl just led them here and left. I heard from our director that these 2 have impressive backgrounds. How did you manage to bring them here? Before Shen Lang could respond, she continued, they've been examining for over half an hour. I have no idea what is going on, as I can't understand their English. After another couple of hours, several nurses returned with the examination results. Shortly thereafter, a group emerged from the ward and gathered in the corridor. The patient's cancer cells have metastasized throughout the body. In this condition, I fear that no one can help. I am truly sorry, we are powerless. Jana spread his hands, shaking his head. Had he known the patient was in such a state, he would not have come at all. However, the reward offered by the benefactor was simply too generous. Upon hearing this near verdict, Shen Lang's complexion paled instantly. Yes, there truly no hope, though he was aware that the chances were slim. Hearing such a conclusion pierced his heart with anguish. Mr. Jana, Mr. Pyragov, regardless of the outcome, I still wish to express my gratitude. After an exhausting afternoon, Shen Lang treated the 2 doctors to a lavish dinner that evening. Why pretend? Hey, I just bought this car, please, don't vomit inside. Zhou Yanting was responsible for driving him home, casting him an exasperated glance as he slumped against the passenger seat. Zhou Yanting paused momentarily, peering at him through the rearview mirror, and upon seeing his eyes filled with confusion and despair, her heart softened. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. You're a good person, albeit a bit naive, or perhaps slow on the uptake. I can't tell if you're pretending or genuinely oblivious. Shen Lang offered a wry smile. Are you implying that after all these years, I still haven't grasped Sister? Shen Lang replied, perhaps she merely regards me as a friend. After all, she already has a boyfriend and is set to get engaged on National Day. I know Sister Wanxia well. If she has a boyfriend, she will not develop feelings for another man, I am certain of this. What did you say? Wanxia is getting engaged. Who did you hear this from? Zhou Yanting seemed to have stumbled upon an unbelievable. Chapter 109. Shen Lang, do not let a sincere heart go to waste. Shen Lang was taken aback, his forehead making a rather intimate acquaintance with the back of the front seat. Ah, my apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Zhou Yanting, Given that they were the closest of friends, it was understandable that Gu Wanxia might not confide in him, but it was rather peculiar that she would withhold such significant news from Zhou Yanting. No wonder she has been acting. She knew Gu Wanxia all too well. If she chose to keep such an important matter from her, it was likely because she did not wish her to know. There was no need to be tactless and call to inquire. Wanxia would share the news when she was ready. As she slowly started the car, Zhou Yanting could not resist asking, Shen Lang, may I pose a question?
Go ahead. Do you have feelings for your sister Wanxia?
Shen Lang froze, his mouth opening slightly. Let us treat this as a chat between friends. Whatever you say will stay between us. I promise I won't let Wanxia find out. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Zhou Yanting's lips curved into a slight smile.
I can help you analyze it.
Under normal circumstances, Shen Lang would find it difficult to articulate such sentiments, but perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, he finally managed to speak. Shen Lang remained silent for quite some time before responding. It was surprising, I just didn't know how to react.
Zhou Yanting continued, when you spoke of severing ties with her, what was your emotional state? Zhou Yanting's eyes brightened. Then, when you learned of her impending engagement, what was your reaction?
Shen Lang fell silent once more, taking several minutes before eventually saying, initially, it was quite distressing, but then I found myself wishing her well. You may have liked her long before, not merely as a friend, but with romantic feelings. Shen Lang stared blankly at her profile.
Do not deny it,
if she were merely a friend, you wouldn't feel such anguish at the thought of her marrying someone else. Like me, if she found a good man, I would only wish her well. Shen Lang, how should I put this? Deep down, you know the truth, yet for some reason, you seem to
Are you truly willing to bless her in her union with another man? Are you that magnanimous? Zhou Yanting glanced at him through the rearview mirror.
I am acutely aware of how infatuated Wanxia is with you. Her thoughts are wholly consumed by you. If you were to turn back, she would bravely face any obstacle for you.
As a friend, I cannot make decisions for you, you must contemplate your course of action.
Do not wait until it is too late to regret your choices.
Shen Lang's mind was in turmoil. He questioned himself, was he truly willing to part ways with Gu Wanxia, to let their paths diverge irreparably?
Perhaps in the future, even if they happened to cross paths on the street, they would merely exchange a fleeting glance, silently passing each other by. Was this truly what he desired? The vehicle halted at Mingwei Community. Shen Lang stumbled out, watching Zhou Yanting drive away, her final words echoing in his mind. Shen Lang, do not let a sincere heart go to waste. He stood there. The moment she hung up, her gaze became unfocused, her cold eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. No cure available. Drug resistant, targeted treatment ineffective, only 20 days of life remaining. He was still so young, having committed no wrongdoings over the years. Why must fate be so cruel to a kind soul? Shen Lang, she whispered his name softly. As time drew nearer, it felt as if fate was deliberately Countless times, she wished to forget this grim reality and cherish the remaining moments, yet it relentlessly pursued her like a haunting nightmare. Click, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. Su Miaohan, dragging her injured foot, limped to the staircase, gazing down at Shen Lang, who was changing his shoes. Faintly, she detected the strong scent of alcohol wafting up to her. Her first instinct was not to reproach him but to feel a pang of sympathy. She understood that Shen Lang was a notoriously stubborn individual. Once he resolved not to engage in something, a single mention was all it took for him to steer clear, be it the piano or the gym in the evenings. Consuming alcohol had been explicitly prohibited since the signing of their contract, and after a recent bout of excessive drinking, he had sworn not to repeat the mistake. Given his character, it was unlikely he would touch alcohol again. Yet today, he disregarded the contract and his own promise. Su Miaohan knew he must have learned of her situation, and his mood had plummeted to the depths. MS.Su, you're back, my apologies, I was dining with those two doctors tonight and forgot to pick you up.
Upon seeing Su Miaohan, Shen Lang remembered his promise to escort her to and from work daily.
Su Miaohan, steadying herself against the railing, descended slowly, pouring him a cup of warm water.
Shen Lang, you should take a few days off. Shen Lang was taken aback.
In a few days, once my foot has healed, I will buy a camper van and take you traveling.
Where would you like to go most? Shen Lang was momentarily speechless. You want to take me traveling? Do you not want to travel?
Shen Lang fell silent. He indeed had no desire to travel at the moment. However, he suddenly recalled her grueling work schedule over the years. It seemed she had never taken a trip in the past 3 years. Perhaps she wished to unwind and needed someone to accompany her, considering her limited circle of friends. This small wish of hers was something Shen Lang could not bear to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Miss Su, how about we wait for a while? I'll take care of my current tasks and then request a few days off.
As for the destination, you can decide.
Su Miaohan's lips curled into a slight smile.
Take a shower and rest early. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Shen Lang,
this time, he did not leave immediately but accompanied her to the lobby on the first floor. Upon arrival, they spotted Wang Xiyuan leaning against the front desk, holding a bouquet of roses, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face as he bantered with the reception. Chapter 110, the more elusive she becomes, the stronger my motivation grows. Miaohan, I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Wang Xiyuan said, striding over with a bouquet of roses, casting not even a fleeting glance in Shen Lang's direction. Su Miaohan frowned. Wang Xiyuan, do you not understand human speech? I am allergic to pollen, please leave. I heard that in the past, Shugongs have frequently gifted you flowers, and you never seem to have an—
Is it possible that my flowers are the problem? Wang Xiyuan, with a roguish grin, tossed the roses into a nearby trash bin. Fine, I shall switch florists tomorrow.
Su Miaohan chose not to respond further. Had it been an ordinary individual, she would have summoned security to escort them out, but this man was the scion of the Wang family, which had extensive business dealings with the Su family. He was like a stubborn adhesive, detestable yet impossible to shake off. Wang Siyuan did not pursue Su Miaohan like a lovesick fool. It seemed his goal of delivering flowers had been accomplished. Young Master Wang, it appears you have forgotten what I mentioned.
Who is speaking?
Wang Siyuan feigned listening intently, yet he then pretended to notice Shen Lang for the first time, smirking disdainfully. Oh, it's you. My apologies, my eyesight tends to be poor, making it difficult to perceive insignificant creatures, Wang Siyuan retorted. Shen Lang paused momentarily, scrutinizing his face. The offspring of affluent families usually possessed a certain refinement. He had not anticipated such childish antics from this individual. Was he attempting to provoke him in this manner? Regrettably, Shen Lang had grown immune to such mockery after enduring it in both of his lifetimes. Young Master Wang, your ability to see me is inconsequential.
Do you not feel any sense of shame?
He seldom spoke so bluntly, but this time, a genuine disdain for the man before him compelled him to do so.
Are you getting anxious?
Wang Siyuan chuckled.
Are you concerned about Gu Wanxia or Su Miaohan?
Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The inquiry left him momentarily speechless.
Could it be that you desire both? In that case, what right do you have to stand upon a moral high ground and criticize me?
As Wang Siyuan's words grew increasingly repugnant, Shen Lang's internal wrath surged. Do not speak nonsense and
what reputation does she have left? Damn it, on the day I returned, I was appalled to discover that she had been defiled by scum like you. Do you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to have you killed. However, I later thought that would be too lenient on you. Shen Lang's gaze fell as he noticed the deadly intent radiating from Wang Siyuan's eyes.
A chill ran down his spine. He had no doubt that this man harbored murderous intentions toward him. Wang Siyuan winked. Kid, I will play with you thoroughly, taking my time, there is no rush. Shen Lang gritted his teeth. You can play with me as you wish, but you would, otherwise, I will risk my life to ensure you pay dearly.
Is that so?
Wang Siyuan scoffed. You are merely a kept boy. What right do you have to threaten me? Let me put it this way.
If it were not for Su Miaohan, you wouldn't even have the right to stand before me and speak, do you understand?
Shen Lang remained silent. Though the words were harsh, he could not deny their truth. The man was the heir to the foremost family in Shanghai, with a family fortune of 300 billion, while he was merely an orphan from a children's home, two individuals from entirely different worlds.
What must I do for you to spare Su Miaohan?
If I wish to pursue someone, there is no one I cannot win over. But with Su Miaohan, I have pursued her for an entire year, and she has not even granted me a single opportunity. By the time I returned, I discovered she had married, and her husband was none other than you, TSK. The more Shen Lang listened, the graver his expression became. This man was far too arrogant, and the more it was likely he would not easily relinquish Su Miaohan.
Since you are so intent on pursuing Su Miaohan, why then provoke Gu Wanxia? Do you think I would marry her? Wang Siyuan unabashedly revealed his intentions before Shen Lang.
I am simply unwilling to accept defeat. I wish to pursue.
Wang Siyuan, amused by Shen Lang's fury, felt even more invigorated.
Moreover, the Gu family has a relatively good relationship with our Wang family. Gu Wanxia and I have grown up together as friends. I had no intention of pursuing her, but then one day, you suddenly exhibited excessive concern for her, which compelled me to take notice. I do not know where you heard that I am to be engaged, but that is not the case. I am far too familiar with her. She only regards me as an older brother, and frankly, I look down upon the Gu family's status. To put it bluntly, Gu Wanxia is unworthy of me.
My wife must at least be a woman of Su Miaohan's status and standing.
The man she is to be engaged to is not me, but my younger brother.
Your brother? Shen Lang was bewildered.
Recently, the Gu family sought to diversify its development, investing too aggressively in the high-tech sector, leading to a critical cash flow crisis. Wang Siyuan chuckled. They wish to borrow money from the Wang family to weather the storm. I seized the opportunity to propose a condition. If Gu Wanxia is willing to marry my younger brother, I can provide the necessary funds.
Oh, and I almost...
Once, while playing with fireworks, one firework failed to ignite, and he leaned in to investigate, only for it to go off unexpectedly. He spent 3 days and nights in the hospital. His life was saved, but he emerged a fool. Chapter 111 Carving out one's own realm. Fool, you want Sister Wanxia to marry a fool? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang was utterly bewildered.
Surprised, aren't you?
Wang Siyuan laughed triumphantly, playfully patting Shen Lang's shoulder. If it weren't for your evident concern for her, I would never have thought of finding such a wonderful bride for my brother. Gu Wanxia is indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace, perfectly suited for my foolish brother.
Heh, you seem rather furious and despondent. Ha ha ha, what a pity, you can't.
With a resounding thud, Wang Siyuan's nose erupted in a fountain of blood. Clutching his nose and howling in agony, he paid no heed to the blood still streaming down as he angrily lunged at Shen Lang. Yet, having spent years indulging in the pleasures of life, his body was long depleted by wine and lust, rendering him no match for Shen Lang, who stood at 6 feet tall and maintained a rigorous fitness regimen. In just a few blows, he was knocked to the ground. Wang Siyuan, those who commit unjust acts will surely meet their demise. Don't think that just because your Wang family has a bit of money, you can act recklessly. The heavens are watching, and you will face retribution. Shen Lang coldly glared at him before turning to exit through the main door. Bastard, you dare to strike me, just wait, one day, I will make you kneel before me like a dog, begging for mercy. Once outside the Su family building, Shen Lang's eyes were clouded with gloom. He understood that someone like Wang Siyuan would never resort to calling the police, but he was certain that he would not swallow this humiliation quietly. He would surely come at him like a rabid dog, ready to tear him apart. Shen Lang was unconcerned for his own safety. What troubled him was the thought that this rabid dog might retaliate against those around him. Have I made a mistake? Shen Lang stood in the plaza, gazed. Having been an orphan in both of his lives, all he longed for was a simple, unremarkable existence, cherishing the present, not demanding too much, not aspiring for extravagance, treating others kindly, being content with the status quo, and flowing with the currents of life. Now he realized that he had once viewed the world through overly rosy lenses, always believing in reciprocation, that those who respect others would be respected in return, and that kindness would be met with kindness. However, Wang Siyuan's emergence shattered these antiquated notions, his arrogant demeanor and vengeful ruthlessness awakening Shen Lang from his naive slumber. Perhaps in such a society, being content with the status quo is mere. Only through proactive endeavors and unwavering courage can one better protect those they cherish. If he possessed a fortune of billions, how could Wang Siyuan dare to act so brazenly? Shen Lang's once clear gaze gradually solidified. He intended to carve out a realm of his own, one that could shield those around him from further harm. He drove straight to the address provided by Zhou Yanting last time. XXX Wanchang Road. Wanchang Road. This was the first time Shen Lang had formally looked at this address. To his astonishment, Gu Wancha resided on Wanchang Road. No wonder he had encountered her in Wang's. The area around Wanchang Road was suburban but renowned as a wealthy district, dotted with numerous estates. Given the Gu family's affluence, it seemed quite normal for them to own a mansion there. While driving, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Wang Chunhai. Surprised, he pressed the answer button. Young master, the estate has been vacated and you can move in at any time. Shen Lang inquired, have the elders moved out? Yes, young master. All belongings belonging to Li Lao and the others have been cleared out these past few days, and the property has now been transferred to your name. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Lang hung up, deciding to first find Gu Wancha to inquire about her situation before visiting the property. However, upon arriving at the vicinity of Wanchang Road, he noticed several moving trucks parked in front of one of the estates. A group of workers from Su Dali Moving were laboriously transporting items out. Shen Lang was about to leave when a familiar figure emerged from the estate. It was Gu Qingfeng, who had just gotten married yesterday. Is this the Gu family's estate? Are they moving? Shen Lang hit the brakes and quickly parked the car, striding toward. Gu Qingfeng was directing the movers when he unexpectedly spotted Shen Lang approaching and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sir, may I assist you? Hello, I am Shen Lang, a friend of Gu Wancha. Could you please inform her that I am waiting for her outside? Shen Lang felt somewhat helpless. Gu Wancha's phone was off, and she had not replied to his messages, causing him to worry about her well-being. Gu Qingfeng scrutinized Shen Lang for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, but Wancha is not at home right now. Then where is she, could you tell me? Shen Lang pressed on. Gu Qingfeng regarded his face again, hesitating before shaking his head. I am not certain. Shen Lang could tell he was likely aware but chose not to disclose the information. Please, could you kindly relay to her that Gu Qingfeng's gaze was inscrutable. I've heard Wancha mention Shen Lang before. Every time she speaks his name, a smile graces her face. It is evident that she holds affection for him. Given the current situation, we cannot afford any additional complications. Gu Qingfeng felt a pang of sorrow. He had always cherished his sister. After the family crisis, he had married Tang Xiaowan, who had pursued him relentlessly, but whom he did not love, borrowing 10 billion from the Tang family. Yet, this amount was still woefully insufficient. Now, other than sacrificing Gu Wancha, there seemed to be no alternative. Returning to the estate, Gu Qingfeng pondered briefly before entering Gu Wancha's room. To his surprise, she was staring blankly into the mirror. Gu Qingfeng sighed inwardly and approached her. Wancha, it's time to pack your things. Brother, may I live for myself just once? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. From childhood to now, I have lived according to the path laid out for me by the family. When you said the family business should be taken over by men, and that girls would eventually marry, you urged me to stop. There are no other options left. If the Gu family falls apart, what will happen to everyone? Will we all be left to fend for ourselves? Gu Wancha managed a bitter smile. I understand. Chapter 112. Shen Lang, 5 o'clock, I will wait for you. Gu Qingfeng approached her with solemnity and declared, Wancha, we are members of the Gu family. From childhood to adulthood, we have lived in luxury and comfort, all of which You are aware that my affections do not lie with Tang Xiaowan, yet I find myself compelled to marry her. Gu Wancha stared blankly at him, observing the man who had never shed a tear in her presence since childhood. His eyes reddened as he spoke with righteous fervor. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but the reverse is far more challenging. If the Gu family were to collapse, the ramifications would be unbearable for all involved, and the efforts of 3 generations would be rendered futile. Brother understands your grievances about marrying such a man, but I implore you to consider the Gu family's plight. Father has fallen ill due to the company's troubles, and now, aside from us, there is no one who can save the Gu family. Gu Wancha suppressed all expression, as if at that moment, she had locked away her entire heart. He exited the room, leaving Gu Wancha standing before the mirror, gazing at her own beautiful yet haggard visage. She remained in a daze for a long while before finally sitting down again. Taking out her cosmetics, she meticulously shaped her eyebrows and applied blush, transforming herself into a radiant figure. Young master, you have arrived.
Wang Chunhai was directing several servants in tidying up the estate when he noticed Shen Lang's entrance and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Manager Wang, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name." Shen Lang was somewhat unaccustomed to this title. "That simply will not do, you will grow accustomed to it in due time." Wang Chunhai replied with a smile, "Young master, allow me to show you around and see if there is anything that needs to be procured." Shen Lang nodded and followed him as they toured the estate. "Manager Wang, are you familiar with the Gu family?" "You mean the Gu family next door?" Wang Chunhai chuckled, "You wouldn't believe it. Just last night, before MR.Li and the others departed, they were discussing them. The chain of hotels they operate was significantly impacted by the mask incident in recent years. They have been borrowing from every corner, barely managing to stay afloat. Recently, the Gu brothers, in deep reflection, gathered some funds, intending to diversify as the market recovers, and poured everything into high-tech ventures, only to be deceived. Now, their company faces a severed financial chain, and I hear they are scrambling for loans. The banks and several lending institutions have been relentlessly pressing for repayment. The current state of the Gu family can be described as precarious, teetering on the brink. During the mask incident, their debt soared. Although they are not yet at the point of insolvency, they are perilously close." Wang Chunhai shook his head. "At this juncture, unless one possesses exceptionally strong connections, who would dare risk lending to them? They ventured into an unfamiliar industry recklessly, and the most laughable part is that they were deceived. Who can they blame for that?" Wang Chunhai smirked disdainfully. "I heard that to secure a loan, Gu Donglai had his son. Just yesterday, even the banquet expenses were covered by the Tang family." Shen Lang was taken aback and then inquired, "If they have already secured the funds, why have I heard they are still planning to marry their daughter to the foolish son of the Wang family? That 10 billion is merely a drop in the bucket." "Do you know how much they still owe, Manager Wang?" Wang Chunhai cast a puzzled glance at him, unsure why he was so invested in the affairs of the Gu family. Pausing for a moment, he replied, "I am not certain of the exact amount, but I overheard MR.Li and the others discussing that they seem to need to borrow 20 billion from the Wang family." 20 billion, Shen Lang lowered his gaze, deep in thought. He recognized the significance of this sum. While many families boast of having hundreds of billions, the vast majority is tied up in real estate. Securing 20 billion in cash would undoubtedly be no simple task. For Shen Lang, this was an astronomical figure. After a brief contemplation, Shen Lang resolutely raised his head. "Manager Wang, I would like to request your assistance with something." "Haha, I am your whatever you need, young master, just command me. No need to mention trouble." Wang Chunhai waved his hand with a smile. "This estate now belongs to me, correct?" "Of course, I have already facilitated the transfer into your name through my connections." "May I dispose of it at will?" "Certainly." Shen Lang sighed with relief. "Manager Wang, I would appreciate your help in selling this estate." Wang Chunhai's smile faltered. "You mean to sell the estate?" Shen Lang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I wonder how much this estate could fetch." Wang Chunhai studied him for a good 7 to 8 seconds, pondering for a moment before responding. "It should be around 16 billion. If we need to sell quickly, there may be some concessions. I wish to expedite the sale. Please assist me, Manager Wang." "Are you truly resolved, without any further consideration? It undoubtedly holds immense potential for appreciation in the future." Wang Chunhai urged. Shen Lang shook his head. "I have made up my mind." Wang Chunhai ceased further persuasion. "In that case, I happen to know 2 potential buyers who have previously expressed interest. I will inquire with them." "Thank you." Shen Lang had set his psychological expectation for this estate at 15 billion, meaning he was just 5 billion short of the 20 billion he needed. He pondered where he might secure that 5 billion. The image of Su Miaohan suddenly flashed in his mind. Would she lend him the money? After all, this estate was a gift from Li Zhongyan, and now he was turning around to sell it. It felt somewhat impolite. Shen Lang decided to call Li Zhongyan to consult him. Upon hearing that he intended to sell the estate, Li Zhongyan paused momentarily before asking, "Xiaoshen, is there an urgent need for funds?" "Great uncle, I genuinely require the money and wish to sell it promptly. May I? I purchased this estate." "Huh?" Shen Lang was taken aback. "To be honest, I have some sentimental attachment to this estate. Since you wish to sell, it would be better to sell it to me than to someone else." "Haha, had I known you were planning to sell, I could have simply given you the money back then, and we wouldn't have to go through this hassle." Shen Lang felt a bit embarrassed, as the various fees would indeed add up. However, just a few days prior, he had no inkling of such circumstances arising. "The price for the estate should have been conveyed to you by Manager Wang, approximately around 16 billion. I will give you 17 billion, how does that sound? Are you satisfied?" Shen Lang quickly responded, "Great uncle, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I cannot accept more of your money, that would be unacceptable. 17 billion, while slightly above market value, will undoubtedly exceed this price in 2 years, so I am not at a loss. Do not concern yourself with this matter, it is settled." After hanging up, Shen Lang remained in a daze, feeling a warm glow within. That he had feared that Li Zhongyan would hold it against him, but to his surprise, not only did he not. However, having received such assistance, he felt too embarrassed to bring up his earlier notion of borrowing money from Li Zhongyan. Ding ling ling, just as he bid farewell to Manager Wang and stepped out of the estate, his phone suddenly rang. Shen Lang, sensing something, quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket upon seeing the caller ID, his gaze momentarily lost focus. He pressed the answer button, his voice slightly trembling. Sister Wansha, a simple address elicited a Heaven knows how painful it had been for her when he had coldly addressed her as Dr. Gu that day. Sister Wansha, I am aware of your situation, can you step out for a moment? I wish to see you and discuss things. Shen Lang urged anxiously. Gu Wansha remained silent for several seconds, seemingly attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. It was a secluded meadow, far from civilization, which would attract visitors in autumn, yet now, in the sweltering summer heat, no one would dare to venture there. At 5 o'clock, I will wait for you there. With that, Gu Wansha abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 113. Shen Lang, are we friends, Mr. Shen? President Su is waiting for you in her office. At the Su Group, Chen Yan guided Shen Lang to the entrance of Su Miaohan's office. Thank you. Just as Shen Lang was about to knock on the door, he fatally overheard Su Miaohan conversing on the phone inside. How much funding is still available in the company account? Alright, please arrange a meeting with President Zhou of Shanghai Bank. I need to discuss some borrowing matters with her. The key projects requiring investment cannot be overlooked. I will find a way to... That will be all. Shen Lang's hand, poised to knock, suddenly withdrew, his expression momentarily stunned. He had specifically come to seek a loan of 300 million from Su Miaohan, but from her previous conversation, it seemed that Shen Lang surmised the reason. Ever since the last advertising campaign across major platforms, Xianqi Spring had surged in popularity nationwide, leading to a product shortage. Consequently, Su Miaohan had invested in several new production lines, draining the company's cash flow. Mr. Chen Yan looked at him, puzzled. Shen Lang snapped back to reality and mustered the courage to knock on the door. Come in. Pushing the door open, Shen Lang's gaze fell upon Su Miaohan, who was seated behind her desk, gently sipping from a teacup. What brings you here? Su Miaohan's expression softened. Well, I came to inquire about Wang Siyuan. I had a bit of a scuffle with him this morning. I hope it won't cause you any trouble? Shen Lang concocted a casual topic. You fought with Wang Siyuan. Su Miaohan was taken aback. Why? She was well aware of Shen Lang's temperament. He would never resort to violence unless pushed to his limits. He mentioned that after pursuing you for a year without success, he was unwilling to accept defeat and intended to win you over only to tire of you and discard you afterward. Su Miaohan, upon hearing this, did not react with anger. She had long understood the type of person Wang Siyuan was and knew she would never have any involvement with him. A faint smile graced her lips as her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Shen Lang. So, you defended my honor by confronting him. Shen Lang hesitated to admit that was only half the truth. The other half involved Gu Wansha. Feeling a bit awkward, he diverted the conversation. President Su, this matter won't trouble you, will it? Shen Lang, she regarded him. There is no need for such formality between us. After 3 years, we can consider ourselves friends, can't we? Su Miaohan spoke gently. Given her character, it was difficult for her to express such sentiment, but hearing Shen Lang address her as President Su with such reverence stirred something within her. In the future, feel free to call me by my name. There is no need for honorifics. Moreover, since you stood up for me against Wang Siyuan, should he seek trouble, I will face it alongside you. You need not feel that you've caused me any inconvenience. As Shen Lang gazed into her sincere eyes, a wave of excitement surged within him. He had once believed that Su Miaohan would disdain forming a friendship with someone like him. Now, it seemed his previously self-deprecating and sensitive nature had clouded his judgment. To forge a friendship with someone as exceptional as Su Miaohan was undoubtedly a cause for joy. Although he had lived 2 lives, he had always confined himself to his own world. Now, aside from Gu Wansha, he had gained another friend, President Su. Miaohan. The first utterance of her name left Shen Lang feeling slightly uneasy. Su Miaohan's lips curled into a smile, clearly pleased with the new form of address. It is lunchtime. I hope I haven't interrupted your meal. If so, I can leave now. Su Miaohan stood and glanced at the clock. You haven't dined at the company cafeteria yet, have you? Come, let us have a meal together. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Su Miaohan had not allowed him to visit the company, likely to avoid any unnecessary rumors among the employees. Now, she was suddenly inviting him to accompany her to the cafeteria without concern for being seen. Let us go. Su Miaohan stepped out first, pausing briefly to look back at Shen Lang. Help me get there. Shen Lang stood frozen. Was this really appropriate? Su Miaohan remained silent, merely pressing her lips together and gazing at him. After much hesitation, Shen Lang finally steeled himself and approached her, gently taking hold of her delicate arm. The cafeteria was located on the 8th floor, and at this hour, it was bustling with patrons. Upon their entrance, the previously noisy cafeteria fell silent in an instant. Su Miaohan rarely dined in the cafeteria, and when she did, it was usually alone or accompanied by Chen Meng. This was the first time she had brought a male companion. Moreover, the fact that the man was assisting her with her arm, almost pressed against her, was shocking. Heavens, it was blinding to the titanium alloy eyes. Miaohan, please take a seat, I'll go fetch your meal. Unable to bear the multitude of astonished or envious gazes directed at him, Shen Lang would have preferred to flee from this place of gossip if given the choice. He quickly retrieved their meal, burying his head in his bowl as he hastily devoured the food. Su Miaohan smiled subtly, her gaze falling upon the bowl, noting the modest amount of rice, precisely the portion she was accustomed to. The dishes selected were also her favorites. Perhaps, in this world, the person who understood her best was this man before her. Watching Shen Lang devour his meal with such fervor, Su Miaohan's mood suddenly darkened. At times, when she observed Shen Lang's spirited demeanor, she found it hard to reconcile the image of a terminally ill patient with limited time.
He seemed so normal. To this end, she had even consulted Dr. Jiang, who explained that individual differences existed, and some patients appeared entirely normal, with others not showing significant weight loss even until death. This meal left Shen Lang feeling uneasy, and Su Miaohan had little appetite either. After a brief 15 minutes, they exited the cafeteria together. Miaohan, I might be busy tonight and unable to pick you up. Do you need my assistance? No, it's just a small matter. Alright. Stepping out of the Su building, the sun blazed fiercely, casting a suffocating heatwave that enveloped the ground. Noticing it was nearly 1:30, Shen Lang's heart soared as if it had sprouted wings, eager to leave as he drove to the western suburbs, where he was to meet Gu Wanxia, patiently waiting in a shaded spot. Chapter 114. That summer, that butterfly in this oppressive heat, with not a whisper of wind, the relentless sun scorched the earth, and the sweltering air stirred feelings of vexation. Shen Lang languidly leaned against a large stone, before him a lush expanse of grass, further down a shimmering pond, which, under the direct glare of the sun, radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The profession of a doctor is arduous, particularly in a premier institution like Nanya Hospital, where patients overflow daily, leaving Gu Wanxia and Zhou Yanting with scant moments of respite. Whenever they found a spare moment, the pair would delight in wandering the outskirts of Shanghai together. Zhou Yanting often insisted on dragging Shen Lang alone, assigning him the task of carrying their bags like a packhorse. This secluded meadow had been a cherished picnic spot for the three of them on multiple occasions, with a tent, a small barbecue grill, and an assortment of food. They could relish a day filled with joy. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, the seemingly modest area felt as though every corner bore the imprints of their footsteps. In a fleeting moment, their melodious laughter echoed clearly in her ears. Shen Lang, what are you dawdling for? Aren't you supposed to be the cook? Today's barbecue is your responsibility, Gu Wanxia called. Shen Lang, hurry up and help pitch the tent. At your size, do you expect us two delicate ladies to do it alone? You really have no sense of awareness. How will you ever win a girl's heart like this? Yanting, why do you boss him around so much? TSK, someone is starting to feel sympathy. Zhou Yanting teased. Look how high it's flying. Shen Lang, come over, you're fast. You can make it soar even higher. Shen Lang, why don't you carry Wanxia and run? A man and a woman together make the labor easier. Zhou Yanting, are you trying to get yourself killed? How shall we arrange the tent tonight? Wanxia, don't say I'm not helping you. I'll stay in one tent alone, and you and Shen Lang can share another. Zhou Yanting, do you think you can survive a day without being serious? Hey, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm doing this for your sake. No more talking. Wanxia, why did you come out too? I couldn't sleep, wanted to take a stroll, and saw you lying here. The stars are so numerous tonight, truly beautiful. Wanxia, do you think that when people die, they really become stars? When I was little, I often heard the elders say that after death, the soul ascends and transforms into stars in the sky, watching over those on earth, guiding them. Though I know it's a myth, how wonderful it would be if it were true. Gu Wanxia gazed at him in a daze. Shen Lang, perhaps when people pass away, they do not become stars, but they will watch over their loved ones forever, illuminating their paths, shining brightly like stars. Shen Lang chuckled lightly. You sound like you're comforting a child. You're acting like a child yourself, asking me such naive questions. Gu Wanxia reclined on the grass beside him, mimicking his pose, her hands cradling her head as she gazed at the twinkling stars above. They are so free. Why do you say that? Though they are bound by their predetermined orbits, they can flicker as they please or extinguish if they wish. Yet for humans, once shackled, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break free. Indeed, achieving true freedom is quite the challenge. That night, they lay side by side, gazing at the starry sky until late into the evening. Shen Lang, sometimes you need to learn to look back. Perhaps the star that belongs to you is right behind you. Just before entering the tent, Gu Wanxia suddenly turned serious and said to Shen Lang. Shen Lang, a gentle call pulled him from his reverie. Shen Lang abruptly stood, astonished. Wanxia, why are you here so early? It was barely past 3, with still 2 hours until their agreed meeting time of 5. Didn't you arrive early as well? Gu Wanxia pouted slightly, a smile breaking through her delicate features. Today, she had clearly made an effort, her face adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a beautiful floral dress. She resembled a butterfly dancing in the wind. The two stood there, gazing into each other's eyes, neither daring to break the silence for a long while. Shen Lang, I brought some things, they're in the car, please help me carry them over. Gu Wanxia averted her gaze first. Alright. Shen Lang took the keys and approached the car, opening the trunk to reveal a tent, a kite, and a backpack filled with snacks. As he unloaded the items onto the grass, Gu Wanxia smiled. It's been ages since I've been here for a picnic. It feels nostalgic. Shen Lang, would you be willing to set everything aside and spend the day here with me? Shen Lang met her sparkling eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of pleading. Wanxia, no matter what happens today, I will stay here with you. With that, he powered off his phone. Gu Wanxia's south eyes curved into crescent moons. I want to fly a kite. Now, Shen Lang looked up at the blazing sun, the sky cloudless, devoid of even a whisper of wind. It was hardly an opportune moment for kite flying. Alright, I'll join you. I am starting now. Gu Wanxia grasped the kite string and began to jog under the scorching sun. The butterfly-shaped kite, tethered to her, ascended gradually into the azure sky. Shen Lang, it's flying. It is really flying. As Shen Lang watched her skirt fluttering, embodying the spirit of a jubilant girl, he couldn't help but smile, striding forward. Wanxia, slow down, it's too hot. No, I wanted to soar even higher. Gu Wanxia exerted herself, her forehead glistening with a sheen of sweat. Shen Lang, Wanxia, I'm out of strength, could you carry me while you run? Shen Lang felt a moment of disorientation, as if transported back to over a year ago, when Zhou Yanting had playfully teased them. Giggle. Shen Lang, why not carry Wanxia while you run? A man and a woman together make the labor lighter. Looking up at Gu Wanxia's breathless face, Shen Lang took a step closer. Wanxia, I'll carry you. Gu Wanxia gazed at him in astonishment as he knelt before her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart ached with a bittersweet sensation, choking back sobs as she leaned against his broad back. Wanxia, I'm starting to run now. Hold on tight. As Gu Wanxia tugged on the kite string, it soared higher once again, with Shen Lang running faster, the kite ascending even further. She tilted her head to watch the kite gliding freely in the sky, resembling a bird unbound. If not for the tether, it would surely fly even higher and with greater freedom. With this thought, she let go of the spool. Unfortunately, at that moment, the sky offered no breeze, and the kite wobbled momentarily before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 115 Perfumed Rain. It turns out that even when a kite is severed from its string, it may not necessarily be free, it could also be falling. Gu Wanxia stood in a daze, lost in thought. Wanxia Jie? As Shen Lang observed the kite descending, he instinctively halted his movement. Wanxia Jie, it's too hot. Shall we rest over there for a while? All right. After taking a deep gulp of refreshing water that chilled him to the core, Shen Lang exhaled contentedly. He turned to see Gu Wanxia sipping water delicately and could not. Shen Lang, can we just enjoy ourselves today? I do not wish to discuss these things. Gu Wanxia shook her head, understanding that Shen Lang was powerless to assist in this matter. Speaking of it would only add to their burdens. Shen Lang parted his lips, yet he acquiesced to her wishes and reached out his hand towards her. What is it? Did you bring that pen? Gu Wanxia, I should not have treated you that way. Wanxia Jie, I sincerely apologize now. Gu Wanxia pressed her lips together, striving to control her emotions. At times, I can be quite childish. I never considered how you truly felt. Wanxia Jie, from now on, I shall refrain from uttering such hurtful words. May I have that pen back? I will cherish it always. She recalled the saying, life is akin to a river. The left bank holds unforgettable memories, while the right bank is filled with cherished moments worth holding onto, flowing in between with a gentle melancholy year after year. At this moment, she stood in the middle, facing the left bank. Sometimes, it seems life is destined to be imperfect. The heavens do not favor one individual so much as to grant all their desires and wishes. Shen Lang, no matter when, we are friends, right? Yes. Gu Wanxia beamed, you must treasure that pen. When we are both 80, you should take it out again, it will surely be quite amusing. With that, she opened her bag and retrieved the pen. Shen Lang held it in his hand, his fingertips brushing against the engravings on the pen, sensing Gu Wanxia's warmth still lingering upon it, a comforting sensation that reached deep within his heart. Summer nights arrive later than those of other seasons. It was not until after 6 that the sun gradually retreated, casting a soothing coolness over the grass before them. Gu Wanxia took out a bottle of perfume. Shen Lang, have you seen the first intimate contact? With Pai Zikai and Shang Wu Fei Yang, yes, Shen Lang nodded. Gu Wanxia smiled brightly as she stood up. Then you must remember the scene with the perfume rain. Sometimes I think, how romantic it is. A girl would be so fortunate to find a boy to share a perfume rain with. Shen Lang. Shall we give it a try? Sure. Shen Lang stood up with a smile. Gu Wanxia's face radiated with a dazzling smile. Do you remember how to apply it? First, apply it behind your ears, then on your. She tilted her face upwards. Here we go. As she spoke, she sprayed the perfume into the air. Delicate tendrils of fragrance cascaded down like a gentle rain. Gu Wanxia opened her arms, tilting her exquisite face up. Shen Lang stared at her, somewhat entranced. Shen Lang, do you smell it? Yes, it is delightful. No, it is the essence of liberation. Gu Wanxia, Shen Lang, would you like to attempt this with me? Absolutely. In that moment, Shen Lang was willing to fulfill all her wishes. I will help you. Gu Wanxia gently applied the perfume to the areas behind his ears, on his neck, and the veins on his wrists. The luxurious Dior fragrance enveloped the air around them. Shen Lang mimicked her actions, opening his arms, tilting his face upwards, and closing his eyes as he slowly walked through the fragrant rain. The intoxicating aroma fell from the air, gradually filling his nostrils. At that moment, it felt as though only the sense of smell was experiencing the sky. His thoughts became a blank slate, and under the stimulation of the perfume, his heart soared free. It was an unparalleled sensation of liberation. How does it feel? As Shen Lang opened his eyes, Gu Wanxia swiftly put away her phone, which she had been recording. Gu Wanxia gazed at the empty bottle, her eyes dimming. Shen Lang, if one day I were to vanish suddenly like Chang Wu Fei Yang, would you search for me across the world like Pai Zikai? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Wanxia Jie, I am merely hypothesizing. I do not intend to leave. Shen Lang sighed in relief and spoke earnestly. Yes, Wanxia Jie, these past few days, I have contemplated much. Regardless of what transpires in the future, or whom we may be with, you are one of the most important people in my life. I do not care whether my conscience can bear it nor whether it may hurt others. I simply wish to see you, even if it is just to talk and share a few words. This declaration filled him with great courage. He had always believed that a pure friendship could not exist between a man and a woman. With Gu Wanxia in a relationship, he thought it best to have no further contact. However, the pain of these past days made him acutely aware of how much he cherished Gu Wanxia as a friend, and he understood the significant hurt this had caused her. Perhaps his past and upbringing constantly shackled him with moral dilemmas. While such constraints might have their merits, they could also inflict harm on those closest to him. Yet, in everyone's life, there exists that one person who shatters the burdensome chains you cling to. Gu Wanxia looked up at him, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, yet her smile was radiant. Shen Lang, thank you for your words. You too, no matter when, you are the most significant person in my life. Chapter 116. Sister Wanxia, do you have feelings for me? As dusk gradually descended, Shen Lang hurriedly set up the tent, only to realize that Gu Wanxia had brought along just one tent. Could it be that they were to share a tent tonight? Shen Lang's expression grew somewhat dazed, and as he turned, he saw Gu Wanxia returning from the other side, carrying a few cans of beer she had retrieved from the car. What are you A smile danced on Gu Wanxia's lips. I almost forgot you were a boy. Ah, well, Shen Lang chuckled helplessly. It seems a bit late to go back for another one now. How about we make do? You wouldn't think I'm trying to take advantage of you, would you? Gu Wanxia teased. Shen Lang hurriedly waved his hands. Of course not. What made you want beer tonight? Because I anticipated that the moonlight would be beautiful tonight. Raising a glass to invite the bright moon, it seems rather romantic for the two of us to cast shadows as six. Gu Wanxia's demeanor was unusually relaxed that evening, seemingly intent on liberating herself. As night fell completely, they shared a few snacks they had brought, lying side by side on the slope in perfect harmony, their hands cradling their heads, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars above. Don't feel compelled. Returning to reality, Shen Lang gently shook his head. Sister Wanxia, I simply don't know how to articulate it. At that time, I felt that simply being alive was a punishment from the heavens. It was she who revealed the beauty of the world to me. I never imagined that someone like me could be cared for. I truly wished to walk through life with her forever. Alas, fate played a cruel joke on us. In my sophomore year, she left this world permanently. Gu Wanxia gazed at him, her heart aching as she observed the sorrowful glimmer in his eyes, realizing that he had long harbored. It dawned on her that when he pondered whether the deceased would become stars, it was in longing for that cherished person to die. In that moment, he must have truly wished for that soul to transform into a star. Lost in thought, Gu Wanxia understood now why he had kept her at arm's length all these years. She had once believed it was because he was married, but now she comprehended that he could never forget that person. She is surely watching over me from above. How can I betray my vow to her? Gu Wanxia felt a profound emptiness within, a bittersweet sensation flooding her heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Life is long. She has already departed. Do you truly wish to live like this forever? Shen Lang turned his head in shock, and although the moonlight was dim, he sensed the warmth blooming on her face. Sister Wanxia, yes? I should have realized it sooner. Shen Lang shook his head in self-deprecation. Because of Chanshan and my promise to her, I have been deceiving myself, numbing my own feelings, naively believing that we were merely the best of friends, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. But hasn't that also been a form of harm to you? Sister Wanxia, I truly never wished to cause you any hurt. Shen Lang, Gu Wanxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she began to weep softly. But now, I honestly don't know what my heart desires. Every time I think of this matter, it becomes overwhelmingly chaotic. Shen Lang's expression was one of anguish. I cannot be so selfish. I will reflect deeply and provide you with an answer, all right? Gu Wanxia murmured an affirmative, her tear-streaked face illuminated by a genuine smile. Shen Lang, your words are sufficient for me. At the very least, I am still someone worthy of your regard and sincere treatment. It's late, we should sleep. The two of them walked. After nearly half an hour, Gu Wanxia's voice floated out from the tent, come in. Shen Lang lifted the flap and stepped inside. The tent was brightly lit, and through the incandescent glow, he immediately beheld Gu Wanxia standing there, radiant and poised. At that moment, her makeup had been redone, and she was adorned in a traditional wedding gown. Under the light, her delicate face glowed with a charming blush, embodying elegance and breathtaking beauty. Sister Wanxia, what is this? Shen Lang was taken aback. Do you think I look good? Gu Wanxia twirled in front of him. Yes, you look beautiful. Gu Wanxia smiled gently. I have always adored traditional Chinese weddings. I believe this wedding attire surpasses a wedding dress in beauty, so I have always dreamed of holding a traditional wedding with the person I love. Shen Lang, perhaps I may never have that opportunity again, but Shen Lang, will you accept?